Chapter 1. The Supreme Emperor's Sign-In System. Brain in a mailbox. Newcomer. New book. Please do not criticize if you dislike it. Thank you. Tianyuan Continent. Qingtian Domain. Qingyun Prefecture. Great Qian Nation. Capital. Regent Prince's Mansion. Ding. System fusion in progress. Ding. Fusion failed. Ding. Fusing again. Ding. Fusion failed. Anti-fusion in progress. Ding. Fusion successful. Yi Tian, hearing the persistent sounds by his ear, could not help but open his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings and touched his own face. After feeling his entire body, he murmured in astonishment, "Am not dead? Have I traversed to another world? Wait a minute." Suddenly, Yi Tian felt as though he had gained something extra. He closed his eyes and began to ponder. In his mind, a sudden consciousness emerged. A young man also named Yi Tian, originating from a place called Blue Star. An ordinary second-generation rich kid. He had no vices other than a penchant for gaming and fishing. He had witnessed a murder by the river and was killed by 2 assailants during his escape. Just as he was on the brink of death, he bound to a so-called system, which transported him directly to this realm. Regrettably, the soul was not strong enough. It could have usurped his body, but was instead killed by his own soul. Thus, he now found himself suddenly endowed with a plethora of memories. After some time, Yi Tian finally understood what kind of existence the world of Blue Star was. This left him with a mix of yearning and regret. Perhaps due to the memories from the anti-fusion, this world's Yi Tian felt a twinge of guilt, but more so, it was merely mockery. According to the beliefs of the Blue Star inhabitants, he was in a fantasy world where both physique and soul were vastly superior to those of Blue Star people. Even with the support of the system, the energy had diminished after traversing through the barriers of various worlds, rendering Blue Star's Yi Tian incapable of usurping the Yi Tian of Tianyuan Continent. Brother, although you share my name, we are not of the same world. However, if you wish to usurp me, I shall take a fragment of your consciousness along and allow you to witness this world. Oh, and that system. With that thought, Yi Tian called out curiously, System, are you there? Ding, the Supreme Emperor's Sign-In System at your service. What did you say? An Emperor System? Upon hearing this designation, Yi Tian was somewhat taken aback. He was merely a scion of a princely mansion. He wasn't even a prince. Wasn't this Emperor System a bit beyond his station? System, think carefully before you speak. What sort of system are you? Ding, this system is called the Supreme Emperor's Sign-In System, aimed at assisting the host in establishing the most powerful dynasty in the universe. Ding, system energy depleted, recharging. What the hell? Initially excited, his mood soured immediately, for this system was not quite compatible with him. Qingtian Domain had 15 prefectures, and Qingyun Prefecture was merely one among them. There were dozens of nations within Qingyun Prefecture, with only 5 reaching the status of a dynasty, and just 1 achieving imperial status. The rest were all vassal states. Behind these nations, there existed sects. These sects were lofty and aloof, controlling these nations to provide them with talent and resources. They cared little for the rise and fall of these nations, only concerned with collecting the harvest each year. The Great Qian Nation was originally a small nation called Qingfeng. 50 years ago, the ruler of Qingfeng was debauched and tyrannical, causing the populace to suffer, leading to rebellions and uprisings. One such uprising was led by Yi Xiaotian and Li Wuji. After over a decade of civil war, Li Wuji ascended to the throne. However, due to Yi Xiaoshan's contributions, he was bestowed the unique title of King of Foreign Affairs. Li Wuji, wishing to avoid retribution from the sect Fenyumen behind Qingfeng, expended great effort to secure support from a sect called Baihu Temple, agreeing to offer 2 additional portions of resources annually. Thus, Baihu Temple emerged to drive away Fenyumen, but one of the conditions was to establish temples in 36 cities throughout the Great Qian Nation. After 40 years of accumulation and cultivation, the national strength of the Great Qian Nation finally recovered. Though it was not Li Wuji sitting on the throne now, but his son Li Jiuxiao, it is undeniable that the Great Qian was at its peak of prosperity. The Yi family, as founding contributors and a family of martial prowess, had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Yi Wudi, who had followed Yi Xiaotian since childhood, starting as a humble soldier and fighting across the land. He was now a general of national defense and the father of Yi Tian. The second son, Yi Wuhui, at the young age of 33, commanded the frontier, holding the title of General of the South. The youngest, Yi Weiyan, entered the palace as the current favored consort. This meant that the entire Yi family was deeply intertwined with the great Qian. Although the Yi family had made great contributions, they were favored by the emperor, and there was no indication of the emperor deliberately suppressing them. At least, that is how Yi Tian perceived it. As the legitimate eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Tian was destined to inherit the title of prince upon reaching adulthood. He would become a noble. Moreover, with the great Qian nation thriving, there was no possibility of rebellion. He had no need to rebel, even if he didn't wish to enter the military. He could live as a carefree prince. With this thought, Yi Tian could not help but sigh, "Oh, system, could you perhaps change? Being a prince would be splendid. Why must you incite me to rebellion?" Yet, he received no response from the system. It was likely still recharging. Helpless, Yi Tian sat up from the bed and called out to the doorway, "Xiao Mei." Soon, a radiant young girl entered the room. She appeared to be only 15 years old, yet her beauty was unparalleled. Akin to a moonlit flower, she was Yi Tian's maid and bodyguard. Xiao Mei bowed and greeted, "Young master." "Yes, prepare my attire." "Yes." As Yi Tian enjoyed Xiao Mei dressing and grooming him, he silently contemplated. What happened last night? Why was I usurped? According to the memories of Blue Star's Yi Tian, one could only be usurped when nearing death or already dead. However, he felt no signs of anything amiss with his body. In the Tianyuan continent, strength was revered and cultivation was divided into two systems. One was martial artists, categorized from low to high as yellow rank, mysterious rank, earth rank, and heaven rank. The other was cultivators, classified from low to high as body refining, chi refining, foundation establishment, spirit sea, sky control, and spirit concentration. Many martial artists did not cultivate techniques, while others were those eliminated by the sex. The upper limit of such individuals was low. The highest they could achieve was heaven rank. However, it was said that outside Qinyan Prefecture, very few practiced martial arts. The founding emperor of Great Qian, Li Wuji, along with Yi Tian's grandfather, were originally martial artists. This was due to the plethora of techniques available for martial artists, easily purchasable on the streets, where 10 taels of silver could buy a set. Though early-stage martial artists might surpass cultivators, the latter possessed numerous techniques, especially once reaching sky control, at which point cultivators would pull far ahead of martial artists. Moreover, the techniques of cultivators were distinct. There is a saying, techniques are not imparted lightly. This implies that cultivators' techniques are profound and rare, typically taught only to those closest to them. Additionally, no matter how martial artists cultivate, they cannot attain immortality. Some techniques may even deplete their lifespan, while cultivators' techniques allow for longevity. Fortunately, after becoming emperor, Li Wuji received support from Baihu Temple, gaining access to the techniques of cultivators. Likewise, the Yi family possessed similar techniques, and Yi Tian was also cultivating, having reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. This was likely one of the main reasons Blue Star's Yi Tian failed to usurp successfully. Chapter 2. Whining for money, hidden assassination. After donning his clothes and grooming himself, Yi Tian turned to the somewhat shy maid beside him and asked, "Xiao Mei, where are your 3 sisters?" Upon hearing this, Xiaomi's expression dimmed slightly, but she still bowed and replied, "Young master, you instructed them to capture a pure-blooded dark night tiger cub. They have yet to return." Realizing this, Yi Tian recalled that while playing with Yang Tianxi yesterday, he had seen their old rival, Li Wenshuan, accompanied by a formidable gale leopard, which sparked his desire for a dark night tiger. In this Tianyuan continent, there existed not only humans but also beastly creatures. Between the Great Qian Nation and the Tianshui Nation lay a natural barrier known as the Qilin Mountain Range. It was said that a level 9 blood Qilin beast resided within, hence the name. However, after hundreds of years, that blood Qilin may have perished long ago. Nevertheless, no one dared to venture deep into the Qilin Mountain Range. for it was home to numerous beasts and indigenous people, and the nearby cities faced beastly attacks every few years. As for the Dark Knight Tiger, it was a fifth-level beast, comparable to a human heaven-rank martial artist or sky control cultivator. This realm was beyond the capabilities of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu only cultivators at the Spirit Sea stage could contend with it after all. Although the four of them serve as Etion's guards, it is only when they unite to execute their combined attack that they can withstand the onslaught of the beast from the Void Realm with Xiao Mei absent, even if they were merely attempting to capture younglings. It is likely that Xiao Lan and the others would not succeed and could even lose their lives in the process. Contemplating this, Yi Tian felt a pang of regret. It was due to a mere provocation from Li Wenxuan that he had issued such a rash command, leaving him feeling it was unjustifiable. Yi Tian turned to Xiao Mei and instructed, "Xiao Mei, send a message to them, urging their return." I acted impulsively. The journey from the capital, Baihu City, to the border town of Zixia City would require a full day and night of rapid travel at this moment. Xiao Lan and the others had likely not yet reached Zixia City, so it would be prudent to call them back to avoid any mishaps that might lead Yi Tian to regret his decision. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, young master. I shall send a message at once." The four of them were taken in as infants by Yi Wudi, and after spending over a decade together, their bond resembled that of sisters. Though they had always been aware of their mission, the notion of dying in the line of duty to protect Yi Tian was a vastly different concept from perishing due to his reckless words. Exiting his chamber, Yi Tian arrived in an expansive courtyard adorned with an abundance of flowers and greenery. Upon his appearance, numerous servants and guards bowed respectfully. "Greetings, young master." Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Apart from his four close attendants, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, there were an additional 30 guards stationed around his quarters, along with 10 maids and 10 servants. However, today, 2 maids and 3 servants were absent, a fact that Yi Tian did not notice. Within the third generation of the Yi family, he was the sole heir, a treasure gem of the entire royal residence. His name alone reflected the immense affection the family held for him. Even a prince like Li Wenxuan was often disregarded by Yi Tian. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Before even stepping into the wing, Yi Tian began calling out loudly, and soon an elderly man hurriedly appeared from within. Upon seeing Yi Tian, the old man wore a face full of tenderness and concern. "Young master, you have arrived." The old master is in the study reading. Yi Tian lowered his voice, addressing the elder with utmost respect. "Oh, hello, Grandpa Feng." Although Yi Tian was unaware of the elder's name, he was the family steward and had accompanied Yi Xiaotian from the battlefield within the entire Yi household. Even Yi Wudi would respectfully refer to him as Uncle Feng. "Ah, young master, please come in." Uncle Feng did not find Yi Tian's address inappropriate, for he had earned such privilege. The reason Yi Tian sought out the elder Yi Xiaotian was due to his lack of funds. Logically, as the heir, Yi Tian should be devoid of financial concerns. However, his previous extravagant spending had drained his resources a few days prior. He had been swayed by Li Wenxuan's provocations and impulsively purchased a tavern, leaving him with barely 10 taels of silver to his name. Upon entering the study, Yi Tian was greeted by the sight of an imposing elder radiating authority. He promptly bowed and saluted. "Grandfather, your grandson pays his respects." Hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Xiaotian set aside his book, a flicker of fatigue crossing his eyes, though he concealed it well. "Paying respects? You must be out of money, am I right?" Unperturbed, Yi Tian sauntered to Yi Zhaoshan's side and began to massage his shoulders. "He, as expected, grandfather possesses keen insight." Yi Xiaotian was well aware of all that transpired in Yi Tian's life, and he reproached lightly, "Don't rely solely on words. How old are you? Why would you buy an establishment like that?" In an urgent rebuttal, Yi Tian exclaimed, "It's a tavern, not a brothel." Yet even as he spoke, his confidence wavered. The name Yao Yugu alone evoked a certain reputation, easily revealing its true nature. Within, there exists a multitude of songstresses, dancers, and attendants, totaling over 200 individuals. Merely contemplating this is enough to induce a headache. Sustaining their livelihoods undoubtedly requires a considerable expenditure of silver. The old gentleman stroked his beard, exclaiming, "Ha! Is it not akin to a brothel? Provoked by mere words from others, I pondered whether it might be time to send you to the military camp. Why, Tian, hastily adopting a charming demeanor, pleaded, please no. Grandfather, just grant me this one reprieve. I shall never dare again. The elder, somewhat overwhelmed by Tian's antics, relented. Very well. This is the last time. Now go on, go on. With the elder's consent, Tian dashed outside. At that moment, Old Feng approached, observing Yi Tian's retreating figure with eyes brimming with affection and concern. Why Xiaotian, sensing something amiss, called out to Old Feng, "Hey, you old rascal, what is that look in your eyes?" Old Feng, feeling a touch embarrassed, replied, Merely happiness." Happiness, Yi Xiaotian paid no mind. After all, Old Feng, whose real name was Feng Xiu, was not only his sworn brother, but also a family member who had stood by him through thick and thin. Had he not lost his ability to bear children in a battle 40 years prior, he might have married and had children, becoming a general in his own right. Nonetheless, due to Yi Xiaotian's influence, Feng Xiu had always lived with the Yi family, witnessing the growth of 3 generations. Yi Xiaotian, aware of Feng Xiu's character, tossed the book in his hand onto the table, his expression turning grim. Have we traced the origin of the poisoning from yesterday? Upon hearing this, Feng Xiu's demeanor shifted, exuding a fierce aura. Various pieces of evidence indicate it is indeed the work of the Wang family. Yi Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. The imperial censor Wang Yulong. He lacks the audacity to undermine the foundation of the Yi family. Let the shadow guards continue their investigation. I must uncover the identity of the mastermind. Yi Tian was indeed the cornerstone of the Yi family. For reasons unknown, he was the sole survivor of the 3rd generation. Should Yi Tian perish, the Yi family would face annihilation. Yet they had never contemplated the grave repercussions of antagonizing the Yi family. Understood, Feng Xiu slightly bowed, turning to exit, his murderous intent laid bare. Just as he reached the door, a voice echoed from within. Chapter 3. The past of the Yi family. Young brother Yang Tianxi, since the Wang family has involved themselves, it is time to eradicate them. Those individuals require a lesson. Feng Xiu nodded in agreement. Finding nothing amiss, as an observer, he was acutely aware of the sacrifices the Yi family had made for the great Qian. Many were cognizant that among the 2nd generation of the Yi family, there were only 2 sons and 1 daughter. In truth, several elders recalled that the Yi family had once boasted another son, Yi Wushuang, a prodigy of exceptional talent. He was a dazzling new star. The eldest of the 2nd generation, he could read at 3, practiced martial arts at 5, became a formidable force at 12, and reached the rank of king at 15. Many believed that Yi Wushuang would be the first in Qingyun Prefecture to shatter the shackles of martial arts and become a legendary figure. Indeed, as the world anticipated, the 15-year-old Yi Wushuang fought valiantly alongside Yi Xiaotian, expanding the territories of the great Qian. However, during the final decisive battle, the 16-year-old Yi Wushuang met his demise on the battlefield. When Yi Xiaotian's wife learned of this tragedy, she succumbed to deep sorrow. It was also the first time Feng Xiu witnessed Yi Xiaotian weep. At that time, Yu Yin was only 2 years old. The name Yi Wushuang became a taboo within the Yi family, never to be mentioned again. Later, Yi Wudi also exhibited extraordinary prowess, marrying the little princess of the Lihua kingdom. This union provided the newly stabilized Great Qian with a much-needed respite. Otherwise, the Lihua kingdom might have dispatched troops against them. However, good fortune was short-lived. In the 2nd year following Yi Tian's birth, Yi Wudi's wife, the little princess Nangong Xia of the Lihua kingdom, was assassinated on her return from a pilgrimage on the same day. Yi Wu Hui's fiancé, Su Wenjing, was also murdered in her home. It is worth noting that the Su family was no insignificant household. They were the rulers of Xuanwu City, one of the 4 major cities, commanding an army of 100,000. This incident transformed the Su family and the Yi family into mortal enemies, with the Lihua kingdom directly launching an attack against the Great Qian. Upon receiving this news, Yi Wudi and Yi Wu Hui immediately returned to their city with troops. At that moment, the world finally comprehended the extent of the Yi family's military prestige. It is important to remember that without an official decree, no soldier was permitted to return to the imperial city. Moreover, when the Yi brothers led 1,000,000 troops back to the capital, had it not been for the intervention of the White Tiger Temple and Emperor Li Jiuxiao hastily designating another sect as scapegoats, a civil unrest may have erupted in the imperial city. 11 years have passed, and many noble families in the imperial city may have forgotten the true nature of the Yi family. Throughout this year, countless assassins targeting Yi Tian numbered in the hundreds, yet all were apprehended by the Shadow Guards in advance. However, the assassination attempt last night nearly claimed Yi Tian's life, had Yi Xiaotian not arrived in time. Expending his own spiritual energy and utilizing the Yi family's resources, Yi Tian might have truly perished. Yet, the wrath of the Yi family had only just begun. Meanwhile, within the Wang family, Wang Yulong remained blissfully unaware of the calamity looming overhead. After all, this was the imperial capital of the Great Qian, guarded by the experts of the White Tiger Temple. No one would dare to launch a reckless attack against them at Yi Tian, oblivious to these matters. Arrived at the storeroom, calling out, "Old Lu, come out, come out." Upon hearing the commotion, a small, elderly man hurriedly emerged. "Young master, little ancestor, why have you come again? I have already told you, without the master's command, I shall not dispense another single coin." "Umph. I knew you were just a stubborn old fool who understands nothing of flexibility. My grandfather has already given his consent. If you do not believe me, you may inquire." After speaking, Yi Tian looked at the old man with some exasperation. The elderly man, known as Lu Hai, was also a veteran who had retired from service. Compared to old Feng, Lu Hai was somewhat more obstinate. "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hai appeared incredulous, yet he still produced a communication jade tablet to contact Yi Xiaotian. After receiving confirmation from Yi Xiaotian, old Lu's expression turned awkward. "Young master, please do not take offense. I merely wish to confirm." However, Yi Tian's face darkened. Even a confirmation was necessary. Was it truly required to do so before him? Fortunately, perhaps due to the merging of his soul with that of the blue star Yi Tian, the impulsive nature he had possessed since childhood had mellowed somewhat. "Humph. Since you believe me, then hand over the money." Very well. Lu Hai returned to the storeroom, and soon emerged with a cloth bag. Yi Tian accepted it, and opened it to find 100 silver notes, each worth 100. What is this? How is it only 10,000 taels? Wasn't it supposed to be 100,000 taels? Lu Hai responded with a kindly smile. The master specifically stated 10,000 taels. "Young master, do you not want it?" Yi Tian glared at Lu Hai, feeling a surge of frustration. "You are something else. 10,000 it is then." Grabbing the 10,000 taels in silver notes, he turned to leave, with Xiao Mei trailing silently behind like a ghost. At this moment, Yi Tian's spirits were somewhat low. In the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture, the purchasing power of silver was still considerable. Yet, after absorbing that segment of memories, he yearned to create a distinctive tavern. Unfortunately, a mere 10,000 taels were utterly insufficient. However, he soon thought of someone, Yang Tianci. If one were to inquire who possessed the greatest wealth in the entirety of Baihu City, without a doubt, it would be the White Tiger Temple. Yet, no one dared to provoke the White Tiger Temple. Even Yi Tian had been warned against approaching Baihu Mountain. Aside from that, the Yang family was the wealthiest, as they operated the largest trading company in the Great Qian, albeit they were a merchant family often overlooked by the elite. Many second and third generations looked down upon the Yang family, perceiving them merely as a plump target. Even Yi Tian had previously harbored such thoughts. After all, the Yang family indeed fit this description, supplying the royal court annually and presenting gifts to the noble families. This was also the primary reason Yang Tianci sought to integrate himself into Yi Tian's circle. However, the former Yi Tian had only viewed Yang Tianci as a mere source of funds, never considering him a friend. Yet, Yang Tianci had treated him well. For instance, the Yaiwa Pavilion, which would have required 500,000 taels to purchase, had only cost Yi Tian 150,000 taels, with the remaining 350,000 taels provided by Yang Tianci. Even so, the land deed remains in Yi Tian's possession, which clearly indicates that in this world, the status of merchants is indeed quite lacking. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian hastily retrieved a communication jade tablet to send a message to Yang Tianci. requesting him to gather at the Moon Invitation Pavilion in a courtyard on the outskirts of Baihu City. A strikingly handsome young man was drenched in sweat as he practiced martial arts. Upon sensing the activation of the communication jade tablet, he quickly ceased his movements and took a look. The moment he saw the message, his face lit up with delight, and he eagerly responded to the tablet. Understood, young Master Yi. He is Yang Tianci, the third-generation direct heir of the Yang Merchant Association. Chapter 4. System charging completed. Terrifying gift package. Having been influenced by his surroundings, Yang Tianci has been aware of the Yang family's awkward position since childhood. Although they are considered a prestigious family, they lack substantial backing, and even some lesser offspring of officials can bully him. The Yang family can at most be regarded as a clan. After all, in this world, one cannot stand firm without formidable martial power. Despite being the wealthiest family in the Great Qian Nation, there are many things that can only be acquired through a resource known as spirit stones, of which the Yang family possesses none. And even the Yi family has very few. Particularly, various cultivation resources are tightly controlled by major sects, leaving only a scant portion accessible to the royal family and certain noble households. As a result, although the Yang family is wealthy, they are merely slightly better off than the commoners. Yang Tianci's father, Yang Baiwan, instilled in him from a young age the importance of integrating into the circles of the second-generation officials. However, those individuals, primarily led by the royal Li family, looked down upon him. It was only when Yi Tian witnessed him being bullied that he took him in as a subordinate. Upon learning of Yi Tian's identity, Yang Tianci garnered the support of his entire family, which enabled him to casually mobilize hundreds of thousands of silver taels. While Yi Tian tucked a silver note of 10,000 taels into his chest pocket. Initially, he felt no sense of oddity, but after merging memories, he realized that this ancient attire had no pockets at all. He decided to have a seamstress, so one in the future, accompanied by Xiao Mei. He made his way out, traversing through 2 pavilions and a courtyard before arriving at the main gate. The entrance. 12 soldiers armed with weapons stood on either side. Upon seeing Yi Tian emerge, they all bowed in unison. Young master. Yi Tian merely nodded, muttering to himself, "Why add young before master?" Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it. After stepping out of the gate, for soldiers hastily followed him, but a glance from Yi Tian revealed a smile creeping onto his lips. This is what it means to have presence. As he walked down the street, he noticed the distant calls of numerous vendors. However, they were quite far from the gate of the royal mansion. So Yi Tian swaggered southward through the city. Baihu City is divided into inner and outer cities, where the inner city is inhabited by dignitaries and nobles, although the Yang family resides in the inner city. Their position is rather remote. The outer city is where the common folk live, separated by a wall that delineates 2 distinct classes. The Moon Invitation Pavilion is also located in the inner city, not far from Baihu Mountain, yet it is despised by the monks of Baihu Temple. When the emperor learned of this matter, he issued an edict mandating the relocation of the Moon Invitation Pavilion from the inner city. However, the pavilion's behind-the-scenes owner, the current 3rd Prince Li Wenjie, was unwilling to relocate the establishment he had invested heavily in. Yet he dared not defy the order from Baihu Temple, ultimately resorting to a low-price transfer of ownership. However, within Baihu City, no one dared to take on the Moon Invitation Pavilion. Subsequently, Li Wenjie incited the 5th Prince Li Wenxian to provoke Yi Tian, leading to the latter's subsequent acquisition of the pavilion. Yet, after purchasing it, Yi Tian regretted the impulsive decision he had made, for although he acted hastily, it did not mean he was foolish. Baihu Temple, as the national religion of the Great Qian Nation, possesses strength that far surpasses the entire realm of Great Qian. The royal Li family cannot afford to offend them, and although he is the direct heir of the Yi family, his grandfather would not allow him to act recklessly. Originally, Yi Tian planned to disband the Moon Invitation Pavilion today and transform it into an inn. Even after merging memories, he believed this was the best course of action, for although the monks in Baihu Temple are a group devoted to vegetarianism and prayer, they are not reasonable individuals. However, as Yi Tian walked along the street, a sudden voice echoed in his mind, altering his intentions. Ding! The strongest Emperor sign-in system has completed charging. Ding! Due to successful initial fusion, the system begins binding. 1155098 Ding. Binding successful. Yi Tian suddenly felt as if his body had undergone some transformation, although he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. After pausing momentarily, he continued walking forward while subconsciously inquiring about the system. System, how do you charge? What abilities do you possess? Ding. This system refuses to answer the first question. As for your abilities, the host may sign in once daily, with each sign-in offering different surprises. Are you being coy? Isn't there a beginner's gift package? Ding. The beginner's gift package is being distributed. Ding. Distribution successful. The host can check it in the system space. Ding. The host may sign in once daily, with opportunities to obtain cultivation methods, divine abilities, martial skills, treasures, spirit stones, secret treasures, cultivation levels, soldiers, generals, strategists, and provisions. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Yi Tian became exhilarated. Although the Yi family possesses some cultivation methods, they are all of a lower caliber. After all, Baihu Temple is merely a 6-star sect, with the strongest practitioners only reaching the spirit-gathering realm. In this world, sects typically start at 5 stars. A 5-star sect must have a practitioner in the sky-soaring realm to oversee it, while a 6-star sect requires a spirit-gathering realm practitioner, with the highest being 9-star sections. However, currently, there are no 9-star sects in Qingyan Prefecture, only an 8-star sect. The cultivation methods granted by Baihu Temple can only reach the sky-soaring realm at most. Yi Xiaotian, the patriarch of the Yi family, has achieved the 2nd level of the sky-soaring realm, largely because he does not adhere to Buddhist teachings and possesses relatively inferior cultivation methods. It is said that Li Wuji of the Li family has reached the 9th level of the sky-soaring realm and is currently in seclusion attempting to break through to the spirit-gathering realm. However, according to the elder Yi Xiaotian, Li Wuji is unlikely to succeed in his breakthrough, as his cultivation method has already limited him. Yet now, since Yi Tian can sign in every day, there is a possibility of obtaining superior cultivation methods. How could this not excite him? If he were to acquire advanced cultivation techniques, his training speed would undoubtedly elevate to another level. With this thought, Yi Tian couldn't help but consider the beginner's gift package that the system mentioned. As he searched within his mind, he suddenly discovered a white orb of light in a corner. Upon entering, he found himself in a space that could rival a city. It appeared somewhat sparse, but in one corner, Yi Tian spotted the beginner's gift package described by the system. Imperial Tao of Immortality Scripture, the innate imperial scripture. Upon achieving great success, grants immortality and invincibility, allowing one to control the rise and fall of dynasties. Great Freedom Scripture allows the soul to traverse the universe freely, as long as the dynasty endures. The soul persists, and the path retreats before one's gaze. Imperial Tao Sealing Heaven Palm. Upon reaching great success, one can pluck the stars and seal heaven and earth. Innate Imperial Sword, unknown rank, grows stronger against the powerful, capable of severing fate and slaying deities. Not activated, Chaos Tao Body. Absorbing it can achieve a Chaos Tao Body, free from karmic ties and the 5 elements. Enlightenment can be attained through cultivation. Not activated. Emperor's Battle Armor. Armor of the Emperor, capable of withstanding attacks from 2 major realms above oneself. Not activated. Emperor's Seal can confer titles to vassals, suppress fate, and quell all invading enemies. Not activated. Chaos Black Dragon Egg can nurture an imperial-level black dragon. Not activated. Chapter 5. Moon Shadows and Spirit Gathering. Yi Tian was nearly overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing all these items. Everything within was beyond the reach of someone at his foundational level. Any single item taken out could throw the entire Qing Tian domain into chaos. He even noticed a ball of exceptionally pure energy. By his estimation, absorbing just 1% would likely elevate him directly to the sky-soaring realm. However, it was somewhat regrettable that many of these items remained unactivated. System. How do I activate them? Ding. Treasures and weapons require the host to become an emperor to activate. The Black Dragon Egg requires the host to nourish it daily with blood. What? Daily nourishment with blood? The thought of having to shed blood every day made Yi Tian feel a bit apprehensive. After all, he is only 13 years old, still just a child. However, the thought of nurturing this black dragon to reach the imperial level filled Yi Tian with a sense of anticipation. System. What exactly is this Chaos Dao body? And why hasn't it been activated? Ding. The Chaos Dao body is the most powerful physique in existence, allowing for a clearer comprehension of the fusion of the laws of heaven and earth. And the understanding of the great DAOIT is not constrained by taboos, can enjoy the shared fortune of the world, and possesses a formidable physicality. Activation will be accompanied by celestial phenomena. Does the host wish to activate it now? Celestial phenomena. You say? Perhaps it's best to refrain. Why Tian, currently just a mere cultivator at the Foundation Establishment's 5th level, dared not expose himself to the gaze of those formidable sects, AS for the rewards. The time for claiming them had not yet arrived, particularly the magical artifacts, which he could not activate at this moment. The mere desire to become an emperor elicited a deep sigh from Yi Tian. Sigh. That position is certainly not so easily attained. Not to mention the White Tiger Temple behind the Li family, the royal family's own strength is not something the Yi family can shake. Among the second generation of the Li family, there are 5 sons. The eldest is the emperor, while the other 4 each command their own fiefs and military power. The third generation is even more numerous, with Li Zhouxiao having 7 children, 5 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest, Li Wenlong, is the crown prince, and the second, Li Wenbo, has even entered the White Tiger Temple. The other 2 princes, though they do not vie for power, still hold princely status, with their maternal families possessing considerable influence. Only the youngest prince remains relatively untroubled. Take for instance the 5th prince, Li Wenxuan, who has never seen eye to eye with Yi Tian since childhood. His mother is the daughter of the Lord of Blue Moon City, the foremost city outside the 4 major capitals and the last bastion of the entire Deqian. The web of relationships is exceedingly intricate, with nearly the entire Li family and its clans intertwined. Pull one thread, and the whole tapestry shifts. Shaking his head, Yi Tian resolved not to dwell on such matter. At the very least, he now possessed techniques and martial skills to cultivate. With this thought, he contemplated returning home, but then remembered his prior arrangement to invite Yang Tianxi to the inviting moon pavilion, prompting him to continue onward. He began to call for the system in his mind. System, you mentioned I could check in daily, correct? Ding, yes, host. You have not checked in today. Would you like to do so? Yes, I must check in. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. You have gained 100 moon shadow guards, each comparable to the pinnacle of the spirit concentration stage. Yi Tian stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. Xiaomei rushed forward to support him, her face etched with concern. Young master, are you all right? She asked, casting vigilant glances around, while the other 4 guards adopted equally serious expressions. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, really. Yet internally he was shouting, System, what kind of power do I possess with 100 moon shadow guards? Ding. Merely the peak of the spirit concentration stage. Host need not panic. This level is not considered strong. Can you believe that? To the system, cultivators at the spirit concentration stage are not even regarded as strong. In the entire Deqian, only the White Tiger Temple has cultivators at this level, and there are no more than 3 of them. Yet on the very first day, the system grants him 100 peak spirit concentration cultivators. With his thought, Yi Tian's gate transformed. Prior to this, he had been rather wary of the White Tiger Temple. But now, he felt emboldened to declare, I could take on 10 of them. At that moment, the system chimed in again. Ding. Host, would you like to comprehend the check-in rewards? Hearing this, Yi Tian calmed slightly. With these 100 spirit concentration experts, he felt no fear towards the White Tiger Temple. But he understood that toppling a dynasty requires more than mere martial might. He glanced at the bustling streets, where many wore expressions of happiness. Yi Tian could not bring himself to shatter that joy and mentally called out, System, they won't suddenly appear beside me, will they? Ding. Host need not worry, as long as the moon shadow guards do not act. Even if they exceed a major realm, they will not be discovered. Ding. Would you like to claim your rewards? Claim. Ding. Moon shadow guards have been generated. Ding. Deployment successful. As the system's words concluded, Yi Tian suddenly sensed 100 presences materializing around him. Out of the corner of his eye, He noticed Xiao Mei and the four guards showing no signs of abnormality, to why Yi Tian understood that perhaps only he could perceive the existence of these 100 individuals. Just then, 10 voices echoed in Yi Tian's mind. Moon Shadow guards reporting to the Lord. Lord, Yi Tian felt a twinge of awkwardness upon hearing this title. However, he lacked the ability to communicate secretly at present, so he merely gestured vaguely forward. Thank you, my lord. Xiao Mei, observing Yi Tian's strange gesture, looked puzzled. Young master, what are you doing? Yi Tian feigned ignorance. Nothing. Let us go. Quickly, Xiao Mei felt a sense of confusion, sensing something was different about her young master. Yet unable to articulate what it was, the group swiftly arrived at the inviting moon pavilion. As soon as they stepped inside, a woman in her 30s approached them. Oh, my young master, we've finally been graced with your presence. The ladies have been eagerly awaiting you. Yi Tian glanced up and recognized her as the madam of the inviting moon pavilion. Though she appeared to be in her 30s, she was undoubtedly older. In this world, one must never judge a woman solely by her appearance, especially those who have attained cultivation. What seems like 18 could very well be 38. Yet, the inviting moon pavilion currently seemed devoid of clientele, with only a sparse scattering of patrons visible. Yun Mama, Yi Tian began to call her, but immediately regretted it. Especially after merging with the memories of his past life on Blue Star, he understood the implications of the term Mama. Making it hard to utter, ahem, Yi Tian stammered awkwardly. The madam, perceptive as a shrewd fox, likely sensed Yi Tian's discomfort and quickly interjected, Ah, my young master, you are the boss now, just call me Aunt Yun. Yi Tian regarded the alluring and captivating woman with a peculiar gaze, thinking to himself, am I harboring some nefarious thoughts? Shaking his head, he reminded himself he was still a child. How could he entertain such dangerous notions? Nevertheless, he replied, very well, Aunt Yun. Please summon all the ladies. I have matters to discuss. The madam tossed him a flirtatious glance, her hips swaying as she departed out of course. Xiao Mei furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in such an establishment. Chapter 6. Taking over the inviting moon pavilion and creating a modern brothel. Yi Tian, filled with curiosity, began to survey his surroundings. He had never entered here before, even when he had bet with Li Wenxuan. After all, this was a brothel, and at just 13, yet upon witnessing Yi Tian's anger, all the women fell silent, particularly the young attendants and guards in the last few rows, who were far less significant than these ladies. Mere substitutes at any moment. The madam, observing Yi Tian's expression, felt a twinge of discomfort and cautiously approached. She was undoubtedly more astute than those young girls, aware that since the Invitation Moon Pavilion had fallen out of favor with the White Tiger Temple, it faced imminent closure. Moreover, these young women were all bound by contracts. Should Yi Tian abandon them, they would have no choice but to relocate to the outer city. Having purchased this establishment, Yi Tian was determined to rejuvenate it and restore its former glory, ensuring that they would profit once more. However, as he contemplated the peculiar costumes from his memories, such as stewardess outfits, sailor suits, nurse uniforms, and stepmother dresses, Yi Tian resolved to bring these eccentric garments back into fashion. Yet, it was imperative that these women adhered to his clothing designs. These ladies were undeniably beautiful, for this was the imperial capital. Without a hint of allure, one could scarcely gain entry into the Invitation Moon Pavilion. Their attire, although somewhat daring, was merely in line with the tastes of this world. Each brothel bore a similar style, and after frequent exposure, it became challenging to captivate attention. But what if they donned kipeos and stepmother dresses? This thought ignited a spark of excitement within Yi Tian. However, persuading these women to willingly wear such outfits posed a considerable challenge. Master, what kind of clothing do you have in mind? Is it beautiful? One of the courtesans inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. The others remained silent. Yet the two courtesans, intrigued by Yi Tian's mention of attire, exchanged glances. Why, Yi Tian nodded in their direction. These two were indeed the stars of the Invitation Moon Pavilion. Both exceptionally lovely. One possessed a slender figure, perfectly proportioned, while the other was more voluptuous, exuding an enticing allure. Even with the blending of memories, Yi Tian believed their beauty and figures could easily rank within the top 20. You will find out soon enough. The reason I summoned you today is to discuss this matter. For now, rest well. There will be time for you to be busy later. Now disperse." After speaking, he turned to Aunt Yun. "When Yang Tianci arrives, summon him to me. I wish to explore the premises." "Understood." Aunt Yun responded, sashaying away to relay the message. Xiao Mei watched the madam warily, apprehensive of any overstepping behavior. Yet Yi Tian remained unperturbed, following the madam as she showcased the establishment. Before long, Yang Tianci hurriedly approached. Breathless, Yi Tian waved him over. Come, take a look at our property." Yang Tianci, 3 years Yi Tian senior and now 16, had matured considerably due to family circumstances. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to address Yi Tian with a respectful brother, or young Master Yi. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Yang Tianci appeared astonished. "Young Master, do you truly intend to take charge of this place?" Although the White Tiger Temple has not issued a direct order, the monks have expressed discontent, and the emperor has commanded the closure of the Invitation Moon Pavilion by the third prince. He had only intended to buy the establishment to ingratiate himself with Yi Tian, never genuinely planning to keep it operational. Standing in the private room on the second floor, Yi Tian gazed down over the railing, feeling a peculiar sensation. The Invitation Moon Pavilion was worth far more than 500,000 taels of silver. In the context of Blue Star, it would easily amount to tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. The vast space was not something he could relinquish without a fight. Indeed, having invested such a sum, it is illogical not to open for business. Yi Tian turned to the somewhat anxious Yang Tianci, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Rest assured, nothing will go awry here." Yi Tian had already devised a plan to station several elite members of the Moonshadow Guard to maintain order. At that point, not even the White Tiger Temple would dare to cause trouble, much less anyone from the entire Deqian. Yet Yang Tianci remained uneasy. "Brother, are you not afraid?" Yi Tian, sensing the unspoken concern, waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry. There will be someone to oversee matters." He then called out to the madam. "Aunt Yun, bring forth your best food and wine. I wish to sample them. Of course. I shall attend to it immediately." Although the Invitation Moon Pavilion was closed, over 200 individuals remained inside, and there was no shortage of food and drink. Soon enough, a feast of 8 dishes and a soup was presented. The Yi Tian eagerly sampled each dish, though he found the flavors lacking compared to those of the royal residence. The wine, too, was disappointing, barely reaching 30 degrees and possessing an herbal aftertaste. This was due to the infusion of certain spiritual herbs, beneficial for martial practitioners, yet the flavor was akin to cooking wine. Nearly undrinkable. Yi Tian reminisced about the strong liquor from his memories, which could reach over 50 degrees. If he were to distill it with spiritual herbs, he wondered if it would fetch a good price. After satisfying his hunger, he turned to Yang Tianci. "I plan to renovate this place, but..." At this point, Yi Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he possessed only 10,000 taels of silver. The renovation would require hiring tailors and embroiderers to create the new garments, as well as brewing his own wine, all of which demanded funds. Chapter 7. The Birth of Ambition and Strategic Planning. Noticing Yi Tian's awkward demeanor, the astute Yang Tianci quickly grasped the situation. "Young master, how much more do you require?" Straightforward, but I shall not accept this money without conditions," Yi Tian replied, then gestured to Xiao Mei and the 4 guards. "You may leave for a moment." "What? I must go too." Xiao Mei looked at Yi Tian in surprise. "Never mind, you need not leave." As the guards exited and closed the door, Yi Tian addressed the two with a hint of mystery. Moonshadow guards stepped forward. With a subtle shift in the atmosphere, 2 figures materialized in the room, causing Yang Tianci and Xiao Mei to gasp in astonishment. The moment they appeared, both knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the master." Yi Tian, curious, examined the newcomers. Both were clad in striking black and red robes, their eyes the only visible feature, and each bore a pair of curved black blades upon their backs. Though they exuded no discernible aura, their manner of appearance spoke volumes of their prowess. Yang Tianci, momentarily stunned, turned to Yi Tian. "What is this?" Yi Tian refrained from answering, instead addressing the Moonshadow guards. "You may rise. From now on, refer to me as young master or son of the noble. Do not call him a master anymore." Yes. Thank you, young master, the two moon shadow guards replied, rising and standing silently to the side. Wai Yitan then turned back to Yang Tianci. Their strength is at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. Tell me, can I not secure this place? Spirit-gathering pinnacle. Both Yang Tianci and Xiao Mei were left speechless, their gazes fixed on Yi Tian in disbelief. The moon shadow guards, however, remained unperturbed. Tianci, I am well aware of your thoughts. This world respects the strong. If your Yang family wishes to continue thriving, you must grow stronger. I will assign one of the moon shadow guards to accompany you back, to serve as your protector and follow your commands. What do you think? As Yi Tian turned to Yang Tianci, the latter was momentarily taken aback, as the chosen successor of the Yang family. He understood Yi Tian's intent all too well. Young master, I cannot make such a decision without consulting my father, Yang Tianci stammered, swallowing hard at why Yi Tian recognized that Yang Tianci lacked the authority to make such a choice. Yet he remained confident that the head of the Yang family would make a wise decision. I understand. Now, let us set aside such matters for now. I intend to renovate the Invitation Moon Pavilion and have those young ladies don new attire. With that, Yi Tian began to outline his vision for the renovations to Yang Tianci. His objective was straightforward. Since the system had appointed him as an emperor, and given that the current Deqian held little potential, especially with the Li family solidifying their power through strategic marriages with various clans, Yi Tian realized that to overthrow this dynasty, he must forge a new path. Families like the Yangs were hardly regarded by the great clans. At 16, Yang Tianci had only attained the 5th stage of the Profound Realm, a full realm lower than Yi Tian. In the eyes of the prominent clans, the Yang family, possessing wealth but lacking strength, was simply a purse for their coffers. If the Li family had found themselves destitute that day, it is likely that the Yang family would have ceased to exist. At worst, they could support another Zhang or Wang family. Therefore, Yi Tian firmly believed that the Yang family would attach themselves to him, or rather, to the Yi family. Subsequently, Yi Tian shared his comprehensive plan for the Yaoyue Pavilion with Yang Tianci upon hearing the entire renovation proposal. Yang Tianci was taken aback. As the legitimate heir of the Yang family chamber of commerce, he had learned the ins and outs of business from a young age. Yet he had never encountered Yi Tian's exquisite and ingenious concepts before. With a hint of admiration, Yang Tianci remarked, Yi Xiao, it is truly a pity that you do not engage in business. Why Yi Tian shook his head in response. Business? What future does it hold? Now that he was a person with a system, destined to become an emperor, to ask him to engage in commerce would be a gross underutilization of his talents. Have you calculated how much silver we would require? Yang Tianci, feeling a pang of reluctance, replied perhaps around 500,000 taels. He realized that Yi Tian's intention in seeking him out was primarily for financial support. Very well, then you may dispatch someone to oversee the renovations. Also, change the name of the Yaoyue Pavilion. Let it be called Bai Jinhen. Yang Tianci was somewhat puzzled. After all, Yaoyue Pavilion was a name of notable beauty, reportedly crafted by the third prince himself. Bai Jinhen, what significance does that hold? Yi Tian grinned. None, it simply sounds pleasant. When the time comes, this establishment will grant you a 20% share of the profits. Although Yang Tianci initially felt a twinge of discomfort, his face now bore a look of joy. Thank you, Yi Xiao. I shall return and make the necessary preparations. Why, Yi Tian nodded and gestured towards the two moon shadow guards nearby. Very well, take one of them back with you. Yang Tianci felt a hint of bitterness, yet ultimately agreed. However, as the moon shadow guard stepped forward, he faded from view. Yang Tianci turned to Yi Tian. Yi Xiao, how can I summon that esteemed elder? Yi Tian replied with a smile. Whenever you need him, simply call out Yi Weiing, and he will appear at your side. With a mixture of emotions, Yang Tianci nodded and departed the Yaoyue Pavilion. Yi Tian waved at another moon shadow guard, who also vanished in an instant. At this moment, Xiao Mei gazed at Yi Tian in astonishment, a blend of confusion and complexity in her expression. What is happening, young master? Yi Tian looked into Xiao Mei's pure eyes, but refrained from answering. You will understand in due time. Securing the Yang family was merely the first step. He still had 99 moon shadow guards at his disposal. He intended to retain only 10 by his side, dispatching the remainder for various covert protective duties for his father uncle, and grandfather. Additionally, every major family possessed its own intelligence network. The Yi family had one too, though it had long been under the control of the elder, Yi Xiaotian. While the Moon Shadow Guards were formidable, their limited numbers rendered them unsuitable for intelligence work. However, he could consider taking control of several intelligence or assassin organizations. Moreover, there was the matter of finances. Although the Yang family was wealthy, relying solely on their resources made Yi Tian feel somewhat uncomfortable. He also lacked spiritual stones and elixirs, which were scarce even within the Yi family. Given these circumstances, he resolved to send the Moon Shadow Guards to plunder several sects and powerful families. Yi Tian harbored no qualms about this. After all sects and families in this world were siphoning the lifeblood of the dynasty. Rather than allowing their fortunes to be wasted in their hands, it would be more prudent to seize them as initial capital. With Xiao Mei and 4 guards in tow, Yi Tian left the Yaiwa Pavilion and returned to his courtyard. He dispatched the Moon Shadow Guards, retaining only 10 to protect the Yi family. Chapter 8. The Brewing of Wine. The submission of the Yang family at this moment. Upon returning home, Yang Tianci hurried to seek out his father, Yang Baiwan. However, the thought of the Moon Shadow Guards potentially being nearby made him somewhat anxious. He knocked on the study door. "Father, your son has an urgent matter to report," that a voice came from within. "Enter." Yang Tianci pushed the door open and stepped inside, finding a man in his 40s, whose appearance and attire were exceptionally plain, making it difficult to associate him with the president of the Yang Family Chamber of Commerce. Yang Baiwan set aside his ledger and looked at his son with evident satisfaction. "Tianci, you seem in quite the hurry. What is it?" Yang Tianci hesitated but ultimately spoke. "Elder Yuing, I implore you to reveal yourself." In an instant, the figure of the Moon Shadow Guard appeared beside Yang Tianci, prompting Yang Baiwan to rise from his seat in shock and fear. He had attained the 3rd tier of the heavenly stage. Yet he had not sensed the Moon Shadow Guard's presence or aura, indicating that the individual before him was immensely powerful, far beyond his own capabilities. Realizing this, Yang Baiwan bowed respectfully. "Esteemed elder, your arrival is a privilege. I apologize for my inadequate welcome. May I inquire as to your purpose in visiting the Yang family?" "Ask your son," the Moon Shadow Guard replied succinctly before calmly opening the door and stepping outside. Witnessing this, both Yang Baiwan and Yang Tianci exhaled in relief. Yang Baiwan gazed at his son in confusion, uncertain of how he had summoned such a figure. The Moon Shadow Guard deliberate exit was also intended to reassure the father and son that he had not been eavesdropping. Although they were mere constructs generated by the system, they were flesh and blood beings, not robots devoid of understanding of human emotions. Once the Moon Shadow Guard had departed, Yang Tianci sighed in relief and conveyed Yi Tian's intentions, while also sharing his own thoughts. Yang Baiwan paid little heed to the rest, yet he was acutely aware of the Moon Shadow Guard's formidable strength. "Are you saying that Yi Tian possesses not just one such individual? Their strength has even reached the pinnacle of the condensing spirit realm?" Yang Tianci nodded. "Indeed, Yi Xiao also plans to revamp the Yaiwa Pavilion." At this point, Yang Tianci recalled Yi Tian's vision and the various clothing designs that had been sketched. Continuing, "It appears to be even more extravagant than a brothel." Yang Baiwan, however, did not concern himself with this particular matter. He had a broader perspective than Yang Tianci. Presently, within the entire Dakian realm, even at the White Tiger Temple, there were scarcely a few experts at the condensing spirit level. Yet the Yi family had more than one. What were Yi Tian's intentions? Was it merely the Yi family? Contemplating this, Yang Baiwan's eyes narrowed slightly as memories of events from 11 years prior surfaced. It was likely that Yang Tianci's generation remained unaware of these matters, as the Li family had imposed a gag order and no one dared to speak of it. However, he was privy to many insider details, particularly the fact that both the wife of Yi Wudi and the fiancé, Yi of Yi Wuhui, from the Yi family had perished on the same day. It was all too evident that the Li family had orchestrated this. For the Yi family's power was indeed formidable, especially considering the family forces backing them, which even the Li family regarded with trepidation. Yet, due to the mediation of the White Tiger Temple and the Emperor's presentation of certain evidence, a sect was established, preventing the Yi family from making any rash moves. Nevertheless, from that day forth, Yang Baiwan recognized that the Yi family's influence was capable of shaking the very foundations of the dynasty. In terms of military prestige, the Yi family far surpassed the royal family. Reflecting on the day the Yi family chose to withdraw into silence, Yang Baiwan began to formulate a plan, and One understood the predicament of the Yang family better than he did. Although the Dacian realm appeared prosperous on the surface, should a war break out, the Yang family would be the first to face annihilation. This was simply because they possessed wealth. Wars are fought with money. Weapons, supplies, and mounts all require funding. And with the Yang family's wealth lacking powerful guardians to protect their assets, who else would they target? Given the current situation, if the Yi family possessed such covert strength and even offered them a chance to pledge allegiance, refusing would be out of the question, especially considering the Yang family's awkward position. Having come to this realization, Yang Baiwan suddenly exclaimed, "Tianci, go invite that esteemed elder back in." "Yes, father." Yang Tianci turned and walked outside. In truth, he shared Yang Baiwan's thoughts, for he had witnessed the profound respect that two pinnacle experts held for Yi Tian. At this moment, Yi Tian had returned to the Wang Fu, handing over 1,000 taels of silver notes to Xiao Mei, instructing her to procure some equipment for brewing. In this world, there were no technological advancements. One could only rely on traditional brewing methods, which required grains, spiritual herbs, and various large containers. Handing these tasks over to others made Yi Tian somewhat uneasy, as the brewing techniques of Tianyuan continent differed greatly from those of Blue Star. Soon, Xiao Mei arrived with several servants, delivering everything Yi Tian needed into the courtyard. Observing the large array of items, especially the massive wine vat that towered over him, Yi Tian noted that, although the Wang Fu's kitchen was spacious, it was unsuitable for such endeavors, thus he had no choice but to operate in this courtyard. "Xiao Mei, have them set up a stove and wash the millet first," Yi Tian commanded. Following his instructions, Xiao Mei began directing the other servants to work. Fortunately, although these servants lacked any cultivation, they possessed considerable strength. The brewing process involves selecting ingredients, soaking, steaming, saccharifying, fermenting, distilling, and filtering. While this entire process might take several days in Blue Star, it will be significantly quicker in Tianyuan continent, especially since Yi Tian added numerous herbs infused with spiritual energy, ensuring that the resulting wine retained the delightful flavor of Blue Star while incorporating the unique medicinal fragrance of Tianyuan continent. By afternoon, a rich aroma of wine wafted throughout the Wang Fu. The nearby servants and attendants, catching a whiff of the enticing scent, couldn't help but swallow hard, wondering what the young master was concocting. This fragrance must be from brewing wine, but it is overwhelmingly potent. However, they had their own tasks and dared not intrude. Elder Yi Xiaotian and Feng Xiu also caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. "Old Feng, what is that rascal up to? It smells wonderful." Feng Xiu sniffed the air. "Master, it seems the young master is brewing wine. Shall we go take a look?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Yi Xiaotian stood up. "Let us go see what this rascal is up to." At the same time, Yang Tianci arrived at the Wang Fu, representing the Yang family. Originally, it should have been the family head, Yang Baiwan, visiting, but due to his status, he had sent Yang Tianci to convey the Yang family's allegiance. Chapter 9. Arranging the Yang family. Preparing for seclusion due to Yi Tian's instructions, the guards at the entrance did not obstruct Yang Tianci, and even sent someone to escort him into Yi Tian's courtyard. Upon entering, Yang Tianci was about to express the Yang family's intentions, but there were quite a few people in the small courtyard at that moment. "Young Master Yi," upon seeing Yang Tianci's expression, Yi Tian smiled knowingly and said, "You've arrived? You must try the wine I've brewed shortly." "Yes." Yang Tianci swallowed hard, his curiosity drawn to the large vat at the center of the courtyard. "What are you up to, you little rascal?" Before he could enter, a voice resonated from the entrance. Yi Xiaotian and Feng Xiu stepped in, and the other servants hurriedly knelt to pay their respects. Yi Tian looked over, somewhat surprised. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Yi Xiaotian waved his hand, signaling them to rise, and after surveying the setup in the courtyard, he chuckled. "So you're brewing wine?" "Indeed, it will be ready soon." "You must taste it later." Yi Tian had never attempted this brewing method before, but judging by the aroma, it should be quite excellent. Yi Xiaotian stayed in the courtyard for a while before departing, and Yi Tian instructed everyone to resume their tasks. He beckoned Yang Tianxi to follow him into the house. Yes, as soon as they entered, Yang Tianxi knelt down. Young Master Yi, on behalf of my father, the Yang family wishes to submit to the Yi family. Yi Tian quickly interrupted. No, it's not the Yi family. It's me. Yang Tianxi looked up, somewhat perplexed at why Yi Tian did not provide further explanation, as the existence of the Moon Shadow Guards was still unknown to the others in the Yi family. Rise. You don't need to know too much. The Moon Shadow Guard will be stationed at your Yang family. I need you to return and inform your father to stockpile resources vigorously as for the renovation of the Beijing Han. You must take special care that I want to be visiting for the next few days, and the clothing should follow my designs. Understood. After sending Yang Tianxi off, Yi Tian returned to his brewing. Soon, night fell, and after a day of hard work, the first barrel of wine flowed from the vat. Observing the liquid, it was remarkably clear and not as murky as that from the inviting moon pavilion. Instead, it had a crystalline appearance, forming bubbles when poured into a cup. The freshly brewed wine had a lower alcohol content, and upon tasting it, the fragrance was delightful. The spiritual herbs initially added did not impart medicinal taste. Rather, they created a refreshing sensation that coursed warmly through his body. Yi Tian set down the cup and called for the busy Xiao Mei. Not bad, Xiao Mei. Arrange for more people to continue brewing in the coming days. Young master, we're still brewing? But what? But we lack funds. Xiao Mei was concerned about Yi Tian continuing the brewing. As in this world, brewing was merely a side endeavor. Cultivation was far more important. She feared that Yi Tian might become enamored with these trivial pursuits and neglect his training. To why Yi Tian nodded. If we're out of money, ask Yang Tianxi for more. The wine production must continue. The Beijing Han needs to sell these wines. Later, send 2 barrels to grandfather. I plan to enter seclusion for a few days. Do not disturb me unless necessary. All right then. Xiao Mei reluctantly agreed. Yi Tian then returned to his room alone. The system's gift pack had sparked his interest, particularly the techniques and energy within. He planned to use these days to elevate his strength. He had been practicing the Yi family's techniques, and elder Yi Xiaotian had encouraged him to soak in medicinal baths since childhood to build a foundation. However, the techniques were too low level. After 7 or 8 years, he had only reached the 5th stage of foundation establishment, a result of both insufficient aptitude and the low grade of the techniques. Such strength was commendable among his peers, yet it was still inadequate. Especially after merging memories, Yi Tian felt an even greater thirst for power. Qingyan Prefecture was merely one of the 15 prefectures in the Qingtian domain, and there were undoubtedly many more geniuses in other prefectures. Now that he had the system, he was determined to strive for that position, that he needed not only his own power, but also formidable strength. Once he secluded himself in his room, Yi Tian began to communicate with the system. System, if I activate the chaos body now, can it help me conceal any anomalies from the heavens and earth? Ding! It is the Chaos Dao body. This system requires 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to conceal anomalies. How much? Yi Tian almost shouted. Although there were many cultivators in the vast Dacian, they primarily used low-grade spirit stones. Even Elder Yi Xiaotian was frugal with his use of low-grade spirit stones during his cultivation. Top-grade spirit stones were most likely only available to sects above the 7th level, and certainly not in the quantity of 100,000. After all, Qingyan Prefecture was considered the poorest region in the entire Qingtian domain. How could it possibly have top-grade spirit vein mines? Initially intending to haggle with the system, he found it utterly unresponsive. Never mind, I'll focus on cultivating and absorbing energy for now. Yi Tian immersed himself in his consciousness to retrieve the imperishable Royal Dao Sutra. The technique transformed into particles of light, merging into his mind. Closing his eyes, Yi Tian began to carefully study it. The imperishable Royal Dao Sutra was a cultivation method for emperors, but to reach the entry level, one had to undergo the baptism of royal aura and the willpower of the people. The royal aura was understandable, as this world was suffused with spiritual energy. However, the willpower was another matter altogether. Previously, in Dacian, few had heard of terms like willpower or faith. After all, this was considered an esoteric path, and few cultivators were willing to pursue it. However, since the arrival of the White Tiger Temple in Dacian, many became aware of it, as the White Tiger Temple practiced willpower, as long as someone expresses admiration and reverence towards their statues or deities. The monks within the White Tiger Temple can gather the power of wishes, which they subsequently utilize for their cultivation. Yi Tian observed this phenomenon and noted all the cultivation details, yet he shook his head in disapproval. The current circumstances were entirely unsuitable for him to practice this technique. After all, he was neither an emperor nor a monk. Outside, no one held any admiration for him, nor did anyone genuinely bow in worship. To amass the power of wishes, he would have to resort to stealing from the White Tiger Temple. But the items that housed such wishes were exclusively statues or Buddhist artifacts. Engaging in conflict with the White Tiger Temple, or even declaring war, seemed premature to Yi Tian, for warfare was never a trivial matter. Even if he commanded 100 moon shadow guards, capable of effortlessly conquering the entirety of Deqian, such an act would not cultivate admiration. It might instead incite scorn and lead to a significant reduction in the population of Deqian. Yi Tian shook his head and turned his attention to another technique focused on soul cultivation. Chapter 10. Signing in for Strategists, 100,000 Iron Cavalry, Great Freedom Sutra. Similarly, upon Yi Tian picking it up, the original scripture transformed into specks of starlight that merged into his mind. This was a technique that continuously tempered the soul, but a practice it required not only immense willpower, but also the endurance to withstand prolonged agony within the soul. With each cycle of the technique, the entirety of the soul would be subjected to excruciating pain. Even more terrifying was the fact that once one commenced cultivation, the technique would not cease. It would perpetually operate. This implied that such suffering might persist daily until the soul grew exceptionally powerful, at which point the torment would gradually subside. Yi Tian was unaware of the magnitude of the soul's pain or the reason behind the technique's tyrannical nature. He merely wished to attempt it briefly. But to his astonishment, the technique became unyielding. The intense agony flooded Yi Tian's mind in an instant, leaving him no time to utter a cry of pain before he collapsed to the ground. Yet, even in his unconscious state, the technique continued its relentless operation, and the searing pain roused him once more. His entire body began to convulse and spasm, his mouth agape, yet unable to produce a sound. The night passed in this torment, and when sunlight streamed in, one could still see his small frame twitching on the floor. I could see that moment. Yi Tian's mind was utterly disoriented, each passing moment feeling as though his very soul were being struck by a colossal hammer. This suffering was unprecedented in both his lives. His garments were torn and ragged, and even the floor was inadvertently upheaved by his unconscious actions. Fortunately, after enduring an entire night, the pain in his mind began to subside significantly. Perhaps due to his newfound numbness, sweat poured from his body due to the agony, and Yi Tian laboriously lifted his arm, finding himself too weak to rise. Remembering the sphere of energy within the system space, he hurriedly extracted it to begin absorption. Just as Yi Tian expected the energy to transform into luminous points, he discovered it had been directly retrieved from the space. It resembled a solidified jelly, devoid of any detectable energy fluctuations. Observing it, Yi Tian was unsure how to absorb it. Recalling the pain in his mind, he impulsively took a small bite. In an instant, a highly pure energy surged forth, washing over Yi Tian's limbs and channels with vital essence. The sudden influx of energy compelled him to emit a sound of comfort. What a marvelous substance! Yi Tian could not help but exclaim. Consuming it was akin to indulging in jelly. Though devoid of flavor, it refined his body and enhanced his strength. After another bite, Yi Tian's realm ascended to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, with only the Spirit Sea realm ahead. However, Yi Tian abruptly halted, realizing that as a being who fused the memories of a transmigrator and possessed a system, mere cultivation was insufficient. He required formidable combat power. Presently, despite having reached the peak of foundation establishment, his true battle prowess remained at this level, and beyond Qingyun Prefecture, he might not even be able to contend with lower-ranked cultivators. This was not his aspiration, having received such a tremendous opportunity. Failing to become invincible within his realm would be a disgrace to the system. Ding. Host, this thought is commendable. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. Why are you eavesdropping on my thoughts? System, Please refrain from incessantly chiming. Yet the system paid no heed to Yi Tian's grumbling. After breaking through to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, Yi Tian sensed a significant reduction in the pain within his soul. Likely due to the enhancement of his strength, which had fortified his soul, the imperishable Sovereign Sutra in his mind required the power of wishes for entry, but Yi Tian also began to cultivate it. Planning to seek an opportunity to pilfer wishes from the temple, he glanced at the other reward packages in the system, discovering only a physique enhancement award and a palm technique, with the remainder requiring him to become emperor for activation. A cursory glance revealed no divine abilities or martial arts techniques, causing Yi Tian to frown slightly. System, why are there no divine abilities or martial techniques? Do you have anything like the 72 transformations? Please provide one. Ding, host, by cultivating the imperishable Sovereign Sutra and the Great Freedom Sutra, and then merging with the chaotic Tao body, the physical body and soul will become the strongest within the same realm. As for divine abilities and martial techniques, they are merely manifestations of spiritual power and bodily development, obtainable through daily sign-ins. Hearing this, Yi Tian was somewhat astonished. Wait, divine abilities are beneath your notice? Ding, the host can cultivate the Sovereign Sealing Palm. Yi Tian had seen it before, but the palm technique appeared exceedingly formidable. Typically, the more potent the technique, the more challenging it was to practice. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Yi Tian decided to commence his cultivation. Before long, it was afternoon, and Yi Tian awakened from his training. Ding, you have yet to sign in today. Would you like to do so? Sign. Immediately, yesterday's sign-in had granted him 100 peak-level spirit gathering experts, and he wondered what rewards he might receive today. Why Yi Tian felt a flicker of anticipation. Ding, sign-in successful. Received strategist Cheng Liang, and gained 100,000 Blood Butcher Iron Cavalry. Cheng Liang. Yi Tian searched his mind for this name, but found nothing after much deliberation. However, the 100,000 Iron Cavalry left him astounded. Although Deqian boasted a mercenary force of 2 million, it only possessed 30,000 cavalry. These 30,000 were entirely under the control of the royal family, each possessing strength at the Xian level, serving as the foundation of Deqian. Yi Tian promptly inquired of the system. System, isn't there a system panel? Why is there none? Ding, this system is the strongest Emperor sign-in system. Everything the host can conceive of is within this system. But previously the host did not inquire. Yi Tian rolled over and sat up, preparing to head outside. If I don't ask, will you not reveal anything? Hurry, I want to see the strength of these cavalry. In the next moment, Yi Tian heard a ding sound, and a blue light screen appear before him, displaying all the signed-in figures. Curiously, he reached out to touch it, only for his hand to pass right through. How astonishing! Though he had already integrated the memories of the Blue Star Soul and was familiar with many so-called high-tech concepts, witnessing it firsthand was a first. The screen vividly displayed the number of individuals signed in, their strengths, and additional information. Moon Shadow Guards. 100, unnamed age. 20 to 30 years strength. Peak Spirit Gathering. 10 can slay Heaven King Realm. Loyalty. 100 a cultivation technique. Shadow Soul. Strategist. Cheng Liang. Age. 20 years. Strength. 8th layer of Spirit Gathering. Loyalty. 100 a cultivation technique. Heart Without Bounds Sutra. Blood Butcher Iron Cavalry. 100,000. Unnamed. Age. 18 to 25 years strength. Spirit Sea Realm. Airborne Realm Loyalty. 100 a cultivation technique. Blood Butcher Battle Method. Dragon Slaying Formation for attack. Xian Armor Shield for defense. After reviewing this information, Yi Tian was left utterly astonished, particularly by the fact that these individuals possessed their own cultivation techniques. In an instant, Yi Tian was filled with excitement. System, come forth. Can I cultivate their techniques? Can I pass them on to others? Dingo. What does the Blood Butcher, Iron Cavalry's Dragon Slaying Formation, and Xian Armor Shield signify? Are their strengths truly that formidable? Ding, both are types of military formations. Although the system did not explicitly state their strength, Yi Tian was convinced, given the forces he commanded, he could directly overthrow or even annihilate the entire Deqian. It was important to note that no nation in the entire Eastern Wilderness possessed an army composed of cultivators, especially one comprising a full 100,000 Iron Cavalry. It is estimated that in the vast realm of the eastern wilderness, no nation rivals the might of the Celestial Star Empire. Upon this realization, Yi Tian felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. Chapter 11. Cheng Liang's Scheme, The Return of Lan, Zhu, and Ju. He prepared to step outside. His pace faltered, and upon glancing at the information displayed on the system interface, Yi Tian's posture instinctively straightened. System, where are my strategist and the 100,000 iron cavalry? Ding. The host may select a location for deployment. Yi Tian nodded inwardly, recognizing that such a formidable force could not simply manifest in the Great Qian, at least, not until he had a justified reason to overthrow the current regime. He began to recall the map within the old man's study. Surrounding the Great Qian were three neighboring nations, Tian Shui, Nanfeng, and Lihua. The Lihua nation was under the protection of his father, Yi Wudi, rendering it unnecessary to deploy forces there. Additionally, the Qilin mountain range separated them from Tian Shui, making it unsuitable as well. Wait, the Qilin mountain range, stretching for millions of kilometers and traversing for the five nations, it is home to both fierce beasts and numerous tribes. However, the system rewards cavalry, which are ill-suited for mountainous warfare. Nevertheless, Yi Tian mentally noted the Qilin mountain range, planning to station troops there for training in the future. System positioned Cheng Liang and the 100,000 iron cavalry at the border of Nanfeng. He simultaneously issued orders for Cheng Liang to establish a foothold. The Nanfeng nation was significantly larger than the Great Qian, yet it seemed to regard the latter with utter disdain, focusing instead on a rivalry with another nation. The placement of the cavalry was strategic, as Nanfeng was a land of vast grasslands, providing the perfect terrain for their advantages to manifest fully. Ding! The system is synthesizing deployment. Deployment successful. As the system completed the deployment, a formidable army, ensnared in a shroud of bloodlust, materialized at the border of Nanfeng. Each soldier was clad in armor, their visors obscuring their features, wielding long spears and belted with swords, while bows and crossbows hung from their saddles. The aura emanating from them betrayed their formidable prowess. They were undoubtedly a valiant and battle-hardened force. Mounted atop majestic war horses, one would notice that these steeds were nearly outfitted to the teeth. Yet, leading them was a dapper young man clad in black, wearing an expression of exasperation, fanning himself incessantly with a feathered fan. From a distance, he appeared somewhat out of place at that moment. A commander from the ranks advanced on horseback, strategist. Has the Lord sent us here to wage war against Nanfeng? Cheng Liang shook his head. Upon their summoning, the system had already imbued them with a mission. The Lord desired their autonomy, yet their presence might have already attracted the attention of Nanfeng. The commander lifted his visor, revealing a youthful yet resolute face. With 100,000 iron cavalry now visible at the border, even if no one was present to witness, their presence could not remain concealed for long. Why the long-faced strategist? Since the Lord has granted us freedom of action, why not simply seize Nanfeng? Cheng Liang smiled. Although the 100,000 cavalry were all cultivators, they did not possess the ability to go without sustenance. Each day, they required food resources, and their training demanded ample supplies. If they did not take action, they would soon face issues even with basic sustenance. Cheng Liang sighed, feeling the weight of his role as merely a strategist, unable to sway the thoughts of the entire cavalry. Fortunately, the general among the cavalry had voiced the same concern as for whether they could conquer the entirety of Nanfeng with their 100,000 troops. Cheng Liang was not the least bit worried. His strength was at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, and he was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, nearly all the commanders within the Iron Cavalry were at the Skyward realm. The lowest among them were at the Spirit Sea realm, with hundreds at the Skyward level. Not only could they obliterate the entire Nanfeng, but they could also confront the sects supporting it without fear of the Bloodslaughter Cavalry being overwhelmed. Although their numbers were fewer, their combined strength and formation would exponentially amplify their capabilities. Cheng Liang waved his feathered fan nonchalantly, stating, "General Wu and I are of the same mind. Let us first capture a city, then engage in a war of attrition with Nanfeng." However, this decision sent the Nanfeng nation into disarray. If it were merely a matter of battle, even if Nanfeng were to falter, they would hold a geographical advantage. prolonging the conflict with the blood-slaughter cavalry. Yet, Cheng Liang's intentions were resolute. He promptly dispatched 1,000 cavalry soldiers, disguised and infiltrating the city. He aimed to ascertain the situation not just at the border, but throughout the entirety of Nanfeng. Meanwhile, the remaining 90,000 troops, under the veil of night, concealed their presence and besieged the city. They made camp outside the walls, refraining from immediate attack, simply biding their time. Although cavalry required supplies, they could endure for 3 to 5 days, and in less than that time, they could seize the entire border city. After all, the stationed troops within were likely even more anxious. No nation wishes to see a cavalry force numbering in the tens of thousands encroaching upon their territory. This is what it means to employ strategy as the highest form of warfare. To conquer the heart, in the later hours of the night, the stationed troops of 30,000 emerged from the city, intending to intimidate the 90,000-strong force. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to face an adversary unlike any they had encountered. As General Lu Dineo led his forces out, City Lord Yang Wei observed from the city walls. However, the blood-slaughter cavalry, having already infiltrated, commenced their slaughter. City Lord Yang Wei, merely a figure of Earthrealm strength, was effortlessly dispatched along with the soldiers on the walls, all under the command of the Skyward Realm elites leading the blood-slaughter cavalry. Dineo, riding a fine steed, prepared to issue a challenge, but instead found himself met with the full force of the cavalry's charge. As the blood-slaughter cavalry formed their ranks, the 90,000 surged forth like a spear, directly piercing through the battlefield. Cheng Liang waved his fan, a look of ruefulness upon his face. He had prepared several strategies, yet none were necessary. They had taken the entire border city with ease, as long as he maintained control of the city. Gradually advancing to consume the entirety of Nanfeng was merely a matter of time. Within the royal palace of the Great Qian, Yi Tian, having solidified his strength at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm, emerged from his chambers after freshening up. Outside, following 2 days and nights of brewing, and with the diligent oversight of the little steward Mei Mei, the brewed liquor had amassed to a staggering 100 jars. However, Yi Tian paid little heed to this, his attention drawn instead to the 3 enchanting maidens in the courtyard. Simultaneously, the 3 maidens noticed Yi Tian's emergence and greeted him with respectful bows. "We, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, pay our respects to the young master." Chapter 12. Consecutive Sign-ins, the grand opening of Baijin Han. All 3 ladies were exceptionally beautiful. Each one alone could be deemed a campus belle of the Blue Star. Yet, they appeared somewhat youthful, likely around 15 years of age, with a hint of naivety. "I am relieved to see you return safely. It was my fault for allowing you to take such risks." Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu were filled with trepidation. In this world, it was virtually unheard of for a master to apologize to their servants. Moreover, the 4 had been indoctrinated from a young age to uphold the dignity of their master. And Yi Tian's apology left them feeling quite at a loss. Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu bowed once more. "It is our lack of strength, young master. Please do punish us." Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. I harbor no ill will towards you." After merging with the soul of launching Yi Tian, his resolve has matured significantly. At the very least, he has come to understand the essence of humility and the importance of wielding both grace and authority. Much like Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, their loyalty is evident without the need for a system panel to confirm that it is indeed unwavering. This loyalty stems not only from their shared upbringing, but also from the profound gratitude they owe to Yi Tian's father, who bestowed upon them a second chance at life. Had it not been for Yi Wudi rescuing them from the clutches of death, they might have long since perished in the wilderness. After assigning tasks to Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, Yi Tian meandered through the royal residence before retreating into seclusion once more. The renovations of Baijin Han would require a fortnight, and with Yang Tianci overseeing matters, his direct involvement was unnecessary. During this 2-week period, Yi Tian resolved to diligently study and familiarize himself with the intricacies of this continent. From the fragmented recollections of his grandfather, Yi Shao Tian, he had gleaned a basic understanding of the entirety of Tian Yuan continent. However, This knowledge was limited to the region of Qing Yunzhou, as his grandfather had never ventured beyond in terms of strength. Yi Tian had reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. With the Moon Shadow Guard by his side, no one in the vast Qian could pose a threat to him. Yet, true strength is the foundation of one standing. Merely achieving the peak of the Foundation establishment realm is insufficient. One must also possess formidable martial skills and divine abilities. Only then can one fully unleash their potential. Unfortunately, the cultivation techniques and martial skills within the Yi family are rather rudimentary, lacking even the presence of divine abilities. Rather than waste time honing these inferior skills, he yearned for the system to bestow upon him a powerful divine ability or martial technique. Time in seclusion always feels fleeting that in the blink of an eye, Yi Tian had already spent half a month in isolation. Fortunately, this world is one that accommodates lengthy periods of cultivation, with 3 to 5 years of seclusion being quite common. Throughout his retreat, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu brought him meals daily, and whenever fatigue struck, he could simply sleep, rendering any sense of exhaustion non-existent. Over the span of these 15 days, the system's sign-in rewards consistently arrived. Upon organizing them, Yi Tian discovered an intriguing fact. His sign-ins bore no relation to time or location. They were entirely at the system's whim. Thankfully, the system was exceedingly generous on the first day. He was rewarded with 300 spirit herbs. The second day yielded 50 martial techniques. The third day brought forth 100 spiritual treasures, including blades, swords, and staffs. The fourth day and the 15th day, even more spectacularly, he received an imperial-level divine ability, Star Plucking Hand. Upon awakening from his meditation, Yi Tian gazed at the amassed treasures within the system space, his heart brimming with joy. If 15 days could yield an imperial-level divine ability, what might a month or a year bring? This prospect filled him with anticipation. However, he had no intention of presenting the spirit herbs or treasures to his family, not for any other reason, but simply because he anticipated inquiries from his grandfather, Yi Xiaotian, regarding their origins. If Yi Tian were to reveal everything, it could potentially elevate the Yi family's power significantly in a short period. Yet he had no plans for such transparency. Instead, he contemplated using these treasures for an auction at Baijin Han. Previously, the Invitation Moon Pavilion had become deserted due to the influence of the White Tiger Temple. Even after Yi Tian took over and renovated it, the noble families would remain reluctant to approach. After all, the reputation of the White Tiger Temple loomed like a deity across the Qian, and none dared to defy. Ensured by Jin Han's prosperity, he needed to present something extraordinary. Today marked the grand opening of Baijin Han. 3 days prior, Yi Tian had contemplated this plan, considering whether to auction off the items rewarded by the system, but he felt no concern regarding potential attempts to seize them or further pressure from the White Tiger Temple. He was unworried, for he had summoned the Moon Shadow Guards back. Their return not only brought back spirit stones and herbs, but also a wealth of valuable intelligence. The wines in the courtyard, after a fortnight of continuous brewing, had accumulated no less than 10,000 jars. Thanks to the financial support from the Yang family and the increasing proficiency of the servants, as Yi Tian opened the door, he was met with the stern visage of his grandfather. Yi Xiaotian, grandfather, what brings you here? A sense of foreboding crept into Yi Tian's mind. The previous Invitation Moon Pavilion had been purchased by him, a fact known to nearly everyone in the imperial city. Now, rebranded as Baijin Han and heralding an auction for spirit herbs, it was only natural that his grandfather had caught wind of this. Yi Xiaotian, with a grave expression, inquired, "Speak plainly. Where do these spirit herbs come from? And what are the experts within?" The rumors surrounding Baijin Han's intention to auction spirit herbs had ignited the ambitions of many. Just last night, an expert of the Spirit Sea realm had attempted to infiltrate, only to be met with silence. Within a mere quarter of an hour, a severed head was tossed out. This incident startled many spies in the vicinity of Baijin Han and reverberated throughout the entire imperial city, even garnering the attention of the White Tiger Temple and the royal Li family. Although a Spirit Sea realm expert was hardly a significant threat in the imperial city, it nonetheless underscored Baijin Han's formidable nature. Contemplating for a moment, Yi Tian replied, "Grandfather, may I tell you in 2 months?" Yi Xiaotian furrowed his brow. struggling to comprehend his grandson's sudden transformation. Previously, he had been mischievous and carefree, but after a near-fatal assassination attempt, his demeanor had shifted dramatically. 2 months from now marked the national celebration of Dachien, a time when generals stationed at the borders would return to partake in the festivities. This day was of utmost importance to the nation, and neighboring states would refrain from hostilities, as every country had its designated day of significance. To instigate an attack during such a time would plunge the entire continent into chaos. Why Yi Xiao Tian grasped that Yi Tian intended to reveal the truth only after Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui's return. Very well, I shall await your revelation, but do remove that individual by your side. Although Yi Xiao Tian was unaware of the strength of the person accompanying him, it was evident that they surpassed his own capabilities. Initially, he had suspected an assassination plot against him. However, the absence of any activity over several days, combined with the presence of formidable experts within by Jin Han, led the old general to realize that all of this was orchestrated by Yi Tian himself. His keen senses, honed through years of combat, allowed him to detect the presence of others, even if his own strength was not particularly high. Why Yi Tian blinked, suddenly comprehending everything, though he remained somewhat astonished. What? Grandfather, are you certain? That person is at the pinnacle of the condensation realm. Why Yi Xiao Tian's heart raced. Disbelief etched across his face. What? The condensation realm? Yi Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have stationed them to protect you. Yi Xiao Tian's eyes widened in realization that so, your father and your second uncle have them as well. Yi Tian confirmed. Yes, they all do. Yet Yi Xiao Tian still found it hard to believe. How many of such powerful individuals do you possess? Yi Tian smiled, raising a single finger. 10? Yi Xiao Tian pondered. With 10 such experts, the Yi family could accomplish great feats. However, Yi Tian shook his head. Grandfather, there are actually 101 and 100,000 cavalry, all at the levels ranging from the spirit sea to the sky's sovereign realms. Why? Yi Xiao Tian inhaled sharply, his expression turning tense as he glanced around, wary of being overheard. Where did you acquire such a formidable force? And what of the 100,000 troops? Where are they now? Yi Xiao Tian bombarded Yi Tian with questions, his demeanor betraying his anxiety. As a seasoned general, he understood the immense value of 100,000 cavalrymen at the Spirit Sea realm. Yi Tian, after accessing the system panel in his mind, checked the whereabouts of Cheng Liang and the others. They were currently in the Southern Wind Kingdom, having seized 2 cities and standing off against the Southern Wind Kingdom's forces. Yi Xiao Tian was left speechless. He had heard during court sessions that a war was raging within the Southern Wind Kingdom. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a civil conflict, as Emperor Li Jiushao had only mentioned dispatching 200,000 troops to the border without elaborating further. Having paid little heed to the matter, he, as an elder with little hope for the nation's political affairs, had only been concerned for his family's well-being. After a prolonged silence, Yi Xiao Tian finally asked, where did they come from? Yi Tian harbored intentions that he kept concealed, even from those closest to him. Grandfather, this is my secret. Rest assured, they are 100% loyal to me. Why? Yi Xiao Tian's gaze suddenly shifted, reflecting a complex change in his demeanor. Very well, it is sufficient that you understand this. However, why did you choose to auction those spiritual herbs instead of utilizing them for the family? Yi Tian chuckled softly. Grandfather, I have reserved even better resources for the family. They simply require some patience. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao Tian came to a realization. The mischievous grandson he had always known had unexpectedly matured, leaving him somewhat bewildered, wondering if perhaps some ancient entity had taken possession of him. Yet, the respect Yi Tian held for him was genuine, with no noticeable change in his gaze or demeanor. Why? Yi Xiao Tian, still in disbelief, asked, are you truly my grandson? You haven't been possessed, have you? Grandfather, what are you thinking? Yi Tian puffed out his chest, adopting a posture of validation. And on July 21st of last year, the emperor presented you with 50 spiritual stones. You gifted 20 to my father, 20 to my second uncle, and 1 to me. However, before he could finish, the old man swiftly covered his mouth. All right, I believe you. Such matters are not to be spoken of. He added with a stern expression, you must not let this information leak. Understand? Seeing Yi Tian nod, the old man finally released his grip and turned to stride away confidently. while Yi Tian watched his grandfather's retreating figure, curling his lips in disdain. The Yi family had previously possessed no assets, not even a small shop, relying solely on the salaries of the old man, his father, and his second uncle. This was also the reason Yi Xiaotian remained untainted by corruption. Living a life of integrity, IT explained the secret of how Yi Xiaotian had once handed Yi Tian a low-grade spiritual stone to sell. Consequently, other families merely regarded it as Yi Tian's personal act of theft. Yet all the banknotes had found their way into the family treasury. Shaking his head, Yi Tian exited the small courtyard, only to find Xiao Mei and the others waiting. "What brings you here?" After bowing, Xiao Mei spoke. "The old master instructed us to wait here." Why, Yi Tian understood. It was likely due to their previous conversation, wishing to keep it from others. "Very well, come with me to Baijinin." Today marked the grand opening of Baijinin. Previously, Yang Tianxi had sent word that many had already arrived, including numerous influential figures, making it difficult for him to maintain order. As for the Moonshadow Guard station at Baijinin, he would not appear unless there was something of great importance. Yi Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, decided to summon the Moonshadow Guard through the system panel to convey his message, requesting him to release his aura to deter any disturbances. Thus, Yi Tian and his entourage proceeded confidently towards Baijinin. Along the way, due to the presence of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, many passers-by paused to observe, though they were swiftly pulled away by acquaintances. Just as they approached Baijinin, 10 figures suddenly burst forth from a nearby building. Judging by their auras, each was at least at the Spirit Sea realm, with 3 being cultivators of the Sky Ascension realm. The 10 individuals, armed with swords and large blades, charged silently towards Yi Tian. Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu anxiously positioned themselves in front of him. "Young master, be careful." Yet Yi Tian remained unfazed, observing the scene with a calm demeanor as he addressed the air. "Leave a few alive. I wish to know who is behind this." "Understood." A voice echoed from the air, and immediately 10 large hands appeared, each seizing one of the assassins and pulling them into another space to Xiao Mei seemed somewhat accustomed to the Moonshadow Guard. But Xiao Lan, Xiao Zhu, and Xiao Zhu were left in shock. "It's fine. Let us move on." Yi Tian continued as if nothing had occurred, striding forward. The 3 women harbored numerous questions, but, upon seeing Xiao Mei shake her head, chose to remain silent. Chapter 14. The Opulence of Baijinin. The auction commences as the 5 arrived at the entrance of Baijinin. They were greeted by an overwhelming air of extravagance. Before them stood 2 grand doors crafted from crystal, through which the figures of 2 women in blue kipeos could be faintly seen, their silhouettes perfectly accentuating their forms. Above, a large plaque bore the elegantly inscribed characters Baijin. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. He discerned the aura of the Moonshadow Guard within those characters, indicating they had been penned by a master of the concentration realm. Those with weak wills might feel oppressed by merely gazing upon them for too long. However, the only flaw was that the original stone lions at the entrance were merely coated in gold paint, rather than being crafted from actual gold. The entrance to Baijinin was surrounded by numerous onlookers, many drawn by curiosity. Those truly possessing strength and seeking treasures had already entered. Baijinin is truly remarkable. The emperor ordered its closure, yet they merely changed the name and resumed operations. Indeed, they show no regard for the royal family or the White Tiger Temple. "Don't speak carelessly. I heard it was purchased by the young prince of the Yi family." "The young prince? What is the Yi family up to?" "Shh! Keep your voice down. I heard it has no connection to the Yi family. It's the young prince who befriended a powerful expert outside. Did you not sense the aura emanating from within just now? That was from the concentration realm." The gathered crowd discussed in clusters, occasionally pointing at the welcoming ladies inside with lewd expressions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei and her companions wore displeased expressions. As family servants, upholding the family's honor was their creed. However, before they could take action, Yi Tian calmly stated, "Let us enter." With that, Xiao Mei and the others shot a fierce glare at those gathered before parting the crowd to clear a path. The onlookers quickly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. As Yi Tian ascended the steps, the welcoming ladies had already opened the door, greeting him with a slight bow. "Welcome, young master." Yet due to Yi Tian's height, he did not catch a glimpse of their radiant beauty. Upon entering Bai Jinhan, they found themselves in a reception area of nearly 100 square meters. To the right were sofas made from beast pelts and 3 reception tables, while to the left was a cashier area, where 4 women in kipeos stood neatly arranged. Upon noticing the newcomers, they hadn't yet identified who had entered before they all chimed, "Welcome to Bai Jinhan." Hearing this, Yi Tian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. It bore the essence of his vision. Everything had been designed according to Yi Tian's specifications, yet the marble flooring and the cashier's desk had already exceeded expectations in value. Raising his hand, he halted the welcoming lady's guidance and led the group further inside. Passing through the reception area, they arrived at a grand hall spanning 800 square meters, lavishly furnished with 108 tables, each adorned with fruits and beverages. Many guests had already taken their seats, yet they remained oblivious to the arrival of Yi Tian and his companions, their attention focused on the center stage where the hostess energetically auctioned a spiritual treasure. Yi Tian shook his head. The opening ceremonies for shops in this world were often lackluster, with few opting for grand celebrations. Bai Jinhan, due to its prior disfavor with the White Tiger Temple and the royal family, had foregone any extravagant opening festivities, opting instead to commence auctions immediately. Each item on display consisted of spiritual herbs and elixirs provided by Yi Tian, along with several spiritual stones. Only in this manner could the affluent families be persuaded to take the risk of attending. This illustrated the standing of the White Tiger Temple and the royal family in the eyes of these individuals. Had he attempted to hold an opening ceremony, many noble families would likely have refrained from attending. Yi Tian ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, where he sensed the presence of the Moonshadow Guard, likely stationed within a private room. The auction on stage continued, initially showcasing 1st and 2nd tier spiritual herbs and gradually advancing to the 3rd and 4th tiers. Many prominent families in attendance began to fidget impatiently, particularly as each item was introduced by a stunningly beautiful woman. Although many among them had frequented this establishment during its previous incarnation as the Inviting Moon Pavilion and were familiar with the women inside, the sight of them now clad in miniskirts that revealed their long legs and dresses that hinted at their curves was enough to capture their full attention. Dressed in feminine attire, revealing her long legs clad in stockings, such a woman was indeed a sight they had never encountered before. In their eyes, there flickered not only a yearning for the exquisite treasures of the spirit world, but also a desire for the allure of such enchanting ladies. Yet, to indulge in a fleeting moment of intimacy, one would not only need to procure that singular treasure, but also part with an additional 1,000 taels of silver. It was the same woman, merely adorned in a different outfit, yet the price skyrocketed. Previously, at the Invitation Moon Pavilion, one could secure a monthly package for a mere 1,000 taels, but now, that sum would only afford a few scant hours. Among them, some rejoiced, while others were steeped in despair. The fortunate ones found that their wealth could yield double the pleasure, while the unfortunate lamented their lack of funds. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Yi Tian observed that each private room bore a name, ranging from room 1 to room 12. What struck him as peculiar was that every room was occupied, each fortified with arrays to thwart surveillance. To his surprise, the Moonshadow Guards were situated in room 1. This left Yi Tian puzzled. Was it the request of the Moonshadow Guards or the arrangement of Yang Tianxi? Although it was merely a ranking of rooms. It was noteworthy that during his previous visit to the Invitation Moon Pavilion, rooms 1 and 2 had remained vacant. This was due to the unspoken rules within the grand capital of Deqian, where establishments of such magnitude were obligated to reserve a space for the White Tiger Temple and the royal Li family. Nevertheless, Yi Tian merely raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment and chose not to dwell further. Having resolved to accept the system's arrangements, he found himself indifferent to the attitudes of the White Tiger Temple and the royal Li family. Upon arriving at the door, a Moonshadow Guard opened it respectfully, saying, "Please, young master." Yi Tian nodded, stepping inside. However, upon entering and taking in the lavish surroundings, he was profoundly astonished. The Yang family had indeed splurged extravagantly. According to the prior budget discussed with Yang Tianxi, the renovations for the Platinum Pavilion were estimated at 500,000 taels. Yet, from the entrance to the reception, the lobby, and the private rooms, every fixture appeared to be piled high with silver. Though not particularly practical, the opulence was undeniable. To achieve such a level of adornment would likely require an expenditure of 5,000,000 taels. Seated on the lavish beast-shaped sofa in the private room, Yi Tian listened as the madam fervently introduced the offerings below. A total of 300 items were up for bid, including spear herbs, elixirs, magical artifacts, and even a technique capable of cultivating to the heavenly king realm as the grand finale. Note: the classification of magical artifacts is as follows: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, sacred, and imperial. The grading of elixirs ranges from 1 to 9 tiers. The grading of spirit stones includes lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. Chapter 15. The Fall of the Wang Family. Prince Li Wenlong in the midst of the stage. The madam's voice grew increasingly animated. Previously, Yang Tianzi had informed them that regardless of whether it was she or the other ladies, they would receive 50% of the earnings. While it seemed a considerable share, their prices had soared. Once, after a grueling night, they would only earn a few dozen taels. However, now they could potentially make 500 taels in just a few minutes. Who wouldn't be delighted by that? The madam gestured toward a woman in a cheap how, who cradled a box containing a 3-foot-long sword. The item being auctioned was a yellow-grade long sword, starting at a price of 100,000 taels. The audience was electrified. Previously, acquiring a spirit herb or elixir had cost them spirit stones. But now they could purchase their long-desired items with mere silver. How could they not be thrilled? Especially after partaking of the complimentary beverages on the table, they were emboldened to bid fervently. What began as a base price of 100,000 taels for the sword soared to an astounding 1,200,000 taels. As time passed, the servants scurried between tables, replenishing drinks. The charged atmosphere made it difficult for many to maintain their composure. While the auction for the Platinum Pavilion was in full swing, nights swiftly descended. Within the Wang family estate, a serene ambience prevailed. Imperial Censor Wang Yulong sat in his study, listening to reports on the situation regarding the Platinum Pavilion. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a cadre of cloaked figures had infiltrated the once quiet residence. They slaughtered indiscriminately. Man, beast, and even the chickens in the backyard were not spared. Wang Yulong, a civil official with a degree of cultivation, though only at the earth level, sensed the commotion outside. "Who goes there?" he bellowed, bursting through the door, only to be met with a gruesome sight of carnage. The only figures standing were the cloaked assassins. At this sight, Wang Yulong's rage ignited, his eyes aflame with fury. "Who are you? Why have you done this?" But the surrounding figures offered no answers. They simply advanced with their blades drawn. "You shall all perish." Wang Yulong roared. But as a scholar, he was no match for these bloodthirsty killers. In less than a quarter of an hour, his body fell lifeless to the ground. The assassins did not immediately depart. Instead, they took the time to stab each corpse once more before vanishing into the night. At the same moment, a bronze chariot pulled by 3 unicorns came to a halt at the entrance of the Platinum Pavilion. Behind it trailed 50 armored guards, and 2 maidservants set down a small stool before the chariot. Out stepped a young man, around 25 years of age, adorned in resplendent robes, though he bore a handsome visage. A shadow of gloom clouded his features. Only upon seeing the grand entrance of the Platinum Pavilion did his expression soften. Just as he was about to approach, one of the maidservants tugged at his sleeve. "Your Highness, are you certain you wish to enter?" The young man was none other than the current crown prince. Li Wenlong, a faint smile graced his lips as he replied with genteel politeness. "Since we have arrived, let us have a look inside." The maidservant appeared poised to voice further concerns, but halted upon meeting Li Wenlong's gaze. As he turned toward the Platinum Pavilion, another maidservant whispered to the first, "Qiuxiang, it is best not to oppose the prince's decisions." Qiuxiang nodded and followed him inside. In Qian, nearly all dignitaries had personal guards, though most opted for female attendants, as they could serve dual purposes as both maidservants and protectors. Li Wenlong's arrival went unnoticed by anyone. Even the front desk of the Platinum Pavilion failed to recognize his identity. After all, it was uncommon for a prince to frequent such establishments. Li Wenlong, accompanied by 2 maidservants, seated himself in the last row of the hall, causing no disturbance. However, Yi Tian, already ensconced in a private room on the 3rd floor, witnessed this unfolding scene. What brings him here? Xiaomei approached curiously and inquired, "Young master, what is it?" Yi Tian pondered for a moment before responding. "Nothing of consequence. Let us continue to observe." Yet his gaze continually drifted toward Li Wenlong's direction. The auction continued. The atmosphere charged with excitement, especially as patrons who successfully secured coveted items began to depart. This only heightened the fervor among the remaining bidders. Since entering, Li Wenlong's eyes had remained fixated on the stage. And as a prince, he watched the magical artifacts and elixirs being sold with fervent interest. Yet, what puzzled Yi Tian was that Li Wenlong had yet to place a single bid, appearing merely to observe. This left Yi Tian both intrigued and curious. As the auction neared its final item, the madam, her voice hoarse from the day's exertions, remained inexplicably animated, almost as if she could already envision the mountains of silver awaiting her. "Now, we present our final item for bid. Please direct your attention to the stage." This time, the presenter was not one of the two renowned courtesans, but rather the most alluring woman among them. Clad in a purple gown with a black bow adorning her thigh, holding a red box in her hands. Many in the audience were captivated by her figure and attire, including Prince Li Wenlong, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Behold, the last item up for auction, a earth-grade cultivation technique, the Xian Huang Ju." Upon hearing this, considerable excitement rippled through the crowd, as many had lingered with the intention of acquiring this very technique. After all, even the most basic earth-grade techniques were rare, with none existing within the formidable White Tiger Temple, for even the least of them could cultivate one to the Heavenly King realm. This is indeed a presence far more formidable than that of the concentration realm. Generally, such formidable techniques originate from the 7-star sects, or even the 8-star sections, observing the fervor ignited among the crowd below. The smile of the madam was almost impossible to suppress. Yet, she could not continue her announcements, as there were those below who were already restless. 3 figures, disguised in attire, soared from their seats, hastening towards the techniques displayed upon the stage. Impudent, a sudden rebuke resonated, jolting everyone in the hall back to their senses. They felt as though their heads had been struck by a mighty hammer, and the 3 who had just leapt forth were immediately sent reeling, spitting blood from the force of that voice. In the next instant, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, 3 enormous hands appeared from the void, seizing the trio and vanishing from the hall. Chapter 16. Speculations among the crowd. Visitors from the White Tiger Temple, everyone could clearly see that these hands emerged from the fabric of space itself. This sight stirred a complex array of emotions within them. Fear, astonishment, and above all, trepidation in their collective understanding. Only cultivators who reach the concentration realm could refine their souls, allowing their attacks to inflict soul damage. Only those of the Heavenly King realm could conceal themselves within the void. This suggested that at least 3 Heavenly King cultivators backed by Jinheng. This realization led many to think of the Yi family. However, they couldn't fathom how such esteemed Heavenly King figures could possibly be stationed in a mere brothel. Although Bai Jinhong's establishment was sufficiently opulent, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the royal auction house in the Dacian imperial capital. Not to mention, there existed even more powerful nations beyond Dacian, where such establishments had no powerful figures in residence. What they did not realize was that the one who had just acted was not of the Heavenly King realm, but merely at the peak of the concentration realm. The Moon Shadow Guard's ability to conceal themselves in the void was simply a trait bestowed upon them by their system. The madam, having witnessed the entire spectacle from the stage, was nearly paralyzed with fear, a sensation foreign to her ordinary life. Had it not been for a protective force surrounding her and the nearby Chui Lawn, she might have succumbed to the sheer terror of that rebuke. Fortunately, the madam was no stranger to grand affairs and soon regained her composure. With a facade of nonchalance, she declared, "Esteemed guests, the auction shall continue. The starting bid for this earth-level technique is 1,000,000 taels of silver." However, as her words settled, not a soul in the audience raised their voice in bidding. Initially fueled by the effects of alcohol, the recent display of power from the 3 cultivators had sobered them. While earth-level techniques were indeed desirable, they were clearly beyond the reach of those present. Did they not witness even the skyward realm cultivators vying for it? If they attempted to secure the bid themselves, they might not only fail to protect it, but also risk annihilation. After all, none in attendance were fools, particularly in the absence of representatives from the royal family and the White Tiger Temple. The atmosphere grew awkwardly tense, rendering the madam's passionate commentary futile. In the back row, Princely Wenlong couldn't help but smile, quietly instructing a nearby maid before slipping away unnoticed, perhaps to emphasize the item on stage. The entire hall's lighting focused on the auction, obscuring this departure from view. Yet, Yi Tian had been observing Li Wenlong closely and naturally noted his exit. The madam grew increasingly anxious on stage. Having successfully conducted numerous auctions, she was on the verge of a perfect conclusion, eager to collect her silver. Yet, the failure to sell the final item left beads of sweat forming on her brow. Just as she pondered her next move, a clear voice rang out, "I bid 1,000,001 T this." Every head turned toward the source, revealing a woman as the bidder. However, upon seeing her attire, many in the audience felt their pupils constrict. While most had never seen Princely Wenlong, they recognized the garb of a palace maid. Similarly, those who recognized the maid's identity quickly averted their gazes. Upon hearing that melodious voice, the madam's heart soared with joy. 1,000,001. Is there anyone who wishes to bid higher? This is an earth-level technique. It can elevate one to the heavenly king realm. Surely you wish to benefit your families. The madam launched into a fervent appeal, yet the crowd remained silent, that a sense of awkwardness washed over her. Although not a cultivator herself, she had auctioned many spiritual herbs and medicines that had fetched over 1,000,000 taels. Why, then, was the bidding for the final item so meager? After a quarter of an hour passed in silence, anxiety gnawed at the madam. Just then, that familiar voice resounded again. "Enough, if no one intends to bid higher. May we announce the result?" The madam glanced toward a private box on the third floor, but found no sign of acknowledgement. With a resolute heart, she called out, 1,000,001. First call, 1,000,001. Second call, just as she prepared to bring down the gavel, a sudden chant echoed through the hall. Amit Ba. Everyone looked up to see a middle-aged monk clad in a golden robe, staff in hand. Entering the hall, since the gavel has not yet fallen, I bid 1,000,002. After speaking, he turned to the assembly, bowing slightly. Amit Ba, I beseech all benefactors to grant me this convenience. Those nearest to the aisle quickly stood and bowed to the monk. Master Duwu, you are too kind. If you desire it, we shall purchase it for you. Indeed, how could we trouble the master to come personally? Yes, master, this is... The flattery echoed throughout the hall. However, Yi Tian, observing from the third floor, felt his expression darken. The demeanor of those present revealed the significant standing the White Tiger Temple held in their hearts. He contemplated urging the monk's departure, but considering Bai Jinhong's future operations, such an action could prove counterproductive. Yet, the monk's arrival had incited the crowd to flatter him while disparaging Bai Jinheng, which felt excessive. Those who slander Bai Jinheng face the consequences. Yes, in the next moment. The space quivered slightly. The man who had just insulted Bai Jinheng was sent flying with a swift slap. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. However, upon seeing the newly appeared figures, all fell silent. The overwhelming aura emanating from the Moonshadow Guard was palpable, even causing Zhu's pupils to constrict. He tightened his grip on the staff in his hand. Yet, the Moonshadow Guard, as if oblivious, scanned the crowd. The hoarse voice echoed in their ears. This is Bai Jinheng. Should anyone dare to speak ill again, death awaits. In an instant, the Moonshadow Guard vanished from sight, and only then did the crowd turn to look at the man who had been struck down. Fortunately, he had merely lost consciousness and was not dead. Nevertheless, this incident only intensified their wariness of Bai Jinheng. Everyone returned to their seats, and the madam's lips twitched as she observed that no one was willing to bid further. Even the woman who had previously called out a bid fell silent. The madam, feeling somewhat helpless, posed the question again. When silence met her inquiry, she had no choice but to bring down the gavel. Congratulations to this esteemed master for acquiring the earth-level technique. This auction has concluded splendidly. However, our establishment has prepared meals and beverages for all. Please proceed to the second floor to enjoy. Yet the vast majority of attendees quietly departed. leaving only the man who had bid to pursue the lady toward the back of the building. Master Zhiwu glanced in the direction the Moonshadow Guard had vanished before following his attendant to the front desk to settle his payment in silver notes. Yi Tian remained at the railing on the third floor, refraining from interfering further. Chapter 17. Yi Tian's arrangements. Li Jiuxiao's fury at that moment. Yang Tianxi entered, looking somewhat fatigued. Young Master Yi, when did you arrive? Curiosity piqued. Yi Tian scrutinized Yang Tianxi, who had been absent for so long. I've been here for quite some time. Where have you been? You seem quite worn out. With a slight sigh, Yang Tianxi replied. I have been waiting in the back. Behind the Baijin Han, there lies another edifice, initially intended as a dwelling for servants, complete with a kitchen and storage rooms at the rear. However, following Yi Tian's prior arrangements, the area underwent significant renovation. The formerly modest courtyard has been transformed into a 3-story building, which now houses not only storage and kitchen facilities, but also a resting area for the young ladies. In contrast to the front-facing Baijin Han, where the second, third, and fourth floors are designated for guests to dine and drink in private rooms, one side is allocated for the young ladies to attend to clients. Previously, due to its nature as a traditional brothel, these arrangements had not been formalized. Yet, the situation has changed. Not only are the accommodations now different, but Yang Tianxi has also engaged the services of the Moonshadow Guards, who have installed soundproofing arrays in each room and private chamber. Upon receiving Yang Tianxi's report, Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Well done, you need not work so hard in the future." Yang Tianxi quickly waved his hands, insisting, "It is no trouble. This is my duty. The auction held today has already netted the Yang family a considerable fortune. Did you not see how even the madam and the young ladies were beaming with joy? As someone entitled to a 20% share of the profits, his earnings from just this evening alone have reached several million taels. The initial investment has already been recouped. How could he not be pleased?" However, Yang Tianxi found himself puzzled as to why Yi Tian would choose to auction the coveted spiritual treasures and elixirs that everyone desires. In truth, Yi Tian's actions stem from his own helplessness. The system allows him to sign in daily, with the minimum reward being spiritual treasures or elixirs, leaving no room for lesser currencies. Yet, as he aspires to become an emperor, such items will be necessary. The common folk have no use for spiritual treasures, only for silver to strengthen a nation. It is essential not only for the elite to possess power, but also for the populace to enjoy a life free from want. This is the very reason Yi Tian is willing to auction off these items. After bidding farewell to Yang Tianxi, Yi Tian returned to the royal residence. The Moonshadow Guards he had dispatched earlier had returned, but he had yet to review their findings. In the room adjacent to Yi Tian, a storeroom contained hundreds of boxes of various sizes. These were the spoils gathered by the Moonshadow Guards over the past half-month. Yi Tian opened each box in turn, while a nearby Moonshadow Guard presented him with an account. The total number of spirit stones amounted to 315,000. The collection of martial arts techniques and manuals reached 325 volumes. The variety of elixirs totaled 15 types, with a grand total of 274 pieces. There were 12 pieces of spiritual treasures, none of which were of the yellow grade. The collection of spiritual herbs counted 27, all of low grade. These were the spoils acquired from raiding the sects of the neighboring 3 kingdoms. However, upon reviewing the haul, Yi Tian shook his head. His recent sign-ins had yielded far greater quantities. His gaze then shifted to the second ledger, which documented the amounts of silver and promissory notes. The total value of the promissory notes was 5.13 million. The amount of silver totaled 100,000 taels. There were originally numerous resources, such as grain, but the Moonshadow Guards lacked sufficient storage rings to transport more. It was only through the deployment of 90 personnel that such results were achieved. Storage bags or rings are exceedingly rare in the Great Qian. With even the royal Li family possessing only one, the Yi family has none. The Moonshadow Guards, generated by the system, were equipped with nothing but their gear and lacked any form of storage rings. Contemplating this, Yi Tian addressed the Moonshadow Guards beside him. "In a moment, I will retrieve some items. Send 10 of your number to a more distant dynasty to auction them off. Remember, only accept promissory notes." "Understood," With 2 months remaining until the grand ceremony, Yi Tian began his preparations. Exchanging spiritual treasures and elixirs for silver is merely the first step towards ensuring the prosperity of the populace. After returning to his chamber, Yi Tian took out a portion of the spiritual herbs and treasures he had obtained through the system's sign-ins over the past half-month and entrusted them to the Moon Shadow Guards. With their strength, few in the entire Qingyan prefecture could match them. Once he completed all this, Yi Tian did not continue his training, but instead washed up and retired for the night. The following morning, while Yi Tian was still lost in sleep, Emperor Li Jiuxiao was in a furious uproar in the court. Seated upon the dragon throne, dressed in his dragon robe, Li Jiuxiao cast a dark glance at the civil and military officials below. "Commander Jiang, please enlighten us?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Commander Jiang first clasped his fist in salute to Li Jiuxiao before turning to address the assembly of officials. Last night, the Grand Historian Wang Yulong and the entire Wang family were brutally slain. What? How could this be? The revelation shocked all the ministers. They had never anticipated such a calamity to occur the previous night. Many of them had even attended the Baijin Han and had not thought anything amiss when they did not see Wang Yulong during today's court session. It was only upon hearing Commander Jiang's words and witnessing the emperor's grim countenance that they began to believe. Their hearts were filled with dread. How could such a heinous crime transpire under the emperor's very feet? If the Wang family could be eradicated so quietly today, could it be that the Zhang family would be next? Your Majesty, this old minister believes that Commander Jiang has failed in his duties. As the leader of the Imperial Guards, he did not detect or prevent this incident in time, allowing the Wang family to fall victim to treachery. If the Wang family has met their end today, who will be next? Until the traitors are apprehended, we remain in fear. I implore Your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation. The speaker was Liu Haizhong, the Right Chancellor of the court. With his words, many ministers knelt in submission. Yet Li Jiuxiao's gaze turned towards the foremost position of the military officials. That spot had once been occupied by Yi Xiaotian, who had retired a year ago due to his advanced age. Li Jiuxiao paid no heed to the minister's entreaties. No one could fathom his thoughts. After a lengthy silence, he finally barked, "Enough! Enough of this clamor. It is utterly unbecoming, Commander Jiang, with such a grave incident occurring in the imperial city. Your guards failed to detect it. Go and receive 30 strokes of the rod. I command you to apprehend the culprits within a month." Commander Jiang's lips curled into a bitter smile. This matter hardly required investigation, as only a handful of factions in the imperial city possessed the strength to execute such a deed. Now, with the addition of Baijin Han, he had already deduced the mastermind behind the scenes upon receiving the news that morning. In fact, many in the Grand Hall were already aware of who was responsible. But what could be done? To move against them required not only compelling evidence, but also the intervention of the White Tiger Temple and the retired emperor. Yet, it seemed that such a scenario was currently impossible. Even the emperor was well aware of this reality. However, as a subject, he had no choice but to comply. The court session concluded hastily, and after returning to his palace, Li Jiuxiao's fury intensified, resulting in the immediate execution of 3 eunuchs for their involvement in the matter. Chapter 18. Signing in at the Heavenly King realm. The return of the Yi family's 2 sons, Yi Tian, remained oblivious to all this until nearly noon, when he was awakened by Xiao Mei for a meal. Resuming his place on the reclining chair in the small courtyard, Yi Tian inquired of Xiao Mei, "Has the silver earned from Baijin Han yesterday been delivered?" With a bright smile, Xiao Mei replied, Young Master Yang brought it over early this morning. The total is 12.1 million taels." Upon hearing this figure, Yi Tian opened his eyes wide. Among those who attended the auction at Baijin Han yesterday, only a small fraction were relatives of ministers. Many of the prominent families were still observing. Yet even so, after deducting Yang Tianxi's share and the expenses retained by Baijin Han, there remained over 10 million taels. And this was merely the first day. Yi Tian planned to auction for 10 consecutive days. As time progresses, even more valuable items would be available, such as various elixirs, and the entire Great Qian. There were hardly any alchemists, and even if there were, they could not produce anything above the 3rd grade. However, the elixirs he had signed in were all at least 4th grade, with some reaching as high as 8th grade. Unfortunately, they were currently of no use to him. Nevertheless, Yi Tian was determined to extract every last tael of silver from the coffers of the aristocracy. Send someone to summon Yang Tianci. Yes, I will go at once. Watching Xiao Mei depart, Yi Tian closed his eyes once more, yet within his consciousness he called out to the system. System, sign in. Ding today as sign-in rewards. Essence refining pill 1 million. Yi Tian's eyes abruptly opened wide, revealing an expression of disbelief on his face. The Chui Ti Dan was not considered an extraordinary item in Qingyun Prefecture. In fact, even many 3-star alchemists could concoct it, though the spiritual herbs required for it were somewhat scarce in the region. Its effects were quite simple. It served as a medicinal pill for refining the body of cultivators. With just one, an ordinary person could transform into a martial genius, and even the path to becoming a cultivator was not entirely out of reach. What astonished Yi Tian, however, was the quantity of rewards provided by the system. An astonishing 1 million pills. He recalled his childhood, when Yi Wudi had received a similar reward from the emperor only after expending military merits. To think that he now possessed such a vast number of them. It seemed the system was indeed aiding him. Although the Great Qian had a mercenary force of 2 million, the actual number of true martial artists was barely 50,000. With this million Chui Ti Dan, he could elevate 100,000 soldiers to martial practitioners. This would undoubtedly ease the process of annexing the neighboring 3 kingdoms. With this thought, Yi Tian contentedly closed his eyes once more. The Great Freedom Sutra continued to circulate within him, keeping his soul in a state of refinement, which often rendered him prone to drowsiness. Just as he was about to drift off, Yang Tianci arrived at the courtyard. "Young Master Yi, you summoned me. Do you have any instructions?" Without opening his eyes, Yi Tian slowly replied, "For the next 9 days, I shall not be visiting Bai Jinhen. Instead, I want all the daily silver to be used to stockpile grain from the surrounding 3 kingdoms." Yang Tianci was taken aback. "All of it for grain?" Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, be discreet about it. Go now." "Understood." Yang Tianci felt perplexed but turned to leave nonetheless. For the following month, Yi Tian did not venture out. Not even from the small courtyard. Yi Xiaotian grew curious and visited several times, but each time he found Yi Tian resting on a recliner. Initially, he had reprimanded Yi Tian, but seeing his continuous progress in cultivation, Yi Xiaotian chose to ignore it thereafter. During this month, many events transpired outside. First, news of the Wang family's annihilation spread, sparking conversations among the populace. Subsequently, reports emerged regarding the Southern Wind Kingdom losing 4 cities, with rumors suggesting that even the Ziyun sect, which backed the Southern Wind Kingdom, had intervened personally. Under the assault of 3 formidable warriors at the Spirit Gathering Realm, one among the sudden appearance of 100,000 iron cavalry single-handedly battled the 3 strong adversaries, ultimately shocking everyone by slaying 1 and severely wounding 2 others. This left the Southern Wind Kingdom in a precarious position. Fortunately, the ruler of the Southern Wind Kingdom acted decisively and negotiated with an individual named Cheng Liang. In the end, they ceded 3 cities, paid 10 million taels of silver, and provided 100 pieces of spiritual treasures and herbs, which finally compelled the 100,000-strong army to halt its advance. However, astute observers could tell that the downfall of the Southern Wind Kingdom was merely a matter of time, with many surrounding nations beginning to eye them covetously. Even the Emperor of Great Qian, Li Jiuxiao, mentioned this matter in court, contemplating sending troops to seize a share of the spoils. Yet, many ministers advised against it, as the grand celebration of the Qin Kingdom was fast approaching, which dissuaded Li Jiuxiao from pursuing that course of action. Additionally, Bai Jinhen had gained immense popularity. After 10 days of auctions, Bai Jinhen's reputation reached unparalleled heights. Coupled with the introduction of new beverages and innovative attire, Bai Jinhen was consistently bustling with patrons. The madam of the establishment was grinning from ear to ear, counting money until her hands cramped. Yet, this left the courtesans in a predicament, unable to rest. Throughout this month, Yi Tian acquired numerous valuable items, including 2 imperial-level divine abilities and a divine-level cultivation technique. However, this divine-level technique did not rival the indestructible imperial scripture. Nevertheless, Yi Tian diligently practiced, and his cultivation reached the 5th level of the Spirit Sea, with his combat prowess attaining the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. During this month, the signed spiritual stones were no longer of the inferior grade, but of the medium grade. The spiritual treasures and herbs also reached medium quality, and he even signed for a peach tree, known for blooming once every 300 years and bearing fruit in the same span, with each fruit capable of extending a person's lifespan by a millennium. To induce premature growth, a substantial supply of spiritual energy was required. Yet Yi Tian had not yet utilized it, keeping it securely within the system space. Additionally, he acquired 100,000 black armored troops, 10,000 Moonshadow Guards, and a formidable warrior at the peak of the Heavenly King realm. The strength of the 100,000 black armored troops was equivalent to that of the Spirit Sea realm up to the Skyward realm, but Yi Tian chose not to summon them just yet. Originally, he intended for them to head to the Qilin mountain range, but with the grand celebration of the Qing kingdom drawing near, he decided against revealing them to the world prematurely. The 10,000 Moonshadow Guards possessed strength only at the Void realm, and along with the original 96 at the peak of the Spirit Gathering realm, Yi Tian dispatched them to form an intelligence network, providing them with resources for the task, as for the Heavenly King Peak Warrior. Yi Tian retained him as his personal guard. The days of comfort were fleeting, and another 28 days passed, and on this day, Yi Tian's father, Yi Wudi, returned from the frontier with 10 personal guards on the same day. Yi Tian's second uncle, Yi Wuhui, also returned with 10 personal guards. During the evening banquet, Yi Xiaotian was in high spirits, having consumed copious amounts of wine. Such gatherings were rare for the Yi family. As the revelry continued, Yi Xiaotian glanced at Feng Xiu. The latter waved his hand, signaling the attendants to leave, leaving only 5 individuals in the grand hall. Observing this, Yi Wudi curiously inquired, "Father, do you have something to discuss?" Yi Wuhui, too, was filled with curiosity, as they had spent years stationed at the frontier and were unaware of the recent happenings at home. But why? Yi Xiaotian nodded. "Ask your son. He has matters to address." Yi Wudi, Yi Wuhui, and Feng Xiu all turned their gazes towards Yi Tian. Feeling the weight of their attention, Yi Tian felt a surge of anxiety, for what he was about to say might have a considerable impact on them. "Father, I wish to become emperor." The 4 of them visibly changed their expressions at this proclamation. Yet, instead of voicing their thoughts, they all fixed their gazes on Yi Tian in unison. Under their scrutiny, Yi Tian gathered his thoughts and placed 4 Shumi nasal rings on the table. "I have encountered certain opportunities that I cannot disclose. However, it is imperative that I become emperor to grow stronger." After exchanging glances, the 4 remained silent, still looking at Yi Tian, awaiting him to continue. Noticing their demeanor, Yi Tian addressed the air beside him. "Zhao Jun, Moonshadow Guards, step forward." In an instant, 4 figures materialized behind Yi Tian. Kneeling in unison and greeting, subordinates, pay their respects to the young master. At that moment, astonishment finally flickered across the faces of Yi Xiaotian and the others as they regarded Yi Tian in shock and disbelief. "Rise," Yi Tian gestured to the 4, then continued. "The Moonshadow Guards consist of a total of 10,100 individuals, with 10,000 at the Skyward Realm and 100 at the peak of the Spirit Gathering Realm. This is my guard, Zhao Jun, who stands at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King Realm." The 4 collectively gasped, their expressions shifting as they regarded the 4 figures behind Yi Tian with newfound respect. At this juncture, Yi Wudi interjected, "If this is all you have, it may not suffice." Yi Tian was taken aback, looking at his father, initially assuming they would oppose his desire to become emperor, as it could be perceived as rebellion. Yi Wudi shot him a stern look. "Do not look at your old man like that." Just then, Yi Xiaotian suddenly spoke, "Tenor, if it were merely about strength, you still wouldn't secure that position." But why? Yi Tian was even more astonished at this revelation. He was contemplating rebellion. Why was his family not only refraining from opposition, but also strategizing? The 4 observed the shifting expression on Yi Tian's face, and suddenly, the old man Yi Xiaotian halted Yi Wudi from speaking further. "Let me speak," he said, and in that moment, Yi Tian noticed a hint of sorrow in his grandfather's demeanor. The elder then said, "I have 3 sons, each possessing extraordinary talents, unmatched in the world." That single utterance. Yi Tian's mind erupted with a cacophony, particularly upon witnessing the sorrowful expressions on the faces of the 4. He sensed that the Yi family was far from simple. Yet he had never heard of an elder brother. The elder continued, "Your elder brother's name is Yi Wushuang, but he was tragically slain by treacherous men on the battlefield. At this juncture, whether it be Yi Wudi, Yi Wuhui, or the old butler Feng Xiu by the side, a palpable aura of lethal intent lingered in their eyes. Your grandmother passed away in sorrow as a result, and your mother, along with your third aunt, were similarly victimized by treacherous individuals that I end this moment." Yi Tian finally grasped the reasons behind his grandmother's absence, the lack of a mother, and why his second uncle, despite reaching the age of 33 this year, remained unmarried and childless in this instant. All was made clear to Yi Tian. Although he had dispatched the Moon Shadow Guard for some time without acquiring prior intelligence, he had nonetheless gained an understanding of the current powers among the imperial aristocracy. If there existed any faction bold enough to strike against the Yi family in this Grand Qian, it could only be those two. Upon hearing the entirety of the situation, Yi Tian's mood abruptly soured. The Yi family had sacrificed far too much for this Qian. Yi Xiaotian had fought for 40 years, only for his eldest son to perish due to a last-minute order amidst the ambush of the Southern Wind Nation's forces. His daughter-in-law, leaning on the support of the Li Fire Nation, also met her demise through assassination, and even the fiancé of his third son, who had yet to enter the family, had fallen victim. Within 3 generations of the Yi family, only Yi Tian remained. Yet even he was not spared from 100 assassination attempts each year. Yi Tian listened quietly, absorbing the tale of how the Yi family rose from fragility to prominence, and how they came to face such a tragic fate. "Since your uncle's death, I have lost the will to fight," he reflected. "Yet this Qian, I have witnessed its transformation from a land of destitution to one of prosperity. After such effort to pull this nation back from the brink of destruction, how could I bear to see it destroyed again?" However, the royal family had not treated the Yi family kindly. I despise myself for not being the one in that position. Why must I yield to Li Wuji? I once hoped that my heart would illuminate the moon, yet alas, the moon shines upon the gutter. This aptly described the old master, whose sole intention was to serve the nation, yet nearly faced a fate of utter ruin. This realization led Yi Tian to understand that the system and those memories were not mere illusions. He had indeed come perilously close to death. Witnessing the old master's bloodshot eyes, Yi Tian felt a profound discomfort, but more so, an overwhelming hatred for the Li family. Initially, he felt guilt over his allegiance to the system and thoughts of rebellion. But that guilt had dissipated. Both the old master and Li Wuji had contributed immensely to the Qian. Yet when the moment of ascension arrived, Yi Xiaotian believed himself merely a martial general, unworthy of the throne. Thus he relinquished that position. Unfortunately, this decision cost him his eldest son's life. Perhaps Yi Xiaotian's military achievements were too grand, or it could be that Yi Wushuang's talents were too exceptional. But why, as an emperor, could he not possess the magnanimity to endure? In the wake of his wife's passing and the demise of his daughter-in-law, he became disillusioned with the Li family, even contemplating retreating into the mountains with the entire Yi clan. Yet he could not relinquish his concerns for Qian, the nation for which he had fought his entire life. This was perhaps the reason why Yi Tian expressed his desire to become emperor, and why Yi Xiaotian did not oppose him. After the entire story was recounted, an air of oppression enveloped the hall. After a considerable silence, Yi Tian slowly spoke. "Grandfather, do you mean to say you support my claim to the throne?" The 4 pairs of slightly reddened eyes turned towards him, with Yi Wudi responding, "Do you think having skilled warriors is sufficient? Changing dynasties is not as simple as that. Perhaps you should first take a look at the items within the spatial ring." Yi Tian continued, "Moreover, I command an army of 100,000 cavalry and 100,000 infantry, all possessing strengths ranging from the Spirit Sea to the Sky Sovereign Realm, along with 13 civil officials. Is that enough?" In addition to Cheng Liang, who had been recruited previously, Yi Tian had signed 12 more civil officials over the past month, each a sage of ancient times, endowed with the potential to be prime ministers. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, the old master and the 3 others were momentarily taken aback. 13 civil officials, 200,000 troops, comprised of cultivators. In addition, there are 10,000 at the Sky Sovereign Realm and 100 at the peak of the Spirit Condensation Realm serving as intelligence operatives. Chapter 20. Yi Tian bestows gifts. System grants rewards. Yi Xiaotian, somewhat numbly, picked up the spatial ring from the table and toyed with it in his hands. This artifact, even the royally family possessed but one. Yet here lay Ford, infusing his spiritual energy into the ring. He peered inside, his expression suddenly turning vacant. Where on earth did you acquire such treasures? Yi Wudi, Yi Wuhui, and Feng Xiu curiously began to examine the items. However, it was not long before their expressions shifted from bewilderment to uncontainable joy. Oh, why is this all real? Yi Wudi could scarcely believe it, turning to Yi Wuhui beside him. Second brother, slap me, for I feel as though I am dreaming. Smack, why strike so hard? Yi Wudi glared, rubbing his thigh. Why? Yi Wuhui chuckled awkwardly. I too wish to ascertain whether this is a dream. Grandfather, father, second uncle, Uncle Feng, with my abilities, can I truly occupy that position? The four paused in their examination of the spatial ring. The old master appearing as if he wished to speak, but held back. After a lengthy silence, he finally said, Tur, you are merely 13 years of age. Oh, you understand what is most crucial to becoming a good emperor. Yi Tian pondered momentarily before replying, the ability to bring peace and stability to the nation. The old master shook his head. Control over power and governance. Enlightened and benevolent rule? Again, the old master shook his head. Different eras require different methods of governance. Though I harbor hatred for the Li family, both Li Wuji and the current Li Jiuxiao possess the capability to govern. Regrettably, that alone is insufficient. Qingyun Prefecture, even the Qingtian domain, constitutes but a corner of the Tianyuan continent. Beyond this, I have heard of imperial authority superseding divine authority. Can you achieve that? Upon finishing, the old master gazed at Yi Tian with hopeful anticipation. The rise of Deqian was indeed intertwined with the support of the White Tiger Temple. However, the existence of the temple was also a malignant tumor for the nation. Consider this. If the citizens of a nation do not revere their emperor, but instead choose to venerate deities and spirits, how lamentable is that for a state? And Deqian is precisely in such a predicament. This is why Yi Wudi asserted that to instigate a change of dynasty, sheer military might is inadequate. One must also transform the minds of the populace. Nearly 40 years of deeply rooted beliefs cannot be altered by force alone. The influence of the White Tiger Temple extends beyond a single generation. It may span 3. In Yi Wudi's view, altering the situation would be exceedingly challenging to this moment. Yi Tian also comprehended the crux of the matter. Divine authority overshadowing imperial authority to him. Effecting change would require more than simply obliterating the White Tiger Temple. It necessitated a rectification of the people's mindset. The path to transformation, in essence, is rather straightforward. It involves the establishment of a new ideology. Akin to Confucian thought, with this realization, Yi Tian's gaze grew resolute that Deqian possesses 36 cities. Yet fortunately, there are only 36. The total population scarcely reaches 20 million. Such a nation would hardly surpass a single province on that blue star. If he cannot even control this, would it not be a disservice to the system? That night, the Yi household was ablaze with lights, with 3 generations of the Yi family convened to strategize their rebellion. Yet the outside world remained oblivious to this gathering. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Yi Tian found it nearly time for the rooster-esque crow. He did not rush to sleep, but rather accessed the system panel to summon Cheng Liang back to the imperial city. He also took the time to reorganize the spoils he had acquired during this period. Today, he revealed 4 spatial rings, each containing 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 500 mid-grade medicinal pills, ranks 4, 5, and 6, a terrestrial-grade spirit treasure, 1 million taels of silver, and an imperial-grade cultivation technique. Currently, he retained 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 1,500 varieties of spirit herbs, 3,000 spirit treasures, 3 divine abilities, and 6 cultivation techniques, 4 of which were duplicates he had gifted away. But as for the other items, such as the peach saplings and assorted trinkets, Yi Tian did not account for them. As dawn broke the next day, the entire imperial city began to light up in celebration. For tomorrow marked the grand national ceremony of Deqian, during which both the generals stationed at the borders and the lords of the other 35 cities would return. This day was undoubtedly one of the most festive occasions of the year. A true celebration for the realm. The Yi family was particularly lively this year, a rarity not seen in the past decade. Early in the morning, the servants of the royal residence ventured out to procure supplies, preparing to adorn the entire estate. Upon awakening, Yi Tian beheld a scene of jubilation. System, tomorrow I shall prepare to revel. For today's signing in, can I receive something extraordinary? Ding, today's signing in requirements have been met. Would you like to sign in? Yi Tian suppressed the urge to curse, mentally exclaiming, Sign in. Ding, signing in successful for today. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Tunwang Pavilion Academy, the Scripture Repository, the Xianwang Tower, the Spirit Gathering Array, the 9 Tripod of Fortune, the Testing Ladder, and the Wujin Secret Realm. Upon hearing the system's reward, Yi Tian found himself utterly stunned. He hastily extended his consciousness to enter the system space for an examination. The original system space was vast, previously appearing boundless to Yi Tian's eyes. However, it was now cluttered with several enormous items. This sight momentarily left him in a daze, but he quickly regained his composure and began to inspect them one by one. Tunwang Pavilion Academy. It houses 5 faculties: literature, martial arts, military, politics, and law, with complete facilities accommodating 3,000 scholars, and its size is adjustable. Library of Classics. Contains all books and martial arts from across the continent, in copy form. Upgradable. Xianwang Tower. Comprises a time array with 9 levels, featuring a minimum flow rate of 10 times and a maximum of 90 times, which can be activated using spirit stones, without affecting bone aged. Spirit Gathering Array. Gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for personal use, amplifying the internal spiritual energy to 100-fold. Size adjustable. Fortune 9 Cauldrons. Can suppress the fortune of dynasties, serving as the key for its vassal states to become fortune-embracing dynasties. Testing Ladder. Comprises 999 levels, capable of assessing talent and root constitution. Infinite Secret Realm. Contains illusory monsters. Conquering them allows one to absorb their energy. After reviewing each item, Yi Tian was filled with exhilaration, almost leaping in joy. System. I truly adore you. Previously, he had pondered the reason behind the system's decree for him to become an emperor, and now he finally comprehended it. He had encountered ancient texts indicating that dynasties could be categorized into 2 types. One type consisted of minor states gradually discovering and swallowing neighboring nations, evolving into empires. Yet this could only be deemed a vassal state. Such nations lacked the suppression of fortune and could easily be annexed by others due to a disaster or plague, rendering their longevity impossible. The other type was a fortune dynasty, a dynasty that grew stronger by consolidating fortune. Although its growth also involved the annexation of other nations to bolster its economy, there was a crucial distinction. As long as the fortune persisted, the dynasty would not perish. Furthermore, due to the people's support and the suppression of fortune, a fortune dynasty would not face famines or plagues. Regrettably, the current continent does not permit the emergence of fortune dynasties, primarily due to the restrictions imposed by sections. However, Yi Tian, in his present state, paid little heed to the sects. As long as he accomplished the transformation into a fortune dynasty, he would possess the fortune golden dragon, and his strength would ascend to the pinnacle within the dynasty. At that time, no sect in Qingyun Prefecture would rival his current power. His only concern was that the process of consolidating the fortune golden dragon would manifest anomalies, which was the most perilous moment. Shaking his head, Yi Tian realized he was contemplating too far ahead. The most pressing matter at hand was how to stage a rebellion tomorrow. Glancing at the system panel, he noted that Cheng Liang would likely arrive at the imperial city by afternoon. At that point, he would instruct the system to generate 12 ancient sages. With their presence, Yi Tian would have the confidence to rectify the court's governance. After all, a new emperor requires new ministers, and he would undoubtedly replace those crucial official positions with his own trusted individuals in this world. Aside from those rewarded by the system, the only people Yi Tian felt he could trust were those from the Yi family. Upon arriving at the entrance of the royal residence, he looked up to see a scene filled with festivity in the distance. Observing Xiao Mei and the others closely following him, Yi Tian shook his head helplessly. With Zhao Jun, a peak powerhouse of the Heavenly King realm, Shadowing him, there was no danger at all. Nevertheless, he allowed the four to accompany him. Suddenly, Yi Tian turned and asked, Xiao Mei, have you ever been to the outer city? The four shook their heads in unison. Young master, we have not been. In Yi Tian's recollection, he had never visited the outer city either. Even when he ventured out previously, it was by carriage, and he had never witnessed the outer city's conditions. Feeling a spontaneous urge, Yi Tian declared, let us go to the outer city and take a look. I will fetch the carriage. As he prepared to dash to the backyard, he quickly called out to Xiaolon, wait, let's walk instead. However, upon glancing at his own attire, he added to Xiao Mei, fetch a few sets of servant clothing. We shall change before heading out. What? But young master, your identity, Xiao Mei protested. Hurry, Yi Tian waved dismissively. Before long, the five donned simple garments. Though they appeared somewhat plain, their innate elegance could not be concealed. The inner city was vast, spanning around 20 million square meters, yet the outer city was even larger. 3 times its size, the five strolled along, pausing intermittently to absorb the splendor of the inner city. However, upon reaching the outer city, they were met with an entirely different spectacle. That a towering city wall separated the inner and outer realms. Soldiers guarded the city gate, making it quite easy to exit. The soldiers barely glanced their way. Yet, entry was markedly more challenging. Commoners wishing to enter had to pay a fee, and they were granted only a day's stay. Of course, martial artists and cultivators enjoyed privileges. Those certified by the Baihu Temple were issued a waste token, signifying their status, which allowed them unrestricted access to and from the inner city as they walked. Xiao Mei and the others relayed their observations and insights to Yi Tian. Likewise, Yi Tian glimpsed another facet of the imperial city. The main road of the outer city was impeccably clean, with shops on either side that were hardly distinguishable from those in the inner city. Yet behind these shops lay rows of dilapidated houses, each accommodating more than one family. As they ventured further, they encountered unsanitary conditions, with human waste strewn about. Yi Tian led the four women through numerous alleys, each sighting continually challenging his worldview. Initially, he had thought that even if the outer city were somewhat impoverished, it would not be too dire. After all, this was the imperial city, and poverty could not reach extreme levels. However, aside from the main thoroughfare, they encountered beggars, robberies, fights, and thefts in abundance. This all transpired within just a few hours. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Yi Tian would never have believed the outer city was in such disarray. While the inner city was adorned with lights and festive decorations, the outer city, apart from the lanterns lining the main road, bore no semblance of celebration. It was as if they inhabited two disparate worlds, devoid of any festive atmosphere on this grand occasion. That moment. Xiao Ju raised her hand, pointing into the distance. Young master, look over there. Yi Tian turned to see a sight that deepened his frown. It was a temple, where many commoners knelt at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that each person appeared emaciated and malnourished. Yet, their eyes brimmed with devotion. Yi Tian approached a middle-aged woman, gently patting her shoulder. Madam, what are you doing? Although his voice was not loud. It drew the attention of all around, their gazes filled with wariness and suspicion. Yi Tian was perplexed, but continued to await her response. Before she could answer, four soldiers approached. Which family's child are you? Do you not know they are praying here? Praying? Yi Tian's confusion deepened, and noticing the middle-aged woman ignoring him, he turned to the soldiers. Isn't prayer supposed to take place inside the temple? How can they pray out here? The soldiers erupted in laughter. They go to the temple? Just kneeling here is already quite an achievement. Yi Tian's heart sank further upon hearing this. Though he was not yet the emperor, the soldiers, being fed by the imperial treasury, conveyed a clear message that elevated the temple's status. However, to uncover the truth, Yi Tian suppressed his anger and said, We are travelers from afar. We kindly request your guidance. Afterward, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Mei, who discreetly produced 10 taels of silver and offered them. The soldiers' eyes brightened slightly, and after accepting the silver with feigned nonchalance, their demeanor softened. Well, since you wish to know, I will tell you. These individuals are also outsiders, here to pray for blessings, but the temple generally opens only in the evening to express their sincerity. They can only kneel here. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. Why only in the evening? Heh, the wealthy lords are too busy during the day. Who has time to come? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure. Thank you for the information. Yi Tian gave a slight nod to the four soldiers and turned his gaze toward the nearby common folk, his eyes devoid of any compassion, despite his inquiries next to them and the soldiers' clear responses. The people still wore expressions of devoutness. This was not mere ignorance. They had been thoroughly brainwashed, rendered foolish. With a heavy sigh, he addressed Xiao Mei and the others. Let us depart. Indeed, the saying holds true. If prayer were effective, the impoverished would not even be able to enter the temple. As the four prepared to leave, the soldier who had spoken earlier called out to Yi Tian. Hey, wait a moment, Xiao Zhu. Her expression icy, inquired. What is it? The soldier, undeterred by her tone, leered at Xiao Mei and her companions, a lewd smile creeping onto his lips. Having shared so many insights, surely you owe us some form of compensation? Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and asked, What do you mean? Another soldier interjected, less chatter. Either hand over another 80 taels of silver, or you leave those four behind. This. Yi Tian nearly laughed in anger. Very well. Very well. Meilong, Zhu, your subordinate is at your service. The four women bowed in unison. The soldiers, witnessing this, felt their pupils constrict. They had genuinely believed the four to be outsiders, but it appeared that was not the case at all. Before they could comprehend the situation further, Yi Tian's cold voice pierced the air. If they wished to stay, then let you in the grand hall. Civil officials and military generals stood on either side, awaiting the emperor's arrival. However, as time passed, the previously animated conversations among the assembly came to an abrupt halt as an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Typically, court meetings commenced promptly at the first quarter of the Qin hour. Yet today that time had long since elapsed. The individuals present were all adept in their respective skills, possessing a keen sense of time. What was amiss? Why had the emperor still not arrived after a quarter of an hour? Could some unforeseen circumstance have delayed him? A murmur spread through the hall. What day was it today? Could there possibly be anything more significant than the celebration at hand? The atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous in that moment. Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui ceased their discussions with other generals, exchanging glances before positioning themselves behind Yi Xiaotian, surveying their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Just then, a voice with a distinct croak announced, "The emperor has arrived." In an instant, the entire hall fell silent, with a significant portion of the attendees kneeling. Only a select few retained the privilege of standing before the emperor, including Yi Xiaotian and Yi Wudi. Long live our emperor! After a brief pause, a calm voice resonated from the dragon throne. Rise! Thank you, your majesty. The assembly finally lifted their heads, but in the following moment, many pairs of eyes widened in shock. Beside the dragon throne, there was another throne occupied by Master Zhu Ming, the abbot of the White Tiger Temple. He was also referred to as Zhu Ming Fo among the common folk. What puzzled many was why the usually meditative abbot had come to the court today. However, after a swift glance, the assembly hastily lowered their heads once more to that moment. The emperor spoke. Today marks the grand celebration of the great Qian dynasty. It is a day for universal rejoicing. A sense of tension gripped the crowd, for whenever Emperor Li Jiushao made such declarations, it often heralded ominous tidings. Indeed, he continued, Yet, General Yi, Marshal Yi, Prince Yi, do you not owe me an explanation? Upon hearing these words, the hearts of Yi Xiaotian and his two sons sank. This was dire. Had the emperor somehow learned of their treasonous intentions? But that could not be. Their plans had been conducted in utmost secrecy. And Tian heir subordinates, skilled in the Heavenly King realm, had thoroughly scouted the area. Such a revelation was impossible. Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui continued to speculate anxiously. In contrast, Yi Xiaotian maintained his composure, for he had unwavering faith in his grandson. Slightly bowing, he inquired with genuine confusion, Your Majesty, may I ask what wrong my Yi family has committed? At that moment, Master Zhu Ming, seated beside Li Jiushao, let out a cold snort. Humph. Just that simple sound caused many to blanch, particularly Yi Xiaotian, whose complexion turned ghostly pale. The reason being, he was merely at the second level of the Sky Ascend realm. while Master Zhu Ming had already attained the 6th level of the spirit concentration realm. Sensing their father's distress, Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui rushed to support him. "Father," the brothers exchanged worried glances as they looked towards the elevated platform. Meanwhile, Li Jiuzhao's expression mirrored their concern. "Prince Yi, Marshal Yi, your esteemed son and grandson ventured into the outer city yesterday and murdered 4 soldiers right at the gates of the White Tiger Temple. Were you not aware?" Upon hearing this, the ministers finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that the chaos had been wrought by Yi Tian, and now the abbot had come to demand accountability. However, the assembly was perplexed. Even if Yi Tian had indeed committed this act, was it truly worthy of such a grand uproar? For mere soldiers, after all. Not only was the Yi family a noble house, but many of the ministers present had also witnessed their relatives dispatching soldiers without consequence. Yet here they were, at a grand celebration, having their faces publicly shamed and their family targeted. The officials sensed that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. They could not forget that Yuan was the emperor's favored consort. Even if she were not the empress, she held the title of noble consort. The onlookers bore expressions of intrigue as they observed the Yi family, none daring to speak up, not even the 2 generals who typically maintained cordial relations with them, who now averted their gazes. Why Yi Xiaotian brushed aside the support of Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui, straightening his posture to address the emperor. "Your Majesty, I was unaware of this situation. Furthermore, even if my grandson is responsible, there must be extenuating circumstances that he could have referred to himself as this prince, for he was indeed of noble blood." However, sensing the gravity of the day's events, Yi Xiaotian deliberately chose to identify himself as this old minister, implying that this would be his final act as a loyal subject of the great Qian. Before Li Jiushao could respond, Master Zhu Ming interjected sharply. "Presumptuous! You dare to kill within the precincts of my White Tiger Temple, and yet you still attempt to defend yourselves." Li Jiushao cast a sidelong glance at Master Zhu Ming. While the others may have been oblivious to the underlying motives, he was acutely aware. The abbot's visit was clearly a pretext for confrontation, driven by his greed for the wealth held by Yi Tian. The currency of the Great Qian was silver, and throughout the entire Qinyan prefecture, only silver was in circulation. Why not gold? Was it due to a lack of purchasing power, or were these nations incapable of mining gold? Neither. The truth lay in the fact that the rights to gold mining were monopolized by the sects, resulting in an absence of gold in the market. The White Tiger Temple controlled the entire gold mining rights of the Great Qian, but were still unsatisfied with their gains. Although Bai Jinhan possessed a peak spirit concentration expert, and Zhu Ming had ascertained this fact, he dared not provoke him. However, upon discovering that Bai Jinhan belonged to Yi Tian, he devised alternative strategies. Initially, he had not intended to act, but Yi Tian had unwittingly provided him with the opportunity. This was the primary reason Master Zhu Ming had arrived at the palace so early to ask for the peak spirit concentration expert. While he was indeed formidable, many matters in this world could not be resolved through brute force alone. Once he obtained the land deed for Bai Jinhan, he could position himself as the champion of justice, unafraid of any potential retaliation from the peak expert, especially with the backing of other sects behind the White Tiger Temple. Although Yi Xiaotian had not anticipated such intricacies, he was acutely aware that Master Zhu Ming's motives were far from benign. What disheartened him further was that Li Jiushao, rather than coming to the aid of a founding minister, chose instead to align with outsiders against him. This realization extinguished the last flicker of hope in Yi Xiaotian's heart. "Since the abbot is so certain of my grandson's guilt, might I ask what resolution you propose?" "Humph." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile betrayed itself at the corner of Zhu Ming's mouth. "Our Buddha is compassionate. Since the Yi family acknowledges their fault, I kindly ask that you transfer the land deed for Bai Jinhan to the White Tiger Temple. That tainted place has no place in the imperial city." The audacity of his demands left the assembly astonished. They had heard rumors about the White Tiger Temple's behavior, yet witnessing such shamelessness firsthand was an entirely different matter. How could they demand the family's property in light of the murders committed right at their doorstep? How absurd! While the outer city's White Tiger Temple was indeed a branch, it still operated under its own leadership. Everyone understood that Bai Jinhan thrived due to its frequent auctions of spiritual treasures and elixirs. Yet what could the White Tiger Temple offer in return? Even if Bai Jinhan were handed over to them, could they manage it? The ministers turned their gazes towards Li Jiuxiao, fully aware of the Yi family's stature. If the emperor were to intercede, the situation would not have escalated to such complexity. However, Li Jiuxiao remained silent, even aiding the White Tiger Temple in their oppression of the Yi family. Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui's expressions grew colder, their hearts heavy with resentment, while Li Xiaotian let out a bitter laugh. If the abbot desires it so, why not allow my grandson to enter? At this, the abbot turned his gaze towards Li Jiuxiao. The emperor, lacking in resolve, merely nodded toward the nearby eunuch. Announce, Yi Tian enters the hall. At the same moment, Yi Tian received a message from Zhao Jun. Becoming aware of the events transpiring within the imperial court, he accessed the system panel and commanded the deployment of 100,000 black-armored soldiers at the 4 main gates of Baihu City. He ordered 10,000 Peak Yukong Realm Moonshadow Guards to eradicate all branches of the Baihu Temple throughout the Great Qian territory. Furthermore, he directed 100 Pinnacle Ning Shun Realm Moonshadow Guards to purge the imperial guards within the royal palace. After disseminating these orders, a eunuch approached Yi Tian, calling for him. Your Highness, the emperor summons you to the court. Very well, Yi Tian replied with a slight nod, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Amidst the whispers and pointed fingers of the officials' families, Yi Tian followed the eunuch toward the imperial court. How did Yi Tian get summoned? He holds no official title, while others from the Yi family are hereditary nobles and can rightfully enter. The tone of the eunuch suggested that this was not a favorable matter, that why Yi Tian chose to disregard the gossip behind him, focusing instead on the system panel. The Great Qian boasts 36 cities, 108 counties, and 960 towns, each housing a branch of the Baihu Temple. As early as yesterday, Yi Tian had issued commands to the Moonshadow Guards, and by this morning, 10,000 of them were already positioned near each branch. Upon receiving Yi Tian's orders, they swiftly infiltrated the Baihu Temple branches in groups of 10, executing their mission with precision. Simultaneously, at the 4 main gates of Baihu City, over 20,000 black-armored soldiers materialized at each entrance. Before the soldiers on the gates could report the breach, the soldiers had already stormed into the city. Observing this, Yi Tian felt a sense of certainty settle within him. The nearest military camp to Baihu City was located 30 kilometers outside the city, housing 300,000 cavalry. However, once the 10,000 black-armored soldiers secured the city walls, even if the cavalry received word, they would be unable to retake the city upon entering the Qianqin Hall. All the ministers turned to look at him, their expressions a mix of curiosity, schadenfreude, and pity, but predominantly resembling that of spectators at a performance. Seated upon the dragon throne, Li Jiuxiao's eyes narrowed the instant he caught sight of Yi Tian. He recognized Yi Tian's advancement, having seen him half a year prior when he was merely at the 5th level of Foundation establishment. Now he had risen an entire realm. Before Li Jiuxiao could speak, an elderly eunuch interjected, Bold, why do you not kneel before the emperor? Yi Tian raised his gaze briefly before redirecting it toward Li Jiuxiao. Uncle, do you intend to strip my Yi family of our noble title? Everyone momentarily froze, astonished by Yi Tian's audacity. Li Jiuxiao furrowed his brow, rebuking, Yi Tian, this is the court, not your family backyard. Here, you ought to refer to him as your majesty. Moreover, why do you not kneel before me? Yi Tian smiled faintly, then turned to Abbot Zhu Ming. Is it you who seeks my Bai Jinhan? Everyone was taken aback, their gazes involuntarily shifting to the eunuch at the entrance. The eunuch nearly lost control, hastily shaking his hands. No, it wasn't me. I said nothing. The abbot paid no heed to this, instead reciting a Buddhist chant, Amit Ba. Yi Tian, your actions in front of my Baihu Temple clearly show a lack of respect. As punishment, I demand your Bai Jinhan. What is wrong with that? The entire assembly of civil and military officials fell silent, too intimidated to interject. In their hearts, they had already sentenced Yi Tian to death. For he had not only offended the Baihu Temple, but also displeased the emperor. Why Yi Tian clapped his hands. Good. Excellent. If that is the case, then I have taken a liking to your Baihu Mountain. How about you hand it over to me? Bold, audacious, Li Jiuxiao and Abbot Zhu Ming struck their thrones in outrage. Rising to their feet, Their powerful auras surged toward Yi Tian, yet before they could reach him, they dissipated into nothingness, bold, audacious. Humph! Yi Tian scoffed. Li Jiuxiao, you are unworthy of sitting in that position, not a so-called emperor living like a dog in squalor. If you are incapable, then step aside and let someone more capable take your place. Boom. The words reverberated through the hall, leaving everyone in stunned silence, gazing at Yi Tian as if witnessing a ghost. Even the three members of the Yi family bore expressions of disbelief, though they had prepared for rebellion. They lacked the necessary troops and support. How could he boldly speak such words without any backing? Li Jiuxiao trembled with indignation. His family's throne had been secured with the Baihu Temple's backing. Although the Baihu Temple had indeed overstepped its bounds in recent years, he felt powerless in this world where might dictated everything. Without strength, one deserved humiliation. However, such words were not befitting of a mere subject. And Yi Tian had yet to inherit his title or receive his coronation. He was nothing but a commoner. Audacious guards, drag this insolent child out and execute him. The Yi family shall have their title stripped, their cultivation abolished, and be expelled from the great Qian. Chapter 25. The imperial city in turmoil. The throne changes hands. Abbot Zhu, who had been observing from the sidelines, realized Yi Tian's fearlessness might indicate that the formidable figure stationed within by Jin Han was already at his side. Contemplating this, he discreetly shattered a jade token. Why, Yi Tian's eyes burned with murderous intent. Had he not been adequately prepared, had he not possessed the system, would the Yi family face such a fate simply for inciting the emperor's displeasure? The thought deepened his resolve, and he spoke to the air. Humph! If you wish to kill me, then the Li family need not exist any longer. Eliminate that bald donkey and cripple Li Jiuxiao. As soon as Yi Tian's words fell, Abbot Zhu sensed impending doom and hurriedly retrieved 2 jade tokens from his storage ring. Each could withstand a strike from a mid-level heavenly king. He was confident that if he could hold out until reinforcements arrived, they would surely be able to eliminate the individual behind Yi Tian and uncover his secrets. However, in the next moment, a loud crash echoed as Abbot Zhu gaped in horror at the jade tokens in his hands. Before him, a youth appeared, and with a single punch, he shattered both tokens. The force of the blow continued unabated, crashing into Abbot Zhu chest. The dragon throne beneath him exploded, sending Abbot Zhu flying into the wall at the back of the hall. Zhao Jun was slightly taken aback, though he had only used 30% of his strength. He had not killed the abbot. Upon seeing the shattered jade tokens, Zhao Jun understood. However, since Yi Tian had issued orders, he would see them through. Taking a step forward, Zhao Jun instantly appeared beside Abbot Zhu and pointed a finger at his forehead. Abbot Zhu had yet to react before he met his demise. Both soul and true spirit were obliterated under Zhao Jun's fingertip, his eyes still reflecting terror. As Zhao Jun eliminated Abbot Zhu, Li Jiuxiao was already reeling in shock, simultaneously shattering a jade token. Yet Zhao Jun's speed was too swift. The moment he crushed the token, he found Zhao Jun's gaze fixed upon him before he could utter more than a syllable. A sharp pain pierced his abdomen, followed by a rapid drain of his spiritual energy. Puffed, Li Jiuxiao coughed up blood, his eyes clouding with resentment. He dared not look at Zhao Jun, although he was uncertain of Zhao Jun's precise strength. He sensed an aura unique to the royal by Niao guards, indicating that Zhao Jun was, in fact, a hidden assassin. Everything transpired so quickly that by the time Zhao Jun vanished, the others were still reeling from the shock. They all turned to look at Yi Tian, a mere 13-year-old boy. Yet before they could collect themselves from their astonishment, an uproar erupted from outside. They quickly turned to the entrance, where a commander at the 3rd level of Yukong rushed in, shouting, "Your Majesty, it's bad." But before he could finish, a black curved blade swept across his neck. In the next instant, 100 masked figures clad in black and red, wielding dual blades, appeared behind Yi Tian. Reporting to the young master, all combatants within the palace have been eliminated. Yi Tian pointed at the still-stunned old eunuch, drag him out, and execute him by 1,000 cuts. Yes, in the blink of an eye. The old eunuch had vanished from sight before he could utter a sound. Why, Yi Tian calmly declared, "Your Majesty, are you satisfied with my actions?" Puffed. Li Jiuxiao spat another mouthful of blood, his gaze toward Yi Tian filled with fear. Yet he soon erupted into laughter. Huh, your Yi family has truly harbored rebellious intentions all along, haven't you? A multitude of ministers hesitated to voice their thoughts, save for the 15 individuals tightly bound to the Li family who stepped forth. The left chancellor, Lu Shuwen, boldly advanced and rebuked Yi Tian, exclaiming, Yi Tian, you ungrateful wretch! The emperor has treated your Yi family with kindness, yet you dare to rebel. And you, Yi Shaotian, Yi Wudi, Yi Wuhui, the Grand Emperor and the current emperor have shown favor to your family. Sensing Lu Shuwen's intention to launch a scathing tirade, Yi Tian interjected sharply. Enough, he was acutely aware of the motives of those 15. These power-hungry elites had intertwined their fates with the royal Li family. Should Yi Tian truly succeed in his insurrection, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Lu Shuwen was cognizant of this fact, as was everyone present, yet Yi Tian was determined to prevent him from continuing. How much has our Yi family sacrificed for the Deqian? Others may be oblivious, but do you, Left Chancellor, remain unaware? He continued, are you fearful that I might succeed in my rebellion and annihilate you all? Pointing at the assembled ministers, he declared, since you have all chosen to stand forth, I shall grant your wish. Moon Shadow Guards, eliminate them all. Yes. In the next moment, Lu Shuwen and the other 14 civil and military officials were slain on the spot. Yi Tian then turned his gaze toward the silent Li Jiuxiao. Uncle, are you waiting for the Grand Emperor? Or perhaps for aid from that bald monk? Li Jiuxiao, taken aback, lifted his head, his expression shifting repeatedly. He had long abandoned hope for the Grand Emperor Li Wuji, who, after all, was merely attempting to break through from the Void Realm to the Spirit-gathering realm, while Yi Tian commanded over 100 formidable subordinates, all at the pinnacle of the Spirit-gathering stage. Even if his father arrived, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. The reinforcements he anticipated were the hidden powers behind Baihu Temple. The Tai sect, the 7-star sect, boasting 5 experts at the Heavenly King level within its ranks. It was only lacking a Heavenly Sovereign to have already ascended to an 8-star sect. Witnessing Yi Tian's unwavering confidence, Li Jiuxiao's heart began to race with anxiety. What do you intend to do? Nothing much. A Heavenly King level expert has indeed arrived outside the city, Yi Tian replied, waving his hand dismissively. In that instant, the corpse of an elegantly attired elder was casually discarded by Zhao Jun. Your reinforcements shall not be coming to Do. By the way, Yi Tian continued, ignoring the prostrate Li Jiuxiao, your Imperial Guard should be entirely annihilated by now. That so-called organization has ceased to exist, and the entire Baihu Temple of Deqian has been obliterated. Additionally, your esteemed father has also been incapacitated. Upon hearing this, Li Jiuxiao spewed another mouthful of blood, his expression one of utter disbelief. Indeed, your Yi family harbors treasonous intentions. I should have anticipated it. Yet Yi Shaotian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui felt a pang of discomfort. Were it not for Yi Tian, they would never have contemplated rebellion. Their hearts had been wholly devoted to the greater good of Deqian. However, the royal Li family had relentlessly driven the Yi family into a corner. The eldest son, Yi Wushuang, had been harmed. The fates of 2 daughters-in-law remained uncertain, and throughout the past year, Yi Tian had survived countless assassination attempts. Was there any incident that did not bear the shadow of the Li family? The censor Wang Yulong? Merely a 3rd-rank official. How could he possibly possess the strength to cultivate shadows comparable to the Yi families? Even during Yi Tian's journey to Baijin Han, the assassins have been dispatched by the Li family. Across the vast realm of Deqian, only the royal Li family wielded such capabilities. Chapter 26. Eradication of Dissenters. Signing at the Golden Throne Hall at this juncture, Yi Tian had effectively seized control of the entire imperial city. He paid no heed to the prostrated Li Jiuxiao and ascended the imperial platform step by step. The multitude of ministers could only bear witness to this unfolding scene, none daring to voice any objections. Even the foremost figures among the military contingent, Yi Shaotian and his sons, remained silent, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Yi Tian reached the 7th tier of the imperial platform and stood beside Li Jiuxiao. He looked down from his elevated position and declared, "Your era has come to an end. Casting his gaze upon the shattered dragon throne, Yi Tian's eyes narrowed with a wave of his hand. A new chair materialized beside him that moment. A soldier clad in black armor and another robed in black and red from the Moonshadow Guards entered. "Greetings, young master. Baihu City has been secured." "Greetings, young master. The Baihu Temple across the nation has been eradicated." The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, disbelief etched upon their faces as they turned to the figure seated upon the high platform at this point. To claim that the Yi family bore no treasonous intentions would be met with skepticism beyond measure. The Baihu Temple, with its presence spanning across cities and towns nationwide, had been eradicated in mere moments, a testament to the Yi family's meticulous preparations. Furthermore, the black-armored commander exuded an aura that unmistakably indicated he had reached the Void Realm. Yet, such a formidable individual was merely a commander within an army, capable of silently taking control of the entire imperial city with a force numbering no less than 40,000. At that moment, the way the crowd regarded Yi Tian shifted entirely. Yi Tian cast a calm gaze upon the ministers below, before shifting his attention to Li Jiuxiao's brother, Li Jiuming, who held the title of princely duke. However, Li Jiuming, witnessing the recent demise of another prince, Li Jiuquan, at the hands of the Moonshadow Guards, had become a coward, failing to muster the courage to speak. Upon feeling Yi Tian's scrutiny, he immediately knelt, clutching Yi Wudi's leg and pleading, "Marshal Yi, I beseech you, spare my life." The incapacitated Li Jiuxiao gritted his teeth and spat, "Wretch, Li Jiuming, do you possess no dignity as a prince? If the Yi family dares to rebel, do you think they would spare you?" Yi Tian regarded his father's gaze, devoid of any compassion. This realization bolstered Yi Tian's resolve, and he addressed Li Jiuxiao. "Uncle, I urge you to command Li Qian to surrender. Surely, you do not wish for the entire 30,000 cavalry to perish." Li Jiuxiao forced a bitter smile. You have already rebelled. My Li family will face extermination. What is there for me to fear? How many soldiers do you possess to withstand 30,000 iron cavalry?" Li Jiuxiao understood all too well. The Li family's legacy was doomed. Yi Tian would never allow them to escape, and he would likely annihilate the Li clan to the last. If he were in Li Jiuxiao's position, he would certainly act in kind. "You will indeed perish, but do you not desire for your Li family to leave behind descendants?" Yi Tian mused. He had no intention of sparing the majority of the Li family. Yet there was one individual he felt compelled to consider: the 6-year-old ninth prince, Li Wencan, the son of Yi Wuyan. Li Jiuxiao abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Yi Tian, and for a fleeting moment, he recognized Yi Wuyan and his most despised 7th prince. With a bitter smile, he realized that the survival of the Li bloodline hinged upon the most detested of princes. "Very well, I shall issue the command for Li Qian to return." Just then, Yi Xiaotian interjected, "Tian, I wish to spare their father and son." Before Yi Tian could respond, Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui expressed their astonishment. "Father, what do you mean?" With a complex gaze, Yi Xiaotian replied, "They have already been rendered useless. Let them live out their remaining days in peace." If Yi Tian had rebelled due to the system, then Yi Xiaotian's agreement stemmed from a place of vengeance. The deaths of his son, wife, and 2 daughters-in-law were inextricably linked to the Li family, and throughout the year, they had been responsible for countless assassination attempts against Yi Tian. Yet, the words Yi Tian had spoken the previous night revealed to him a vision of another dynasty's future. As an old general, he could not afford to be soft-hearted. His desire to spare Li Jiuxiao and Li Wuji was merely to demonstrate that the actions of the Yi family were not without justification. As for whether these two incapacitated individuals would pose a threat to Yi Tian's ambitions, Yi Xiaotian held no concerns. He had originally intended to retire, and witnessing his grandson ascend to the throne, he felt no regrets. Yi Tian nodded, instructing the Moonshadow Guards and the black-armored commander, after securing those 30,000 cavalry, eliminate all armed forces in the surrounding 4 cities. He then glanced at the 15 ministers who had perished, adding, "As for their families, let them accompany their loved ones." "Understood." The two bowed in acknowledgement. That moment, 13 figures entered from outside the hall. These 13 were ancient sages summoned by the system. Their entrance brought an undeniable pressure upon the assembly. not only due to their strength, but also because each exuded an aura of superiority that placed them just beneath the heavens. I, Cheng Liang, I, Wang Lin, I, Zhang Wu Feng. We pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty reign eternal. The crowd was left in stunned silence, even the corners of Yi Xiaoyan's eyes twitching involuntarily. Was this not a hasty proclamation? They had yet to ascend to the throne and were already addressing him as your majesty? Yi Tian, indifferent to the circumstances, commanded directly. Cheng Liang, Wang Lin, Zhang Wu Feng, and the other 10 of you shall assume their positions. The celebration shall continue. Yes, your majesty. The crowd fell silent, unaware of the multitude of lives lost outside the palace. However, within the palace itself, it was certain that over 10,000 had perished in such dire conditions. How could Yi Tian still insist on ascending the throne? Was he not considering a more auspicious day? This seemed overly hasty, perhaps even rash, before Yi Tian could make any changes to official appointments. Wang Lin took the initiative to assume the position of Minister of Rites, issuing commands to the Moonshadow Guards. Seated on the elevated platform, Yi Tian initiated a communication with the system in his mind. System, today marks my ascension to the throne. Grant me some worthy rewards. Ding, today's sign-in has not been completed. Would the host like a sign-in now? Sign-in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a royal city, a royal court, a 9-dragon chariot, 100 Moonshadow Guards, 100 alchemists, 100 craftsmen, 100 ray masters, 5,000 pieces of earthly treasures, 5,000 spiritual herbs, 1 superior spiritual vein, 10 medium spiritual veins, and 100 inferior spiritual veins. A plethora of rewards dazzled Yi Tian's eyes. When Yi Tian examined the royal city, a message emerged. Primary royal city. Spiritual energy density increased by 1-fold, loyalty index enhanced, wisdom granted, blessings conferred, adaptable in size, capable of enhancement and fusion. Primary royal court. Spiritual energy density increased by 10-fold. Adaptable and capable of fusion. While the descriptions were succinct, Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement. Although the title had shifted from Royal City to King City, seemingly a downgrade, this was the system's evaluation. The former Deqian White Tiger City had not even qualified as a royal city. The functions associated with the royal city and royal court appeared limited, yet they sufficed for the present. Chapter 27. Ascension to the Throne, Activation of Constitution. Furthermore, the 9-dragon chariot was not composed of real dragons, but rather 9 formidable demon dragons at the pinnacle of their strength at S for the 100. 000 Moonshadow Guards. 90,000 had reached the Void Realm, with the remaining 10,000 varying from the 1st to the 9th level of concentration. What delighted Yi Tian most were the additional 300 individuals. Whether alchemists or craftsmen, such personnel were unprecedented in Deqian and exceedingly rare throughout the entire Qingyun Prefecture. Array masters were even scarcer, with none to be found in Qingyun Prefecture. After all, such individuals were treasures for any nation. And he never expected the system to bestow upon him 300 of them, as for the earthly treasures and spiritual herbs. Yi Tian already possessed a considerable amount in his system space. However, the reward of spiritual veins truly captured his attention. That Deqian originally had 2 inferior spiritual veins, but they had been nearly depleted by the Qingfeng nation's mining efforts after being taken over by Deqian. The veins had dwindled to almost nothing due to years of extraction. This was why Yi Tian was so pleased upon seeing the system's rewards. System, merge the royal city and royal court. Ding, merging in progress, please wait. The next moment, the entire White Tiger City began to tremble, with the Qianqin Palace shaking even more violently. This is bad. An earthquake, just as someone attempted to shout a warning. They noticed that Yi Tian on the platform remained utterly still, prompting the ministers to fall silent. Why Yi Tian then calmly stated, "Do not be alarmed. The royal city is undergoing transformation." Royal city? The ministers were perplexed. White Tiger City was clearly the royal city. When had it transformed into a king city? However, Yi Tian chose not to elaborate further, sensing that the palace itself was beginning to change in the next moment. The Qianqin Palace rippled as if a wave had passed over it, undergoing a significant transformation. The first impression was that the spiritual energy had become even more concentrated, with many individuals subtly hinting at impending breakthroughs. The once ordinary wooden doors transformed into ones of purple gold ironwood. The plain wooden pillars became dragon-carved golden columns. The previously simple golden brick floor morphed into deep-sea source gold, and the wooden imperial platform changed into a golden staircase. The wooden screens were replaced by 7 magnificent golden barriers, and the white jade steps became steps made of heavenly spirit jade. The chair Tian sat upon transformed into a genuine dragon throne. And on the dragon table, 3 items were displayed: a grand seal, a sword, and a set of battle armor. These were the imperial weapons Yi Tian had signed in for earlier, but had yet to activate. To his surprise, they had now been activated at why Yi Tian stood, gesturing, and the imperial battle armor adorned him, instantly transforming into a black gold dragon robe. The innate imperial sword appeared at his waist in that very moment. With one hand clutching the imperial seal and the other resting on the imperial sword, Yi Tian's presence etched itself into the hearts of all present. He resembled an ancient emperor in his youth. Gazing down upon the world from above, Cheng Liang and the 13 others knelt first, proclaiming loudly, "We pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty reign eternally." At this moment, the rest of the assembly also knelt in unison. As if a voice in their minds compelled them to submit, Wadi Xiaotian and his 2 sons suddenly felt a moment of daze, but quickly regained their composure. In the grand hall, only the 3 of them remained unaffected. Standing tall, Yi Tian glanced at the golden dragon head above the hall, then surveyed the kneeling ministers, realizing why so many were drawn to this position of power. "Rise! Thank you, your majesty." Despite his diminutive stature, Yi Tian, seated upon the dragon throne, could still look down upon the crowd. Today was initially meant to be a grand celebration of the nation, yet the former dynasty had neglected the people's suffering and aided the White Tiger Temple in its plunder. "Today, as I ascend the throne, I shall act for the people and the nation. Sweeping across the realm, the Qian shall henceforth be named Lingxiao, and White Tiger City shall be renamed Chang'an City. The feudal system will be abolished in favor of a county system, and noble titles will no longer be hereditary. Yi Tian enumerated over a dozen national policies, simultaneously expressing his intention to transform the feudal states into the Qi Yuan dynasty for the ministers. This brought both benefits and drawbacks. The advantages included sharing in the fortune and increasing their power, along with a rise in their stipends. However, the downside was the reduction of their authority, as Yi Tian candidly stated that all would be monitored by the Moonshadow Guards. At the same time, Yi Tian released the Spirit Gathering Array, the Hidden Gold Pavilion, the Xianhuang Tower, and the Tengwang Pavilion Academy from his system space. Previously, the Qian had places similar to the Hidden Gold Pavilion. But the collection of books was not as comprehensive. Now, it was magnificently enhanced through fusion. The Tengwang Pavilion Academy was directly placed atop White Tiger Mountain, as the former White Tiger Temple had been destroyed by the Moonshadow Guards, with all treasures and resources within thoroughly plundered. The Xianhuang Tower was also positioned within the Tengwang Pavilion Academy for scholars to refine their skills. The testing ladder was placed beneath the Tengwang Pavilion Academy, requiring individuals to conquer over 500 steps to gain entry for study. Lastly, the Wujimi Secret Realm was situated in the royal palace's back garden. Yi Tian did not rush to bring forth the Qi Yuan 9 tripods. The current Lingxiao kingdom spanned merely 700,000 square kilometers, and hastily elevating the dynasty was unwise. However, Yi Tian could activate his system. Activate the chaotic Dao body. Ding, activation successful. In the next instant, an extraordinary phenomenon enveloped the heavens and the earth. The entirety of Chang'an City, still reeling from the recent shock, witnessed an anomaly in the sky. Initially, it appeared as a scene of dragons and phoenixes in harmony, akin to a dragon and a phoenix dancing in the air. The next moment revealed a breathtaking panorama of mountains and rivers, displaying the entire Tian Yuan continent. Following that, a chaotic azure lotus materialized in the sky, accompanied by the blessings of myriad emperors. The inhabitants of Chang'an City, and even those throughout Qingyun Prefecture and the Qingtian region, beheld this spectacle in astonishment. Many, especially those with strength surpassing the heavenly emperor realm, furrowed their brows. Others may have been oblivious. But these venerable figures understood all too well that this was a manifestation of a powerful constitution. Voices echoed from numerous sects and sacred places. Investigate. Unbeknownst to Yi Tian, a whisper of suspicion lingered in his heart. At this moment, his body was undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. First, his meridians and bones, followed by his blood and flesh, were incessantly fortified at Yi Tian sensed an elevation throughout his entire being, as if the world had become more vividly clear. Many previously perplexing questions regarding his cultivation technique crystallized in an instant. Even his breath resonated with the flow of spiritual energy circulating around him. Previously, his combat prowess, augmented by martial arts and divine abilities, barely reached the pinnacle of the spirit sea. Yet now, he had undoubtedly attained the strength of the sky's sovereign realm. The spiritual energy within the royal court had thickened considerably, and Yi Tian felt his cultivation level unconsciously ascend to the 6th layer of the spirit sea. Chapter 28. A Universal Amnesty. Renaming the dynasty to Ling Xiao, Li Jiuxiao, and Li Wuji were escorted away by Yi Xiaotian, and both Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui exited the Grand Hall. They needed to return immediately to the frontier stronghold to oversee the military, for Yi Tian was preparing to grant a universal amnesty and instigate a change of dynasty, without their presence to stabilize the troops. A mutiny could ensue, an eventuality they wished to avoid as they departed. Yi Tian bestowed upon them numerous treasures and provisions to placate the commanding officers below. The bloodshed outside persisted, commencing with a massacre of the 15 ministers who had opposed Yi Tian. In a mere half-day, the Imperial Guard and the Imperial Army of the Qin were nearly annihilated, with no survivors left. Following this, a thorough purge of the palace ensued, resulting in the demise of many palace maids and eunuchs. The citizens of Baihu City, initially elated by the national celebration, were engulfed by panic due to these unforeseen upheavals. Unseen black-armored soldiers surged into the city, mercilessly slaughtering the Imperial Guards. The walls separating the inner and outer city vanished, and the spiritual energy grew ever denser. Soon, the entire Baihu City underwent a transformation, as if it had expanded significantly. A journey of 100 steps to visit a neighbor now required 180. Family members of the ministers waiting outside the Grand Hall were also taken away by successive waves of soldiers. The palace was undergoing a grand cleansing, though only a small fraction was affected. Simultaneously, seated upon the dragon throne, Yi Tian conveyed orders to Yang Tianzi of the Yang family. The supplies amassed by the Yang family from neighboring nations filled several warehouses. Upon receiving the command, Yang Tianzi, accompanied by his household servants and escorted by soldiers, arrived at the city gate. Observing the original inscription Baihu City replaced by Chang'an City, Yang Tianzi comprehended that Yi Tian had ascended to power. He promptly affixed a freshly drafted notice to the city gate. Before long, citizens approached to read it, but upon discerning its contents, many were struck dumb. Others, literate individuals, stepped forward, equally astonished and speechless. Witnessing this, Yang Tianzi brandished a conical megaphone, standing atop a cart, and proclaimed loudly. The message contained 4 main points. First, Baihu Temple had exploited the Qin, rendering the populace wretched, while the imperial Li family remained complacent, allowing Baihu Temple to commit atrocities against loyal ministers, executing 15 officials. Second, Yi family Yi Tian ascended the throne as emperor, granting amnesty to the realm. Laborers would be released or have their sentences reduced, alongside the opening of grain stores to distribute provisions to all citizens while lowering taxes. Third, Baihu Temple, relying on its might, oppressed the nation and deceived the populace, only to be eradicated by Emperor Yi. Concurrently, Emperor Yi constructed the Tongwang Pavilion Academy on Baihu Mountain, where anyone aged 6 to 30 could study for free upon passing an examination. Fourth, the Qin dynasty would be renamed Ling Xiao, reclaiming all fiefs for redistribution among the populace. If the first 2 points merely shocked the citizens, the latter 2 filled them with joy. In this world, regardless of which dynasty ruled, the common folk remained indifferent to the identity of the emperor, as it bore little consequence to their lives. However, the prospect of ample food, education, and literacy directly impacted them, especially the reduction of taxes, land redistribution, and the establishment of the academy. Tax relief would enhance their incomes, land distribution would free them from the obligation of tribute to powerful families, and the academy's creation offered hope for the next generation. Previously, the concept of an academy was non-existent in Deqian, with only private schools accessible solely to the aristocracy, and no family wished for their children to lack achievement. Even at significant cost, they aspired to provide education for their offspring. Now, with the new emperor's open and free access to education, how could they not rejoice? By employing these straightforward measures, Yi Tian swiftly quelled the populace's unrest as for the aristocracy, despite any grievances they harbored. They dared not express them as for plotting against Yi Tian. Such thoughts remained confined to their mind. As afternoon approached, Wang Lin and the others finally grasped the entirety of the ceremonial proceedings. Within this intricate web of rituals, Yi Tian formally ascended as the sovereign of the nation. Yet, in the brief span of half a day, Yi Tian found himself regretting the decision to become emperor. By evening, he slumped in a chair within his study, gazing at the mountain of memorials, utterly exhausted. System, since I claim my rewards, can I abdicate in favor of another? In the next moment, the system's voice resonated beside him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for becoming the sovereign of a nation. Rewards: 50,000 jade marrow celestial crystals, 1 innate spiritual jujube tree, 3 immortal herbs, 10 ancient sages, 10 ancient generals, 1,000 guards, chief steward Lu Zhengyang, 3,000 eunuchs and palace maids, and 500,000 black-armored soldiers. The sudden influx of rewards left Yi Tian momentarily stunned, but he hastily accessed the system panel for verification. Jade marrow celestial crystals, an existence thousands of times more potent than top-tier spiritual stones. Typically absorbable only by imperial-level beings, innate spiritual jujube tree. Yields fruit after a century, capable of enhancing one's foundation. Immortal herbs. Can revive an individual who has not succumbed to death for more than 12 hours. Ancient sages. 10 individuals renowned for their governance skills, each possessing peak concentration. Ancient generals. Celebrated commanders throughout history, battle-hardened and capable of leading millions, all at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm. 1,000 guards, each possessing initial concentration strength. Lu Zhengyang, a eunuch in his 20s, yet wielding 8th-tier Heavenly King strength point. 3,000 palace maids and eunuchs, evenly divided, all young and beautiful, each possessing sky sovereign realm strength. The black-armored troops remained unchanged, amounting to a staggering 500,000. Additionally, a plethora of miscellaneous spiritual treasures and herbs. In this manner, he commanded a force of 100,000 iron cavalry, 600,000 black-armored troops, along with 300,000 cavalry and 170,000 soldiers left by the previous dynasty. The total military strength soared to an astonishing 2 million. Upon reviewing these figures, Yi Tian found himself momentarily dazed. Ding! Does the host wish to abdicate in favor of another? Abdicate? Not a chance. With such resources, I could directly vie for supremacy over the continent. Every character generated by the system possesses a loyalty rating of 100%. Among the civil officials, with 23 ancient sages at his disposal, he could delegate authority, rendering the review of memorials unnecessary. Among the military, the 10 ancient generals, while they may not be adept in modern warfare tactics, would undoubtedly become Yi Tian's sharp sword once they acclimated. Wherever the sword pointed, victory was assured. With this thought, a smile crept across Yi Tian's lips. Now, with the Lingxiao nation fortified and robust, a brief period of adjustment would enable him to dispatch troops to conquer neighboring states and expand Lingxiao's territory. Perhaps even to seize the entirety of Qingyun province. At that juncture, he could activate the 9 tripod of fortune and commence the era of a prosperous dynasty. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Tian exited his study and urgently instructed the system. System, generate them all now. Chapter 29. The reformation of the court. Changes over 3 months. 30 kilometers outside Chang'an City, a garrison of 300,000 cavalry stood ready. Although Li Qian had relinquished military authority, Yi Tian had no intention of utilizing this cavalry. Instead, he planned to select the strongest 30,000 from the 500,000 black-armored troops to garrison this location, while the remaining 20,000 would merge with the initial 10,000 generated. Ding, generation in progress. Generation successful. In the next moment, over 4,000 individuals appeared within the royal palace, startling Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, who had just settled in. Fortunately, Yi Tian was nearby and raised his hand to halt the four women. They are our own. The multitude knelt in unison, paying their respects. We pay homage to your majesty. May your majesty reign eternally. Rise. The palace maids, eunuchs, and guards resumed their duties. 10 generals and 10 eminent scholars. Accompany me. Yes, your majesty. Lu Zhengyang, expressionless, held a dust brush and hurriedly bowed, following closely behind Yi Tian. The 10 generals were robust, exuding an aura of ferocity. Each one a figure of formidable prowess. The 10 scholars, resembling refined gentlemen, possessed bright eyes that sparkled like distant stars. With these 10 scholars, combined with the previous 13, Yi Tian intended to replace all civil officials ranked second tier and above with these individuals. This left an additional 5, whom Yi Tian appointed to form a cabinet, tasked with managing memorials and overseeing a portion of the Moon Shadow Guard authority, enabling them to monitor the realm. Among the 10 generals were dispatched to oversee 4 border fortresses, thereby allowing Yi Tian's father, Yi Wudi, and second uncle, Yi Wuhe, to return and focus on their cultivation and relaxation. The remaining 6 generals were assigned to command various armies. The 1,000 guards within the royal court needed leadership, as did the 300,000 cavalry outside the city. In due course, someone would need to command the 300,000 black armored troops stationed and dispatched for battle. Additionally, there were 100,000 blood butcher iron cavalry in the southern Wind Kingdom, necessitating leadership as well. With this arrangement, the 10 generals were perfectly allocated. After organizing these 20 individuals, Yi Tian instructed the Moon Shadow Guard to reclaim the residences of the 15 noble families that had been annihilated. He also coordinated with the system to reconstruct 17 residences in the royal court, facilitating accommodation for the scholars and generals. As for the palace maids and servants, Yi Tian paid them no heed, instead distributing numerous spiritual treasures and medicines among them. The royal city and court, generated by the system, proved advantageous. Any structure Yi Tian desired could be created effortlessly. Simultaneously, the former palace underwent a remarkable transformation. With the names of the 28 palaces and 33 halls changed, and every palace, road, pavilion, artificial mountain, and garden arranged according to Yi Tian's vision. During the day, the palace was rife with bloodshed. Those deserving of death were executed, and those to be captured were apprehended, resulting in the royal court being left with only a handful of individuals. Fortunately, with the presence of palace maids and eunuchs, everything was swiftly tidied up, instilling a semblance of vitality within the palace. Xiao Mei, send word to my grandfather, informing him that I shall not return tonight. Yes, your majesty. Xiao Mei altered her address, which left Yi Tian somewhat helpless. The next day, after being attended to by the 4 women, Yi Tian proceeded to the Taya Hall, observing the assembly of civil and military officials. He noted that the 20 who had previously signed in were among them. As for the other ministers and generals, following Yi Tian's assertive ascension, their mindset had shifted. They had at least accepted the reality of Yi Tian's elevation to emperor. The purpose of today's court meeting was to appoint those who had signed in through the system. The former 3 dukes and 9 ministers were directly abolished by Yi Tian, replaced by 8 departments and 1 court structure. These included the Military Department, Civil Affairs Department, Judicial Department, Education Department, Finance Department, Commerce Department, Agriculture Department, and Urban Construction Department. Each department was to have a principal and deputy minister, all composed of individuals generated by the system. Beneath these 7 departments lay the 3rd and 4th rank officials distributed throughout the nation, governed by the one court, which consisted of 5 eminent scholars. They were tasked not only with overseeing the officials within the 7 departments, but also with direct authority over the Moon Shadow Guard. Although the military department belonged to the 8 departments, it was directly managed by Yi Tian, comprising the 10 generals along with Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui. But of course, this arrangement was temporary. Yi Tian was uncertain whether his father and second uncle would be willing to lead troops again, or if even more formidable figures would be signed in later. However, with the departments clearly delineated, management became significantly more feasible. After all, Yi Tian could directly access the information of these system-generated individuals through the system panel and issue commands. Having resolved these matters, Yi Tian found himself with newfound freedom. As long as it was not a major issue, the one court could handle it, allowing him to concentrate on his cultivation. To placate the ministers, Yi Tian issued a decree stating that henceforth, gold and silver salaries would be discontinued, replaced by the distribution of spirit stones, as well as spiritual treasures, medicines, and techniques. Naturally, the techniques would only be those that could cultivate up to the heavenly king realm. Following the conclusion of the court meeting, Yi Tian conveyed a command to Yang Tianci, issuing his first imperial edict since ascending the throne, to appoint Yang Tianci as a third-rank minister of the Commerce Department, thus elevating the Yang family from a merchant lineage to the court, with access to cultivation techniques, enabling them to become a family of cultivators. The news of the Dacian dynasty's changeover to the Lingxiao kingdom swiftly spread, reaching neighboring countries in no time. However, the nearby three kingdoms could scarcely mobilize their troops in time, as all border fortresses had already stabilized. With the leadership of the 10 generals, both the border forces and royal guards experienced a rapid enhancement in strength. This was all thanks to Yi Tian's provisions. The previously abundant Dacian gold had been confiscated by the White Tiger Temple, leaving it virtually non-existent in the market. Yet, following the destruction of the White Tiger Temple, the common folk not only received land, but also a plethora of resources, complemented by a series of subsequent policies that ensured children had access to education, youth had employment, middle-aged individuals had land to cultivate, and the elderly received government assistance, prompting gold to circulate once more in the market. This fostered a sense of affection among the citizens of Lingxiao Kingdom for their newly ascended emperor. Additionally, those who had once harbored resentment towards the new emperor due to their allegiance to the White Tiger Temple began to gradually accept the new order. Nevertheless, a faction of radical elements continued to incite disturbances in various towns, many of whom were fervent devotees of the White Tiger Temple. Yi Tian's decree regarding these individuals was unequivocal. Eliminate. After 3 months of reforms and developments, Lingxiao Kingdom's national strength surged remarkably. No organization dared to instigate unrest, and even instances of theft and robbery diminished significantly. Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui returned to Chang'an to reside in the military department, attending to military affairs and engaging in strategic exercises with several generals. Leading a relatively comfortable life, the 6 assigned generals, after 3 months of adjustment, gained full control over the entire army. Chapter 30. The Li family's reflections and the deployment against the 3 kingdoms. Li Jiuxiao and Li Wujuan now resided in the Li residence adjacent to Yes Manor, with the Moon Shadow Guard discreetly monitoring their every move. Both had been rendered powerless, and many of the direct descendants of the Li family had been executed. Those who survived were stripped of their cultivation abilities and prohibited from training. Fortunately, due to Yi Xiaoyan's influence, their family managed to live relatively comfortably. Initially, Li Wujuan and his son harbored significant resentment, but within a mere 3 months, they witnessed the transformation of the entire nation. Previously, Baihu City was divided into a peaceful inner city and a desolate outer city. They were acutely aware of this disparity. However, under the oppression of the White Tiger Temple, they felt powerless to enact change. Yet, following Yi Tian's ascension, everything altered. Roads were widened and reinforced. The thatched cottages in the countryside vanished, replaced by the construction of houses with blue bricks and green tiles. The former Bio Mountain had been transformed into the Tongwang Pavilion Academy, with numerous shops established at its foot, which they had visited with Yi Xiaotia. Observing families joyfully taking their children to the academy for examinations, and witnessing children attending classes, Li Jiuxiao and his son felt a bittersweet pang in their hearts. Yet were also filled with a sense of relief. It was reported that the 36 cities of Lingxiao had established branches of the Tongwang Pavilion Academy in each city, with plans to extend these branches to the towns next. In the study of the Li residents, Li Jiuxiao did not succumb to despair despite his diminished cultivation, as the Li family still had descendants. They had not been eradicated. However, these past 3 months had unveiled a distinctly different nation to them. This revelation dissipated any lingering feelings of discontent. Li Jiuxiao glanced at the elderly man with white hair and sighed softly. "Father, we do not blame our defeat. You must gather yourself. Li Wujuan cast a complex gaze at his son. Since his abdication, he had never anticipated that the Li family would be replaced so swiftly. However, he had observed everything happening in the outside world. What puzzled him was the source of such formidable talents in the hands of the young Yi family scion. However, all of this has become inconsequential. He is acutely aware of how the Yi family has fared over these years. As for Yi Xiaoyan's eldest son, Yi Wushuang, he was the architect of his demise, and it can be stated that the Li family and the Yi family have become irreconcilable enemies. Yet, out of a semblance of compassion, Yi Xiaotian spared their lives, which would be deemed an act of mercy and fulfillment of duty. Were it not for Yi Wuyin being the daughter-in-law of the Li family and having borne a son for them, it is quite possible that the Li family would have faced annihilation. I understand perfectly well. There is no need for you to elaborate. I simply wish to enjoy my remaining years in peace. Li Wuji is well aware that their every move is undoubtedly under the scrutiny of that emperor. Were he in the same position, he would undoubtedly act similarly. 3 months have elapsed once more. Yi Tian has ascended the throne for half a year now, and during this period, the entire realm of Lingxiao has flourished. The branch of the Tengwang Pavilion Academy has been established in rural towns, allowing the children and youth of Lingxiao to partake in education and literacy. In these rural branches, students who excel may advance to the urban branches, and those who perform admirably there may ascend to the main academy. Within the main academy, scholars not only acquire knowledge but also have the opportunity to cultivate within the Xianhuang Tower. This has led to the populace of Lingxiao holding Yi Tian in the highest esteem and respect. Should Yi Tian initiate the era of fortune for the dynasty now, it would undoubtedly come to fruition swiftly. However, the current size of Lingxiao is still rather modest. Fortunately, Yi Tian's royal path of eternal unyielding can now be cultivated. Over the past 6 months, Yi Tian has secured numerous advantageous resources, adding 10 ancient sages and 10 generals to his ranks. The Black Armored Army has expanded from its original 600,000 to a staggering 1.2 million, while the Blood Butcher Iron Cavalry has surged from 100,000 to 500,000. Additionally, he has newly recruited 300,000 heavy cavalry and 300,000 archers. Yi Tian has reorganized these forces, dividing the 2.4 million troops into 10 legions, each comprising approximately 200,000 soldiers. Each soldier possesses at least the strength of the Spirit Sea realm, with the generals attaining the Heavenly King realm. The original 300,000 black armored soldiers have been training in the Qilin mountain range, subduing numerous natives and clearing the perimeter of the mountain range. Initially, they intended to push deeper, but the then General Zhao Jian, upon sensing the situation within, refrained from granting permission out of the previously mobilized 2 million soldiers. Yi Tian retained only 1 million for the defense of the cities, while the other million were retired. After all, the current Lingxiao requires manpower for construction of roads, houses, cities, and towns. Fortunately, the strength of Lingxiao has significantly increased. The Yang Family Merchant Association has also prospered immensely since aligning with Yi Tian, expanding their business to include not only ordinary goods, but also items for cultivation. Much of this merchandise has been derived from Yi Tian's acquisitions, allowing him to claim 80% of the profits. Over the course of these 6 months, the Moon Shadow Guard have increased to 150,000 members, infiltrating the major families and nations surrounding them. They can now discern the daily activities of ministers and emperors in neighboring countries with remarkable clarity. Once again, during a court assembly, Yi Tian sat upon the dragon throne, facing the civil and military officials. Following 6 months of consolidation, Yi Tian has finally resolved to dispatch troops against the neighboring nations. Yi Wudi, as Yi Tian's father, has maintained regular communication and, upon grasping Yi Tian's intentions, stepped forward to voice his counsel. Your Majesty, there have been incessant disturbances along our borders, with our merchant convoys intercepted on 15 occasions. The ministers surrounding him remained silent, observing with keen attention, fully aware that half of those present were system-generated and the other half astute enough to recognize these as mere pretexts. However, with the nation now prosperous and its military strong, what need is there to expand territory? After Yi Wudi's statement, all the generals behind him bowed in agreement. The civil officials likewise expressed their concurrence with respectful suggestions that Yi Tian expressed his satisfaction with the current court and promptly issued orders. Lu Cheng, Zhao Jian, Wang Zhan, Su Feilong, Zhang Jianjun, Zhang Qishan, Lu Qianfeng, Jiang Wuyo, you shall lead the 1st to 8th legions to attack the Southern Wind Kingdom, the Departing Fire Kingdom, and the Heavenly Water Kingdom. At this juncture, Yi Tian cast a glance at his father, Yi Wudi, who was watching intently. Let Yi Wudi command the attack on the Departing Fire Kingdom, that he then directed his gaze toward a member of the Internal Affairs Court. Wang Shuwei, you shall oversee the logistics for the army. The Emperor of the Departing Fire Kingdom, after all, is his maternal grandfather. However, Yi Tian would not allow familial ties to deter him from his intentions to conquer the Departing Fire Kingdom. His ambition to dominate Qingyun Prefecture is well known. Even in Chang'an City, many citizens and storytellers can perceive this. This awareness has been heightened due to the recent frequent troop movements within the military. Thus, the mobilization of the 8 legions has drawn the attention of many watchful eyes. Numerous individuals have been observing the advance of these 8 legions for 3 consecutive days upon witnessing 4 legions exiting the Yulong Pass. It became apparent that they were set to assault the Heavenly Water Kingdom, that a natural barrier, the Qilin Mountain Range, lies between the Lingxiao Kingdom and the Heavenly Water Kingdom. However, the Black Armored Army had already cleared the outskirts. The decision to deploy 4 legions, totaling 800,000, was made with the dual purpose of conquering the Heavenly Water Kingdom and constructing a road. The remaining 4 legions were split into 2 routes, with 400,000 troops led by Wang Zhan attacking the Southern Wind Kingdom, while another 400,000 commanded by Yi Wudi advanced on the Departing Fire Kingdom. Although 400,000 troops may seem insignificant compared to the strength of an entire nation, the previous Great Qian had maintained a standing army of 2 million, and the 3 kingdoms are similarly formidable. Fortunately, the soldiers of Lingxiao are all cultivators, possessing not only formidable strength but also military formations. Coupled with the training and cohesion developed over the past 6 months, each legion, despite comprising only 200,000 soldiers, can effectively confront 100 foes. Upon exiting the border cities, the 3 legions accelerated their movements. The fastest to advance was Wang Zhan's army, which capitalized on the weakened state of the Southern Wind Kingdom, having been previously injured by Chang Liang and the Blood Butcher Iron Cavalry. This time, Wang Zhan was even more direct, leveraging their overwhelming strength to push forward relentlessly. In less than 10 days, Wang Zhan's forces reached the gates of the royal city, prompting the ruler of the Southern Wind Kingdom, Chu Nanfeng, to emerge with a throng of ministers to surrender. The sect behind them was utterly decimated, with even their mountain gate destroyed by Wang Zhan's forces. Yi Wudi's advance was somewhat slower. As the ruler of the Departing Fire Kingdom, Nangong Tao had no intention of capitulating, especially upon seeing Yi Wudi, who boldly proclaimed, "I have 2.4 million troops. Can you annihilate them all?" Though his boast echoed loudly. After the initial clash, Jiang Wuyo's 200,000 soldiers decimated 600,000 of the Departing Fire Kingdom's forces, with even 2 of their generals falling to Jiang Wuyo's might. Consequently, chaos erupted within the Departing Fire Kingdom. And despite the persistent wars among neighboring nations since its founding, such high casualties had never been witnessed. The civil and military officials of the Departing Fire Kingdom were struck with fear. And it was only now that Nangong Tao realized the might of the Lingxiao Kingdom. However, when he attempted to contact the sect behind him, he found himself completely cut off an hour later. A group of masked individuals clad in red and black, wielding curved blades, suddenly appeared within the Grand Hall. Before the palace guards could arrive, this group vanished, leaving behind several large crates. When the guards mustered the courage to open them, they discovered them filled with severed heads. Nangong Tao immediately recognized the origins of the heads and collapsed in shock. They were all the heads of the In Addition, an army of 400,000 has been deployed. 100,000 stationed in the original territory of the Southern Wind Kingdom, 100,000 in the Lihua Kingdom, and another 200,000 half stationed in the Tianshui Kingdom and half along the roads of the Qilin Mountain Range. As for Yi Tian, ever since he dispatched troops for the expedition, he has not stepped outside. Remaining in his palace to cultivate in seclusion. 6 months ago, Yi Tian had already reached the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm. And during this half year, he He has been daily shedding blood to nourish the Chaos Black Dragon Egg, practicing the Eternal Sovereign Sutra, and honing other divine techniques and martial arts. Fortunately, after annihilating the White Tiger Temple, the Moon Shadow Guards brought back those statues and Buddhist treasures that stored willpower, making it somewhat easier for Yi Tian to cultivate the Eternal Sovereign Sutra. However, the supply of willpower is ultimately finite. Once his strength reaches the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, it will halt. Although his combat power is visibly increasing in the past, Yi Tian would not have been so eager to break through his realm, as he had a vast array of energy left unabsorbed in his system space. He did not need to spend time on breaking through. However, the news relayed by the Moon Shadow Guards compelled him to act with urgency. This urgency was also related to the activation of his Chaos body. Since he ascended to the throne and activated his physique 6 months ago, he dispatched the Moon Shadow Guards not only to monitor the domestic situation, but also to observe neighboring countries. According to reports from the Moon Shadow Guards, powerful experts have suddenly appeared in the surrounding nations, seemingly searching for something. Their observations revealed they were looking for someone. Initially, Yi Tian did not pay much attention. But when he discovered a comprehensive record of the continent in the System S Rewards library, he realized those individuals might be searching for him. On this Tianyuan continent, there exist many individuals with unique physiques. Some can significantly accelerate their cultivation speed, some can enhance their physical strength, and some can augment their combat power. Regardless of the type, they are all one of a kind, and it is impossible for individuals with the same physique to exist concurrently. From birth, such individuals attract the attention of powerful factions and major sects, which either cultivate them vigorously to become the saint son or saint daughter of their respective holy grounds, nurturing successors for the sect's continuation, or they resort to directly seizing their bodies. This is a particularly sinister method, wherein the original host soul is obliterated, allowing the intruder to occupy the body. This way, they can regain youth and extend their lifespan while rapidly obtaining the original owner's body. Just a brief contemplation led Yi Tian to understand his current predicament. Given his personality, he could never become a successor of a major faction, and no one would expend resources to cultivate him. Thus, one possibility remained. He could be seized by those ancient monstrosities. Yi Tian certainly did not wish to be seized again. Therefore, the only course of action was to strengthen his own power or to enhance the strength of those around him who protect him. He chose both paths. The Woolly Secret Realm is situated in the rear garden, where 1/3 of the 1,000 guards enter daily for training and experience. Zhao Jun, his personal bodyguard, was granted a portion of resources to cultivate in the 9th level of the Xianhuang Tower. Fortunately, the beings generated by the system do not possess fixed strengths. As long as they are provided with resources and time, they too can achieve breakthroughs. Chapter 32. Arrival of Outsiders. Zhao Jun's breakthrough Yi Tian was also hastening his own cultivation because he discovered another facet of the system. He previously thought that the System S sign-in lacked any rules, but after his strength improved, he found that the items obtained from sign-ins were significantly better than before. After inquiring with the system, he received no answers, so he had no choice but to explore on his own. Thankfully, during this half-year, even without intensive cultivation, Yi Tian's realm had already risen to the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. Throughout this time, his martial arts techniques and divine abilities had been thoroughly integrated. He had reached the limits of the Spirit Sea realm, and now all that remained was to break through directly and become a powerful being of the Void Flight realm. Without hesitation, he took the energy from the system space and swallowed it whole. As the gelatinous substance went down, a surge of energy flooded his body, instantly enriching his aura, which surged into every limb and bone. In a heartbeat, his aura began to boil, and his realm broke through from the peak of the Spirit Sea to the Void Flight realm. The energy within him had yet to be fully digested. So Yi Tian swiftly operated the Eternal Sovereign Sutra to convert the energy into spiritual energy, continuing to compress it. Soon, his realm stabilized at the first level of the Void Flight realm. And upon sensing his newfound strength, he realized it far exceeded 10 times that of the peak Spirit Sea realm. Yi Tian glanced towards the direction of the Tungwang Pavilion Academy. Zhao Jun had been in seclusion for a month. He wondered if he had broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Among the 1,000 guards in the royal court, They had all reached the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm. However, despite the proximity between the Heavenly King realm and the Heavenly Emperor realm, the difficulty of breaking through increases significantly as one advances in cultivation. This was largely due to the ample supply of spiritual medicines and stones provided by Yi Tian. Over the past 6 months, Yi Tian had signed in for an abundance of treasures, nearly filling the royal treasury. The monthly salaries distributed to his ministers consisted of spiritual stones and medicines. And even many ministers at the peak of the concentration realm had now broken through to the Heavenly King realm. While Yi Tian was lost in thought, the space behind him suddenly shifted. "Your subordinate pays respects to your majesty." Yi Tian did not turn around, knowing it was the Moon Shadow Guard stationed around the royal court, all of whom had reached the Heavenly King realm. "What news, your majesty? We have clarified the intentions of the outsiders." "Oh." Yi Tian turned around to look at the Moon Shadow Guards and asked, "What forces do they belong to? What brings them here?" "Your majesty, they are forces from outside Qingyun Prefecture, including the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Additionally, representatives from the Xintian domain beyond the Qingtian domain have also arrived, along with the dominant force, the Carefree Holy Land, and others from several nearby prefectures. Yi Tian nodded, gazing towards the outside of the royal court. The Tianyuan continent comprises 5 domains, each containing 15 prefectures, with Qingyun Prefecture being just one of them. Within the entire Qingtian domain, the most powerful force is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which is rumored to have true saint-level experts stationed within. The Xintian domain lies adjacent to the Qingtian domain, with the Carefree Holy Land also reigning as a dominant power there. Yi Tian continued to inquire, what is their purpose in coming here? Upon investigation, they are here searching for a half-year-old infant. An infant? Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly, silently contemplating. Suddenly, he realized that when he activated his chaos body upon ascending the throne, it had been exactly 6 months. This meant that the extraordinary phenomenon at that time had drawn the attention of these major powers. In their eyes, only a newborn possessing a unique physique would accompany such heavenly anomalies. However, Yi Tian had not expected that he was already 14 years old when he activated his physique. Understanding this, Yi Tian felt a sense of relief. Currently, although the Ling Shao Kingdom is filled with experts, it cannot compare to those dominant forces. Above the Heavenly King realm lies the Heavenly Emperor realm, the Heavenly Lord realm, and the Saint realm, which is further divided into the Saint realm, Saint King realm, and Great Saint realm. And beyond the Great Saint realm is the Emperor realm. However, breaking through to the Emperor realm is exceedingly challenging. Throughout the Tianyuan continent, there may be many pseudo-Emperor realm beings, but true Emperor realm experts are likely non-existent. Nevertheless, even Saint realm experts are not something the current Ling Shao Kingdom can contend with. Enough. You may leave. Yes. After Yi Tian broke through to the Void Flight realm, he did not continue his cultivation, but instead strolled through the rear garden. The entire rear garden had been transformed into a medicinal garden, where many spiritual herbs and medicines were cultivated, including spirit peach trees, spirit jujube trees, and newly planted Zhugua trees and Yulingua trees. 100 guards were stationed to watch over the entire rear garden. And even the Woolly Secret Realm was located here. Yi Tian wandered through the rear courtyard to relax. Since ascending to the throne, he had gained much, but also lost significantly. To It was akin to familial ties. He remembered how, after his mother's passing, the entire Yi family had cared for him dearly. However, since he ascended, even his biological father had grown somewhat distant, which left Yi Tian feeling quite uncomfortable. Nonetheless, as an individual fused with the soul of the Blue Star and endowed with a system, Yi Tian quickly came to terms with this, and his mental barriers were swiftly lifted. How many who become emperors are not solitary figures? Moon Shadow in the present-day realms of Lihua, Nanfeng, and Tianshui, the 3 nations have capitulated. However, within these territories, there remains a considerable faction of dissenters, and numerous individuals have risen in rebellion, an insurrection that Yi Tian cannot tolerate. Fortunately, the Yueying Guard oversees the realm, swiftly acquiring knowledge of any turmoil or uprising. Yet Yi Tian believes this is insufficient. Qingyun Prefecture is merely one of the 15 prefectures of the Qingtian domain, and he has yet to conquer even this one. How long will it take to break free from the confines of the Qingtian domain? according to the tomes collected from the Canjing Pavilion. The most prosperous region of the Tianyuan continent is the Zhongtian domain, where sects, sacred grounds, and prominent families abound, and masters are plentiful in the streets. The IT is only within such a region that one could be deemed part of the core circle of the continent, where one can contend with the sons of God and daughters of God, and witness the pinnacle of power in the Tianyuan continent. That why Tian gazes upwards, murmuring to himself, "Soon, very soon." Time flows like a period of heartbreak, passing by unnoticed. Another month has passed, and Zhao Jun, who had been in seclusion for over 6 months, has finally returned to Tian's side. That I pay my respects to your majesty. I have broken through to the heavenly emperor realm. But it has taken too much time. That I humbly request your majesty's punishment. Observing Zhao Jun kneeling before him, Tian displayed neither joy nor sorrow, lightly raising his hand to dispense several exquisite spiritual stones. Since he has achieved a breakthrough, it would be prudent to stabilize his newfound power. Zhao Jun swiftly collected the spiritual stones, feeling a mix of guilt and surprise. "Thank you, your majesty." Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. You may leave." Yet, Zhao Jun did not depart. Instead, he seamlessly melded into the void. He was acutely aware of his role as Tian's personal guard, with the spiritual stones bestowed by Tian. He could quickly solidify his realm. Chapter 33. 3 years of aspiration to command the world. The Lingxiao Kingdom's military campaign to obliterate the neighboring 3 nations has left the populace astonished. Fortunately, with the assistance of Cheng Liang, Wang Shui, and others, the Lingxiao Kingdom dispatched numerous citizens, merchants, scholars, and students to persuade the 3 nations, informing them of Lingxiao's national policies and clarifying that the kingdom sought not their destruction, but rather to liberate them from their suffering. Concurrently, the Yang family mercantile has also provided substantial food resources, which continue to flow into the 3 nations. The Tengwang Pavilion Academy's branches have begun to open in various cities and towns across the 3 nations. After more than half a year of effort, many students from the Tengwang Pavilion Academy are now ready to embark on their own journeys as teachers. However, these policies cannot swiftly integrate the citizens of the 3 nations into the Lingxiao Kingdom. Numerous ideological and religious issues persist, and changing such deeply rooted beliefs will require time. Fortunately, Tian possesses an abundance of time. As 6 months elapsed, Tian was still not yet 14 years old. While he had attained the sky-soaring realm, reports from the Yueying Guard indicated that, at 14, many in the Zhongtian domain had already reached the spirit condensation realm. His current strength, though formidable in Qinyan Prefecture, pales in comparison to the powers beyond its borders. The Lingxiao Kingdom remains insignificant. After all, every domain's hegemonic forces boast saint-level experts, while the Lingxiao Kingdom currently has only Zhao Jun, a single heavenly emperor at the first level. There lies a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the saint level. This realization is a primary reason for Tian's desire to consolidate his strength at his youthful age. Tian, having experienced an easy rise, had begun to harbor feelings of arrogance. However, the intelligence relayed by the Yueying Guard has served to temper his ambition. Yueying, present. Tian gazed sternly at the kneeling members of the Yueying Guard and commanded, "Dispatch agents to infiltrate the Longfeng Pavilion. I wish to ascertain the strength of their most formidable experts and the extent of the forces surrounding us." "Yes, I shall convey your orders immediately." Tian waved his hand. "Very well, proceed." As the Longfeng Pavilion stands as a dominant force within the Qingtian domain, it is certain that at least a saint-level expert presides there. However, the question remains, what tier of saint? If it were a great saint, Tian would need to reassess his strategies. The development of the Lingxiao Kingdom continues apace, with discernible changes occurring daily in the blink of an eye. 3 years have elapsed. Tian is now 17 years old, his stature enhanced, standing at 183 centimeters, and his refined features lend him an air of authority, especially when clad in a dragon robe. Over these 3 years, the Lingxiao Kingdom has absorbed the 3 neighboring nations, officially incorporating them into its dominion, thereby elevating its national strength from 36 cities to a remarkable 163. The Tengwang Pavilion Academy's branches have also been re-established in these cities. The citizens of the former three nations have swiftly come to terms with this new reality, thanks to the Lingxiao Kingdom's policies. During this period, Yi Tian has also secured numerous advantageous resources, including 3 peak Heavenly Emperor experts, which were attained on the last day of each year. Additionally, he has amassed 200,000 constabulary soldiers, 100,000 bloodslaughter iron riders, 100,000 black armor troops, 70,000 heavy cavalry, 30,000 archers, 10,000 Yuan guards, and 5,000 personal attendants. All these forces, strengthened over the past 3 years, possess a minimum strength of the sky-soaring realm, with some even reaching the 6th level of the Heavenly King realm. With this newfound military might, Yi Tian has once more restructured his entire army. The 30,000 black armored troops stationed outside Chang'an City remain unchanged, while the remaining 500,000 soldiers are divided into 20 legions, each comprising 250,000 men, commanded by 20 generals. The Yuan Guard totals 250,000, dispersed throughout the 163 cities and 2,400 villages and towns within the kingdom. Externally, they are spread across the entire Qingyun Prefecture, with some even having infiltrated various regions of the Qingtian domain. Their mission is to oversee the realm and gather intelligence. The 200,000 constabulary soldiers are stationed throughout the various offices and governmental bodies of the Lingxiao Kingdom. Consequently, every soldier within the kingdom is generated by the system. While the original soldiers and constables have been forcibly retired, they're either reassigned to local academies to teach military tactics or positioned within villages and towns as reserve constables or village heads. Presently, the Lingxiao Kingdom possesses sufficient strength, and both the populace and merchants have experienced significant improvements in their conditions. The Yang family mercantile has established branches in various towns, providing many with the opportunity for prosperity. Meanwhile, Yi Tian's own strength has reached the pinnacle of the sky-soaring realm, and he could break through to the spirit condensation realm at any moment, should he choose to do so. During this time, Yi Xiaodian frequently visits the royal court to seek out Yi Tian, and occasionally, even Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui make an appearance. Their purpose in visiting is to encourage Yi Tian to choose a consort. However, as it stands, Yi Tian has no intentions of marrying or having children, at least not until he has dominated Qingyun Prefecture on this day, while Yi Tian is in the back garden, tending to his medicinal herb garden. He also seeks refuge from his 3 elders. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. Yi Tian turns to face the Yuan Guard. What is it? The kneeling Yuan Guard, a recent addition with 2,000 members in the royal court, each possessing strength around the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm, is well protected by 6,000 attendants and 4 experts who have attained the Heavenly Emperor realm. It can be said that the royal court is the strongest and most populated hub of experts in the entire Lingxiao Kingdom. Your Majesty, we have thoroughly investigated all the forces within Qingyun Prefecture. The most formidable is the Qingyun Sword Sect, which boasts 4 Heavenly Emperor experts, the most powerful of whom is the Supreme Elder within the sect, possessing approximately the 9th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Additionally, there are 3 7-star sects, the Tai Sect, the Divine Sword Mountain, and the Piaomiao Pavilion, each housing a Heavenly Emperor-level expert at around the 5th level. Yi Tian listened attentively, his mind racing with calculations. Zhao Jun, after 3 years of cultivation, has already reached the 7th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The other 3, Wu Xinyue, Wu Xinqing, and Wu Xinyan, are all around 25 years of age, each having reached the pinnacle of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Yet, such strength is still insufficient. Within the realm of Qingyun Prefecture, the 4 sects, though not particularly formidable in overall strength, maintain interactions with various sects beyond their borders. Notably, the Qingyun Sword Sect, which has existed for an extraordinarily long time, has even lent its name to the entire prefecture. It would be utterly unbelievable for Yi Tian to think they had not made the acquaintance of several powerful figures at the emperor level. In fact, it would not surprise Yi Tian in the least if the Qingyun Sword Sect could summon 1 or 2 celestial experts, in addition to these 4 7 and 8-star sects. There are 25 smaller sects and 26 nations beneath them to dominate the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture. One must first incite chaos throughout the region. This would not only afford him ample time, but also allow him to discern the relative strengths among these nations and sections. With this in mind, Yi Tian promptly instructed the Moonshadow Guards, Disseminate the order. Let all within the nations mobilized. I want the entire Qingyun prefecture in turmoil. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Chapter 34. 3 years of accumulation. Yi Wudi urges marriage upon returning from the medicinal garden. Yi Tian did not head back to his quarters, but instead made his way to the royal treasury. Over the course of 3 years, he had the opportunity to sign in daily, accumulating various treasures he deemed unimportant, all of which were stored in the treasury. The entire treasury was crafted collaboratively by 10 array masters and guarded by 100 royal guards at the king level, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to breach its defenses. With the token he wore, Yi Tian proceeded without obstruction, entering the treasury, which was divided into 3 levels. The first level was a mountain of gold, silver, and jewels, while further in, there were 3 mounds of spirit stones, with lower-grade spirit stones numbering in the billions. The medium-grade spirit stones amounted to hundreds of millions, and there were approximately 58 million high-grade spirit stones. While the ultimate spirit stones were not stored here, but rather in Yi Tian's system space, totaling 7.5 million, the second floor housed an assortment of spiritual treasures, spiritual herbs, and elixirs, ranging from yellow grade to heavenly grade. The spiritual herbs were all dried and could not be cultivated, spanning grades 1 to 7. The third level contained rare and exotic treasures, mostly acquired through the system's sign-in rewards. There were armors that enhanced combat prowess, pearls capable of controlling water when carried, elixirs of grades 7 and above, and spiritual treasures that improved one's innate qualities. Although the total number of treasures on the 3rd floor was only several hundred, each item could incite fierce sect wars if brought out into the open. During this period of signing in, Yi Tian had acquired numerous valuable items, placing them in the 3rd level without a second glance before turning to leave. The most precious items earned through signing in would never be stored in the treasury. Only the system space provided the utmost security. After exiting the treasury, as Yi Tian approached the entrance to his quarters, he noticed Yi Wudi waiting there. "Father, do you have something to discuss?" Observing his son, Yi Tian noted that after 3 years, his aura of imperial authority had grown even more formidable, evoking an involuntary urge to bow in reverence. However, after 3 years of cultivation, Yi Wudi had reached the 7th level of concentration and quickly suppressed that impulse. Looking at Yi Tian with a somewhat stern tone, he remarked, "Humph, can I not come see you if there is nothing pressing?" In the presence of his closest kin, Yi Tian retained a sense of innocence. Once they entered the royal study, Yi Tian smiled and replied, "How could that be? I would be delighted by your visit." Upon hearing this, Yi Wudi's frustration flared. "Delighted? Your grandfather seeks you, yet you are in seclusion. Your second uncle seeks you, and you are busy reviewing memorials. When I sought you, I couldn't even find you. Just tell me, should we arrange a marriage? I need to give your grandfather a response." Seeing his father's serious demeanor, Yi Tian replied earnestly, "Father, I wish to conquer the entire Qingyun prefecture before contemplating matters of romance." "What? Conquer the entire Qingyun prefecture?" Yi Wudi glared at Yi Tian in disbelief. He was well aware of the military strength of Lingxiao Nation and his capacity as a general, yet the thought of conquering was fraught with difficulty. Not to mention the sects supporting those dynasties. There are a total of 26 dynasties, each with millions of soldiers. The most formidable among them, the Xinhua Empire, boasts an army of tens of millions. With such strength, even with the current might of Lingxiao Nation, it would take over a decade to achieve victory. This assumes, of course, that Lingxiao's military remains sufficiently powerful. However, mere conquest is insufficient. The integration of territory, the settling of the populace, the management of soldiers, and the reassignment of officials, all these require time and effort, especially the pacification of the common folk. The previous 3 nations surrendered voluntarily, making it significantly easier to win the hearts of their citizens. Even so, it took over 2 years. But who can guarantee that these 26 nations won't fight to the bitter end? If it comes to that, the populace will not easily submit to Lingxiao Nation. After all, each soldier has a family behind them that if too many soldiers are slaughtered, seeds of hatred will be sown within those families, feelings that cannot be easily eradicated. Reflecting on this, Yi Wudi shook his head. Though merely a martial general, he could still perceive the broader situation. No, the time required is too prolonged. Qingzhou contains 26 nations. Although they have been in constant conflict, none have been truly annihilated. Our recent annexation of the three nations has already made the surrounding nations wary. If we were to mobilize troops now, they would undoubtedly unite against us, leaving Ling Xiao to face enemies on all sides. Yet Yi Tian held a different view. He had already set the Moon Shadow Guards in motion. Confident that chaos would soon engulf the entire Qingyun prefecture at that moment, it would be the perfect time for Ling Xiao Nation strike. Father, just grant me 3 years. 3 years is all I need to seize the entirety of Qingyun prefecture. After that, I shall choose a bride. What say you? Yi Wudi shook his head vehemently. 3 years? How could that be possible? In 3 years, you will be 20 years old. Who marries and starts a family at 20? Do not forget that you are still an emperor. This is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Yi Tian slammed his hand down. How dare you? Yi Wudi, is this how you speak to me? Do you believe I will strip you of your title? Yi Wudi was taken aback by the sudden surge of authority emanating from Yi Tian, momentarily stunned. You brat, do you truly think that becoming an emperor has made you disregard your father? You would strip me of my title? As he spoke, Yi Wudi glanced around, realizing he had no suitable objects at hand, and with a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, he declared, Humph, if you wish to strip me, then so be it. I have no desire to continue in this role. But you must choose a bride. I shall return and inform your grandfather. Watching Yi Wudi storm out in a fit of anger, Yi Tian extended his hand and opened his mouth as if to say something, but found the words stuck in his throat. Finally, he slammed his palm on the table in frustration. What a calamity! Since ascending to the throne, Yi Tian initially struggled to control his aura due to his recent training in the imperishable royal Dao, causing Yi Xiaotian and his 2 sons to feel some trepidation in his presence. However, over the past year or two, as Yi Tian learned to wield his aura with ease, Yi Wudi and his sons returned to their roles as elders if they sought to intervene in state affairs or usurp military power. Yi Tian would have means to counteract them. Yet, each time they met, whether it was Yi Xiaotian or the brothers Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui, they expressed familial affection, showing no desire to meddle in Yi Tian's governance. This left Yi Tian feeling somewhat troubled, as history is replete with tales of familial strife over thrones, and brotherly enmity is not uncommon. Yet within the Yi family, it seemed they had no inclination toward power. Previously, Yi Tian had granted significant military authority to Yi Xiaotian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui, allowing them to mobilize troops without a command. Yet they appeared to adopt a laissez-faire attitude, had it not been for their continuous breakthroughs in cultivation. Yi Tian might have thought they were simply content to live off their privileges. Each month, when they received their stipends, Yi Tian personally delivered a substantial portion, which was also why he wished to return to the royal residence. However, ever since his coming-of-age ceremony, they had begun urging him to choose a bride. Chapter 35. Group marriage urging. Yi Tian chooses a consort after a considerable time. Yi Tian finally calmed his agitation and regained his composure. However, the next day, Yi Xiaotian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui all arrived, insisting that Yi Tian must select a consort. Particularly, the elder statesman Yi Xiaotian employed his ultimate persuasive tactics. My dear child, you are now the emperor. We should ideally maintain a distance that I have contemplated a few times about abdicating along with your father and your second uncle, retreating to a quaint village to cultivate the land and tend flowers. Yet, my heart cannot relinquish this. Our Yi family is counting on you to expand our lineage and carry on our legacy, that if you refuse, I shall leave home. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt overwhelmed. Were it not for the fact that these 3 individuals were his blood relatives, he would have long since ordered their expulsion with a severe reprimand. Noticing Yi Tian's expression had softened, Yi Wudi hastily added to her, You are no longer a child, as your father and a general. If I were to die on the battlefield, how would I explain that to your mother? Yi Tian furrowed his brows and raised his head. Seeing that his second uncle was about to speak, he quickly interrupted, Enough, I will choose a consort. Is that not sufficient? Furthermore, do not expect to lead troops in a battle again. Yi Wudi immediately protested. Not lead troops? Would that not render my position as general meaningless? Yi Tian weakly suggested. Then why not you take a consort? Yi Wudi's expression turned serious. No. Today we discuss your selection of a consort. Do not divert the topic. Yi Wuhui chimed in supportively. Indeed. We speak of you. All right. I shall choose a consort. As he spoke, Yi Tian recalled the 4 maidens who had grown up alongside him. What do you think of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu? May I select them directly? The trio of Yi Xiaotian and his sons exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Even Yi Wudi, who had seemed on the verge of tears, now wore a smile. Of course. Why not? Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu have grown up under our watchful eyes and are now blossoming into graceful young women, more than suitable to be royal consorts. But when do you plan to marry? Yi Tian's eyes twitched. Enough already. You want me to choose a consort, and I have chosen 4. Is that not enough? Historically, an emperor may have numerous consorts, yet there can only be one empress. Each empress must possess a formidable lineage, akin to the former Emperor Li Zhixiao's empress, who was the daughter of the left chancellor. Such connections not only stabilize the court, but also empower the empress to manage the harem effectively. However, Yi Tian found all of this to be of little significance. Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu had always been by Yi Tian's side as both maids and companions, and he shared a profound bond with them. Furthermore, over the past 3 years, the 4 maidens had undergone significant transformations. Each had not only become extraordinarily beautiful, but had also developed formidable abilities. This rapid growth was partly due to the presence of powerful experts around Yi Tian, which led Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu to fear they might be replaced. During these 3 years, they either trained at the Xianhuang Tower or in the Wuji secret realm, making them among the fastest to enhance their capabilities. From their original Linghai realm, they had ascended to the Ningxuan realm in just 3 short years, surpassing even Yi Tian. Despite their newfound strength, the 4 maidens did not grow complacent. Rather, they trained even harder. Fortunately, Yi Tian provided them with the techniques, divine abilities, and martial skills necessary for their growth, as well as the resources for their training. After finally managing to send Yi Xiaotian and the others away, Yi Tian slumped onto the dragon throne, his gaze vacantly fixed on the doorway. In half a year, I must choose a consort. Xiaoyang, come forth. Yes, your majesty. Lu Zhenyang hastily bowed as he entered at Yi Tian, gritted his teeth, and said, You heard my conversation with the Grand Emperor. Make the necessary arrangements. Also, gather information on any daughters of the ministers and nobles who are of a similar age to my second uncle. Inform me once you find suitable candidates. Lu Zhenyang bowed and departed. Yes, I will attend to it right away. Having issued these commands, Yi Tian then summoned the Moonshadow Guards. The vastness of the Lingxiao kingdom surely housed many young and beautiful women. If none could be found within Lingxiao, they would look to other nations or even beyond Qingyun Prefecture. Father, you wish for me to select a consort. I shall arrange one for you too. And my dear second uncle, you cannot escape either. Perhaps I should provide the old man with a consort. No, better not. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Yi Wudi and his sons couldn't shake a sudden chill, sensing that something ominous was imminent. However, they paid little heed, for the current Chang'an city was under tight security and none would dare pose a threat to them. What they failed to consider was Yi Tian. As they stepped back into the Wangfu, Yi Tian had already procured a roster of potential candidates. The document detailed not only names and ages, but also backgrounds, personalities, preferences, and even portraits. As Yi Tian perused the materials, he muttered to himself, This one won't do. This one's a bit short. This one won't do. She is a younger brother. This one won't do. Too alluring. After sifting through dozens of profiles, he finally found one that was well suited for his second uncle, a woman named Wang Xueji. She was the daughter of the left general of the Nanfeng Kingdom, who had always had a penchant for wielding weapons. However, due to her gender, she had been forced to learn the arts of music and literature. Now, over 25, her fiery personality had deterred suitors, not due to her lack of beauty. On the contrary, she was both enchanting and skilled, but because of her tempestuous nature. After the Nanfeng Kingdom surrendered to the Lingxiao Kingdom, her father, General Wang Pingji, lost his military title and now served as a military instructor at the Tengwang Pavilion Academy. The family resided in the nearby Qinglong City, one of the 5 major cities renamed following Baihu City's transformation into Chang'an City, which included Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuge, Xuanwu, and Shilin Etion planned to bring the Wang family to Chang'an City and orchestrate a heroic rescue scenario for his beloved second uncle. The Moonshadow Guards hesitated, seeming to have something to say. Etion furrowed his brows. "Speak freely." After a moment's contemplation, the Moonshadow Guard ventured, "Your Majesty, as the Emperor, why not directly decree a marriage?" Chapter 36. Arrangements for my second uncle. Etion's seclusion upon hearing the Moonshadow Guard suggestion. Etion shook his head. Both his father and second uncle shared a similar temperament. If he were to issue a decree, his second uncle might very well flee from the marriage. No, we shall proceed as I have said. The Moonshadow Guard continued, "Your Majesty, might the heroic rescue be too cliché? Cliché." Etion pondered over the myriad tales and tropes he had encountered and chuckled. "You misunderstand. Since ancient times, true feelings have been elusive. Only schemes can win hearts. First, arrange for the heroic rescue. If that fails, then orchestrate scenarios of the strong preying on the weak, a family in decline selling themselves to save their father, and abductions of maidens under duress." At this point, Etion's grin stretched wide, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. "Arrange whatever you like. My sole aim is to see these two lovers united." The Moonshadow Guard, hidden beneath his dark cloak, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes, astonished at the prospect of being ensnared in the Emperor's elaborate schemes. Yet he replied, "Yes, I understand. I shall get to work." "Good. You may leave." Seated on the dragon throne, Etion contemplated, "Now that I have made arrangements for my second uncle, what shall I do about my father? Would it be inappropriate for him to marry and have children?" Yi Wuhui shivered in the courtyard of the Wangfu, glancing around, feeling an inexplicable sensation of being watched. Yet after sensing the air, he found nothing amiss. Little did he know, his future was already intricately woven by Etion's plans. Meanwhile, Yi Wuti had just picked up a military text and prepared to enjoy some tea when a sudden sneeze interrupted him. He muttered to himself, "How could I catch a nevertheless?" Etion soon came to realize that his aspirations had never been directed towards the feudal states, but rather towards the imperial dynasty of fortune as for the issue of enlightening the common people. This pertains to their discernment and cognitive abilities, which after 3 years should have been sufficiently cultivated with the establishment of various Tungwang pavilion academies. Regarding the military, Etion had never harbored any concerns about this matter. Judging by the information relayed by the Moonshadow Guard, the army of Lingxiao Kingdom was undoubtedly the strongest within the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture. Does that imply that his current strength remains insufficient? Yet he had already reached the pinnacle of the Void Ascendance realm, a level that far surpassed many of the Holy Land Science. Could it be that the system is suggesting he still lacks strength? System, what realm must I attain to elevate to the dynasty level? Ding, the host is encouraged to explore this on their own. Explore? Etion was somewhat taken aback, surprised by the system's newfound semblance of humanity. Even employing sophisticated language, why Etion then posed another question. Very well. What advantages does ascending to the dynasty level confer upon Lingxiao Kingdom? Ding, a dynasty enjoys the favor of the heavenly Tao, ensuring favorable weather conditions that enhance agricultural growth, reduce diseases, strengthen the populace, and enrich the spiritual energy, thereby facilitating cultivation. At first glance, these benefits may not seem significant, but the foundation of a nation is invariably its ordinary citizens. Favorable weather signifies the absence of natural disasters, thus elevating agricultural yields. The reduction of diseases is even more crucial. For the common folk, the cycle of life and death is inescapable. However, upon attaining the dynasty level, it becomes possible to avert certain fatal illnesses. Just considering these two aspects is sufficient to ensure the prosperity of a nation, not to mention the increased abundance of spiritual energy, the various sects and noble families. Which one among them does not occupy a place abundant in spiritual energy? Their very existence hinges upon this richness, as it facilitates breakthroughs in cultivation. As it stands, no nation dares to claim the absence of natural disasters or diseases within its borders, let alone boast of enriched spiritual energy. When the time comes, if Yi Tian were to deploy the Spirit Gathering Array, would it not allow every citizen of Lingxiao Kingdom to cultivate? This thought ignited a spark of excitement within Yi Tian. However, at present, the combined military strength of Lingxiao Kingdom still lacked the assurance necessary to conquer the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture. It was imperative to have at least one, if not several, celestial sovereigns stationed to ensure security. Otherwise, should they attempt to assault Qingyun Sword Sect, their adversary could easily summon a celestial sovereign, resulting in their own defeat instead of success. This was a scenario Yi Tian wished to avoid. Furthermore, after 3 years of signing in, Yi Tian had indeed discerned that the items received during each signing were closely related to his current realm and environment. For instance, when he ascended to the throne and sought to alter the Qianqin Hall, the system directly rewarded him with royal court artifacts. The figures and treasures he later signed for were predominantly suitable for someone of his void ascendant's realm. The scarcity of high-level treasures could be attributed to the monthly and yearly sign-ins. With this in mind, Yi Tian resolved to absorb all the energy within the system space, but he had previously refrained from doing so, fearing that his foundation might be unstable. Despite possessing considerable skills, he had never engaged in actual combat, and a rapid elevation in realm could adversely affect his mental fortitude. However, since the system had now elucidated the conditions for ascending to the dynasty level, he was determined to strive for it. After announcing a period of seclusion, matters regarding the consort were promptly set aside. The Moonshadow Guard executed Yi Tian's orders with utmost diligence. Initially, a directive was issued to relocate the Wang family to Chang'an City, where they were even provided with a residence. Upon arriving in Chang'an, Wang Pingji did not report to the academy immediately, but instead visited the Moonshadow Pavilion. This was the public stronghold of the Moonshadow Guard, present in every city of the 163 cities. However, Wang Pingji sought to ascertain the reason for his relocation, but received no answers. "Father, what is the situation?" As Wang Pingji returned home, a spirited young woman approached him. "I am uncertain. Now that we are here, let us settle down," he replied with a slight sigh. For the common people, Lingxiao Kingdom was undoubtedly a land of aspiration. Yet for someone like him, it was far from hospitable. Previously, in the Southern Wind Kingdom, he had commanded tens of thousands as a general. Now he found himself relegated to the role of a mere instructor. He had contemplated competing for a military position, but after some connections, he was merely received by a general. Though he did not know Su Feilong personally, his attire indicated his status as a general. When he expressed his desire to take on a leadership role, Su Feilong merely had him demonstrate a strategic game, and he, commanding 100,000 troops, was decisively routed by 10,000. Up from that point onward, he resigned himself to teaching students about military formations. Fortunate that the Wang family still received some regard and were allocated a residence. Upon arriving in Chang'an, he quickly settled and took a position at Tongwang Pavilion Academy. Wang Xueji, as the sole daughter of the Wang family, found herself with nothing to do in the Wang residence and decided to explore Chang'an City. Having heard so much about its prosperity, she had yet to experience it firsthand. Chapter 37. Both enter the game. Trapped in the bamboo grove on this day, Wang Xueji donned male attire, fanning herself with a paper fan, and like any other day, she ventured out to stroll. Over the past month, she had witnessed true prosperity and understood the meaning of a society where valuables are left untouched and doors remain unlocked at night. This reflected the trust the common people placed in the government, as well as the astute governance of the young emperor over Lingxiao Kingdom. Having spent just a month here, Wang Xueji had grown fond of the place and even made several good friends among the children of nobility. Meanwhile, 5 Moonshadow Guards, each possessing strength at the King realm, were covertly observing Wang Xueji. "Has General Yi left the house today?" inquired the Moonshadow Guard referred to as 31. He sighed lightly. "Alas, it has been a month, and he has remained in seclusion at home." "That won't do," 32 frowned. "What shall we do about the task assigned by His Majesty?" "His Majesty's seclusion may last for half a year. We must complete our task within that time frame," stated 30. "What should we do then?" asked 33. The quiet 34 suggested, "Perhaps we should draw General Yi out." The other 4 responded in unison, "And you will go." After contemplating, 34 shook his head. "The security in Chang'an is exceedingly strict, and the Yi residence is protected by a celestial sovereign. Even if we manage to lure Yi Wuhui out, he would likely sense our intentions. Shall we wait a little longer? Very well, let us wait. Hopefully, 36 will have news. Time passed swiftly, and 2 months went by. Yi Wuhui finally concluded his seclusion, attaining the pinnacle of the concentration realm. On this day, Yi Wuhui stepped out of the Wang residence. Intending to explore Chang'an City, the Moon Shadow Guards, hidden in the shadows, sprang into action. However, by this time, Wang Xueji had already returned home. Reluctantly, the Moon Shadow Guards had to send a message to Zhang Xiaoyan, requesting her to invite Wang Xueji out. What? Go out for fun. I've already explored all of Chang'an City. I don't want to. Wang Xueji shook her head resolutely upon seeing Zhang Xiaoyan. Over the past few months, she had spent nearly every day outdoors, and the novelty had worn off. It was time to focus on studying the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Zhang Xiaoyan clung to Wang Xueji's arm, swaying it as she pleaded, "Oh, Xueji, just accompany me. My sister is going too." Wang Xueji, feeling exasperated by the incessant tugging, recalled Zhang Xiaoyan's status as the daughter of the third-grade official Zhang Xiansheng, and eventually relented. All right, stop pulling. I'll go," Zhang Xiaoyan exclaimed with delight. Hee, I knew Xueji would agree. The two young women, accompanied by their respective maidservants, made their way to Tengwang Pavilion Academy. The paths leading to Tengwang Pavilion Academy had already been laid out by the Moon Shadow Guards at the T this moment. Yi Wuhui remained oblivious to these developments and was heading towards the direction of Baijin Han, somewhat deviating from Tengwang Pavilion Academy. Just before Yi Wuhui reached Baijin Han, a servant intercepted his path. "Sir, are you General Yi Wuhui?" Yi Wuhui raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed. "What is it?" The servant produced a black jade tablet from his bosom. "Sir, this is something a gentleman named Confucius asked me to deliver to you." Upon receiving the jade tablet, Yi Wuhui sensed that the conveyed message was somewhat unclear. Confucius, known as Kong Yiji, was one of the 3,000 scholars of Tengwang Pavilion Academy. However, they had never had any interactions. So why would he suddenly invite him to Tengwang Pavilion Academy? Yet, after a brief hesitation, Yi Wuhui decided to proceed. After all, within the entirety of Chang'an, no one dared to endanger themselves. Noticing that the daylight was still ample, Yi Wuhui turned and made his way towards the academy. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yi Wuhui chose not to take the main road, as it was crowded with numerous young men and visitors testing the celestial ladder. Hidden in the shadows, Moon Shadow Guard number 31, upon witnessing this, hastily relayed the information. Meanwhile, Wang Xueji and her 3 companions had already arrived at the mountainside, and after traversing the bamboo grove ahead, they would reach the Tengwang Pavilion Academy. The 4 girls were frolicking and laughing, moving at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyan spoke up as they entered the bamboo grove. "Sister Xueji, I believe you have yet to visit Tengwang Pavilion Academy." "Have you not?" Wang Xueji shook her head. While she had visited the branch of Tengwang Pavilion Academy, this main academy was a first for her. After her father was transferred here, she had wished to visit, but due to her status and other reasons, she had never entered. This was also why Wang Xueji was so agreeable when she learned that Zhang Xiaoyan intended to bring her to Tengwang Pavilion Academy. "Are you certain we can enter?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyan replied with a hint of pride, "Of course, my father is the transport commissioner, and he has a quota to attend the academy for a month each year." However, Wang Xueji subtly pursed her lips. The Zhang family had merely been on good terms with the Yang family previously, and after the Yang family rose to prominence, they had taken the Zhang family along. Though it was said to be an official rank of the 3rd grade, in reality, they barely reached that level. Within the entire realm of Lingxiao, such officials numbered less than 100, perhaps even 80. This was largely due to the upper echelons being composed of system-generated individuals, and coupled with the Yang family's rise after gaining Yitian's favor, the Zhang family also enjoyed a meteoric rise. Wang Xueji urged, "Very well, let us proceed swiftly." She harbored a yearning for Tengwang Pavilion Academy, as it was a gathering place for the talents of the entire Lingxiao nation, unbeknownst to the 4 girls. The moment they entered the bamboo grove, they had already stepped into an array. They could feel the mist gathering within the grove. After wandering for a while, they remained within the bamboo. when suddenly Wang Xueji remarked, what is happening? Why is there mist? Having lived in the South Wind Kingdom, she had never witnessed such a peculiar phenomenon. Zhang Xiaoyan, however, with a glint in her eye, seemed to recall something, though she refrained from voicing it. Instead, with a tone tinged with envy, she said, Sister Xueji, let us hurry. We are almost there. After glancing at her maid, she added, All right, let us proceed. Wang Xueji, still curious about her surroundings, failed to notice anything amiss. The four girls continued deeper into the bamboo grove, where the mist thickened furthered like tea this moment. Even Wang Xueji, though naive, sensed that something was amiss. Yet when she looked up, she found no one else around. Xiaoyan, where are you? No one responded, and the silence was unervingly oppressive. After calling out several times without receiving a reply from Zhang Xiaoyan, Wang Xueji began calling for her maid. Xiaoling, Ling'er, come out, please. In that instant, Wang Xueji acknowledged her rising panic, fearing she had moved too quickly and that Zhang Xiaoyan and the others were still behind. Chapter 38. A heroic rescue. A plan fails with that thought. Wang Xueji turned back towards the direction they had come from. From initially walking briskly, she gradually broke into a run, her breath becoming labored. Yet, a glance around revealed that everything appeared unchanged. Something is off here. Is it the mist? Or the bamboo grove? Wang Xueji had never encountered such a situation and found herself at a loss for what to do. However, as a talented individual well-versed in both literature and martial arts, she quickly steadied her nerves and began to recall any relevant knowledge she possessed. Yet, the South Wind Kingdom had always been a small nation, lacking any understanding of array masters. Even if she had heard of such individuals, she had never witnessed their methods. Meanwhile, Moon Shadow Guard number 30 had engaged many participants for this endeavor, including Array Master Wang Yifan, Confucius Kong Yiji, the Yang family S. Yang Million and his son, and even invited 3 generals. As for Zhang Xiaoyan, she was merely a pawn summoned by the Yang family to fulfill Yi Tian's orders. The Moon Shadow Guard had dispatched 30 individuals, each playing different roles. At that moment, Yi Wu Hui had also arrived outside the bamboo grove, unaware that an array had been set within and appearing completely unconcerned. Within the grove, guards number 30 to 40, a total of 10 individuals, had changed their attire, deliberately suppressed their levels, and were slowly approaching Wang Xueji. Sensing the strangeness of the mist, Wang Xueji remained vigilant. Suddenly, 10 figures appeared before her. Oh, lovely flower maiden, are you lost? Number 30 feigned a lewd expression, occasionally licking his lips while eyeing Wang Xueji. Who are you? Wang Xueji regarded the sudden appearance of the 10 men with caution, although she possessed some cultivation. Having only reached the 3rd level of sky control, the 9 men before her appeared to be at the 1st level of sky control, a challenge she could hardly face, especially the last individual, whose strength she could not discern. Who are we? We are your dear brothers, here to cherish you. Number 30 grinned lewdly. Beside him, number 35, with a repulsive demeanor, tugged at his clothing, excitedly proclaiming, Big brother, I want to go first. Number 30 shook his head, leering, No way. I'll take this one, and the other 3 are yours. Number 34 chimed in, Big brother, let us have some fun first before we divide her up. We wouldn't want to prolong the night. All right, brothers, charge. The 10 Moon Shadow Guards disguised as bandits lunged at Wang Xueji with twisted smiles. In that moment, Wang Xueji realized Zhang Xiaoyan had likely been captured by them, and not wanting to share the same fate. She braced herself for a fight, as the leader reached for her. Wang Xueji took a step back and retaliated with a punch. Simultaneously, she pivoted to evade another S attack and delivered a kick. For a time, Wang Xueji, relying on her cultivation, matched the 9 assailants blow for blow. In the distance, Yi Wu Hui, who had just entered the bamboo grove, frowned. Where did this miss come from? He had visited Tongwang Pavilion Academy a few times, always taking this path, yet had never encountered such a situation. However, possessing great skill and audacity, he brushed it off and continued forward. But after just a few steps, he spotted the commotion ahead. Upon closer inspection, he saw 9 men resembling bandits surrounding a woman. When he beheld the woman's beauty, Yi Wu Hui was momentarily taken aback. It wasn't that he had never seen beautiful women. Rather, He had never encountered one with such cultivation. Yet from her attire and appearance, she was unlike anyone he had ever seen. Could she be a spy sent from another nation? But upon reflection, that didn't seem right. No nation would engage in such blatant actions. He glanced at the 9 bandits, each possessing the first level of sky control, and to him, they posed no threat whatsoever. Thinking of Confucius still waiting for him, Yi Wu Hui glanced back at the woman. Not bad looking. I suppose I'll lend you a hand. With that thought, Yi Wu Hui leaped into the fray. With a mere wave of his hand, he sent 5 bandits flying. After 2 swift strikes, the 9 first-level bandits were sent sprawling, spitting blood, and collapsing to the ground. Moonshadow number 30, lying on the ground, kept a furtive eye on Wang Xueji's expression. They had missions to fulfill. Wang Xueji, seeing a man suddenly appear and repel her assailants, quickly turned to him. "Who are you?" Yi Wu Hui, slightly taken aback, thought, "I saved her, and instead of gratitude, she regards me with suspicion." "I am Yi Wu Hui, merely passing through," he replied. Wang Xueji scrutinized Yi Wu Hui, then glanced at the 9 bandits groaning on the ground. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "You're in cahoots with them, aren't you?" Earlier, she had noticed that there had been 10 bandits. Yet one had mysteriously vanished just as Yi Wu Hui appeared. The fallen Moonshadow number 30 realized something was amiss. The heroic rescue scene had not unfolded as planned. He quickly transmitted a message to a nearby brother. Initiating Plan 2. Oh, what? Yi Wu Hui felt somewhat bewildered, completely at a loss as to why the woman was questioning him in such a manner. However, he soon grasped the situation. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere behind him. Instinctively sensing an ambush, Yi Wu Hui spun around and unleashed a punch. Bang! With a resounding crash, Yi Wu Hui was sent flying. Though he was merely at the 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm, his assailant was at the pinnacle of the same realm. "Who are you?" Yi Wu Hui inquired warily, fixing a vigilant gaze upon the newcomer. Wang Xueji, somewhat dazed, observed the unfolding events, unable to discern who was friend and who was foe. Just moments ago, the 9 assailants who had been begging for mercy were now rising to stand behind a cloaked figure. "Boss, it's this woman. We were planning to capture her for you. That brat over there just popped up out of nowhere, thinking he could be a hero and save her." Upon hearing this, both Yi Wu Hui and Wang Xueji immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Why Yi Wu Hui felt a sense of injustice. He was merely passing by and had not anticipated encountering a powerful adversary at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. Wang Xueji cast an apologetic glance at Yi Wu Hui before turning her attention back to the cloaked figure with caution. While Yi Wu Hui felt stifled by the circumstances, the fact that he had never encountered this cloaked individual before filled him with unease. "Who are you? When did Chang'an City witness the arrival of a formidable figure such as yourself?" Chapter 39. Captured together, trapped in a dark cell, the cloaked figure did not respond to Yi Wu Hui's query, but instead scrutinized the two of them. One is the second son of a Yi family, the great general of southern town, and the other is a beauty. Quite impressive. After speaking, he waved his hand, commanding, "Brothers, seize them. Capture them all." Yes. In an instant, 10 individuals launched their assault. Originally, Wang Xueji struggled against the 9 Moonshadow guards who had intentionally suppressed their strength. That why Yi Wu Hui was also unable to contend with the suddenly appearing peak-level spirit-gathering expert. Fortunately, Yi Wu Hui possessed a jade token gifted by Yi Tian, believing that breaking it would summon aid. However, in reality, he never had the chance to retrieve it, as he was constantly pressured by the cloaked figure. Due to her lack of combat experience, Wang Xueji was quickly subdued by the 9 Moonshadow guards. Yi Wu Hui fared little better. Despite having numerous treasures, it seemed as if the cloaked figure was acutely aware of his every move. Whenever Yi Wu Hui attempted to utilize a treasure or retrieve something from a spatial ring, he was invariably interrupted by the cloaked man. Ultimately, the cloaked figure unleashed a power that surpassed the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, swiftly appearing behind Yi Wu Hui and striking down upon his neck with a knife hand. Meanwhile, after Wang Xueji was knocked unconscious, Moonshadow Guard number 30 finally breathed a sigh of relief that, this has been quite the ordeal. Moonshadow Guard number 35 remarked, "What shall we do next?" Beside him, the cloaked figure, Moonshadow Guard No. 39 replied, "What else can we do? Seize their spatial rings, seal their cultivation, and confine them together." Moon Shadow Guard number 34, with a somewhat lewd grin, suggested, "Shall we add a little spice to this? Turn the raw rice into cooked rice." Everyone turned to stare at him. "Don't be foolish. He is the Emperor's second uncle. We just need to complete our task without escalating the situation." In the end, the 10 of them sealed the cultivation of Yi Wuhui and Wang Xueji, transporting them to a secret base of the Moon Shadow Guards. Previously, due to a remark made by Wang Xueji, Moon Shadow Guard number 30 believed that the heroic rescue had failed and thus devised a new script. They intended to treat the 10 of them as spies from an enemy nation. Having captured them, they not only sought to extract confidential information, but also aimed to keep them together to foster feelings over time. This entire scheme was unbeknownst even to Yi Tian, who would have viewed it as a trial for his second uncle. In a room surrounded by walls, Wang Xueji slowly regained consciousness, rubbing her sore neck. She began to survey her surroundings. In an instant, she was struck dumb. Where on earth was this? Were it not for a small window in the ceiling, the room would be utterly devoid of light. Wang Xueji stood up, attempting to channel her inner energy to soar upwards, but her expression changed in the next moment. "What is going on? Where is my cultivation?" Panic set in as she tried to summon her inner energy, only to be met with a wave of pain throughout her body. The excruciating pain caused Wang Xueji to drop to her knees, her eyes filled with alarm. That moment, a male voice echoed softly, "Feudal, our cultivation has been sealed." It was then that Wang Xueji noticed a figure seated cross-legged in the corner. "Who are you?" The man replied with a hint of bitterness, "I am Yi Wuhui." "Yi Wuhui." Wang Xueji murmured the name, suddenly recalling something. "You are the Yi Wuhui from the Yi family? The one whose nephew is the current emperor?" Yi Wuhui's mouth twitched. In his current state, how could he possibly take pride in such affiliations? "Is it true? You really are Yi Wuhui?" Wang Xueji leaned closer, scrutinizing him. Being stared at so intently by Wang Xueji, a seasoned general who had fought on countless battlefields, inexplicably caused Yi Wuhui to blush. Since the death of his fiancée, Yi Su Wenjing, he had not interacted with any other women. Though the room was dimly lit, their proximity allowed Wang Xueji to perceive his embarrassment. "Why are you blushing?" Yi Wuhui hastily shook his head, denying, "Impossible. How could I blush?" "Very well, then." Wang Xueji chose not to delve further into the matter, recognizing that the current circumstances were not suitable for such discussions. She sat down abruptly, leaning against the wall as she gazed at the window above. "Has your cultivation been sealed as well? Does this mean we cannot escape?" Yi Wuhui followed her gaze, noting that the window was approximately 3 meters from the ground. After awakening, he had intended to leap up and break the window. Although his cultivation was sealed, he was still a martial artist with a body tempered through training that a 3-meter-high window should have posed no challenge. Yet, the ideal was beautiful, while reality was harsh. Not only was the window made of mysterious iron, but the entire room was constructed from exceptionally hard rare earth materials, making escape impossible. When he had jumped earlier, crashing against the window had resulted in excruciating pain throughout his body rather than any semblance of a breakthrough. Who in their right mind would use mysterious iron to craft a window? After a brief exchange, the two fell into silence. Fortunately, mealtime arrived, and someone brought food. Upon seeing the window above being opened, Yi Wuhui attempted to use his physical strength to break free. However, the cloaked figure delivering the meal swiftly struck him down with a slap. Yi Wuhui felt a jolt of pain resonate through his entire body. Wang Xueji, witnessing this scene, inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yi Wuhui gritted his teeth. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Wang Xueji glared at the window above, yelling, "Who are you? Why are you holding us captive? Stop struggling." Wang Pingji was merely a left general. Now he is just a schoolteacher. You need not announce your identity. The cloaked figure on the roof continued. "As for General Yi, we are not your subordinates. Just behave yourselves." Upon hearing this, both Yi Wuhui and Wang Xueji were taken aback, realizing their adversaries had a thorough understanding of their backgrounds. Once the cloaked figure left, Wang Xueji glanced at the food hanging down and asked, "What now?" Feeling a pang of hunger, Yi Wuhui replied, Let us eat first. We can think of a plan afterward. For the time being, the two lapsed into silence. However, come nightfall, a disagreement arose due to the presence of only one restroom. After all, the room was exceedingly spacious, and with their cultivation sealed, they were as vulnerable as ordinary people. Needing to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Chapter 40. Yi Wuhui's fury. Yi Tian breaks through. Meanwhile, outside the small iron room, the Moon Shadow guards monitoring the situation gradually withdrew. How is it inside? Moon Shadow Guard know the individual within is none other than His Majesty's second uncle. Moon Shadow number 37 remarked beside him. Might our actions displease His Majesty? Though these beings possess flesh, blood, and emotions from the moment they were generated by the system, they have become the deathly servants of Yi Tian. Should the host's family be subjected to torture without permission, the system would detect it and subsequently erase them. Moon Shadow number 36 timidly suggested, should we perhaps arrange for him to have a larger room and provide him with some daily necessities? Moon Shadow number 33, filled with righteous indignation, declared, no, our actions are to fulfill the task entrusted to us by His Majesty. Even if it means death, we must see it through. The other 9 cast him disapproving glances, clearly uninterested in his remarks. Ultimately, it was Moon Shadow number 30 who spoke. Let us devise a way to leave a flaw tomorrow, allowing them to escape. The others were somewhat taken aback. After all, they had finally been granted this opportunity, and releasing them would mean failure in their mission. Release them? Moon Shadow number 30's eyes sparkled with insight. Indeed, we are in the Qilin mountain range. Once their powers are sealed, it will not be easy for them to depart. We can simply protect them from the shadows. Ah, I see. Although a path has been cleared through the Qilin mountain range by the army, there remains a considerable distance to their current location that T.O. leave safely. They will undoubtedly encounter demonic beasts along the way, and since both of them are sealed, they will require mutual support to escape. As for the strength of the demonic beasts, Moon Shadow number 30 assured, he would intervene. However, amusingly, the following day, Moon Shadow number 34, likely suppressing his own powers, forgot to close the window while delivering meals, yet Yi Wuhui did not escape. Having waited in the shadows, Moon Shadow number 30 grew anxious as time dragged on without anyone emerging. What is happening? Why have they not yet come out? Moon Shadow number 35 urged patience. Let us wait a moment longer. They may still be hesitating. Meanwhile, in the Xiantai room, Yi Wuhui was also gazing thoughtfully at the window above. Wang Xueji, feeling anxious, asked, what are you looking at? The window is wide open. Why haven't we fled? Yi Wuhui hesitated. Aren't you afraid this could be a trap? Their strength is formidable. What is there to fear? If worst comes to worst, we can always be recaptured. Wang Xueji was desperate to escape after being confined in that dark room for an entire day and night. Anyone would find it unbearable. After considering her words, Yi Wuhui found her reasoning compelling. The two of them leapt forth from the Xiantai chamber. However, upon emerging, both were taken aback. Wang Xueji stared blankly. Where is this, surrounded by trees? It resembles a primeval forest, with only 3 solitary brick houses visible in the distance. Yi Wuhui, equally bewildered, realized that this place was certainly not Chang'an. We must hurry, though their powers were sealed. Their bodies, tempered by spiritual energy over the years, remained resilient. Glancing at the distant brick structures, he grasped Wang Xueji's hand and dashed into the depths of the forest. Moon Shadow, number 34, concealed in the shadows, exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, they have finally escaped. It was no easy feat. Moon Shadow number 32 chimed in. Don't just stand there. Follow them closely and ensure they are not harmed. The 10 Moon Shadows stealthily trailed Yi Wuhui and Wang Xueji, occasionally diverting a few demonic beasts from other areas. Yet, this proved to be a hardship for Yi Wuhui and Wang Xueji, as they had been stripped of all their possessions, unable to summon even a trace of spiritual energy. Forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the beasts, from initially handling the situation with ease to becoming riddled with injuries, the struggle took its toll. As night fell, the two found refuge in a cave. Yi Wuhui had finally discerned their location and began to piece together the identities of their captors. Considering the multitude of skilled individuals in Chang'an, it was inconceivable that anyone could abduct them without alerting the city guards. They must be insiders. However, he was puzzled as to why his nephew would conspire against him. Just then, noticing Wang Xueji beside him, eyes closed and striving to break her seal, a thought struck him. "Damn it, you little rascal. Just wait until I return. I shall deal with you." Yet despite his anger, he realized that escaping the Qilin mountain range was not feasible in his current state. The only way to achieve this was to restore his powers and then seek out the Black Armored Army. Within the royal court, Yi Tian had been in seclusion for 3 months. From the moment he began preparing to enhance his strength, he commenced absorbing the energy from the system's rewards. After 3 months of absorption, refinement, and stabilization, his power had reached the peak of the spirit condensation realm. While this level of power was indeed formidable, it was still insufficient that To sign in stronger individuals. He needed to elevate his own abilities. Historically, the sign-in process had revealed that every 6 months, he could potentially sign in a powerhouse 3 realms above his own, and every year, 4 realms stronger. From his current position in the spirit condensation realm, he could sign in a powerhouse from the celestial sovereign realm in 6 months. Yet Yi Tian, for added assurance, aspired to directly ascend to the king realm. At that point, he would have the opportunity to sign in someone from the sage realm, and perhaps even a sage king within a year's time. This also explained his reluctance to hastily expand his territory. During this time, Yi Tian had been diligently cultivating the imperishable sovereign scripture. Previously, after annihilating the White Tiger Temple and collecting the will power, although he had not yet consolidated his fortune golden dragon over the past year, he had still been able to harness the will power for his cultivation. Furthermore, the energy rewarded by the system was exceptionally pure, making its refinement quite straightforward. After 2 more days passed, Yi Tian finally opened his eyes, feeling his aura surge from the peak of the spirit condensation realm to the first level of the king realm. He relished the transformation within his body, clenched his fists, and reveled in the delightful sensation. Moon Shadow. In the next instant, a figure appeared before Yi Tian. "Your subordinate is here. How long have I been in seclusion?" "Your Majesty, a total of 98 days. Time seems to fly during seclusion. I had no idea 3 months had slipped by so swiftly." Suddenly, Yi Tian seemed to recall something. Chapter 41, Punishing Moon Shadow. "Mobilizing the nations, by the way. How is my second uncle faring?" "Your Majesty, General Yi returned to the royal city just yesterday." Moon Shadow number 1 began, but hesitated before continuing. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. "Returned? Did he succeed in his heroic rescue?" "Not quite." Noticing the expressions of the moon shadows, Yi Tian's confusion deepened, his tone growing stern. What has transpired? Speak." "Yes." Following this, the moon shadow relayed the entire situation, bowing low to the ground in submission. Internally, he cursed Moon Shadow's 30 through 40 profusely. Yi Tian's expression shifted from initial surprise to a stormy fury. "What instructions did I give you? How did you execute them? A bunch of useless fools. Incompetent at achieving anything, yet successful in creating chaos." Yi Tian's anger was genuine. After all, Yu Hui was his second uncle. His original intention had been to introduce him to a suitable wife, yet not only had that failed, but he had also unintentionally transformed into a villain. With this thought, Yi Tian's ire intensified. Who was responsible for carrying out the task? Moon Shadow number 1 trembled involuntarily. He was acutely aware of their roles. To put it charitably, they were one of the cornerstones assigned by the system to assist the host in dominating the world. Put harshly, they were but a blade in Yi Tian's hand, bound to carry out the master's commands, and could be discarded at any moment. It was 30 through 40. The moon shadow relented, unable to hide the truth. Yi Tian fell silent, contemplating. While the moon shadows had indeed erred, their intentions had aligned with his own. Yet he could only ponder the emotional state of his second uncle. Should his uncle harbor resentment, Yi Tian must prepare for the consequences. He resolved to inform the 10 moon shadows that if they failed to earn his second uncle's forgiveness, they would face obliteration. Understood. Moon Shadow number 1 made no pleas for mercy. From the moment they were generated by the system, They had been prepared for potential destruction. Why Yi Tian's decision was not only rooted in concern for his family, but also served as a lesson for these system-generated beings. Though he had never doubted their loyalty, their methods had left much to be desired. After dismissing the moon shadows, Yi Tian summoned Lu Xingyang. Tell me the events of these past 3 months. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Xingyang conveyed all that had transpired over the past 3 months to Yi Tian. He issued an order for the attendance of 20 generals at tomorrow's court assembly. Very well. Lu Xingyang bowed and departed. Typically, not all officials would attend the court assembly, as many did not reside in Chang'an, making their attendance somewhat challenging. That it was only in unavoidable circumstances that all officials would gather. At dawn the following day, Yi Tian donned his imperial robes with the assistance of Xiao Mei and her 3 companions. Xiao Mei, you 4 have been by my side for some time. Previously, my grandfather and father have urged me to marry, and I have consented to take you 4 as imperial consorts. I wonder how you feel about this. The faces of Xiao Mei and her companions flushed with a rosy hue, for they had already heard whispers of this news. Until Yi Tian had spoken aloud, they remained in a state of unease. Upon hearing Yi Tian's declaration, the 4 felt a wave of shyness wash over them. They inclined their heads slightly and replied, "We shall follow your Majesty's arrangements." "Very well. In 3 months, I shall take you as imperial consorts." Yi Tian felt quite satisfied. Each of Xiao Mei's companions was stunningly beautiful, and having them as consorts would not tarnish the title that they asked for the position of empress. Yi Tian had yet to contemplate it, for in the entire Tianyuan continent, every emperor's empress had her unique attributes. She would either possess a formidable family background to assist the emperor in consolidating the dynasty, or embody true love, supporting one another through life's trials. Yet, Yi Tian had not yet encountered such a person. In Yi Tian's mind, he yearned to find someone with whom he could share genuine love. After acquiring the system, he felt that no woman from any faction in the Tianyuan continent could possibly be deemed worthy of him. Perhaps today, Yi Tian was merely a guardian of the Tianhuang realm. Although his nation was quite affluent, its overall strength was but 8 stars. However, what if tomorrow, Yi Tian might stand at the pinnacle of the world? No one could assist him in a familial capacity. The next day, seated upon the dragon throne, Yi Tian surveyed the assembly of civil and military officials before him, his heart swelling with emotion. "Today, I wish to wage war across the realm. Are there any generals willing to march forth?" The multitude of civil and military officials knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We are willing to fight for your Majesty." "Excellent. In that case, all generals heed my command." The 23 grand generals saluted, among them Yi Xiaotian and his 2 sons. Presently, there were 5 million troops signed in through the system, each possessing at least the strength of the Qinghai realm. Excluding the 30,000 stationed in Chang'an, there remained 470,000 ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. The troops stationed in various cities were either auxiliary soldiers or newly recruited soldiers. Generals Wang Zhan, Su Failong, and Zhao Jian each shall lead 20,000 elite soldiers to besiege the 20 neighboring nations. It was evident that each general would deploy an army of 20,000 to conquer a single nation. Had this been in the past, Yi Tian would never have considered such a course of action. The nations within the Qingyun prefecture each boasted armies exceeding 100,000, backed by powerful sections. To conquer a nation with merely 20,000 troops would have posed a significant challenge. However, these soldiers were cultivators, possessing strength at the Spirit Sea realm, with their leaders at the Skyward realm, and generals attaining the Heavenly King realm. With such prowess, they were entirely capable of subjugating a nation. "Yes, we shall faithfully obey your Majesty's decree." Yi Xiaotian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui stared at Yi Tian in astonishment. They had not yet been assigned a task. "Where are Yi Xiaotian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui?" Yi Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment, unwilling to address his grandfather, father, and uncle directly by name. "That we are here." Yi Xiaotian and his sons were quite exhilarated. As grand generals, they only felt their existence affirmed on the battlefield. "You shall lead an army of 600,000 to invade the Xianyu kingdom." "Ah!" Yi Xiaotian and the others looked at Yi Tian in disbelief. The position of Ling Xiao Kingdom within the Qingyun prefecture was somewhat precarious. Originally, the 3 neighboring nations were Tianshui, Lihua, and Nanfeng. However, after Ling Xiao subdued these 3 nations. It now faced 9 nations, including Xianyu. Historically, Xianyu had always been a mere transit nation, lacking significant defensive forces. Their relative tranquility stemmed from their scarcity of resources and their coastal geography. Capturing it would merely expand their territorial claims. It would expose them to the threat of powerful nations and the beasts of the S. Why Yi Xiaotian pondered briefly and grasped Yi Tian's intentions. If Yi Tian sought to dominate the entire Qingyun prefecture, he must first conquer Xianyu, for beyond the sea lay the northern Mo prefecture. Chapter 42. Dispatching troops to 10 nations. Attention from Tianqing. Xianyu is a border nation of the Qingyun prefecture, serving as a junction between Qingyun and northern Mo. While it lacks a formidable military presence, its geographic position fosters a particularly fierce culture. Numerous sects and schools exist within, resulting in a populace of skilled individuals. This reality explains Yi Tian's decision to deploy 60,000 troops against a small nation. Yi Xiaotian recognized that while Xianyu might be challenging to conquer, it was not due to the strength of its military, but rather the potential need for bloodshed in several cities. Employing a strategy of appeasement in a nation known for its ferocity would prove futile. Thus, more ruthless and bloody methods must be employed. With this in mind, Yi Xiaotian bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, I request the authority to handle this matter independently." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tian acquiesced. Granted, to dominate the entirety of the Qingyun prefecture and beyond, seizing control of Xianyu was imperative. It is worth noting that during the zenith of the once mighty Tianqing Empire, they refrained from provoking Xianyu. In Yi Tian's view, Tianqing's reluctance to venture beyond Qingyun was evident. However, Ling Xiao Kingdom was different. Yi Tian aspired to conquer the universe and must first clear the path through Qingyun, even if that meant committing acts of slaughter. Initially, Yi Tian had intended to leave Xianyu for last. Still, having recently ascended to the Heavenly King realm, the formidable allies he could now summon rendered caution unnecessary. As for why he chose to send the Yi family, Yi Xiaotian and his sons, to attack Xianyu rather than the generals generated by the system. He had considered this as well. The system-generated generals were ancient commanders from the Tianyuan continent, renowned for their countless battles, including the razing of cities and annihilation of nations. In contrast, Yi Xiaotian and his sons had never truly participated in a large-scale war. Their previous expedition against Lihui Kingdom had been facilitated by Jiang Weio's annihilation of 60,000 troops, leaving Nangong Tao with no choice but to surrender, rather than deeming this a daunting task for the Yi family. It would serve as a valuable trial for them. After all, Qingyun Prefecture is but a small fragment of the vast Tianqing domain, which encompasses 15 prefectures. How many more lie beyond? The entire Tianyuan continent is replete with such territories. In the future, many wars would unfold, and the slaughter of cities and nations might become commonplace. Currently, within Qingyun Prefecture, the strength of the various nations and sects was not particularly formidable. However, beyond Tianqing, engaging in such oppressive battles would likely become rare. As Yi Tian appointed generals, chaos erupted throughout Qingyun Prefecture. 3 years prior, Yi Tian had dispatched the Moonshadow Guards to infiltrate the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture, intending to incite internal strife when the moment was ripe. Now was that moment. The nations of Qianfan, Tingyu, Leiting, and Baiwa, the 10 nations closest to Ling Xiao Kingdom, erupted in simultaneous turmoil that in some cases, the general's residence was breached. In others, the queen awakened from her slumber, only to be discovered by her maidservants. In yet others, the prime minister's wife fled from the emperor's chamber, disheveled and caught by a eunuch. Some princes and princesses met their demise within the homes of ministers. To the discerning eye, these events appeared premeditated, yet those embroiled in the chaos were too consumed by their own fury to notice that similar occurrences transpired in neighboring nations. However, even if they sought to uncover the truth, it would prove difficult, for family disgrace is seldom aired in public. Such matters will never be divulged. The emperor wishes to suppress these events, yet he finds himself powerless, for the principal figures involved hail from several neighboring nations, all of whom are current monarchs. In an instant, the 10 surrounding countries are teeming with undercurrents, awaiting but a single opportunity to plunge into chaos. It is on the 3rd day, following Yi Tian's strategic assembly. As the various generals prepared for their expedition, that tragedy struck. Royal sons, noblemen, and even the wives of prime ministers and daughters of grand generals fell victim to heinous acts in these 10 nations. While these realms grappled with internal strife, the formidable armies of Lingxiao Kingdom had already laid siege to their gates. The fortresses along the borders could not hope to withstand the onslaught of Lingxiao's forces. At this pivotal moment, the sects backing these nations hastened to mobilize, uniting the strength of the entire realm to confront Lingxiao's 200,000-strong army. Though the intention was commendable, it would only be upon collision that the true might of Lingxiao's military would be revealed. Throughout Qingyun Prefecture, every faction remained vigilant, observing the unfolding conflict. In the imperial palace of the Tianqing Empire, the court was convening, and Emperor Chu Yuntian was immersed in an array of memorials. Esteemed ministers, enlighten us about this Lingxiao kingdom. Promptly, a minister stepped forward to narrate the recent history of Lingxiao's ascendance. Your Majesty, Lingxiao Kingdom overthrew Daqian 3 years ago, establishing itself as the mightiest empire in Qingyun Prefecture. No longer required to pay tribute to the sects, thus significantly bolstering its national strength. However, according to our intelligence, Lingxiao's military prowess surpasses our own. Each legion is commanded by generals of the Heavenly King realm, a phenomenon unheard of in Tianqing Empire. Upon hearing this, the officials in the court reevaluated their perception of Lingxiao Kingdom. Emperor Chu Yuntian turned to the foremost military general and inquired, General Leng, what is your perspective on this matter? General Leng Yin contemplated briefly before candidly responding, Your Majesty, the combat capabilities of our Tianqing Empire's forces are insufficient to contend with those of Lingxiao Kingdom. What? How can this be? Preposterous. General, you are merely inflating their prowess. The other officials voiced their discontent at Leng Yan's assertion. Only Chu Yuntian remained silent, as he shared the same apprehensions as General Leng. The sudden rise of Lingxiao Kingdom 3 years prior, swiftly subjugating 3 neighboring nations within a mere month, had initially gone unnoticed by Chu Yuntian. Even the obliteration of those 3 nations had been met with mere indifference. It was not until now, with Lingxiao directly attacking the 11 nations, including Xianyu Kingdom, that Chu Yuntian began to take the situation seriously, for it was evident to any discerning observer that Lingxiao aimed to dominate all of Qingyun Prefecture. General Leng, please continue. Yes, Your Majesty. Leng Yin bowed slightly before proceeding with deliberation. The military strength of Lingxiao Kingdom, which manifested 3 years ago when they annihilated the neighboring nations, was not fully revealed at that time, and we paid it no heed at this juncture. Leng Yin let out a faint sigh, recalling how he had disregarded the news initially. Being situated in the southernmost part of Qingyun Prefecture, the distance separating them from Lingxiao, located to the north, only a sea and 2 nations apart, rendered them seemingly safe. As they were separated by 7 nations, in Chapter 43, the concerns of Chu Yuntian and the intervention of the Sword Sect unfold. Leng Yin believed that Lingxiao Kingdom harbored no grand ambitions and would not continue its campaign against neighboring countries. Yet, reality proved him wrong. 3 years later, Lingxiao not only sought to invade neighboring states, but also launched an assault on 11 nations simultaneously. Reports from scouts indicated that Lingxiao's soldiers were at least at the Spirit Sea realm, with commanding generals possessing the strength of the Heavenly King realm. Should there be only a single legion, Tianqing Empire would not be overly concerned. However, with 5 legions, they would pose a slight threat. Yet if there were 10, then Tianqing Empire would face genuine peril. Your Majesty, I believe we should unite with the other 15 nations to form a coalition against Lingxiao. Including the sect's forces, the remaining officials gazed in disbelief, acknowledging Lingxiao's might from the previous remarks, but struggling to accept that Tianqing Empire was not its match. Chu Yuntian, too, reflected deeply, ultimately arriving at the same conclusion as General Leng. Let us proceed, as General Leng suggests. Dr. Wei, contact the 15 neighboring nations immediately and convey my intentions that I require you to persuade them to join forces with Tianqing in the shortest time possible. Yes, Your Majesty. An elderly man with graying hair stepped forward to accept the decree. Simultaneously, Every nation and sect within Qingyun Prefecture became acutely aware of the situation. After all, it had been nearly a century since such a multitude of nations engaged in warfare simultaneously. Within the Qingyun Sword Sect, Elder Yu Gufeng and Sect Master Jin Xingchen convened to deliberate on the matter. Sect Master Jin, whose presence was as commanding as a sword and whose eyes sparkled like stars, had attained the 9th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm. He turned to the elder beside him and inquired, "Which faction supports Lingxiao Kingdom?" Elder Yu, embodying an ethereal demeanor, bore a hint of concern on his face. "None. The ruler of Lingxiao Kingdom is merely a 17-year-old youth who, 3 years ago, acquired a loyal following and forcefully overthrew Diqian. In just 6 months, he stabilized the nation and dispatched 2 million troops to conquer the neighboring 3 countries. Even Yu Gufeng, who typically shunned worldly affairs, expressed admiration upon hearing this. After 3 years of recuperation, he simultaneously dispatched 20 armies. If unimpeded, he could conquer the 11 nations within 3 months, the most powerful faction in Qingyun Prefecture. Qingyun Sword Sect could easily unearth such information. However, their initial indifference had allowed Yi Tian to rise swiftly. After absorbing this information, Sect Master Jin furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there no sect involved?" "Yes, the sects behind the 10 nations have intervened, but I fear it may be insufficient to withstand Lingxiao's might." Upon hearing this, Jin Xingchen's expression darkened. "Notify the other factions to join the fray. Qingyun Prefecture has enjoyed stability for far too long. I shall not permit a nation of such strength to exist." Although Tianqing Empire operated independently and did not owe tribute to the sects, this was due to the first ruler of Tianqing being the son of an elder from Qingyun Sword Sect. Lingxiao Kingdom, in contrast, lacked such backing, though it was possible that Yi Tian was supported by some hidden faction. Otherwise, how could he command such formidable experts and an impressive army? Yet, Jin Xingchen remained unfazed, as Qingyun Prefecture was his domain. Outside of Qingyun Prefecture, the alliances of Qingyun Sword Sect were predominantly with the dominant sects of neighboring regions. The upper echelons of power often engaged in intricate games of interest, with relationships between sects being exceedingly complex. The elder of Qingyun Sword Sect had once been the holy son of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, which bolstered Jin Xingchen's confidence in underestimating Lingxiao Kingdom. Elder Yu Gufeng paused momentarily before promptly agreeing. "Very well. I shall journey to Lingxiao Kingdom to assess the situation. 10 days had elapsed since the expedition commenced. Each day brought tidings of victories back to the royal court. During this period, Yi Tian had not secluded himself further, but had been attending to the memorials. Numerous petitions at the Internal Affairs Court could not resolve had been placed before Yi Tian in his study. After completing the final petition, Yi Tian stood up, stretching his limbs. Xiaoyang, Lu Jingyang, who had been waiting attentively by Yi Tian's side, hurriedly bowed upon hearing his call. "Your servant is here. The army has been deployed for 10 days. "Correct? Where are General Zhao and the others now?" "Reporting to your majesty. General Zhao and his forces are currently positioned behind General Wang, General Zhang, and General L. Yi Tian cast a glance at the map meticulously crafted over the span of 3 years by Yu Yingwei, which adorned the wall. Previously, Yi Tian had commanded an assault on the 20 neighboring nations, dispatching an army of 200,000 for each campaign. However, the geographical distribution of these nations did not align in a linear fashion. To conquer them all, it was imperative to first vanquish the 9 surrounding countries for the Xianyu Kingdom. It lay in a different direction, and Yi Tian harbored no concerns regarding the safety of the Yi family trio, for he had discreetly dispatched Zhao Jun for their protection. During these past 3 months, Yi Tian had also acquired numerous valuable items, a significant portion of which was stored in the national treasury. While he distributed a considerable number of treasures amongst the civil and military officials, Zhao Jun's prowess had ascended from the 7th Heaven Monarch to the 8th. Meanwhile, the 3 women, including Wu Xinyue, remained at the pinnacle of the Heaven Monarch realm. Achieving a breakthrough to the Heaven Venerable realm was no trivial endeavor. Fortunately, Yi Tian was not in a rush. With his enhanced strength, he merely needed to sign in to summon formidable allies. After listening to Lu Jingyang's report, Yi Tian fell into contemplation. With chaos reigning in Qingyun Prefecture and a simultaneous assault on 11 nations, the remaining 15 would undoubtedly be preparing for his advances. Consequently, the Lingxiao kingdom would soon face a siege from the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture. Yet Yi Tian was not overly concerned. From the moment he dispatched his troops, he had already contemplated the worst-case scenario. After waving Lu Xingyang off, he returned to his dragon throne. Yi Tian had never worried about whether the forces of the Lingxiao kingdom could conquer all of Qingyun Prefecture. However, post-battle, securing the territories gained would necessitate the stationing of troops. Yet, the current military strength of the Lingxiao kingdom was still insufficient, and dispersing forces would lead to a diminished capacity to form a cohesive military formation. This was certainly not Yi Tian's desired outcome. With this thought in mind, he began to summon the system. Just as Yi Tian was about to communicate with the system, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura manifesting above Chang'an City. Chapter 44. A formidable foe approaches. Signing in for the heaven venerable Yi Tian's child, come forth quickly, audacious, insolent. The moment Wu Xini and the other two women, who had been lurking by Yi Tian's side, sensed the overwhelming aura, they appeared beside him. Upon hearing his name called out boldly from outside, Wu Xinyue and Wu Xinjing swiftly darted out. With a slightly gloomy expression, Yi Tian ordered, "Let us go and see," as they stepped out of the grand hall. They beheld an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor floating above the royal court. Warily observing Wu Xinyue and her companion, he had assumed that Yi Tian had a formidable guard at the heaven monarch level by his side. Yet he was taken aback to find two women whose strength reached the pinnacle of the heaven monarch realm. At this moment, Yu Gufeng wondered if he had perhaps spoken too loudly. Though he possessed the strength of the ninth heaven monarch, he had only recently achieved this level, and there remained a considerable distance to the pinnacle. Yi Tian regarded the old man and inquired, "Who are you?" Upon seeing the young man clad in dragon robes, Yu Gufeng was slightly astonished, realizing that this emperor was not only youthful but also possessed the strength of a first heaven monarch. Nevertheless, he was not concerned for his own safety, as he had a formidable backing. "I am Yu Gufeng, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect." With that, Yu Gufeng sternly questioned, "Are you the emperor of the Lingxiao kingdom? Who authorized you to wage war against other nations? Do you realize how many lives you endanger with such actions?" Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively, coolly uttering two words. "Kill them." Yes, the two women, Wu Xinyue and Wu Xinjing, could no longer contain themselves, for they were loyal subordinates of Yi Tian. As the saying goes, those who insult the sovereign must die. Upon receiving Yi Tian's command, the two women simultaneously drew their long swords and charged at Yu Gufeng. The sudden onslaught left Yu Gufeng alarmed. "Impudent, I am the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect. Do you dare to kill me?" Yi Tian paid no heed to his title. Even if the sect leader were to arrive, he would regard him with equal disdain. He had already intended to attack Qingyun Prefecture, and antagonizing the sword sect was merely a matter of time. Observing the battle in the sky, Yi Tian sensed that Wu Xinyue and Wu Xinjing were somewhat restrained, evidently mindful of the royal court structures, which limited their full potential. With this realization, Yi Tian declared, "Xinyan, you join as well. Do not hold back. The buildings can be rebuilt." Yes. Following the order, Wu Xinyan soared in the sky to relay the message to her companions. The trio's attacks intensified, and Yu Gufeng, already outmatched, found himself facing three adversaries who surpassed him by 3 minor realms, leading to his swift defeat. Realizing that remaining would likely result in his demise, Yu Gufeng began to desperately resist, enduring a direct blow before attempting to flee the city. The thought of taking Yi Tian hostage had never crossed his mind. As Yu Gufeng made his escape, Wu Xinyue and her companions intentionally eased their assault, allowing him to exit the city. Only in this way could they unleash their full strength. Otherwise, Yu Gufeng, in his final moments, would undoubtedly unleash a powerful counterattack that could endanger the civilians within the city. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tian turned and returned to his study, disregarding the unfolding events, for he had complete faith in Wu Xinyue and her companions. The system had previously indicated that the three of them, when united, possessed the strength to contend with a heaven venerable system. Is there a marketplace available? Other systems often feature a system marketplace, do they not? Ding, the host has established a fortune dynasty, unlocking the marketplace. However, the condition was that the Lingxiao kingdom could activate the fortune dynasty at any time. Nevertheless, Yi Tian felt that the current territorial expanse was still too small, and the gathered fortune golden dragon lacked sufficient strength. Very well. Can I sign in for formations like the void restriction? Previously, Yi Tian had not contemplated this notion, but the sudden appearance of this man, named Yu Gufeng in the sky, had made him somewhat uncomfortable. No one relished having someone hovering above them. Ding, the items and individuals available for signing in are random. All right. Yi Tian waved his hand, settling into the dragon throne with a sense of resignation. Before long, Wu Xinyue and her companions reappeared in the imperial study, with Wu Xinyan directly presenting a head wrapped in white cloth. Your Majesty, the enemy has been slain outside the city. Yi Tian merely cast a glance and promptly instructed. Dispose of it. Yes, the three women vanished into the void once more. The next day, as Yi Tian awakened, he immediately called upon the system. System, sign in. Ding, today's sign in yields the individual Xiao Hong 500,000 premium spirit stones, 500 heavenly grade magical artifacts, and 500 8th grade spirit pills. Is that all? Yi Tian blinked in surprise. Previously, each sign-in had yielded 5 or 6 items. Why was there only 4 today? He opened the system panel to inspect. Individual, Xiao Hong Realm, Pinnacle of Heaven Venerable Age, 33 years cultivation technique. Lingyun treasure mirror. Yi Tian's gaze fixated on the realm section, and he rubbed his eyes, still in disbelief. Pinnacle of Heaven Venerable? How astonishing! Currently, there were no known Heaven Venerable experts throughout the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture. Even among the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion of the Qingtian domain, the number of individuals reaching the Heaven Venerable level was likely fewer than 10. System, generate him quickly. Ding, system generating. In the next instant, Yi Tian felt as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. Every hair on his body, standing on end. Wu Xinyan and her companions appeared beside Yi Tian in an instant. Their expressions alert as they watched the door. They seemed to instinctively sense something. Although there was no hostility, the very aura was discomforting. Swish subordinate Xiao Hong, paying respects to your Majesty. Before Yi Tian and Wu Xinyue could fully comprehend the situation, a figure had already knelt before Yi Tian. After a brief moment, Yi Tian finally reacted, hastily rising from his bed to assist Xiao Hong. Quickly, rise. Once Yi Tian helped Xiao Hong to his feet, he scrutinized the man before him. With brows like swords and eyes like stars, his chiseled features framed by flowing white hair, he wore a black brocade robe that accentuated his imposing stature. Ah, you are merely 33 years old. How have you attained such a realm? Xiao Hong glanced at Wu Xinyue and her companions, realizing they were all the same, possessing no additional memories. In response to your Majesty. This subordinate does not know. Very well then. Although Yi Tian was curious, he could also sense that this might be a result of the system. It was merely that individuals below the Heavenly King realm who had checked in were not equipped with storage rings. However, those who recently checked in from the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Venerable realms were indeed provided with storage rings. While Yi Tian was somewhat intrigued, he did not pay much attention to it. Over the past 3 years, he had checked in numerous storage rings. And now not only did the various civil and military officials possess them, but even the commanders rewarded by the system were outfitted with storage rings. Despite this, there remained over 10,000 rings stored in the National Treasury. Chapter 45. The Coalition Strikes. The Emperor personally leads the charge. With the arrival of Xiao Hong, Yi Tian felt a renewed sense of confidence. He allocated a portion of resources to Wu Xinyue and the other 2 women, urging them to cultivate in the Xian Huang Tower in hopes of breaking through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Days passed, and news of Yu Gufeng's death quickly reached the Qingyun Sword Sect. This was due to the fact that within these major powers, every significant figure had a soul token retained within the sect. Although Jin Xingchen was furious, he refrained from making any impulsive actions. Yu Gufeng's strength was only 2 minor realms below his own. Now that Yu Gufeng had been killed, it indicated that the Lingxiao kingdom possessed the capability to annihilate someone at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Having pondered these matters, Jin Xingchen made his way to the sect's rear, unlocking several restrictions before arriving at the entrance of a small chamber. He bowed respectfully and said, "Ancestor, the junior, the 85th generation sect master Jin Xingqian seeks your guidance." There was silence within the room, and Jin Xingqian maintained his bow. After the passage of a short while, a frail voice emerged from inside. "Come in." "Yes, Ancestor." Jin Xingqian respectfully opened the door and stepped inside. The small room measured only 7 or 8 square meters, furnished solely with 3 meditation cushions that ate tea that moment. 3 elders sat with their backs to the entrance, meditating upon the cushions. "What is it?" Jin Xingqian slightly bowed and recounted the events regarding the Lingxiao kingdom, concluding with the fate of the Grand Elder, Yu Gufeng. The 3 elders remained silent for a long while, until one of the ancestors finally spoke. "You should know that as long as the sect remains unscathed, we will not intervene." Jin Xingqian, still not entirely convinced, understood that while he possessed the strength of the Heavenly Emperor at the 9th level, and could potentially ally with other strong sect leaders to fend off or even obliterate those armies, the incident with Yu Gufeng suggested that the Lingxiao kingdom certainly had a Heavenly Emperor at the 9th level, if not more, or perhaps even a Heavenly Venerable. Otherwise, Yu Gufeng would not have been unable to escape and was killed outright. But Ancestor, the Lingxiao kingdom's power is overwhelming in a mere 20 days. It has conquered 9 nations that I have discussed this with the leaders of several other factions, and even if we all join forces, it would be difficult to halt their advance. The 3 elders grasped the situation, albeit with surprise at the sudden emergence of such a powerful nation. However, for various reasons, they could not leave their current post at tea that moment. The elders seated in the center suddenly said, "Second and third. You should make a trip." The 2 elder brothers were somewhat reluctant. Yet, before they could voice their objections, the central elder waved his hand to interrupt them. "Do not concern yourselves with me." "Very well." Jin Xingqian felt a surge of joy. With 2 heavenly venerable elders stepping forth, he was confident he could eradicate the Lingxiao kingdom. Indeed, it was about annihilating a nation in this world where strength reigns supreme. It was not uncommon for the weak to be slaughtered. Across the Tianyuan continent, nations were likely being established and destroyed every day. Qingyan Prefecture had remained stable, and Jin Xingqian was determined not to allow any force to threaten them, especially since the Lingxiao kingdom had slain their Grand Elder. The news of the Sword Sect elders emerging spread like wildfire. The entirety of Qingyan Prefecture understood that this great battle would soon reach its conclusion. Leading the charge were 15 nations under the banner of the Tianqing Empire, deploying their strongest troops, totaling 15 million soldiers. While these soldiers might not individually match the strength of the Lingxiao Kingdom's army, they were seasoned veterans, elite troops led by the 5 mightiest generals. Furthermore, 14 sects within Qingyan Prefecture dispatched between 500 to 3,000 cultivators, each to the forefront were Jin Xingqian, the sect master of the Sword Sect, and 2 recently emerged supreme elders. Among them were 1 at the 7th level of the Heavenly Venerable Realm, 1 at the 5th level, 1 at the 9th level of the Heavenly Emperor Realm, 4 at the 5th level, and a combined total of 500 at the Heavenly King and Concentration Realms. Additionally, there were over 6,000 cultivators at lower levels, including those at the Sky Sovereign, Spirit Sea, and Foundation Establishment Realms. Such strength, regardless of where it was placed, constituted a formidable military force. However, upon hearing this news relayed by the Moonshadow Guards, Yi Tian merely smiled. The army summoned through the system was not solely reliant on their status as cultivators. The key factor was that they possessed military formations. This was their foundation for invincibility in battle. Nonetheless, while Yi Tian could dismiss the soldiers and the 6,000 cultivators, the presence of those 2 heavenly venerable powers still surprised him. He had previously believed that the strongest beings within Qingyan Prefecture were all at the Heavenly Emperor Realm. He had not anticipated the existence of 2 ancient heavenly venerables. That it seemed he had underestimated the world around him. This realization prompted Yi Tian to consider reshaping his future strategies. Moonshadow, how are the 10 members from numbers 30 to 40 faring? Previously, their actions had caused his second uncle to be humiliated, and he had vowed that if they did not earn Yi Wuhui's forgiveness, they would self-destruct. Moonshadow 1 slightly bowed. Your Majesty, the second master has stated that he requires them to accompany him to conquer the Xianyu kingdom in order to be forgiven. Second master, Yi Tian was taken aback by this title. Your Majesty, it is a convenient way to address the three General Yi. Very well, you may withdraw. Yi Tian waved his hand, not dwelling on the matter. Xiaoyang, Lu Jingyang, stationed outside the door, hurriedly responded, "At your service. Instruct General Shangwan to assemble 1,000 guards to accompany me to the front lines." Lu Jingyang exclaimed in disbelief, "Ah, Your Majesty, are you going to lead the charge personally?" Yi Tian nodded, "Yes. I've grown weary of lingering in the royal court. It's time to see the outside world. Your Majesty, you possess a priceless life. How can you put yourself in danger? We have 20 great generals here." Yi Tian waved his hand impatiently. "Enough. This is an order. You shall execute it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shangwan Feihong was one of the 23 generals summoned, appointed by Yi Tian as the commander of the royal guards. Although the royal court had only 5,000 guards, each one possessed the strength of the Sky Sovereign Realm. After 3 years of sporadic training in the Infinite Secret Realm, they had nearly all reached the Concentration Realm. In the next moment, Xiao Hong emerged from the shadows, slightly bowing. "Your Majesty, should we notify the Wu sisters?" Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. "Why? Do you not believe you can protect me?" "Your Majesty, I am confident in my strength. But I fear there may be other heavenly venerable presences aside from those two old fellows." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian replied, "Very well, summon them as well." Chapter 46, The 10 Nations Defeat. Strategies against the enemy. After organizing matters, Yi Tian informed the Internal Affairs Bureau through the system panel. Arriving at the open space in the royal court, Yi Tian summoned the 9-dragon chariot. Roar 9 dragon roars echoed throughout the royal court, and in the next moment, a golden chariot materialized before Yi Tian. 9 black flood dragons, each 10 meters in length, knelt with their forelimbs on the ground, their necks bound by chains. Upon seeing Yi Tian, they instinctively lowered their proud heads. Yi Tian, since their realm was still at the peak of the concentration stage, such strength would have satisfied him in the past. But now, this level of power was unworthy of pulling his chariot. "Upon your return, you shall cultivate in the Xianhuang Tower." A low, melodic call escaped the lips of the 9 celestial dragons, as if they were expressing gratitude to Yi Tian. In fact, within the Tianyuan continent, numerous demonic beasts have been subdued by humans. Typically, those that reach the spirit condensation realm can articulate human speech. And upon attaining the celestial sovereign realm, which corresponds to grade 8 demonic beasts, they may even assume human form. Only those imbued with ancient bloodlines exhibit a slow growth rate. Take, for instance, the chaotic black dragon egg awarded to him by the system. Despite his daily nourishment with blood since activating the chaotic Tao body upon his ascension, 3 years have passed without any signs of hatching. On numerous occasions, Yi Tian contemplated boiling it. However, the thought of the black dragon within, destined to possess imperial-level strength upon birth, caused him to restrain himself. At this moment, 2 palace maidens stood beside the dragon chariot, parting the beaded curtains for Yi Tian, who strode inside. Once within, he discovered that the interior of the 9-dragon chariot was a realm unto itself. From the outside, it appeared to encompass merely 5 or 6 square meters. Yet in reality, it exceeded 100, featuring not only a dragon throne but also a dragon bed, a sand table, and a tea station. Upon accessing the system panel for a closer look, he realized the remarkable capabilities of the 9-dragon chariot. The size of the interior space, the strength of the exterior defenses, and even the 9 celestial dragons were all intricately linked to fortune. This meant that as he activated the auspicious dynasty and summoned the auspicious golden dragon, these 9 celestial dragons could potentially revert to their ancestral forms, their power rapidly increasing. Presently, the chariot's defenses could withstand a full force strike from a peak celestial sovereign. "Let us depart." "Yes," Lu Jingyang replied with a slight bow, issuing commands. Shangwan Feihong led 1,000 guards, all at the late spirit condensation stage, flanking the chariot. Unbeknownst to most, Xiao Hong and Wu Xinyue were covertly guarding them. Yi Tian made no attempt to alarm the citizens of Chang'an, directing the 9-dragon chariot skyward toward the battlefield. After nearly a month, 20 generals commanding a total of 4 million troops had obliterated 10 nations. The enemy generals slain by the army totaled 8 million, resulting in rivers of blood and mountains of corpses across the land. The 10 vassal states were left in disarray, their rulers fleeing with their personal guards. Originally, the war was not expected to claim so many lives. After all, there had been precedents set by the nations of Tianxia, Lehua, and Nanfeng, where surrender guaranteed survival and even a peaceful twilight. However, Chu Yuntian, as the sovereign of the Tianqing Empire, feared that Lingxiao nation might undermine his rule and threaten Tianqing itself. Consequently, he dispatched envoys to liaise with 15 other nations, forming a coalition of 15 million troops. This emboldened the rulers of Thunder Nation and the other 10 states, leading them to believe they could confront Lingxiao nation. Yet, despite their combined forces exceeding 8 million, they were decimated by 4 million. At that moment, Zhao Jian, Wang Zhan, and the other 20 generals commanded a force of 370,000 stationed at the border between Thunder Nation and Hundred Flowers Nation, 200 miles away. The formidable General Leng Yin led a force of 15 million. Both sides remained poised for battle, as if anticipating something. General Leng Yin awaited the involvement of the sect powers for among the soldiers. The majority were warriors, with few cultivators present. The strongest contingent of 30,000 from the Tianqing Empire, composed of Spirit Sea Realm soldiers, was present, yet the strength of Lingxiao nation surpassed that. Only with the participation of sect powers could they hope for a chance at victory. At this moment, in the command tent of the coalition, over 50 individuals gathered to strategize. Among them were the recently fled rulers of the 10 nations, now stripped of their former grandeur, reduced to mere shadows of their past selves. General Leng Yin, unabashedly claiming the central position, addressed the assembly of military leaders and the 10 rulers. Esteemed rulers, please share with us the strength of the enemy forces, the ruler of Thunder Nation. Lei Zhe sighed and shook his head ruefully. I am no longer a ruler, merely a king of a fallen nation. The other 9 rulers bowed their heads, the war having shattered their once proud spirits. The 40-odd generals present could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow upon witnessing the 10 rulers' plight, reminiscent of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Without lingering on this matter, Leng Yin pressed on. Then please, enlighten us regarding the strength of the enemy troops. Lei Zhe glanced at the other 9 before finally responding. The enemy is formidable, exceedingly so. They're composed entirely of cultivators, each soldier at the very least of the Spirit Sea realm, with many at the Skyward realm. The most powerful among them are the generals. I could see this point. Even fear crept across Lei Zhe's face. Yet he continued, the weakest of those generals possesses the strength of the Heavenly King realm. The other generals in attendance furrowed their brows at this revelation, but if only a handful of cultivators were involved, even if there were 100,000 at the Skyward realm, they would not be deterred. The hallmark of the Skyward realm is the ability to soar through the skies. However, against hundreds of thousands or even millions, they would be at a disadvantage. Even with generals of the Heavenly King realm, these nations, alongside the sect powers backing them, should possess the means to contest. Even if they were to face defeat, such a rapid downfall seemed implausible. They had previously dispatched skilled scouts, confirming that the enemy soldiers totaled no more than 400,000, indicating that many had perished in the previous conflicts. If this were the case, once the sect powers arrived, they could deploy experts to restrain the enemy generals, thus maintaining a chance for victory. Suddenly, another general interjected. Could there be other reasons at play? Indeed, the ruler of Hundred Flowers Nation is a woman of enduring charm, though those present have heard tales of her as a 60-year-old enchantress. May I ask Miss Baihua to elaborate? The enemy's forces are organized into battle formations. Additionally, their cavalry is on the verge of coalescing a military spirit. A collective gasp resonated through the assembly, including Leng Yin. As all present absorbed the weight of this revelation, as seasoned generals, they were all too familiar with the concept of military formations. However, their own formations merely represented strategic variations without substantial impact on large-scale engagements. The military spirit, on the other hand, could genuinely enhance combat efficacy. Before anyone could fully process this information, another ruler spoke up. No, it is not only the cavalry. All their troops are on the brink of forming a military spirit. At this, The atmosphere grew heavier as the realization set in. What remained unknown to them was that the armies of Lingxiao Nation, whether cavalry or the black armored troops, had yet to coalesce a military spirit. They were merely soldiers generated by the system, possessing high potential, but lacking the extraordinary caliber required. In this world, military spirits are forged only through the trials of countless battles, embodying an indomitable will, an unwavering belief in progress, and a resolute determination. This is what constitutes a military spirit. Given the current state of Lingxiao Nation's forces, they indeed met several conditions, yet they had not encountered any worthy adversaries. Nor had they faced opponents capable of invoking their utmost seriousness. Naturally, the notion of an unyielding spirit was unattainable. The reason Lei Zhe and his compatriots believed in the existence of a military spirit among Lingxiao Nation's forces stemmed from their limited experience and lack of awareness regarding the formidable nature of the battle formations granted by the system. To illustrate, the Bloodslaughter Iron Cavalry's dragon-slaying formation could transform the entire army into a long spear, piercing through the battlefield, while the Mystic Armor Shield could manifest as a protective barrier against external assaults. However, these capabilities were contingent upon the number of soldiers, determining the strength of the formations. As the discussion continued, the atmosphere in the tent grew increasingly oppressive upon hearing of Lingxiao Nation's military spirit. After a considerable pause, Long Yin spoke again. Previously, our scouts reported that Lingxiao Nation deployed 400 million troops against you. Now, 30,000 are unaccounted for. How did you manage to slay the enemy soldiers? At this inquiry, all eyes turned to Lei's indirect combat. We are indeed no match for them. Thunder Nation managed to slay 60,000 enemy soldiers only by leveraging the terrain and our fortifications. The other 9 rulers exchanged incredulous glances at Lei Zhe, as their collective efforts had only resulted in the elimination of 20 to 30,000 Lingxiao soldiers, yet they had lost over 1 million troops in the process. Upon hearing this, Long Yin and the other generals nodded in understanding. Historically, siege warfare has always posed the greatest challenges. However, the Lingxiao Kingdom has captured over 780 cities across the 10 nations, claiming the lives of 8 million foes while suffering merely a loss of 300,000 soldiers. Had these generals been at the helm, achieving such a feat would have made them wake with laughter from their dreams. Long Yin examined the map with a grave expression and said, "Let us wait. Wait for the sect to send reinforcements or for our adversaries to launch an offensive." Although he yearned to take the initiative, he knew that doing so could lead to devastating losses on his side. Given that formidable experts were stationed in the area, Long Yin could only hope for the swift arrival of the sect's forces. Meanwhile, in the grand tent of the Lingxiao Kingdom's army, Zhao Jian and his companions were remarkably relaxed. Among the 20 generals present, each had weathered countless battles and regarded the coalition's strategies with disdain. Had it not been for the swift assembly of the coalition by the Tianqing Empire, out of fear of being encircled or delayed, these 20 generals would not have sacrificed 300,000 men to secure the 10 nations so hastily. Nevertheless, they cared little for the loss of those 300,000 soldiers. After all, casualties are an inevitable aspect of war. It was merely a question of numbers. Inside the tent, the 20 generals awaited patiently. They had received news of Yi Tian's impending arrival and were aware that he was now guarded by formidable protectors. All they needed to do was wait for Yi Tian to arrive and issue commands, and they would seize control of the entire Qingyun prefecture in no time, in the next moment. Zhao Jian and the others opened their eyes simultaneously. "He has come." The 20 generals rose in unison and stepped outside, gazing up at the sky. With a single glance, they could see 9 peak-level dragons pulling an exquisitely adorned dragon chariot. Flanking the chariot were 500 guards on either side, each at least of the spirit realm, while the foremost general and the eunuch beside the chariot were both of the king realm. The entire army of 3.7 million also lifted their gazes to the heavens. Upon witnessing the spectacle above, everyone in the encampment involuntarily knelt on one knee. "We bow before your majesty. May your majesty reign eternally." The synchronized voices of hundreds resonated, piercing the heavens. Even Long Yin and his comrades, 200 miles away, could hear the echoes of these proclamations. The dragon chariot came to a steady halt on the open ground. With Shangguan Feihong leading the guards to secure the perimeter, Wei Tian emerged from the chariot and surveyed the kneeling commanders. "You have worked hard," Zhao Jian and the other 20 responded in unison. "To expand the realm for your majesty is our highest honor." The soldiers behind them echoed. "To expand the realm for your majesty is our highest honor." Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Rise, my warriors." His voice, though soft, resonated with spiritual power, reaching each soldier's ears. "Thank you, your majesty." "Thank you, your majesty." Yi Tian felt immense satisfaction towards these soldiers, as each had been drawn from the system's sign-in process, their loyalty standing at a perfect 100%. This was the foundation of his confidence in conquering the world, that it could be said that even if the Lingxiao kingdom were to rebel now, he could swiftly suppress them with these forces. Accompanied by the 20 generals and the eunuch Lu Xingyang, Yi Tian entered the central military tent. Taking the main seat without hesitation, he waved his dragon robe and said, "Let us discuss the current state of the battle." "Yes, your majesty." Zhao Jian and the other 20 generals reported the current situation, explaining the reasons behind the loss of 300,000 soldiers. After listening, Yi Tian felt quite satisfied. After all, this was a genuine battlefield, not a mere strategy game. Even though every soldier of the Lingxiao kingdom possessed strength, casualties were inevitable in wars involving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. That a loss of 300,000 is something Yi Tian could still accept. It was not that he was indifferent to the plight of these generals. Rather, he recognized that the sacrifice of 300,000 in exchange for 8 million enemy lives and over 780 cities was a resounding victory. Upon concluding the general's reports, Yi Tian was pleased as for the reason behind the 15 million enemy troops in activity. Yi Tian had received information from the Moon Shadow Guards. Chapter 48. The arrival of the Sword Sect and the commencement of the final battle led by the Qingyan Sword Sect. 14 sects with their formidable disciples, totaling 6,700 individuals, were en route. Xiao Hong and Wu Xinhue stood by Yi Tian's side, and upon hearing of the approaching sect experts, Xiao Hong stepped forward and inquired, "Your Majesty, shall I intercept them?" Yi Tian pondered briefly before shaking his head. "There is no need for such trouble. The coalition has yet to attack because they are waiting for the arrival of the sect forces. Since that is the case, I shall grant them their wish. Generals, heed my command. At your service." The 20 generals bowed in unison. Qin Yun is merely a corner of Tianyuan, and this battle serves not only to test your strength but also to establish the might of our Lingxiao kingdom. I command you to annihilate the enemy with overwhelming force. Are you capable of this? Yes. Excellent. Prepare yourselves. There is no need for you to worry about the strength of those sect forces. Understood. After the generals exited the tent, Yi Tian began to examine the strategy map. He had never participated in battle nor taken a life with his own hands. However, perhaps due to his family background, he had witnessed death from a young age and felt no fear of bloodshed. This time on the battlefield was both to witness the terror of war and to hone his resolve. Call it resolve might be an exaggeration. Courage would be more fitting a sovereign aspiring to establish a dynasty of fortune and to unify the continent. One must witness the horrors of slaughter, the destruction of nations and families, and the sight of mountains of corpses and seas of blood to forge a steadfast heart. In the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. The situation on the battlefield had grown increasingly tense, with scouts relaying information to both the Lingxiao kingdom and the coalition at every moment. Throughout these 2 days, the Lingxiao kingdom's army remained ever prepared for an offensive, with many legions donning armor and resting. The coalition, meanwhile, was under considerable strain, their soldiers and generals lacking the confidence and composure of Lingxiao's forces. While the Lingxiao kingdom stood ready for action, a tense atmosphere enveloped their camp. Knowing this, Leng Yin felt a sense of urgency. The coalition was made up of several nations, and they had previously been adversaries. Their current semblance of peace was maintained only by the commanding generals above. However, with the Lingxiao kingdom showing signs of readiness to attack for 2 consecutive days without taking action, their tension was palpable, leading to an increase in irritability among many. Within a single day, hundreds of brawls had erupted within the coalition. "General Leng, will the sect forces arrive?" "Indeed. When will they come? If they do not arrive soon, We may descend into chaos before the enemy even strikes. A multitude of commanders looked to Leng Yin, eager to hear his thoughts. Leng Yin understood the situation well. The 15 million troops were a coalition, and there was little trust among them. Enough? What is this clamor? How unbecoming! After chastising them, he added calmly, the sword sect will arrive this afternoon. That very afternoon, 14 flying vessels appeared in the sky, descending upon the coalition's camp. This scene was also observed by the Hidden Moon Shadow Guards, who reported back to the central military tent that Yi Tian rose and declared, "Then let us attack." Yes, the 20 generals swiftly departed from the central camp, and in the next moment, the sound of drums echoed. The 3.7 million troops quickly assembled. Heavily armored cavalry, blood butcher iron riders, black armored troops, and archers from military branches were once again consolidated. Previously, each of the 20 legions comprised 200,000 men, including all 4 branches. Now they were once again unified under these 4 branches. Yi Tian, seated in the nine-dragon chariot, gazed down upon the vast, dark mass of troops that a sense of confidence and dominance burgeoned within him. The 20 generals bowed before the dragon chariot, proclaiming loudly, "We bow before your majesty. May your majesty reign eternally." At that moment, the entire army of 3.7 million knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "We bow before your majesty. May your majesty reign eternally." The deafening chorus reverberated into the ranks of the coalition. The newly arrived sect experts also heard this proclamation. The young emperor has arrived? Jin Xingchen is now accompanied by 2 venerable ancestors, bolstering his confidence. He has come here seeking his own demise. General Leng, prepare to confront the enemy. Yes, Leng Yin nodded slightly and turned to depart. In the next moment, the drums of war echoed within the coalition, yet it would take a brief moment to fully assemble. Yi Tian stood atop the dragon chariot, refraining from grandiloquent speeches, instead proclaiming loudly, "Generals, today is the time for you to achieve great deeds. I await your triumphant return for a celebration. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." The resounding cheers of 3.7 million people sent a surge of exhilaration through Yi Tian's veins. The 20 generals swiftly mounted their steeds, with Zhao Jian donning heavy armor, riding forth on a war horse clad in armor, leading the heavy cavalry. "Soldiers, follow me into battle, kill." The archers, numbering 600,000, though primarily archers, were all mounted on steeds. The moment Zhao Jian commanded the charge, the war drums thundered, and the archers surged forth. As they approached the coalition within a mile, they unleashed a volley of arrows upon the gathering forces. In the next instant, the archers began to flank, while behind them, 1 million heavy cavalry formed a battle line as their steeds galloped. From above, it resembled a fierce tiger stalking its prey, pouncing directly upon the coalition. Leng Yin had already perceived this scene and had ordered defensive preparations the moment he spotted the archers. However, with 15 million troops in the coalition, coordination was nearly impossible, and many soldiers fell victim to the rain of arrows before they were even prepared. "Quick, defend! Where are the sword and shield bearers? Where are the spear wielders? Stop them!" Fortunately, many commanders reacted swiftly, organizing their forces promptly after the arrow storm passed. Yet, what awaited them were the heavy cavalry of Lingxiao Kingdom. Jin Xingchen observed the chaos within the camp and directly addressed the leaders of Piaomiao Pavilion. "Tai sect and Shunjian sect, let your disciples take action. It is time for us to strike." The other 3 sect leaders nodded gravely in agreement. Although the previous skirmish had resulted in minimal casualties among the coalition, the efficiency and discipline exhibited by the troops of Lingxiao Kingdom were evident. Without the involvement of their sects, even with the coalition's 15 million, they would struggle against the less than 4 million troops of Lingxiao Kingdom. Chapter 49. The Harsh Reality. The Celestial Sovereign strikes the 500 elite members led by Jin Xingchen soared into the sky. They did not immediately engage the army, but instead focused on the distant dragon chariot. Lu Jianhe, the leader of Shunjian sect, expressed his eagerness. "Shall we simply slay that imperial brat?" However, the others gazed at him as if he were a fool. They all understood that eliminating Yi Tian could alter the course of the war. Yet, as an emperor of a nation, How could he dare to appear on the battlefield without formidable protectors? Lu Jianhe was momentarily taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation, and seized his words. Jin Xingqian disregarded the ongoing battle below and led his group towards the dragon chariot, gliding a distance of 10 kilometers. Jin Xingqian beheld the youth standing atop the chariot. He was taken aback to find that the emperor of Lingxiao Kingdom was so young and strikingly handsome. Lingxiao Kingdom's ruler, do you wish to bring calamity upon Qingyun Prefecture? Why do you wage war against other nations? Yi Tian had long been aware of their presence, and Xiao Hong had already informed him of their capabilities. However, his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. Indifferent to them, he had always wondered what the battlefield was like, whether it involved a direct confrontation between two armies or a tactical maneuvering reliant on terrain. Now, witnessing it firsthand was undeniably impactful. He finally grasped why Zhao Jian, Wang Zhan, and the others had chosen to converge here. Behind the realms of Thunder Kingdom and Hundred Flowers Kingdom lay Qi Sheng Kingdom. Situated on a vast plain, although the coalition possessed a city as their stronghold, amidst the millions of cultivators in battle, conventional schemes were futile. Lingxiao Kingdom had 1,000,000 heavy cavalry and 1,000,000 bloodthirsty iron riders. Their geographical advantage was formidable enough to overpower the coalition. Why, then, was the coalition being led by the nose by the forces of Lingxiao Kingdom? Why did they not occupy a more advantageous position for combat? Perhaps they had contemplated this before, yet the Lingxiao army was the offensive party. To fulfill their mission of conquering 20 nations, they might have chosen to take a longer route despite the unfavorable circumstances. After all, having already subdued the 9 neighboring nations, they could easily avoid passing through Thunder Kingdom and Hundred Flowers Kingdom. Their decision to approach this region was due to its strategic advantages for Lingxiao Kingdom. Moreover, they sought a decisive confrontation with the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture's forces to solidify Lingxiao Kingdom's victory. Observing the battlefield below, with some corpses dismembered and others trampled by war horses, it became evident that the coalition's generals, from the highest ranking to the lowest soldier, were no match for Lingxiao's forces. At this juncture, the sect forces descended, totaling over 6,700 individuals. Yet, this number paled in comparison to the million-strong armies, merely causing a ripple in the tumultuous waters of battle. As Yi Tian continued to disregard Jin Xingqian, the latter bellowed once more in fury, "Yi Tian brat, I ask you a question. Why do you not respond?" Insolence. Xiao Hong, standing beside Yi Tian, erupted in anger, his reprimand manifesting as a sonic wave that struck Jin Xingqian's chest. Poof! As Yi Tian's bodyguard and subordinate, how could he remain calm when someone insulted his master? Even the 3 women beside Wu Xinyue, Shangguan Fei Hong, and the other attendants glared furiously at Jin Xingqian and his companions. Had it not been for Yi Tian's lack of orders, they would have charged forth already. Sect leader, the 2 venerable ancestors behind Jin Xingqian, witnessing their leader being injured, rushed forward to support him, while one of them cast a grave glance at Xiao Hong. Though it had merely been a simple strike, they sensed that Xiao Hong's strength was undoubtedly superior to theirs. Realizing this, the 2 ancestors immediately shattered a jade tablet to notify their elder brother. I could see that moment. Yi Tian lifted his gaze and calmly declared, "Let them be slain." Yes, in the next instant, Xiao Hong vanished from sight. This is bad. The 2 ancestors, having been fixated on Xiao Hong, understood the severity of the situation as soon as he disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hong reappeared beside one of the ancestors. Delivering a powerful punch, the prepared ancestor raised a black shield to guard his chest. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as the shield shattered, and the ancestor was sent flying. Second brother, the 3rd ancestor abandoned Jin Xingqian and unsheathed a large blade, charging at Xiao Hong. Everything transpired far too swiftly, so fast that even these heavenly sovereign-level experts failed to react in time. They witnessed the 2nd ancestor being sent flying while the 3rd engaged in combat with Xiao Hong. Jin Xingqian consumed several elixirs, regaining some color in his face, and roared towards the direction of the dragon chariot. "Kill them for me." Based on the brief skirmish, although this white-haired man possessed peak heavenly sovereign strength, there was no other heavenly sovereign near the dragon chariot. With 2 venerable ancestors holding off this white-haired man, Jin Xingqian was confident that they could slay Yi Tian. Indeed, things unfolded as he anticipated. The second ancestor returned, and, alongside the third, they could still hold off Xiao Hong. Yet he seemed to forget that as one progresses through realms, the disparity grows. Xiao Hong was a peak heavenly sovereign expert, and due to the system's endowment, he could contend against a first-level saint. The two ancestors of the Sword Sect, one at the 5th level of heavenly sovereign and the other at the 7th, could hardly hope to match Xiao Hong in the realm of Jin Xingchen. There are 7 formidable experts within the heavenly sovereign realm, 3 of whom are at the 1st and 2nd levels of heavenly sovereign, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect, the head of the Ethereal Pavilion, and the master of the Tai Sect. All 3 possess the prowess of the 7th level of heavenly sovereign, while Jin Xingchen himself has ascended to the 9th level. Additionally, there are 30 individuals at the Heavenly King realm, 200 at the realm, and over 200 more at the realm. Such formidable strength cannot be understated. However, the experts on Yi Tian's side are equally numerous. The 3 women, Wu Xinyue, each possess peak heavenly sovereign capabilities, while Shangwan Feihong, as Yi Tian's chief guard, has advanced from the 7th level of Heavenly King 3 years ago to the 5th level of Heavenly Sovereign today. The 1,000 guards, all wielding powers at the 3rd and 4th levels of, alongside 9 flood dragons, each at the peak of, form a substantial force. Upon seeing Jin Xingchen and his entourage charging forward, the 3 women of Wu Xinyue directly confronted them. United, they set up a Sankai formation to ensnare all opponents. Consequently, with 500 individuals on Jin Xingchen's side, unless they could defeat Wu Xinyue and her companions, they cannot reach Yi Tian. Jin Xingchen quickly discerned this predicament and joined forces with the other 6 heavenly sovereign experts to assault Wu Xinyue and her allies, perhaps due to the overwhelming nature of their sword formation. The 3 women were unable to unleash their full potential. Thus, a stalemate ensued. Meanwhile, the situation for Xiao Hong was decidedly one-sided. The 2 elders were no match for him. One of the 3rd ancestor's arms was torn off by Xiao Hong, and the 2nd ancestor bore a severe dent in his chest, blood trickling from his lips. Observing their state, Xiao Hong smirked slightly. "Is this all the strength you possess? If so, then let us conclude this." With that, Xiao Hong waved his right hand, summoning a black and white battle knife into his grasp. Chapter 50. The death of the 2nd ancestor, the arrival of Jin Tianhu. Upon witnessing this scene, the 3rd ancestor immediately pushed the 2nd ancestor aside. "Second brother, I will hold him off. You hurry back to find elder brother." "No. If we are to die, let us die together. If he wishes to kill us, it shall not be so easy." The 2nd ancestor produced a small vial of medicine, and as he opened it, a pungent scent of blood wafted into the air. Xiao Hong's brow furrowed slightly. "No." The 3rd ancestor bellowed in alarm. Yet the 2nd ancestor swallowed the contents without hesitation. Xiao Hong, sensing the vial contained something extraordinary, hesitated to act immediately, curious to see what it was that in the next moment, the 2nd ancestor's clothing exploded, revealing the blood vessels and meridians beneath his skin. The 3rd ancestor rushed to his side. "Grief-stricken, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, watch closely. You must escape." With that, the 2nd ancestor charged at Xiao Hong. Bang! Their fists collided, causing Xiao Hong to take a slight step back, while the 2nd ancestor was sent hurtling backwards. Xiao Hong assessed the 2nd ancestor's power, estimating it to be equivalent to the early stages of the 9th level of Heavenly Sovereign, but the conversation they had indicated significant side effects from the earlier action. "A mere trick," Xiao Hong scoffed, lacking the patience to prolong this encounter any further, and he swung his knife forward. "Die." The 2nd ancestor, witnessing the black knife light, felt the very air ripple with its approach, realizing that this time his end was nigh. Even with the consumption of the Berserker pill, he could not withstand the damage inflicted by this blade. He glanced back at the 3rd ancestor, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Second brother." The 3rd ancestor, too, comprehended the gravity of the situation. He felt he could not evade the attack, and turned to the 2nd ancestor. In the instant the knife light was upon them, the 2nd ancestor's aura surged with ferocity. "Third brother, flee." The next moment, as the knife light struck the 2nd ancestor's body, it erupted, the immense force propelling the 3rd ancestor out of harm's way. "Second brother." At that moment, the third ancestor grasped the intent behind the second ancestor's desperate act of self-detonation. Realizing that it was the only means to evade the knife's lethal trajectory, despair gripped his heart. A voice suddenly rang in his ears. How amusing. Did you think I would only strike once? The third ancestor looked up to see the white-haired man, whose gaze was laced with mockery, derision, and disdain. Understanding his impending fate, the third ancestor felt no fear, confronting Xiao Hong with a dignified peak heavenly sovereign reduced to being a lackey, truly pathetic and shameful. Yet Xiao Hong remained unfazed, as long as the system was intact. Their loyalty to Yi Tian would never waver. However, even without concern, Xiao Hong found a remark somewhat unpleasant. With a swift motion, he turned the battle knife in his hand and made a clean cut through the third ancestor's entire body. The violent blade energy obliterating the third ancestor's very soul. You chatter too much. With a flick of his wrist, he seized the third ancestor's storage ring and glanced into the distance, where an exceptionally ferocious aura was drawing closer. Xiao Hong sensed the approaching presence and felt a surge of excitement. How intriguing. Jin Tianhu, as the elder of the Qingyun sword sect, had already reached the pinnacle of heavenly sovereign and had been in seclusion for a century, preparing to break through to the saintly level. However, the path to such a breakthrough was fraught with challenges, with many souls trapped in this stage, perishing without fulfillment. Jin Tianhu had sensed the opportunity for advancement, but upon receiving a message from his younger brother, he hastily made his way here. Along the journey, his bloodline connection allowed him to perceive the death of one brother, and soon after, he felt the loss of another. At this moment, Jin Tianhu was consumed with a desire to personally exact vengeance upon his foes, to unleash utter chaos upon them. Meanwhile, Jin Xingchen and his associates were not faring well either. The three women of Wu Xinyue had long reached the pinnacle of heavenly sovereign, and had it not been for the concern that someone might break through their encirclement to reach Yi Tian, they would have already eradicated the 500 adversaries. Xiao Hong refrained from intervening in this battle, focusing all his energy on the impending confrontation to while Yi Tian, too, paid no heed to the skirmish among the three women. Instead, fixating on the tumult below, he felt assured about Xiao Hong and Wu Xinyue's capabilities. The battle below involved millions, tens of millions, with warriors falling every moment. Although the coalition had few experts, their numbers were vast. In previous assaults, heavily armored cavalry had disrupted the coalition's formation, but under the general's command, they quickly regrouped defensively. Fortunately, at this moment, the Blood Butcher Iron Cavalry made their entrance, leveraging their speed to wreak havoc among the coalition. Causing chaos and disarray, as the Black Armored Army clashed with the coalition, the latter's numerical advantage became evident. Yet the strength of the Ling Xiao army was formidable enough to engage 5 or even 10 adversaries with ease. Under the command of 20 generals, the heavily armored cavalry displayed immense power, and with Zhao Jian leading the charge, the coalition was left to defend passively, struggling to maintain cohesion. Observing this, Yi Tian felt a sense of relief. He glanced up at the ongoing battle involving Wu Xinyue and her cohorts, addressing Shangguan Feihong beside him. "You may join them." Shangguan Feihong hesitated momentarily, "But your majesty, your side?" Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. I'm also at the Heavenly King realm, and I have these 9 flood dragons." "Understood." Shangguan Feihong signaled, and 1,000 guards surged forward. With their arrival, the 3 women of Wu Xinyue swiftly retracted their formation, commencing a one-sided massacre against the 500 adversaries from their sect. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. "Who killed my brother?" Xiao Hong stood in the void, his aura surging with intensity. In that instant, Jin Tianhu noticed Xiao Hong's presence, and after a single glance, he was left astounded, not by Xiao Hong's strength, but by his AGT their level. One develops a distinct perception of people and things, and he immediately recognized that the white-haired youth possessed strength on par with his own. This revelation was utterly Chapter 51. The pinnacle duel, the coalition's rout. At this moment, Jin Tianhu cast his gaze toward another battlefield, his pupils narrowing slightly. He never anticipated that within this seemingly insignificant small nation, there existed such a plethora of formidable experts. Glancing at the young emperor, standing on the dragon chariot in the distance. Jin Tianhu felt an even greater shock within a boy not yet 20 years of age, not only commanded such a vast army, but was also protected by several masters, possessing strength that reached the first level of the Heavenly King realm. This revelation sent Jin Tianhu's heart plummeting to the depths. In his eyes, these individuals were undoubtedly outsiders, not of the Qing Tian domain's making, and likely hailing from the Middle Tian domain. However, the blood feud over his brother's death was unforgivable, and a crimson long sword materialized in Jin Tianhu's hand. And no matter where you come from, since you dare to slay my brother, be prepared to accompany him in death. Xiao Hong's battle intent also reached its zenith. His strength had already ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm. To advance further, he had only three options. First, system enhancement of their power, though this was nearly impossible. Second, prolonged seclusion, which would require the consumption of resources and time. Third, through life-and-death battles, experiencing great terror between life and death to awaken his potential. As a well-known heavenly sovereign pinnacle expert, Jin Tianhu had long since reached the limits of his strength in this realm. A few more years of seclusion might allow him to directly break through to the Sage realm. Both stood suspended in the void, their auras continuously accumulating in the distance. Wu Sini and her companions moved with greater urgency. All three had reached the pinnacle of the Heavenly Emperor realm, and observing the battle of heavenly sovereign experts offered them invaluable experience. They could see that moment. Yi Tian also looked up, having witnessed numerous battles among masters. Yet this was his first encounter with a clash at the heavenly sovereign pinnacle. However, unlike Wu Sini and her companions, his thoughts were more intricate. Given the Sword Sect's elder had attained the heavenly sovereign pinnacle, did he know other powerful figures from different factions? The Qing Tian domain comprised 15 states. If there was a heavenly sovereign in Qingyan state, did the other 14 states possess them as well? Did the dominant power of the Qing Tian domain, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, have a sage presiding over them? What level of strength did they possess? These considerations weighed heavily on Yi Tian, as they directly influenced his future strategies. As for whether Xiao Hong could triumph over the Sword Sect's elder, Yi Tian held no doubts whatsoever. The system settings had already indicated that although Xiao Hong was at the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm, he could contend with sages in the sky. Wu Sini and her companions swiftly concluded their battle with the assistance of Shangwan Feihong and others. Even though Jin Xingchen possessed the strength of the 9th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm, he could only die in resentment. Originally, the guard force of 1,000 had dwindled to 780, with 220 lives claimed in the sky. Jin Tianhu and Xiao Hong were oblivious to everyone else. In their eyes, only each other mattered. Their auras had reached their peak, and the heavenly grade longsword in Jin Tianhu's hand emitted a faint resonance. Kill! Jin Tianhu was the first to charge forward, sword raised. The first move of the Tian Hong sword technique. Xiao Hong, vigilant against the sudden assault, felt his heavenly grade battle knife tremble in his grasp. A long blade of light clashed against the sword light, producing a thunderous sound. After their initial exchange, a rapid succession of attacks ensued, leaving spectators with the impression of two flickering beams of light in the sky. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. The intricacies of a battle between heavenly sovereign experts eluded his understanding. Yet Wu Sini and her companions were utterly captivated. As if they were witnessing the conflict firsthand, Yi Tian, it felt as though two figures, one red and one black, were colliding in the sky with intense ferocity. Suddenly, Yi Tian felt his own realm was still too low to participate in such a battle. Even observing proved challenging. Reluctantly, he turned his attention to the generals engaged in warfare below. With 20 great generals participating, the previously tense battle had devolved into a one-sided massacre. The coalition of 15 million faced off against generals and leaders dispatched by various nations, all of whom possessed only heavenly grade strength, rendering them no match for Zhao Jian and others. Coupled with the fearless black armored army, heavily armored cavalry, and blood butcher iron cavalry, the so-called 15 million coalition was swiftly routed. Not to mention the archers lurking in ambush. In merely 3 hours, the coalition's collapse became inevitable. 3.7 million troops pursued the millions of the coalition, and even the leaders sent by various nations were quickly slain in their saddles. At this juncture, Yi Tian felt a sense of certainty. The conquest of the entire Qingyun state hinged solely on the outcome of Xiao Hong's battle. Nodding in observation, he saw Jin Tianhu, now with blood-stained white hair. His garment Xiao Hong took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. This pill was an 8th-grade healing elixir that Yi Tian had recently acquired. After consuming it, Xiao Hong immediately sat cross-legged in the void. Beginning his recovery, Jin Tianhu, as the venerable ancestor of the Qingyun sword sect, represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in the entire Qingyun prefecture. With Jin Tianhu's demise, it signified that no force in Qingyun prefecture could impede Ling Zhao's advance. Send word to clear the battlefield and regroup the troops. Yes, replied Shangwan Feihong, who promptly took his leave. After several hours of continuous combat, even with their cultivation, Ling Zhao's 20 legions found it arduous to sustain their strength. As for the fleeing coalition forces, Yi Tian had ceased to concern himself with them. Out of 15 million coalition soldiers, fewer than 5 million remained in retreat, rendering them insignificant. The Tianqing Empire would require considerable time to reassemble 100,000 soldiers. Yi Tian intended for the Ling Zhao army to recuperate before seizing control of the entire Qingyun prefecture that a quarter of an hour later, 20 generals flew before Yi Tian. Your Majesty, we have compiled the casualties from the battle. Just moments ago, Xiao Hong had begun to recover and had also surveyed the general state of losses with his divine sense. Yi Tian inquired calmly, "What are the casualties on our side?" "In the enemy," Wang Zhan slightly bowed. "Your Majesty, our forces suffered 570,000 severe injuries and 700,000 fatalities. All soldiers sustained light injuries. The coalition forces lost 8.7 million, with 1.5 million captured. For Yi Tian, the emperor, this may not have evoked much emotion. However, for generals like Wang Zhan, it was a heavy blow. Having spent years in the military, they had formed brotherly bonds with those soldiers. The loss of 1 million warriors in this battle was a profound sorrow." Observing the expressions of the 20 generals, Yi Tian waved his hand, and countless healing pills appeared before him. Ling Zhao seeks to dominate the world. Losses are inevitable. The deaths today shall not be in vain. In the future, I shall establish the Hall of Heroes, where all who perish for Ling Zhao may be honored. You all, take these pills to tend to the wounded." "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty." The 20 generals knelt in unison to express their gratitude. At that moment, Jiang Wuyo inquired, "Your Majesty, how shall we deal with the captives?" "First, detain them. Once we have subdued the entire Qingyun prefecture, we shall release them." Although Qingyun prefecture had been embroiled in warfare for years, such a high death toll was unprecedented. 1.5 million captives translated to 1.5 million laborers. "Understood, Your Majesty." After the 20 generals returned to their camp with the healing pills, Yi Tian sensed the acrid scent of blood in the air and furrowed his brow. "Where are the Moon Shadow Guards?" As if summoned, Moon Shadow Unit 1 knelt before Yi Tian. "At your service. Go to those sects. They must be eradicated." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Moon Shadow Guards departed. Although Qingyun Prefecture had long seen practitioners descend to recruit disciples, the path of cultivation was not so simple. Yi Tian's abundance of skilled warriors stemmed from the system's endowments. However, Jin Xingqin, leading 6,700 men, was already the strongest among the 14 sections, with Jin Tianhu slain. Jin Xingqin and others faced the same fate, leaving behind only a group of the elderly and infirm within the sections. Even if a few skilled fighters remained, they would be no match for the Moon Shadow Guards. After a month of recuperation, the Ling Zhao army of 3 million set forth once more towards the remaining 15 nations. Simultaneously, the Moon Shadow Guards dispatched 70,000 to assault the sects and returned with news that all 14 sects had been annihilated, including the Sword Sect, which had dominated Qingyun Prefecture for millennia, now vanished from the annals of history. Observing the grand army setting out, Shangwan Feihong wore a troubled expression. "Your Majesty, do you believe we are acting too hastily? Though the 15 nations have suffered heavy losses, they may yet resist fiercely." "You speak wisely," Yi Tian pondered, aware of the potential for retaliation. The Tianqing Empire boasted millions of mercenaries, and the remaining 14 nations collectively fielded nearly 20 million, that despite suffering losses of 10 million previously. After a month of recovery, Those nations could swiftly bolster their defenses. With Ling Zhao's current 3 million, conquering the combined forces of 30 million from the 15 nations seemed nearly impossible. Moonshadow Guards. It is your turn to act. Yes, your majesty. The Moonshadow Guards, numbering 150,000, spread throughout Xinyan Prefecture to subdue the remaining 15 nations, while also dispatching 100,000 for covert operations. Without the sex involvement, how formidable could the strongest fighters of the 15 nations truly be? Faced with assassins of the highest caliber, how many could thwart them? Perhaps from a moment the coalition of 15 million was defeated, no force in Xinyan Prefecture could stand against Ling Zhao's advance. Sighing softly, Yi Tian stood upon the dragon chariot. Over the past month, he had amassed numerous valuable items, including a substantial stock of 8th-grade healing pills. Yet, the absence of soldiers left him feeling despondent. If the system ceased to reward soldiers in the future, would it mean he would need to recruit anew? With Ling Zhao's current national strength, he could still muster 3 to 5 million. However, how long would it take to ensure they all reached the Spirit Sea realm? Previously, Yi Tian might have willingly invested time in their training. However, with the conquest of the entire Xinyan Prefecture only a step away, a lack of sufficient troops could invite insurrections from the remnants of the nations and royal descendants. Chapter 53. Trading with the System. Luck Value. System. Can you provide me with an army? 10 million will suffice. Considering the 10 nations he had already subdued and the Xianyu kingdom that he and his father were on the verge of conquering, he would only have 26 nations in total. If he had an army of 10 million, it would be entirely feasible to maintain control. Ding. The host is but a step away from the Luck dynasty. The system can make an exception to partially unlock the mall early. But the host must forfeit the signing function for the next year. Do you agree? Hearing this, Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly. System, that's not fair that I've signed for so many things in a year. Even if you unlock them all now, what will I have to purchase? Ding. The system is willing to offer one more concession. The host can receive 3 items for free from Mall. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Tian's mind. Is this system becoming more humane? However, considering the items he could acquire through a year's worth of signing, Yi Tian began to negotiate. No, 3 items are too few. Let it be 10. After making this demand, the system remained silent for quite some time, causing Yi Tian to feel a twinge of anxiety. After a while, the system finally responded. Ding! A maximum of 5 items. Otherwise, the offer will be rescinded. Yi Tian let out a small sigh of relief. All right, that will do. Ding! The system mall is now opening. Please wait a moment. Sitting on the dragon couch, Yi Tian awaited eagerly. After a considerable time, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! The system mall has opened successfully. The host may browse at will. After hearing this, Yi Tian could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly commanded, "Open the system mall." In the next moment, a panel appeared before his eyes, resembling a computer screen from a past memory, with each item accompanied by a description and its price listed below. Heavenly Gourd, an innate treasure, contains a self-contained space capable of condensing blade light. Simply utter the command to unleash the blade light within the gourd upon the enemy, capable of slaying immortals. Price: 50 billion luck value. Binding Immortal Rope, an acquired treasure, crafted from ancient dragon veins. It can be large or small, long or short. Upon activation, one can bind celestial beings and seal their cultivation. Price: 5 billion fortune points. Soul Slayer Spear, celestial artifact, grade 9. Forged from the bones of hundreds of celestial emperors, weighing 1,000,000 pounds, capable of slaying celestial beings and extinguishing souls. Price: 100 million fortune points. Overlord Spear, imperial-grade weapon nurtured by a powerful emperor for a century, imbued with the power of laws. Price: 100 million fortune points. Blood Butcher Blade, sacred-grade weapon crafted by a saint over a century, containing the essence of laws. Price: 1 million fortune points. Ice Sword, heavenly-grade weapon forged collaboratively by 10 saints, impervious to destruction. Price: 100,000 fortune points. Upon reading this, Yi Tian felt a surge of astonishment. He had previously perused the Continental Compendium and understood that the highest level achievable on the Tianyuan continent was the imperial grade. However, according to the system's descriptions of these divine weapons, There existed celestial beings beyond the imperial grade, and not merely one level. What other celestial artifacts might there be? Currently, the highest on the Tianyuan continent was merely imperial weapons. Yet Yi Tian swiftly grasped the underlying truth. The path of cultivation is an unending journey of ascension. Akin to the saying that there is always a higher mountain that the inhabitants of the Tianyuan continent. An imperial powerhouse might seem the pinnacle of strength, but perhaps the Tianyuan continent is merely a small speck in the vast expanse of the universe. Beyond the imperial grade, there could indeed exist even more formidable entities. Having contemplated this, Yi Tian ceased to dwell on the matter and resumed his search for desired items within the system panel. Although the system store had only partially opened, it still contained over 300 pages, leaving Yi Tian feeling somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, he noticed a magnifying glass icon in the top right corner. Is there a search function here? Realizing this, Yi Tian hastily searched for the term weapon types. In the next moment, the system store refreshed, presenting Yi Tian with an entirely new scene. Divine Dragon Guard. Celestial Emperor-level guards composed of 10 Celestial Emperors. Price, 3 billion fortune points. Upon seeing this, Yi Tian's eyes brightened. 10 Celestial Emperors for 3 billion, while that gourd is 5 billion. Could it be that? At this moment, Yi Tian felt an overwhelming urge to select these two options, especially since it was free of charge. However, just then, the system's voice echoed. Ding! The host may only select individuals or items of imperial grade or lower. What? Why is that? System, are you trying to cheat me because they are expensive? Ding! This world cannot sustain the existence of high-level imperial beings. It would either lead to a collapse of the world or be obliterated by the laws of the Great Tao. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian gazed at the sky outside. Recalling his previous discussions with Xiao Hong, he understood that the prerequisite for breaking through to the Saint Realm was the comprehension of a law's power. What are laws? They encompass everything from the grand cosmos to the minutiae of falling dust, forming an integral part of the natural order that put it plainly, the need for sustenance by humans and the necessity of rain for trees are all predetermined within the laws. In essence, everything that transpires in nature exists within these established rules. Ascend to the Saint Realm. One must grasp a fragment of the law's power. The most significant distinction between a celestial sovereign and a saint lies in the fact that the former embodies the most formidable destructive force achievable by sentient beings, whereas a saint can wield and manipulate the laws to harness the powers of nature. This delineates the utmost difference between the two for the realms above the saint, namely, the Saint King and Great Saint realms. They're determined by the quantity and application of the law's power one can master. Furthermore, the mastery of law's power is a capability reserved for imperial-level beings. It is said that the power of laws constitutes the very foundation of a world. All of existence is composed of these laws. Elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, time, space, fate, causality, and reincarnation are all parts of this grand tapestry of laws. Should one be able to master even one of these, they could dominate a realm. The principal difference between rules and laws is that the power of rules involve borrowing, manipulating, and commanding the forces of nature, while the power of laws allows for alteration and fusion of natural forces. There exists an essential distinction between the two, which ensures that even the mightiest great saints are no match for imperial-level beings. Although this may appear somewhat simple, indeed, any cultivator from significant power could find such information in various texts. Knowing is one aspect, while comprehension is another. Fine, I won't pursue those higher-level weapon types. Yi Tian decided to scroll down and quickly spotted the types of soldiers he desired. Black armored soldiers, ranges from Spirit Sea to Skyward Realm. Quantity, 1 million. Price, 100 fortune points. Yi Tian understood that everything in this dogged system required fortune points for acquisition. System, what exactly are these fortune points? How can I obtain them? Ding! Fortune points are the auspiciousness and luck bestowed upon beings by the heavenly Tao. One can regard them as an innate ability. The level of fortune points determines an individual's potential. The greater the fortune points, the better the luck, allowing one to avert disasters and achieve boundless accomplishments. Conversely, lower fortune points attract misfortune, leading to inevitable demise. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian comprehended the situation. Yet, the items within the system were exorbitantly priced, and he could not consider himself a child of fortune. Even if he were, he could not afford the items available in the system. System, how many fortune points do I possess? Ding! The host is bound to the Ling Xiao Kingdom. The stronger the national power, the greater the host's fortune. The host currently possesses 15,880,000 fortune points. 15,880,000. Yi Tian felt a flicker of joy at this number. However, suddenly recalling the prices of the items in the system, he felt like a pauper once again. Yi Tian, somewhat helpless, continued to browse. The unit quantities of these soldier types were predominantly 1 million. Yet the system only granted him 5 opportunities. Even if he converted all into soldiers, it would amount to merely 5 million, still half of his ideal goal of 10 million to system. I demand an army of 10 million. Tell me, will you grant it? If not, I might just select 5 Imperial-level powerhouses. Although Imperial-level beings are costly, at 2 million each, they're still affordable given his fortune points exceeding 15 million. Yet, considering the current situation of the Ling Xiao Kingdom, it simply isn't practical. While Imperial powerhouses represent the pinnacle of strength on the continent, their daily consumption is beyond Yi Tian's means to sustain. Even if he occupied the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture, a single Imperial powerhouse could easily absorb all the spiritual energy with just a brief period of cultivation. Even if he conquered the entire Qingyun Prefecture, having an Imperial powerhouse stationed there without sufficient soldiers to guard against rebellions would be impractical. Would he expect the Imperial powerhouse to intervene every time? Wouldn't that render them too cheap? If the Imperial powerhouses were left unchecked, wouldn't that risk a sudden upheaval in the entire continent situation? Yet the Ling Xiao Kingdom remains too fragile to deserve Imperial powerhouses as guards. All in all, he had the capacity to purchase Imperial-level guards, but given the current circumstances, it would be more prudent to select soldiers. Even amidst the ranks of Saint-level powerhouses, Yi Tian would refrain from making a selection for now. Following this great battle, the Ling Xiao Kingdom would need time to consolidate and digest the outcomes of this conflict. At this moment, the system too fell into contemplation, akin to a miserly merchant calculating gains and losses. Ding! The host may select 10 types of soldiers. Hooray! Yi Tian nearly leaped with excitement that he promptly began clicking through the system store. 400 million black armored soldiers, 400 million blood butcher cavalry, 200 million constables settled. In total, he aimed for 1 million, intending to station them across the 26 nations to prevent any potential rebellions. Ding! Does the host confirm? Confirm. Ding! Soldiers are being generated. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian hurriedly exited the dragon carriage and addressed Shangwan Feihong beside him. Once we have 10 million soldiers, with 2 million being constables, they are to be distributed across various cities. The remaining 8 million shall be under the command of Wang Zhan and his comrades, tasked with conquering the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture. Understood. As a member generated by the system, Shangwan Feihong possessed a faint sense of connection with other members. In the next moment, an army of 10 million soldiers gradually materialized before Yi Tian, all arranged in perfect formation. We bow before your majesty. Long live the emperor! The shouts of millions resonated like rolling thunder across the vast plain. All the soldiers stood at attention. Thank you, your majesty. Among this multitude of 10 million, nearly 2/3 were of the Spirit Sea realm, while the remaining third were commanders, all having attained the Skyward realm. Yi Tian, through the system panel, relayed orders to General Wang Zhan and the other 20 generals, instructing them to hold their positions for a brief moment. With 8 million soldiers, combined with the 3 million they now commanded, the total reached an impressive 11 million. That not only were the 15 nations currently each defending their own territory, but even if they were to form a coalition, Yi Tian harbored confidence in his ability to secure victory. Previously, each general could command only 200,000 troops. Now, after redistribution, each could lead 550,000, more than double their former strength. With the addition of these soldiers, he believed that good news would soon arrive. After arranging the soldiers, Shangwan Feihong approached Yi Tian and said, "Your Majesty, the situation in Qingyun Prefecture has been settled. Shall we return to the royal court?" Yi Tian glanced at the soldiers gradually fading from view and regained his focus. The conquest of Qingyan Prefecture was all but assured. He needed to return and summon Chen Liang and others to assemble scholars and mentors. While taking Qingyan Prefecture was relatively easy, governing it well and integrating its people into the Lingxiao Kingdom would require considerable time. Yi Tian nodded. Having been away for a month, it was indeed time to return. Yes, let us go back to— I wonder if Wang Shui and the other civil officials have caused any trouble, but a chorus of roars erupted from the 9 dragon steeds upon receiving the order to return, and they turned to fly towards the Lingxiao Kingdom. Upon learning of the additional 8 million soldiers, Zhao Jian and the other 20 generals began to set up camp. Shortly thereafter, when the 4 million black armored troops and 4 million blood butcher iron cavalry arrived, the 20 generals convened a meeting. Originally, their forces numbered 3 million, planning to split into 10 divisions of 300,000 each to attack 10 nations. Then, they would merge forces to assault an additional 4 nations, ultimately uniting to strike at the Tianqing Empire. An arrangement of 300,000 troops attacking a single nation seemed sound. However, following the previous battle, many of their 3 million soldiers had not fully recovered from their injuries. Even with Yi Tian providing high-quality healing elixirs, it was impossible for all to regain their peak combat strength. In fact, 13,000 soldiers, due to severe injuries, had to accompany Yi Tian back to the Lingxiao Kingdom. Fortunately, with the dispatch of an additional 8 million soldiers, their confidence in conquering the remaining 15 nations was significantly bolstered. Each of the 20 generals was allocated 550,000 soldiers, splitting into 3 routes, with 14 generals leading the assault on 14 nations. The remaining 6 generals would each command 550,000 troops, with one moving from left to right and the other from right to left to assist the 14 generals in their campaigns. The final 4 generals would lead the last 220,000 troops in an assault on the formidable Tianqing Empire. This arrangement was made possible as the Moon Shadow Guards had dispatched 100,000 soldiers to covertly assist. Upon returning to the royal court of the Lingxiao Kingdom, Yi Tian commenced reviewing memorials and addressing state affairs. News of victories from the Xianyu Kingdom also reached him. Chapter 55. The Fall of the Xianyu Kingdom. A decade of planning, Yi Xiaotian, Yi Wudi, and Yi Wuhui commanded 600,000 troops to attack the Xianyu Kingdom. In the shadows, Zhao Jun, a formidable emperor of the 8th heaven, provided protective oversight, alongside 10,000 Moon Shadow Guards wreaking havoc in the Xianyu Kingdom. Initially, Yi Xiaotian hoped that upon the army's advance, the Xianyu Kingdom might surrender. However, to his astonishment, not only did they refuse to capitulate, but they also ignited a fervor of nationalistic anger. With a population of 9 million, the entire nation rose as one. This was the first time Yi Xiaotian and his father witnessed such a fiercely united country. At first, Yi Wuhui hesitated to engage in mass slaughter, opting instead to eliminate only the youth in the city. Yet that very night, as they established camp, children and women launched suicide attacks against them. This caught the unprepared army off guard, resulting in hundreds of casualties in an instant. It was at that moment that Yi Wuhui understood why Yi Tian had dispatched 600,000 troops to them. Over the following month, Yi Xiaotian and his father led their forces in a relentless push forward. They cleaved through mountains and forded rivers. Even towering city walls, Tianzhonghai fell to Yi Xiaotian's orders for a direct assault. This was a necessity, for the Xianyu Kingdom was too united. Internal division was simply unattainable. Even with the Moon Shadow Guard's intervention, significant achievements were improbable. This war of annihilation persisted for a full month without conclusion, and they had only this news stirred the entire Lingxiao Kingdom into a fervor. Historically, no nation had ever been completely annihilated, yet Lingxiao Kingdom had set this precedent, inciting widespread condemnation of the Yi family from the common folk. This revelation made Yi Tian aware that governing a nation requires more than just the elite ranks of civil and military officials. One must also wield control over public opinion. Consequently, Yi Tian ordered the Yueying Pavilion to step into the limelight, acquiring 1 million Yueying Guard from the system's marketplace, transforming them from a clandestine entity into an overt force, tasked not only with overseeing officials, but also with manipulating public sentiment for the common people. They were oblivious to the strategic significance of Xianyu Kingdom. Their sole awareness was that Lingxiao Kingdom had slaughtered the entire Xianyue Kingdom. This wave of public sentiment ignited hope for restoration among the descendants of the other 25 nations. However, they failed to remember the formidable strength of Lingxiao's army, with troops stationed in every city and town across the 25 nations, further monitored by the Yuan guards. Any sign of unrest would be swiftly quelled by the military. Even the architects of Lingxiao's propaganda could not evade retribution. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Under the relentless suppression of the Lingxiao army, the entire Qingyun prefecture gradually returned to tranquility. No one dared to discuss rebellion, and instances of brawling diminished significantly as stability returned to various regions. The Yi family, comprising father and sons, resumed their efforts to arrange marriages, eager to prioritize Yi Tian's selection of consorts. Chapter 56. A decade in the blink of an eye. The Fortune dynasty Yi Tian retreated into seclusion, preparing to absorb the entirety of the energy bestowed by the system. This period of introspection lasted 7 years. During this time, branch campuses of the Tongwang Pavilion Academy proliferated throughout Qingyun Prefecture, and graduating students were gradually assigned to significant positions in various locales. Initially, this allocation drew some dissatisfaction from individuals like Zhou Yuan, as newly graduated scholars lacked the capacity to oversee the larger picture. Yet in these years, Yi Tian had not signed any civil or military officials, nor even soldiers. However, managing such an expansive territory necessitated personnel, and appointing freshly graduated students was a reluctant necessity. Fortunately, under the watchful eyes of the Yuan guards, the administration remained orderly. The 11.1 million strong army commanded by 20 generals, after a decade of recuperation and training, now boasted no soldiers below the Spirit Sea realm. The lowest rank was now the Sky Sovereign realm, with many having reached the concentration realm. The 20 generals, having devoted 10 years to cultivation, had all attained the strength of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Zhao Jun and the 3 women, Wu Xinyue among them, finally broke through to the Celestial Sovereign realm after a decade of seclusion. Following his decisive battle against Jin Tianhu, Xiao Hong had also entered seclusion and had yet to emerge. However, upon his return, he would likely ascend directly to the Sage realm. During these 10 years, Yi Wuhui and Wang Xueji finally united. Yi Tian also took Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu into his harem as imperial consorts. Since the fall of Xianyue Kingdom, Yi Xiaotian and Yi Wudi had been in seclusion for cultivation. One day, Yi Tian awakened from his retreat, surveying his newfound strength with a satisfied smile. I have now reached the pinnacle of the Celestial Sovereign realm. It is time to venture beyond Qingyun Prefecture. Xiao Yangzi, Lu Zhengyang, promptly appeared before Yi Tian, kneeling in salute. Your servant is here. Yi Tian assessed Lu Zhengyang's strength, noting his rise from the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Emperor realm. He commanded, prepare for the heavenly sacrifice ceremony in 3 months. Yes, since conquering Qingyun Prefecture a decade prior, the system had informed Yi Tian that he could establish the Fortune dynasty. However, during that time, the situation remained unstable, rife with rebellions and bandits. Yi Tian had aimed to enhance his strength before departing Qingyun Prefecture to explore the outside world, thus postponing the matter. After 10 years of effort, Qingyun Prefecture had come to accept its reality and began integrating into Lingxiao Kingdom. The previously awarded Fortune 9 tripods and Spirit Gathering Array had remained unused, as conditions had not been suitable. With the unification of Qingyun Prefecture now a reality, it was indeed time to inaugurate the Fortune dynasty. Upon receiving Yi Tian's command, Lu Zhengyang disseminated the edict. Both civil and military officials commenced preparations in earnest. First erecting the necessary structures for the heavenly sacrifice, followed by procuring offerings, garments, and orchestrating performances. Before long, 3 months had elapsed. Every inhabitant of Chang'an City was aware that today marked a significant occasion, the Emperor's heavenly sacrifice ceremony. A massive platform, towering at 2,448 meters, had been constructed in front of the royal court, comprising 99,999 steps. The height symbolized the number of cities under Lingxiao's dominion, while the steps represented the supreme authority of the emperor, the embodiment of the utmost power. Before dawn, Numerous citizens and merchants gathered to witness the event, though the center had long been secured by guards. As the hour of Chen approached, civil and military officials began to file in. Standing on either side of the white jade steps, Yi Tian, adorned in a dragon robe and donning a crown, one hand gripping the imperial sword and the other holding the emperor's seal, advanced gracefully amidst a throng of ceremonial maidens. The Minister of Rites, Wang Shui, began to recite the ceremonial words, which traditionally included welcoming the deities, offering jade and silk, and presenting the initial offerings. However, with Lingxiao Kingdom poised to establish the Fortune dynasty, these conventional rites were set aside. The content of Wang Shui's recitation focused on the history of Lingxiao Kingdom and the distinction between feudal states and the Fortune dynasty. As Wang Shui continued, Yi Tian ascended the steps of the platform. The daunting 99,999 steps would be insurmountable for an ordinary individual. Initially, Yi Tian contemplated leaping 10 steps at a time, but Wang Shui deemed that insufficiently solemn. Thus, he could only ascend step by step, albeit swiftly. Upon reaching the platform, Yi Tian gazed at the offerings prepared for the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. The ritual itself provoked no commotion. In fact, Yi Tian found it somewhat monotonous. Yet, the establishment of the Fortune dynasty demanded a grand spectacle, a necessity for the populace to comprehend its significance. Today, I, Emperor Yi Tian of Lingxiao, proclaim peace across the realm, having vanquished 29 nations since my ascension. I have upheld the mandates of heaven and earth, and the hearts of the people in Yunzhou have returned. I have enacted clear laws and diligently cultivated virtue. May it be known henceforth that I shall hold a grand ceremony of benevolence, proclaiming to the four seas the brilliance of virtue. May the heavens bless my descendants of Lingxiao for eternity. Each of Yi Tian's proclamations resonated with spiritual power, carrying across vast distances. Simultaneously, he communicated with the system. System, initiate the establishment of the Fortune dynasty. Ding, the royal court has met the conditions for upgrade. Upgrading in progress. In the next moment, as Yi Tian's voice echoed, the entirety of Chang'an City transformed. The area expanded continuously, and the spiritual energy became increasingly dense. Furthermore, a thread of fortune began to surge from each individual, ascending toward the heavens in that instant. The 300 million inhabitants of Qingyun Prefecture instinctively gazed toward Chang'an City. Countless strands of fortune converged above Yi Tian's head, gradually forming a vast expanse of golden clouds. All eyes turned skyward, captivated by an unprecedented sight. At that moment, the armies, Yuan guards, and officials scattered throughout Qingyun Prefecture sprang into action. As entities generated by the system, they received Yi Tian's summons directly. Even Wu Xinyue and others readied themselves, for Yi Tian had previously warned that the establishment of the Fortune dynasty would summon the Golden Dragon of Fortune, heralding the most perilous moment, one that must not be interrupted by any individual or force. The golden clouds in the sky continued to coalesce, gradually taking the shape of a colossal golden dragon. At this instant, many individuals far in Beima Prefecture, Manhuang Prefecture, and even within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion turned their gazes skyward. Inside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, voices of fury erupted. Who dares to gather the Golden Dragon of Fortune? Ancestor, it seems to be emanating from Qingyun Prefecture. Humph, the 5 elders must go at once. The existence of the Fortune dynasty shall not be permitted. Understood. Within the Xintian domain, the celestial sanctuary also reverberated with a voice. Yet upon realizing it originated from the Xintian domain, they chose to disregard it. Typically, these dominant powers would never venture into the territory of another sovereign force. Unbeknownst to Yi Tian, his actions had already unsettled others. The golden dragon in the sky was coalescing at an increasingly rapid pace, expanding from initial 10 meters to now a staggering 100 meters. However, as time progressed, the rate of its formation slowed, and the golden light drifting through the heavens grew more abundant. Initially emanating from humans, golden specks of light began to ascend into the sky from beasts, living creatures, and even flora. Chapter 57. The Fortune Golden Dragon. The arrival of external enemies at this moment. Yi Tian felt a surge of anxiety. He He was uncertain how much longer it would take for the golden dragon to fully materialize, yet he could tangibly sense the benefits of the situation. Firstly, his physical transformation was apparent. Due to his status as emperor, the entire Fortune Golden Dragon had formed a subtle bond with him, allowing him to distinctly perceive the dragon's elation. Secondly, there was a shift in his power. After absorbing the energy from the system's rewards, his cultivation had already ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial venerable realm. Perhaps due to a lack of combat experience, his foundation remained somewhat tenuous, not yet perfected. Nevertheless, in this moment, Yi Tian could feel a comforting sensation coursing through his body as both his bones and meridians grew increasingly robust. The 9 dragon serpents, initially residing in the dragon stable, had advanced to the 3rd tier of the Heavenly King realm after a decade of cultivation. Now, with the emergence of the golden dragon overhead, they reaped substantial benefits, directly breaking through from the 3rd to the 5th tier. The golden dragon in the sky had now stretched to a length of 10,000 meters, yet it did not impart a sense of oppression. Rather, it invigorated the onlookers. Many elderly individuals, once bedridden due to ailments, found themselves miraculously healed by the presence of the golden dragon. Numerous soldiers and officials of Lingxiao Kingdom experienced a rise of 1 or 2 levels in their cultivation following the dragon's appearance. At the same time, Yi Tian summoned the 9 Tripod of Fortune, strategically placing them at the 9 cardinal points of Qingtian Prefecture. Boom! As the 9 Tripod of Fortune merged with the earth, the golden dragon in the sky became even more solidified, while Yi Tian remained focused on the celestial dragon, attuned to its changes. After 3 hours had elapsed, the golden dragon finally ceased its growth, reaching a length of 99,999 meters, just a single meter shy of the coveted 100,000 meters. System, what is the issue? Why has it not yet reached 100,000 meters? Ding. The might of the Fortune Golden Dragon is contingent upon the people's will. The people's will. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt a surge of frustration. Lingxiao Kingdom had only waged war across various nations for a decade. How could the populace of the 25 nations wholeheartedly pledge their allegiance? Even in the past 2 years, despite the series of edicts issued by Lingxiao Kingdom that ensured prosperity for the denizens of Qingtian Prefecture, it was still a challenge to earn their genuine support. For now, this will have to suffice. Such animosity is not easily set aside. Only time can erode. As the golden dragon in the sky gradually faded, the assembly of civil and military officials emerged from their astonishment. Yi Tian sensed the changes within Chang'an City and observed the surrounding populace. Standing on the high platform, Yi Tian proclaimed, "After a millennium of internal strife, Qingtian Prefecture has finally achieved unity. In the name of the Emperor, I confer titles upon the officials. Yi Xiaotian, step forth to receive your decree. Your servant, at your service." Yi Xiaotian stepped forward from among the military leaders, bowing slightly. Why Yi Xiaotian has rendered significant service to Lingxiao, conquering a nation. Thus, I appoint him as the Vice Minister of War, with the authority to command the military across Lingxiao, grant him a royal estate, reward him with 100 celestial-grade spiritual treasures, 100 8th-grade elixirs, and 1 million top-tier spirit stones. Yi Wudi, Yi Wuhui, Zhang Wuyo, and Cheng Liang also stepped forward to receive their decrees. Yi Tian continued, bestowing rewards upon 800 individuals, not only civil officials and military leaders, but also commanders stationed across Lingxiao and city lords overseeing various regions. You have fought for Lingxiao and defended our territories. Today, I grant you the ability to utilize 30% of the national fortune. Due to the variances in official ranks, many could only access a fraction of this national fortune. However, even this small portion could enable individuals to combat foes beyond their typical capabilities. After all, the national fortune was the collective essence of Lingxiao's populace. As the golden dragon grew stronger, so too did the national fortune. These newly appointed officials could not only draw upon this fortune in battle, but also share in its myriad benefits, such as enhanced longevity, improved comprehension, and the potential for increased personal fortune over time. Though intangible and unseen, it could steer one away from misfortune. After bestowing honors upon 800 individuals, Yi Tian activated the Spirit Gathering Array, enveloping the entirety of Qingtian Prefecture. In that moment, all living beings within the prefecture sensed a sudden intensification of spiritual energy. Following the elevation of Chang'an from a royal city to an imperial city, it became the heart of the spirit-gathering array, where spiritual energy was even more concentrated. Simultaneously, Yi Tian deposited all the spiritual veins he had acquired over the years into the ground. 38 top-tier spiritual veins. 72 superior-tier spiritual veins, 108 medium-tier spiritual veins, and 320 inferior-tier spiritual veins. Beneath Chang'an alone lay 9 top-tier spiritual veins. Given time, the spiritual energy throughout Qingtian Prefecture would grow increasingly rich, potentially rivaling that of the central Tian domain. On this day, Yang Tianxi also received an accolade from Yi Tian. However, rather than becoming intoxicated with joy, he promptly informed the entire Yang Clan Merchants Association as the grand ceremony drew to a close. His aim was to instruct the association to notify all branches to reduce prices on food, goods, and treasures, thereby allowing the populace to partake in the glory of this special day. The Fortune dynasty had successfully commenced without any external disruption, bringing great joy to Yi Tian. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. While the Fortune Golden Dragon had integrated with the underground spiritual veins, it could be extracted with relative ease. Should any damage occur now, the reconstitution of the Golden Dragon would prove exceedingly difficult. Witnessing Yi Tian's celestial ceremony of rewards, the surrounding populace departed in an orderly fashion under the guidance of the guards, just as Yi Tian descended from the platform, preparing to return with the officials. A few powerful auras suddenly emerged from the distant sky. Yi Tian looked up, furrowing his brow slightly. What was meant to come had finally arrived, and in the next moment, Yi Tian's figure reappeared upon the platform. Gazing intently at the 5 swiftly approaching figures, 4 of them possessed the peak cultivation of Celestial Venerable, while the leader had reached the second tier of the Saint Realm. This revelation deepened the gravity of Yi Tian's expression. If it were merely 4 peak Celestial Venerables, he would not be concerned in the slightest. After all, he too had attained the peak of the Celestial Venerable realm, and with the ability to summon the Fortune Golden Dragon. His strength could rival that of a 3rd-tier saint. Yet, facing a tangible 2nd-tier saint, he could only contend with one. Should this saint delay him, the other 4 could easily extract the Fortune Golden Dragon without his intervention. Chapter 58. Xiao Hong emerges. Confrontation with the saint. Who are you? What brings you to my Lingxiao Empire? The 5 elders of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion halted before Yi Tian, the burly leader frowning as he regarded him. Are you the one who has initiated the Fortune dynasty? Though the man's tone was displeasing to Yi Tian, he had no desire to engage in battle at this moment, setting aside the destructive power of a saint. The freshly coalesced Golden Dragon rendered him somewhat hesitant. Indeed, it is I. The burly man paused briefly before bursting into a hearty laugh. How many years has it been? There are truly those bold enough to initiate the Fortune dynasty. After a fit of laughter, the man's expression suddenly shifted, glaring at Yi Tian with fury. You have audaciously overstepped. Today, you will obediently extinguish the Fortune Golden Dragon, and we shall depart. Otherwise, I will personally extract it. At that moment, formidable figures in the Ascendant Realm appeared behind Yi Tian, as if their sheer numbers granted them significance. However, Yi Tian understood that should a battle erupt, those below the peak Celestial Venerable Realm would merely serve as fodder. Waving his hand to send everyone away, Yi Tian then inquired, Who are you? Why do you seek to undermine the Fortune dynasty? I am Nie Tianxing, one of the 5 elders of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As for why we oppose the Fortune dynasty, that is of no concern to you. You merely need to focus on being a feudal emperor. The concept of fortune is not something a mere mortal emperor like you can touch. With that, Nie Tianxing turned to a nearby elder holding a precious gourd. Junior brother, you may proceed to extract the Fortune Golden Dragon. Understood, senior brother. The elderly man nodded slightly, soaring into the sky to open the precious gourd, preparing to extract the dragon vein. Insolence, Yi Tian bellowed, appearing directly before the elder and launching a punch. Humph, the one being insolent is you. Having long been on guard, Nie Tianxing also materialized beside the elder, effortlessly striking Yi Tian away with a light palm. In the distance, Wu Xinyue and the other 2 women, along with Zhao Jun, swiftly intervened to catch the rebounding Yi Tian. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" "I am fine." After steadying himself, Yi Tian immediately began to summon the system. "System, how much fortune value do I possess now? Can I purchase a formidable Emperor-level expert?" Ding. The host currently possesses 1,016. 8 million, sufficient to acquire an Emperor-level expert. However, the system does not recommend this course of action. Previously, having spent 2 million to procure the Moon Shadow Guard, Yi Tian now had 16.8 million left. After condensing the Fortune Golden Dragon, he had directly activated the Fortune Dynasty, and the system provided him with 1 billion. The Dragon Guard comprises 10 Emperor-level experts, costing a total of 30 billion fortune values. And with his current over 1 billion, Yi Tian was entirely capable of making such a purchase. Why? Yi Tian, feeling a surge of anger, inquired. Why not? The enemy has already come knocking. Ding. Each Emperor-level expert will attract the attention of the heavenly Tao of this world. Given the current state of the Ling Shao Empire, cannot bear such a presence. Please exercise caution. Yi Tian, somewhat perplexed, pressed on. "What cannot be born? Speak clearly." Ding. The host's current realm is too low, insufficient to comprehend these matters. However, you may purchase a great saint-level expert. Very well. Just as Yi Tian was preparing to acquire a great saint-level expert, a sudden roar emanated from the direction of the Xianwang Tower. "Who dares to harm my master?" Hearing this voice, Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Xiao Hong has broken through. In the next moment, Xiao Hong's figure appeared directly beside Yi Tian. Why subordinate arrives late to offer assistance? "I hope for your forgiveness." Why? Yi Tian waved his hand. "No need for formalities. Let us first resolve the present predicament." "Understood." Xiao Hong stood tall, directing his gaze towards Nie Tianxing and the others. At this moment, the elderly man had also ceased his attempt to extract the dragon vein, his expression grave as he regarded Nie Tianxing. Interesting, within this mere dynasty, not only can one condense the Fortune Golden Dragon, but they can also set up a spirit-gathering array. And now, a saint-level expert emerges. Nie Tianxing curiously looked at Yi Tian, then turned to Xiao Hong. "A dignified saint, how could you lower yourself to be a mere dog for a small emperor? Why not join my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion instead?" "Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Excellent." Yi Tian had long desired to take action, but previously he had few Heavenly Sovereign-level experts to restrain the four-peak Heavenly Sovereigns on the opposing side. Now that Xiao Hong had broken through, he could confidently harness the power of the Fortune Golden Dragon. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, and the next moment, a golden, giant dragon's figure melded into Yi Tian's body. In that instant, Yi Tian's aura surged continuously, breaking through from the peak of Heavenly Sovereign to the first, second, and finally halting at the third level of Saint. At this point, Nie Tianxing's expression darkened, and his gaze towards Yi Tian bore traces of murderous intent. "Are you certain you wish to confront us? Behind me stands the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Do not presume that the presence of a saint grants you free rein." Yi Tian felt an unprecedented surge of power, realizing that even Nie Tianxing before him was no match for him in a single clash. "You intend to annihilate my dynasty. Why should I refrain from striking you? Xiao Hong, take care of the other four. This one is mine." "Understood." In the next moment, Yi Tian unsheathed the imperial sword, striking directly at Nie Tianxing. "Damn it." Upon witnessing this scene, Nie Tianxing swiftly drew a long sword, attempting to counter Yi Tian's strike. Little did he know, the imperial sword possessed a remarkable trait. It grew stronger when faced with formidable opponents. When Nie Tianxing's celestial-level long sword collided with the imperial sword, it shattered into two pieces. The remaining blade hurtled towards Nie Tianxing's neck without losing momentum. Not good. Nie Tianxing never anticipated such a turn of events. He hastily dodged while drawing forth a massive turtle shell for defense. Bang! The turtle shell exploded, and Nie Tianxing's body was sent crashing into the distance. Boom! Nie Tianxing's body collided with a building, causing the intact structure to suddenly collapse. Yi Tian frowned upon witnessing this. He had been so engrossed in his own comfort that he forgot this was Chang'an City. Looking up, he found not only Nie Tianxing's figure amidst the wreckage, but also several ordinary citizens who had been crushed within. Nie Tianxing's body suddenly burst forth, glaring at Yi Tian. who had refrained from further aggression. Huh. The Fortune Dynasty. Huh. Do you dare to continue fighting here? He had realized that as a Fortune dynasty, it was imperative to consolidate the faith and will of the populace. However, if the emperor were to massacre the citizens, who would still willingly pledge their allegiance? Bang! 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 Another four sounds echoed as Yi Tian turned to see Xiao Hong attacking the other four. Yet, this led to more casualties among the hundreds in the ruins. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaotian and the others, unable to intervene from a distance, hurriedly directed the guards to evacuate the citizens. Observing this, Yi Tian resolved to buy some time. The buildings could be rebuilt, but the loss of lives was irreparable. Why do you oppose the existence of the Fortune Dynasty? Chapter 59. Great Saint Peak. Forbidden Array. Unfortunately, Nie Tianxing was no fool. He was acutely aware of the unfolding events through a mere sweep of his divine sense. The flaw of the Fortune Dynasty lay in its very essence. Once established, the fortune of the entire nation became intertwined with the citizens' sentiments. If the emperor acted contrary to the will of the people, the fortune would gradually dissipate. Noticing that his four disciples were merely injured and not dead, Nie Tianxing felt a sense of relief. He looked at Yi Tian with deep resentment, declaring, "Humph, little emperor, you need not try to bait me. I will not divulge anything. Do not presume that you can enjoy peace. Await the judgment of my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." With that, he prepared to depart with his four disciples. But Xiao Hong swiftly positioned himself in their path. "Did you think I would let you leave?" Nie Tianxing did not even glance at Xiao Hong, instead turning to Yi Tian with a mocking tone. "What? Do you truly wish to kill us?" Yi Tian frowned, realizing that Nie Tianxing was well aware of his concerns. The battle at the saint level is not easily decided, unless he possessed overwhelming strength to crush his opponent. The outcome would remain uncertain. From the previous strike, it was evident that he only held an advantage due to the sword as an elder of a faction. Reaching the saint level was no trivial feat. He wished to eliminate Nie Tianxing, yet the latter wielded the lives of the citizens of Chang'an City as leverage. Yi Tian felt a sense of frustration that he had never experienced before. Having finally found an opportunity to eliminate his opponent, he was thwarted by external factors. "You may leave." "Huh." Nie Tianxing sneered, turning with his four companions to depart. He possessed the self-awareness to refrain from further provoking Yi Tian and did not dare to issue more threats. The fact that Yi Tian could summon the Fortune Golden Dragon indicated a profound connection between them. Consequently, as long as Yi Tian remained within the Lingxiao Empire, he could harness the power of the Fortune Golden Dragon. The citizens of Chang'an City were numerous, and Yi Tian dared not take their lives. However, what about outside of Chang'an? Surely, not every place in Qingyun Prefecture was populated. If Yi Tian were to become enraged, he could easily slay them in a desolate area. In truth, Yi Tian had considered this option, to allow them to leave and strike when they reached an uninhabited location. However, he swiftly dismissed the thought. Killing a saint-level expert was no easy feat. If cornered, they could self-destruct in a city, resulting in significant losses. Yi Tian stood resolutely with his sword raised, ultimately sheathing it that moment. The other 20 generals and the 3 members of the Yi family finally arrived at Yi Tian's side. "Your Majesty, it is all right now. Arrange for the injured, treat those in need, and provide compensation where necessary." With that, Yi Tian flew towards the imperial palace. Previously, the system's rewards had merely encompassed the royal court, which, despite its palace size, lacked the necessary facilities and architecture to match the grandeur the system had described. Now that the Lingxiao Kingdom had transformed into the Lingxiao Empire, the most significant changes had occurred in the Imperial Palace and Chang'an City. Even the entirety of Qingyun Prefecture had undergone various alterations. Yet Yi Tian felt no inclination to notice these developments. Upon returning to the Imperial study, Yi Tian began to communicate with the system. "System, how many Emperor-level experts exist in this world? What is the strength of the strongest individual in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion?" Ding. No further information available. Yi Tian expressed some dissatisfaction regarding the dragon case. "Damn. Can't you just let it go? I won't ask anymore." Previously, the system had mentioned that the current Lingxiao Empire could hardly accommodate emperors due to issues related to their fortune, strength, Or perhaps the heavenly laws simply did not permit the existence of such powerful beings at present. Yi Tian found himself perplexed by these matters. He had spent considerable time in the previously rewarded library, absorbing vast knowledge of the Tianyuan continent. However, information about the formidable beings prior to the Great Sage Realm seemed to have been deliberately erased. This could have been the system's doing, or perhaps there were no records in the texts. After all, the system had indicated that the library did not contain all the literature of the Tianyuan continent. Furthermore, looking back through history, there had once been a Fortune dynasty in the Tianyuan continent, which had mysteriously fallen and been subsequently suppressed by various factions. Was there a secret regarding the Fortune dynasty that Yi Tian remained unaware of? He refrained from inquiring with the system, realizing that even if he did, he might not receive a clear answer, leading him to ponder deeply. From the attitudes of Nie Tianxing and his companions, it seemed that Nie Tianxing possessed some knowledge of the Fortune dynasty's peculiarities, while the other four appeared to be entirely oblivious, seemingly there merely to fulfill a task. However, the essence of the Fortune dynasty was to unify the populace and harness the nation's fortune. Were there hidden circumstances at play? After much contemplation, Yi Tian could not arrive at a conclusion and decided to abandon the thoughts, as the system had suggested that his current lack of strength was the root cause of his concerns. If he were powerful enough, he would not be so apprehensive. With that thought, Yi Tian declared, "System, purchase me 10 peak Great Sage Realm warriors. Ding. Would you like to spend 500 million for this purchase?" Upon hearing the system's serious tone, Yi Tian inquired with curiosity, "System, what benefits does fortune value offer me?" Ding. The host's fortune value embodies the strength of a nation. As long as the nation is powerful enough, the fortune value will increase. For the host, fortune value not only allows for purchases in the marketplace, but also enhances the empire, strengthens the populace's physique, fortifies one's self, and elevates comprehension. The system enumerated numerous advantages, each beneficial to both the empire and himself. This indicated that within the system, fortune value was akin to a universal remedy, capable of accomplishing various tasks. Realizing this, Yi Tian grew even more puzzled. If the Fortune dynasty held such immense benefits, why were factions intent on suppressing it? Unable to comprehend, he ceased his musings and revised his initial plan to purchase 10 peak Great Sage warriors, settling instead on acquiring 2. System. Let us purchase 2. Ding, purchase successful, currently generating. As Yi Tian awaited the arrival of these 2 peak Great Sage warriors, he resumed browsing the system marketplace. The audacity of Nie Tianxing and his companions had irked him. Their appearance in the air above the royal city was particularly unwelcome, as he preferred not to have anyone standing over him. At that moment, a formation appeared before Yi Tian's eyes, the Heavenly Seal Formation. This formation could not only restrict aerial movement, but also suppress an opponent's strength. Chapter 60. Yi Tian's plan, a decade of reflection, however. To set up this formation, various materials were necessary. The first-tier materials could limit those at the Heavenly King realm. The second tier could restrain the Saint realm, while the third-tier materials could directly confine emperors. This meant that as long as this formation was established within Chang'an City, even an emperor would be unable to fly and would have their strength suppressed by an entire realm. The differing materials would yield different formations, and naturally, the costs varied as well. Why Yi Tian glanced at the third-tier materials without hesitation, only to be astonished. 500 million. System, are you planning to rob someone? That's exorbitant. Having just learned the benefits of fortune value, Yi Tian intended to conserve his expenditures. However, this price seemed excessively steep, amounting to a staggering 500 million. Ding, what the system produces is of the highest quality. The formation purchased for 500 million can directly suppress Emperor-level warriors, and the host does not incur a loss. Yi Tian hesitated. Though the system had sung its praises, it was likely that there were hardly any Emperor-level warriors in the entire Tianyuan continent. Upon reviewing the cost for the other 2 types of materials, one was merely 300,000, while the other was 8 million. The first was completely useless, as the Yueying guards and attendants in Chang'an City were predominantly above the Void Realm. The second could only restrain those of the Saint Realm, providing little utility, especially considering that if the Longfeng Pavilion were to learn of the Lingxiao Empire's possession of a Saint Guardian, They would undoubtedly send a peak saint or even a saint king next time. Although Yi Tian believed that the Longfeng Pavilion might not dispatch a saint king, he remained cautious. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared before Yi Tian. Subordinate Wu Tian, Subordinate Wu Fa, paying respects to your majesty. May your majesty reign eternally. Yi Tian observed the two strikingly similar individuals, both appearing to be around 40 years of age, and mused about their audacity and own need for formalities. Thank you, your majesty. Yi Tian opened the system panel to examine their information, which appeared before him. Wu Fa and Wu Tian were both peak Great Sage warriors, standing at 180 centimeters tall, aged 140 years, and practiced the Twin God Yu Sutra. They were the oldest among Yi Tian's subordinates. Achieving peak Great Sage at just over a century was truly remarkable. Despite the youthful Xiao Hong reaching the saint realm, there remained the 9 heavens above, as well as the 9 heavens of saint kings and great sages. Numerous individuals remained stuck at a single realm, unable to break through their entire lives. The system had provided him with subordinates who were each extraordinarily gifted. With 2 peak great sage warriors at his disposal, Yi Tian decided to be generous. Gritting his teeth, he opted to spend the 500 million to purchase the Heavenly Seal formation. However, upon seeing the pile of materials, Yi Tian was taken aback. System, how am I supposed to set up all these materials? Ding! The host can have the 2 great sages set it up. Oh, you've anticipated everything. Haven Tu. Yet Yi Tian felt a bit helpless, as the sheer quantity of materials was overwhelming. Resembling a small mountain in the system space, he packed all the materials into 10 spatial rings and handed them to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, take these materials and set up the formation. Wu Tian accepted the spatial rings, briefly scanned their contents with his consciousness, and promptly agreed. Yes, I shall proceed at once. Yi Tian then turned to Wu Fa beside him and instructed, all right, Wu Fa, take a trip to the Longfeng Pavilion and ascertain their strongest combat capabilities. If they do not surpass yours, deliver a warning to them. They should not trouble us again. Yes, I shall do so at once. That a commendable aspect of the system was that every individual generated would be imbued with an understanding of the current situation. This was something Yi Tian had gradually discovered over the past few years. With Wu Fa visiting the Longfeng Pavilion, it would help stabilize the Lingxiao Empire for a while. Over the past 13 years, the Lingxiao Empire had developed too rapidly. This made it challenging for many citizens to remain loyal to Lingxiao, which could become a significant issue in the long run. The Lingxiao Empire currently lacked the resources to continue attacking other states and was ill-equipped to engage in conflict with the Longfeng Pavilion. Not to mention the numerous experts they possessed, their dominance in the entire Qingtian domain meant that at a mere call to arms, countless factions would converge upon the Lingxiao Empire. However, the Lingxiao Empire needed to recuperate, requiring the unity of its citizens to absorb more willpower and grow stronger. Seated upon the dragon throne, Yi Tian began devising the next steps for the Lingxiao Empire. After much contemplation, he ultimately concluded that time for consolidation was essential. Xiao Yangzi relayed the order for a council among the ministers. Lu Jingyang, who had been standing guard outside, hurriedly bowed and replied, Yes, your majesty. Soon Yi Tian arrived at the imperial court and surveyed the assembly of officials. Both civil and military, he addressed them directly. My esteemed ministers, I have devised a 10-year plan. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited a mixture of emotions. Another decade-long initiative stirred memories of the last, which had only recently concluded with the downfall of rival states. Observing the expressions of those present, Yi Tian surmised their thoughts. However, the circumstances now were markedly different. The previous 10-year plan had resulted in a staggering decline of over 20 million citizens in the entire Qingyun prefecture. Presently, with the population of Qingyun prefecture hovering around 300 million, a key criterion for national strength is a large populace. I understand your concerns, Yi Tian continued, and I have resolved that during these next 10 years, we shall vigorously advance our economy, education, infrastructure, living standards, and healthcare. Upon your return, I expect you to draft a proposal. His requirements were straightforward. Every citizen of the Lingxiao Empire should be literate. Every household should have surplus provisions. Children must have access to education. Youth should have opportunities for employment. The middle-aged must be able to work, and the elderly should have support. You are to act in accordance with these directives. Previously, Qingyun Prefecture was a land rife with feudal lords, where wars were constant and trade was scarce. In fact, many neighboring states lacked a common language, utilized different units of measurement, and even wrote in disparate scripts. Although the Tengwang Pavilion Academy had somewhat improved the situation for the new generation within the Lingxiao Empire, achieving complete unity remained a distant goal. Initially, Yi Tian had little desire to intervene in such matters. His prior military campaigns against the feudal lords were merely for the sake of the system's missions. Yet, now seated in this position, he began to contemplate the welfare of the people. Perhaps it was due to his cultivation, which was intricately linked to the fate of the realm, or perhaps he simply could not bear to witness the suffering of humanity. In any case, Yi Tian had firmly resolved to devote the next decade to caring for this empire. Chapter 61. Longfeng Pavilion. Pavilion Master Long Xingtian. Upon hearing Yi Tian's decision to prioritize national development, many officials displayed expressions of relief. Yet the military officers from the Ministry of War appeared somewhat disinterested. For to them, only warfare ignited their excitement. Nevertheless, several generals recognized the wisdom of Yi Tian's approach. The rapid advancement of the Lingxiao kingdom necessitated a period of consolidation. Over the years, Yi Tian had obtained numerous resources through system sign-ins. But those acquisitions were primarily beneficial to cultivators and did little to enhance the lives of ordinary citizens. In the court, ministers began to propose a series of policies aimed at benefiting the nation and its people. The assembly lasted nearly 3 hours, and the officials departed in high spirits, leaving Yi Tian to return to his chambers, feeling somewhat fatigued as he instructed the palace maid to massage his shoulders. There was indeed much to be done. Previously, he had not fully grasped the extent of the work required, as the memorials were handled by the Internal Affairs Office, now that he wished to take charge. He found it to be an overwhelming task. Longfeng Pavilion is situated in the Liuyu Prefecture of the Qingtian Domain, which is known to be the strongest among the prefectures. The region is home to a multitude of cultivators and boasts a thriving network of families. Perhaps due to the presence of Longfeng Pavilion, the culture of cultivation flourished here, leaving almost no room for martial practitioners. Qinjun Mountain, the tallest peak in Liuyu Prefecture, is where Longfeng Pavilion is established. The mountain is perpetually enveloped in mist, resembling a realm of the immortals. At its summit, there are 7 halls and 16 pavilions, with the Longfeng Hall serving as the meeting place for the sect's leaders and elders. However, the atmosphere within the Longfeng Hall was currently tense, as the pavilion master, Long Xingtian, glared furiously at Nie Tianxing, who sat below. You have been overseeing Qingyun Prefecture for years, and now, in just a few short years, someone has unified the entire region and even established a dynasty of fortune, with a sage presiding over it. Is this the extent of your supervision? Do you not realize that this debacle has made us a laughingstock to the 2 major powers nearby? The hall, housing 36 individuals, fell into an uneasy silence, with no one daring to speak, even though among them were 16 elders and 16 hall masters. Why the silence? 3rd elder, what is the status of Beima Prefecture under your watch? 4th elder, what about Wufeng Prefecture? The 2 elders seated at the lower end quickly rose to respond. Pavilion Master, all is well in Beima Prefecture. Pavilion Master, Wufeng Prefecture is also operating normally. The remaining 13 individuals also stood, bowing to report on the conditions of their respective prefectures. Once all had spoken, Long Xingtian turned his gaze to Nie Tianxing. When was your last visit to Qingyun Prefecture? At this moment, Nie Tianxing felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Of the 16 elders, 14 were responsible for monitoring the situation in various prefectures. Their duty was to periodically assess the provinces for exceptional talents and invite them to join Longfeng Pavilion, while also collecting resources from the major powers within those regions. Nie Tianxing was tasked with overseeing Qingyun Prefecture. Pavilion Master, my last visit to Qingyun Prefecture was 15 years ago. 15 years. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Nie Tianxing, not in disbelief of the duration, but in shock at how the dynasty of fortune had managed to grow so rapidly within such a short span. Long Xingtian's tone softened slightly as he addressed the other elders. How often do you all venture out to the provinces? Every 20 years. 30 years. 50 years. Upon hearing their responses, Long Xingtian fell silent. He understood that these intervals had been established by the previous sect master, the dominant power in the Qingtian domain. They could not monitor their territories continuously. Moreover, each visit was primarily for talent selection and resource acquisition. Frequent visits could foster resentment among the local powers, even if they themselves were indifferent to such matters. For cultivators, 20 years was but a fleeting moment, as many among them would spend a decade or more in seclusion for a single breakthrough. The fact that this dynasty of fortune could ascend from a mere small nation to its current stature in less than 20 years spoke volumes of its prowess. Elder, you should make a trip. Extract the dragon vein and require them to pay tribute every 10 years. Long Xingtian had originally intended to suggest a 20-year tribute cycle, but considering the strength of the Lingxiao kingdom, he decided on a 10-year interval. An elderly man stood up slightly. Had it not been for his prominent position, others might have mistaken him for an old man from next door. Very well. I shall make the journey. Long Xingtian nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. If that young emperor obstructs you, then eliminate him. The elder nodded and was about to exit when a sudden loud crash drew everyone's attention outside. Bang! The sound of the sect's defensive array being attacked echoed through the hall. Long Xingtian immediately soared out of the hall, gazing into the distance. Who dares to act recklessly at Longfeng Pavilion? In swift succession, all the elders and hall masters flew out, standing behind the sect master as they focused on a figure in the distance. Bang! In the next moment, the man struck the transparent barrier with another powerful blow. Crack, crack! The entire sect's defensive array shattered like glass. Long Xingtian's expression turned to one of astonishment. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the sect's protective array, yet it had been shattered by this newcomer with just 2 strikes. His astonishment morphed into fury. Peak of the great sage. The elders and hall masters behind him wore expressions of disbelief. Peak of the great sage as the hegemonic force in the Qingtian domain. The pavilion master possessed only the 5th level of the Sage King realm, while the Grand Elder was at the 3rd level of the Sage King realm. Yet in their ranks, only the ancestor had reached the great sage level, and even he was merely at the 3rd level. Such a level had taken millennia of cultivation and an abundance of resources to attain. Yet, standing before them was indeed a figure at the peak of the great sage. With such might, not only they, but even within the entire Zhongtian domain, few powers could lay claim to such a formidable guardian. Long Xingtian slightly bowed. We are unaware of your esteemed presence. Please forgive our lack of proper welcome. Wu Fa smiled faintly. Oh? You welcome me. Long Xingtian continued to bow. Your strength is unparalleled. Having traveled from afar, I implore you to step into the hall for a discussion. The accompanying elders and hall masters displayed expressions of deep respect, not daring to act presumptuously. After all, they could not afford to offend someone at the peak of the great sage. Should they provoke his ire, no one would come to their defense if he chose to enact vengeance. Enough, I have come here for the Lingxiao Empire. The Lingxiao Empire? Long Xingtian and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had just been discussing this very matter, not expecting someone to arrive so promptly. Long Xingtian felt uncertain and continued to inquire. Are you perhaps from the Zhongtian domain? In Long Xingtian's perspective, only the central heavenly domain could harbor such formidable beings. However, he found himself perplexed, for how could a mere dynasty of fortune, whose strongest was scarcely at the sage level and easily extinguishable, provoke such titans? Chapter 62. 6 years of development. Opening trade. Wu Fa shook his head, saying, The central heavenly domain? Nay, I hail from the Lingxiao Empire. The members of Long Xingtian's entourage trembled, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gazed upon the newcomer. Enough. I have come here under the Emperor's decree to inform you that you are forbidden from setting foot in Qingyun Prefecture any longer. Should you do so, as he spoke, Wu Fa raised his hand, and with a gesture, the summit of a distant mountain was obliterated, leaving a distinct imprint of a hand visible from above. Boom! At that moment, the sound reverberated, causing Long Xingtian and his companions' faces to pale slightly. The distinction between a great sage and a sage king is fundamentally profound. Upon entering the sage realm, one begins to grasp the power of rules. By the time one reaches the sage king level, they have mastered a complete rule. However, at the great sage level, one not only possesses mastery over these rules, but has also integrated their own insights, forming a unique domain. Furthermore, those at the pinnacle of the Great Sage level have begun to engage with the power of laws, though they may not fully comprehend them. Even a slight understanding surpasses the mere power of rules. Wu Fa and his brother Wu Tian are both at the pinnacle of the Great Sage level. Although they have not yet grasped the power of laws, in terms of strength, they stand atop this world. As long as no half-emperor level experts who have comprehended even a fragment of the law's power intervene, they're the most formidable beings present. Upon hearing Wu Fa's warning, Long Xingtian clenched his teeth and bowed respectfully, stating, "Elder, we shall remember your words and will absolutely refrain from stepping into Qingyun Prefecture again." "Good. That is excellent," Wu Fa replied, and with a swift motion, he tore through the void, disappearing within. Tearing through the void? This display left everyone momentarily stunned. After a long pause, one naive sect leader exclaimed, "Master, what shall become of the dignity of our Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion? How shall other factions perceive us?" Everyone regarded him as if he were a fool. The mightiest ancestor of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion was merely at the Great Sage's third level, a Great Sage at the pinnacle. It would take but a few moves to obliterate the entire pavilion. Such strength, even within the entirety of the central heavenly domain, few factions would dare to provoke. With his anger boiling over, Long Xingtian roared, "Why not you go? Step outside the mountain gate, and I shall render you incapacitated. Dignity, honor, such things are built upon strength. Without power, they are not." With that, Long Xingtian flung his sleeve and departed. Upon returning to the Lingxiao Empire, Wu Fa immediately reported his observations and actions to Yi Tian. "You mean to say that there are numerous cultivators in the outside world, with families flourishing for millennia?" "Indeed, Your Majesty, in Liuyu Prefecture, almost everyone possesses some level of cultivation. There are no sects, but many families thrived at Yi Tian, having been born here and having visited little beyond Qingyun Prefecture, felt a yearning upon hearing this. "Very well, I understand. You may withdraw." "Yes." Wu Fa slightly bowed before turning to leave. Once the two brothers reached their current level, constant seclusion for cultivation became unnecessary. In fact, such seclusion bore no further benefit. What they required was enlightenment, understanding the power of laws. Thus, Yi Tian instructed Xiao Hong and others to engage in their cultivation. Days turned into months. Since the court meeting, officials across various regions began consciously aiding the common folk, enhancing their productivity, economy, and knowledge. Qingyun Prefecture gradually fell into tranquility, with the station's soldiers beginning to relax, often with only half on duty while the others pursued their cultivation. Yi Tian's daily sign-ins provided a substantial portion of resources distributed among the military, and through salaries to various officials. Additionally, every month, Yi Tian would auction off hundreds of items at the Baijin Han, aiming to exchange these for gold and silver. 2 years elapsed, and many proposals from the previous court meeting began to take shape. During these 2 years, the system appeared to become more generous, with sign-in rewards improving, and both civil and military officials signing in abundantly, with the number of soldiers increasing to 54 million. With 448 cities and 35,700 towns and villages. Significant planning and restructuring over the past 2 years resulted in the formation of 51 prefectures, each containing 48 cities and 700 towns, perhaps due to the unwavering loyalty of those who signed in through the system. Each prefecture was governed by a sign-in individual. Each prefecture housed a garrison of 800,000, with each city boasting between 10,000 to 30,000 troops, a portion of which were locally recruited soldiers. Furthermore, the constables in every city were also individuals who had signed in through the system. In addition to changes in military and administrative personnel, every township was mandated to have a hospital, a martial arts hall, an academy, and a guard unit. In the city's streets, buildings, and roads were established according to the memories Yi Tian had integrated. The entire Lingxiao Empire flourished, though the treasury began to experience a steady drain. 2 more years passed, and Yi Tian vigorously promoted maritime trade, establishing commerce between Qingyun Prefecture and the neighboring Beima and Manhuang prefectures. In the same year, the Moon Shadow Guards expanded from 1.15 million to 3 million, beginning their infiltration into the two prefectures. Yi Tian gazed at his fortune value, which, after years of expenditure and due to the growth of national strength, had now reached 3.5257 billion. More and more people from various regions began to respect him as their emperor, with many even erecting longevity tablets in his honor. Of course, Yi Tian was keenly aware that these accomplishments were largely due to the efforts of the Moonshadow Guards, many of whom disguised themselves as scholars, spreading word of his reign throughout the land. Originally, Yi Tian had planned to take a decade to consolidate, thereby enhancing the Lingxiao Empire's strength. Unexpectedly, within a mere 6 years, he had already achieved significant progress. The citizens of the Lingxiao Empire enjoyed prosperous lives, prompting Yi Tian to feel that it was time to venture out and explore. That on this day, after reviewing memorials, Yi Tian strolled through the back garden. Xiao Yangzi, how's the cultivation progressing for Xiao Hong and the others? Your Majesty, under the guidance of Wu Fa and Wu Tian, Commander Xiao Hong has now reached the 8th level of the Sage Realm. Even Wu Xinyue and the other female commanders are in seclusion, preparing to break through to the Sage Realm. However, Lu Xingyang paused slightly, as if hesitating to continue. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. Although Wu Fa, Wu Tian, and others were creations of the system, each possessed flesh and blood, and Yi Tian had bestowed upon each of them commanding titles. They typically did not lead troops and had no soldiers under their command. Yet in times of urgency, they held the authority to mobilize forces. After years of cultivation, although he remained at the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign level, he was already at the peak of his capabilities, ready to break through at any moment. Coupled with the royal cultivation technique, the eternal emperor as scripture, his imperial aura had become even more commanding. What is it? Continue. Chapter 63. Systems Reminder. The 9 Realms of Immortality. Yes. It's just that Commander Zhao Jun is currently teaching at the academy and has not been in seclusion for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian paid it no mind, as Zhao Jun had once been his bodyguard and now chose to be an instructor. Yi Tian was indifferent. After all, the path of cultivation does not solely require prolonged seclusion. It also demands experience. And what of Shangguan Feihong and the others? How fares their cultivation? Your Majesty, General Shangguan is now at the 7th level of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, and the other 50 generals have also reached the Heavenly Sovereign level. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt a great sense of satisfaction. Now, Qingyan Prefecture had gradually stabilized, and with the addition of the 3 members of the Yi family, the total number of generals had reached 54. Among the civil officials, the number had increased from the original 25 to a current total of 90. A significant portion of these military and civil officials had been dispatched to various regions to maintain order. The palace guards, which initially numbered 5,000, had now swelled to 10,000, each possessing the strength of the spirit-gathering realm. Aside from the troops stationed at the borders and in various counties, the Lingxiao Empire boasted a staggering 1 million soldiers. Their daily activities consisted solely of training and cultivation, with all resources provided through Yi Tian's diligent sign-ins. However, over the past year, as the luck value dwindled, Yi Tian sensed that the system was once again pressuring him. The population of Qingyan Prefecture had only just reached 500 million. If he wished to continue increasing his luck value, he would have no choice but to engage in further conquests. This left Yi Tian feeling like a mere tool of the system, prompting him to spend his time idly. His days were filled with tea and conversation with the 4 royal consorts, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, or leisurely wandering through the palace point one day. Upon returning to his chamber, he contemplated which of the 4 sisters he would visit, only to be interrupted by the system's voice. Ding! An external world is about to descend upon the Tianyuan continent. Please, host, seize the opportunity to unify Tianyuan. Damn! Yi Tian was furious. How long had he been recuperating? And now the system presented him with this predicament. System, is this so-called external world you're doing? Ding, this is not the system's intention. The Tianyuan continent is merely one of the 3,000 worlds. Every million years, a cleansing occurs, a game of wills dictated by the heavenly Tao. Yi Tian, in his anger, hurled the Ru Yi Lingbao to the ground. Spare me your useless chatter. What does the descent of the external world have to do with me? My luck value has already surpassed 3 billion. I could purchase a divine dragon guard. Surely, 10 powerful emperors could protect my Lingxiao empire, could they not? Ding! The external world is adjacent to the Tianyuan continent, and this time, 2 worlds are invading. Each world possesses more than 10 powerful emperors, along with immortals. Yi Tian sprang to his feet. What did you say? Immortals? Was it not said that all immortals reside in the immortal realm? How could there be immortals in those 2 worlds? Ding! A peak emperor, upon breaking through, may ascend to the immortal realm. However, in certain secret realms, one can obscure the heavenly Tao's perception to avoid ascending. If that is the case, won't they ascend as soon as they emerge? What is there to fear? Ding! Every million years, the heavenly Tao of each world will be reborn, and it shall not awaken for 100 years. After hearing this, Yi Tian felt as though he were on a chessboard, with everything being manipulated by the system. Yet he could not deny that the system had indeed aided him. Otherwise, his family might have been annihilated by the White Tiger Temple along with the Leaf family. However, the feeling of being led by the nose by the system was profoundly uncomfortable for Yi Tian. He slumped down onto the dragon throne. System, how do you know all this? Is it related to you? You said I should become the Luck dynasty, and I have achieved it. You said I should establish an immortal court, but that requires time, does it not? Am I not allowed to rest for a few years? He had initially planned to take advantage of the Lingxiao Empire's stabilization to explore other prefectures or even other domains, but before he could act, the system threw him this curveball. Ding! The host has only 90 years to utilize, and only with sufficient luck value can he overcome the impending crisis. But why must I necessarily vie for supremacy? Can I not unite the forces of the entire continent instead? Yet upon further reflection, Yi Tian realized that such a notion was impractical. After all, without enough luck value, he could not purchase the services of immortal-level experts. Wait, system, you mentioned that the 2 worlds possess immortals. What is their strength? What are the 9 realms of the immortal 9 realms? From previous conversations with the system and records in a library, he understood that above the emperors lay the immortals. However, the immortal 9 realms comprised 9 distinct realms. Yet he was unaware of any of them. Ding! The immortal 9 realms refer to Earth Immortal Realm, Gold Immortal Realm, Xian Immortal Realm, Immortal Monarch Realm, Immortal King Realm, Immortal Emperor Realm, Immortal Sovereign Realm, Immortal Supreme Realm. Yi Tian silently repeated this, only to suddenly feel that something was amiss, hastily inquiring. System, wait a moment, that is only 7. What are the other 2 realms? Ding! The last 2 are the Tao Ancestor Realm and the Hongmeng Realm, but no one has ever reached them in tens of billions of years. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's spirit surged. It was as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. System, you provide me with the highest cultivation methods and make me sign in daily. Yet you also speak of establishing an immortal court. Are you hiding something? Ding! The host realm is too low to be granted access to further information. Damn system! It seemed the system, anticipating a reprimand, had directly shielded Yi Tian from further inquiries. After a considerable time, Yi Tian came to a realization that he was bound to the system. If he wished to uncover more secrets, he must first elevate his strength. Fine, system, come forth. No, I meant for you to come out. After a prolonged wait, the system finally responded with a slow ding. You have yet to inform me of the strength of the immortals in the 2 opposing worlds. Ding, unknown. Fine, Yi Tian sighed and reclined, no longer wishing to converse. Instead, he began to contemplate how he could amass enough luck value within 90 years. However, upon examining the prices in the system's marketplace, he found that even purchasing an Earth Immortal level expert would require 80 to 90 billion with his current luck value. He could not afford it. Yet, after conquering the entire Qingtian domain, he might accumulate enough luck value to make such purchases. But waging war was no simple task. How many lives were lost in the previous battles against the Xianyu nation and the Hundred Flowers nation? The memories were still vivid. Glancing at the system marketplace, Yi Tian had no intention of making a purchase. Instead, he resolutely declared, system, from now on, grant me some worthwhile items during my sign-ins. Otherwise, we shall both face ruin. Perhaps the system possessed a means to sever their bond. Or perhaps it did not. Yi Tian was uncertain of what the future held. But for now, he had no choice but to comply with the system's directives. feeling the imminent breakthrough in his realm. Yi Tian recognized that his recent laxity had likely prompted the system to find ways to motivate him. With the goal of unifying the entire Tianyuan continent within 90 years, he would need ample talent. Xiao Yangzi, come in. Lu Jingyang hurriedly entered. Your Majesty, I am here. How many students have graduated from the Tengwang Pavilion Academy? I will check immediately. The Tengwang Pavilion Academy was established by Yi Tian specifically to cultivate talent for the Lingxiao Empire. And many officials within Qingyan Prefecture were alumni of the academy. In addition to the Tengwang Pavilion Academy, Yi Tian had founded several other institutions and departments over the years, all aimed at enhancing the empire's prosperity. The personnel from these other departments had their designated roles, and it was only the graduates from the Tengwang Pavilion Academy that Yi Tian would personally oversee. Simultaneously, Yi Tian began selecting the talents he required from the system. Although the luck value diminished with each use, it would be relatively easy for Yi Tian to conquer the entire Qingtian domain. The real challenge lay in maintaining control. He could not focus solely on achieving the dynasty's level while neglecting post-war management. Otherwise, he might find himself in a situation where, having just conquered a prefecture, rebellions would arise in the aftermath. He sought not merely to defeat and occupy, but to ensure that all inhabitants of the Qingtian domain were integrated into the Lingxiao Empire, becoming true citizens of the empire. Only in this manner would his luck value increase rapidly. After perusing the system marketplace for a while, Yi Tian found himself overwhelmed by the plethora of items, many of which he wished to acquire. However, upon glancing at his luck value, he hesitated to purchase civil officials. He needed a sufficient number to help manage the cities he had conquered, for military generals. While he currently had 50, many cities within the Lingxiao Empire required generals to garrison their defenses, necessitating further purchases to wage war across the realm. The Moonshadow Guards were also essential. A sufficient number of them are needed to ensure Yi Tian could oversee the realm effectively. To say that the Moonshadow Guards are akin to the eyes of Yi Tian would not be an exaggeration. The soldiers to be recruited are nearly 40 million stationed throughout Qingyan Prefecture, yet only about 10 million are available for combat. However, this number is insufficient, as Yi Tian's next objective is to conquer a state. The officers must also be enlisted, for only their presence can ensure the swift stabilization of captured cities. Logistical supplies are also necessary. Why Yi Tian calculated privately that there was indeed a considerable amount to procure. Originally, his daily sign-in rewards could sustain the current soldiers' training and cultivation needs. However, to continue expanding his territory, he would require far more resources. Initially, Yi Tian contemplated conscripting soldiers directly from various cities, which would allow him to conserve a significant portion of resources. Yet the common folk within the empire had only just resolved their basic needs. And while newly recruited soldiers could manage city defense and maintain order, Yi Tian never considered using them for warfare, not due to questions of loyalty, but rather their lack of strength. The soldiers purchased from the system possess a minimum strength equivalent to the Spirit Sea realm, and their formidable presence on the battlefield, bolstered by military formations, far surpasses that of ordinary soldiers. What is this? While casually browsing the system's marketplace, Yi Tian suddenly stumbled upon an intriguing item, the teleportation array, capable of traversing millions of miles. Just a simple description filled Yi Tian with delight. When he ascended the throne, the system rewarded him with 100 array masters, 100 alchemists, and 100 blacksmiths. Initially, Yi Tian was quite pleased. These 300 individuals contributed significantly to the Lingxiao Empire, enhancing the reputation of the Tengwang Pavilion Academy. However, as his strength grew, the assistance from these 300 diminished considerably. At his current level, they were of little help, prompting Yi Tian to appoint them as instructors in the academy. He recalled inquiring whether these array masters could craft teleportation arrays, but none among the 100 were capable. Thus, upon discovering the system offered teleportation arrays for sale, Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement. If he could establish teleportation arrays across major counties and cities, it would greatly facilitate the movement of citizens, merchants, and military forces. Yi Tian quickly examined the price, and upon doing so, he felt an urge to express his frustration. System, what is the meaning of this? You are charging 5,000 fortune points for a mere teleportation array. nearly the price of a sacred artifact. Ding! Every item sold by the system is of exquisite quality. The teleportation array has even been lost to the Tianyuan continent. Yitian Sikofut. Ah, lost? No wonder you demand such a high price. Nevertheless, recognizing the importance of the teleportation array, he begrudgingly purchased two. In the next moment, he found himself holding two array discs and some materials. Moon Shadow Guards. At your service, Moon Shadow number 1 appeared before Yetion. Yetion presented a set of teleportation array materials along with an array disc. Deliver this to Elder Mo and have them study it to see if they can replicate it. With the system's exorbitant pricing, Yetion had to devise alternative strategies, and since he had array masters on hand, he would have them investigate the materials for potential insights. Understood? I shall attend to this immediately. With that, Moon Shadow number 1 departed. Yetion resumed his exploration of the marketplace, having come to a realization that to excel in one's endeavors, one must first sharpen their tools, despite the initial expenditure of fortune points. It would be worthwhile as long as he could replenish them rapidly in the future. Before long, he set his sights on another military unit and 2 types of weaponry. After reviewing his desired purchases, he began calculating the costs. Another 100 civil officials? No, that's still too few. After some time, Yetion finally made selections based on the city maps of Beima Prefecture and Nanhua Prefecture, acquiring what he needed. The number of civil officials reached 300, military generals at 200, and he procured an additional 40 million soldiers. Bringing the total available forces to 50 million, the Moon Shadow Guards increased from 3 million to 6 million, while the officers expanded from 4 million to 10 million. Additionally, there are 800,000 soldiers, all at the Spirit Gathering realm. Furthermore, Yetion purchased 5 experts at the peak of the Sacred King realm, 3,000 siege crossbows, and enough supplies for 60 million soldiers to last 2 years. This expenditure consumed a staggering 400 million fortune points. Once these acquisitions were complete, Yetion felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 65. The issue of students. No positions available. Ding. Would you like to generate them now? Yetion quickly replied, No. No. How absurd. The materials from his daily sign-ins were barely sufficient to meet his needs. Generating all these individuals would only escalate consumption. Even though the national strength of the empire had become formidable, Yetion had no intention of proceeding with such a plan. Over the years, the taxes, gold, and food collected from various regions had been invested in the economic development of the populace and the construction of the empire. All military forces relied on the resources accumulated through Yetion's sign-ins. Not a single one of the over 40 million soldiers had been generated by the system. However, he had allowed the system to generate the generals and civil officials. With a total exceeding 500, he summoned Chung Liang to bring these individuals up to speed with the current state of the empire. He also instructed the system to generate the 5 peak sacred kings. Your subordinate pays respects to your majesty. Yetion blinked in surprise. Typically, individuals emerging from the system had names. Yet these 5 bore none. He quickly accessed the system panel for further details. Name. Unnamed. Strength. Peak Sacred King Age. 99 Cultivation Technique. 5 elements mixed heaven decision upon reading this. Yetion observed the appearance of the 5. There were 3 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 30s. Since you lack names and practice of 5-element technique, shall we name you according to the 5 elements? The 5 responded in unison. We defer to your majesty's discretion. Very well. Yetion glanced at the golden-haired leader and contemplated. You shall be called Exent. Thank you, your majesty, for bestowing a name. Feeling a bit awkward, Yetion chuckled, as though he were naming his own children. Nevertheless, years of training had taught him to keep his emotions in check. He then turned to the red-haired woman and continued, You shall be named Yi Huolian. You shall be called Yi Tuesday, you shall be named Yi Ling, and you shall be called Yi Hai. After Yetion finished naming them, the 5 bowed once more, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. For the names, Yetion, feeling slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose. No need, as long as you like them. Among the 5, Yi Huolian and Yi Ling were the 2 women Yetion was particularly pleased not only with their peak Sacred King strength, but also with their ability to execute a combined formation that allowed them to contend against foes 3 or 4 realms above their own. This aspect bore resemblance to Wu Fei and Wu Tian, though the former's synergy stemmed from their shared cultivation technique, while the latter's came from their fraternal bond, enabling the two peaks sacred kings to challenge three adversaries of equal standing. Yi Tian waved his hand, dismissing the five that you may go and explore for now. The system-generated individuals possessed a degree of telepathic connection, ensuring they would not perceive one another as enemies. Rising from the dragon throne, Yi Tian intended to take a stroll when Lu Xingyang returned. Your Majesty, I have ascertained the status of the graduates from the Tengwang Pavilion. Yi Tian resumed his seat on the throne and nodded. What is the situation? Please elaborate. Your Majesty, in the past 6 years, only 35,700 students have graduated from the academy. Upon delivering this information, Lu Xingyang nearly prostrated himself in shock. 35,700? How is that even possible? Yi Tian stood up in astonishment. If it were any other familiar matter, he might not have been as affected, but 35,700 individuals. This was precisely the number of people Yi Tian had dispatched to guard the various towns. However, this had been over 16 years ago, which implied that not a single student had graduated from the academy during this time. Yi Tian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What is the reason for this? Please clarify. Why are there only so few?" Logically speaking, it could be understood that in the initial 3 years following the establishment of the Tengwang Pavilion Academy, the lack of graduates might be excusable. Yet, why had no one graduated in the subsequent 15 years? Even if the academy had its own space, it was unnecessary for them to remain confined within its walls without seeking appointments outside. It should be noted that each town now had its own branch, akin to primary and secondary schools. And every city's branch was guided by esteemed instructors, offering a diverse array of knowledge, comparable to high school. Typically, students graduating from various cities would either choose to complete their studies directly or could proceed to the Central Academy in Chang'an for further education. Regardless of the choice, all would be recorded, and job placements would follow graduation. Generally, many students would opt for advanced studies at the Central Academy. After graduating from the cities, they would typically start as junior officials. But those graduating from the Central Academy would at least secure positions as heads of towns. Yet now he was informed that the Central Academy had not had a single graduate in 15 years, which left Yi Tian bewildered. In response to Your Majesty, it is said that the order came from Vice President Kong. Someone reported. Yi Tian waved his sleeve dismissively and stated, I do not care who issued the order. I want to know why it was done. Never mind, summon that old fellow here. I wish to question him personally. Yes, Your Majesty, Kong Yiji had originally been just a teacher at the Tengwang Pavilion Academy, and there had been no positions such as president or director within the academy. However, after Wang Shui brought up the matter of the academy in the court, discussions led to the decision not to appoint a president, but to establish 9 vice presidential positions. These 9 individuals managed 9 departments: medicine, military strategy, scientific research, justice, public welfare, commerce, construction, resources, and cultivation. Each department had between 300 to 500 teachers, and as the number of knowledgeable individuals and skilled practitioners increased, additional interdisciplinary branches were established. Many of these were descendants of defeated nations, much like Wang Pingji, and even generals like Yi Xiaotian occasionally taught at the academy, but a significant number possessed remarkable abilities, and the unique spatial characteristics of the Central Academy allowed for a growing population. However, with no graduates in 15 years, yet new students enrolling each year, Yi Tian could hardly fathom how many people were currently at the Central Academy. Before long, Kong Yiji entered the study and immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Your Majesty. Before he could finish, Yi Tian interrupted, Enough of the formalities. Tell me, why has there been no graduation in the past 15 years? Kong Yiji's face was filled with bitterness. Prior to this, Lu Xingyang had already mentioned the matter to him. He had previously discussed the issue of student graduations with the other 8 vice presidents. After much deliberation and consultations with Wang Shui and others, they ultimately reached a decision. Your Majesty, it is not that the students cannot graduate. Rather, after graduation, there are no positions available for them. Furthermore, due to the peculiar nature of the Shenhuang Tower, they are reluctant to leave. Kong Yiji explained to why Yi Tian furrowed his brow. What do you mean there are no places for them? With so many regions in the empire, can we not assign a few officials? The official system of the Ling Xiao Empire had always been based on merit, with the capable rising and the incompetent falling. As stability returned to various regions over the years, the populace gradually became more prosperous, revealing several shortcomings. For instance, the trade that had just been established 2 years prior required officials proficient in foreign trade. And with market demands, departments such as health, urban development, and culture needed to be filled. All of these sectors required a substantial number of talents, and only the newly graduated student from the Central Academy were qualified to hold such positions. Kong Yiji knelt on the ground, showing no intention of rising, and sighed heavily. Your Majesty, you may not realize this, but officials across the empire are conducting their duties with utmost caution, as if walking on thin ice. They are managing very well, and there are officials serving in every region, with no vacancies that I previously dispatched some graduating students for internships, but they all returned. The students who became officials outside are diligent and conscientious. There are simply no vacant positions for them to showcase their talents, forcing them to return to the academy to teach or continue their studies. After listening to Kong Yiji's lament, Yi Tian began to understand. However, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had always believed that being an official was the least reliable position. These students, who might have originated from humble backgrounds, would undoubtedly feel a sense of pride after receiving their education at the academy, potentially leading them to engage in corrupt practices to combat this. Yi Tian had expended considerable resources to acquire the Moon Shadow Guards, specifically to monitor his officials. Yet, unexpectedly, these students, after taking office, displayed an air of diligence, leaving the Moon Shadow Guards with nothing to report. This realization made Yi Tian aware of the hardships the common people had endured in the past. Even if these students now had the ability to change their family's fortunes, they would cherish the hard-won opportunities before them. They understood that the Empire had the Moon Shadow Guards watching their every move. And within the Tongwang Pavilion Academy, there were eager peers ready to pounce should they err, ready to strip them of their current possessions and even deprive their families of hope. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yi Tian reflected on his shortcomings as a ruler, having delegated all matters to the Ministry of Internal Affairs without ever showing concern for the academy. Rise, he commanded. How many students are currently awaiting graduation at the academy? Kong Yiji tremulously stood and replied, Your Majesty, there are currently 2,478,424 students awaiting graduation. Enough, I understand now. You may leave. Let them study diligently, for there will come a time when they can contribute significantly. At this moment, Kong Yiji bowed deeply once more, saying, Old thanks Your Majesty on behalf of them. Observing the old man's quaking demeanor, Yi Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Old Kong, have you forgotten that you possess the strength of a heavenly king? Do not feign helplessness before me. Kong Yiji looked bewildered. Suddenly, he realized that he had been putting on an elderly act before the students, only to have it uncovered by Yi Tian. However, he had become so immersed in his role that he had forgotten his own formidable prowess. When the Tongwang Pavilion Academy was first established, it had 3,000 teachers, each possessing varying levels of mastery, from the Void Realm to the Spirit Condensation Realm. Over the years, with the increasing abundance of spiritual energy in the Ling Xiao Empire and the presence of the Xianhuang Tower facilitating regular cultivation, their abilities had naturally improved. Kong Yiji smiled awkwardly to ITS, just a habit, I suppose. Yi Tian waved his hand. All right, you may return. You can attend the morning court tomorrow. The 9 vice presidents of the academy all held official positions, but had rarely participated in court meetings previously, as the matters did not directly concern them. Yes, after Kong Yiji departed, Yi Tian turned to Lu Xingyang and instructed, Inform the ministers that there will be a court meeting tomorrow, understood, in recent years. Yi Tian had seldom attended court meetings, sometimes not even once a year. Moon Shadow Guards to your service. Moon Shadow number 1 appeared in the study. What did Elder Mo say about the formation? Yi Tian still hoped that Elder Mo and his team could develop it. Otherwise, relying solely on purchasing teleportation formations would require a considerable expenditure of resources. Your Majesty, Elder Mo said he might need 6 months to fully comprehend the formation, and as for the materials to construct it, many have already become extinct. Damn. Yi Tian silently cursed. He waved his hand and said, All right, you may leave. Yes, system, you truly are a scam. Did you calculate this? Did you know I would inevitably need to make a purchase? Ding! This system has already informed the host that teleportation formations have been lost to the Tianyuan continent. Humph! Yi Tian let out a cold snort, unwilling to engage with the system, yet he dutifully opened the system's marketplace. Currently, the entire Lingxiao Empire boasts 51 prefectures and 2,448 cities. Should an offensive be launched against Beima Prefecture, a greater number of teleportation arrays would be required. Ultimately, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and made the purchase, a total of 10,000 teleportation arrays. He envisioned establishing these arrays in every city and prefecture, including both Beima and Nanhua prefectures. Consequently, an additional 18 teleportation arrays remained. Yi Tian planned to place these 18 arrays within Chang'an City. As the Lingxiao Empire grew stronger, so too would Chang'an City expand, rendering 18 arrays potentially insufficient in the future. The following day, within the Qilan Hall, over 900 civil officials and military generals had gathered. A significant portion of them were individuals Yi Tian had previously acquired at this moment. Yi Tian had yet to arrive, and Wang Zhan and others were engaged in hushed conversations. Suddenly, Lu Jingyang's voice resonated. Announcing the emperor's arrival, the assembly of over 900 bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We greet the emperor. May the emperor reign eternally." Yi Tian, seated upon the dragon throne, raised his hands slightly, be at ease. "Thank you, your majesty." Kong Yiji and 8 other vice presidents were also present, standing alongside the civil officials. Yi Tian directly stated, "Yesterday, Director Kong informed me that upon graduation, the academy's students find themselves without official positions. Does anyone have viable strategies to propose?" As soon as he finished speaking, before the civil officials could respond, Jiang Wuyo interjected, "Your Majesty, the current strength of the empire is formidable, and our soldiers are well prepared. It is time to mobilize forces against Beima and Nanhua." "Not permissible." Wang Shuwei immediately stood to object. "Your Majesty, students without positions can be given internships or assigned to other departments as junior officials." Wang Zhan scoffed. "With our military strength, there will be ample vacancies once we expand our territory. Your Majesty, should war arise, it is the common folk who will suffer. The empire has only just entered a period of stability. We should focus on recuperation." The assembly of civil officials and generals erupted into a heated debate. Yi Tian recognized the validity of their arguments. The civil officials opposed war primarily because the populace had only just achieved stability and were engaged in trade with Beima and Nanhua prefectures. Should war erupt, many civilians would become displaced and bloodshed would ensue. Yet, Yi Tian found himself in a predicament. The system had forewarned him that in 90 years, powerful beings from 2 other worlds would descend upon the Tianyuan continent. If he did not possess sufficient fortune points by then, he would be ill-equipped to purchase beings of celestial caliber to confront that impending calamity, while it was true that increasing national strength could augment fortune points. The process was excruciatingly slow, potentially taking centuries to accumulate the billions required present. Only through warfare and territorial expansion could he swiftly increase his fortune points. Enough, as the clamor persisted, Yi Tian intervened to restore order. "I summoned you not to bicker. I intend to establish teleportation arrays across the Empire's cities, and arrangements will be made." Pausing momentarily, he turned to address the military officials. "I shall wage war against both Beima and Nanhua. There are compelling reasons to do so. You need not concern yourselves with the rationale. The Ministry of War will draft a plan, while the Ministry of Internal Affairs will oversee logistical support and post-war affairs." Dismissed. The military officials appeared exhilarated. "Yes, Your Majesty." Among the civil officials, many wore expressions of sorrow, yet Kong Yiji and others were not among them. They eagerly anticipated war, as it would provide opportunities for the Academy's students. Just as Yi Tian returned to his study, Yi Shaotian and his 2 sons arrived promptly. "Your Majesty." Before Yi Wuhui could bow, Yi Wudi brusquely pushed him aside, exclaiming, "What, Your Majesty? I am here to see my son. Must I bow?" He then turned to Yi Tian and demanded, "Explain to me why you insist on waging war." Yi Tian sighed, having endured years of pressure since taking concubines, yet still having no offspring. which led to increasing dissatisfaction among the three elders. The four ladies, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, had all become cultivators, rendering Yi Tian's desire for children beyond his control. In the cultivation world, it was widely believed that the higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it became to conceive. Even with the system, Yi Tian could not alter this fact. "Father, grandfather, uncle, please take a seat," he urged. "Humph." The elder Yi Xiaotian plopped down heavily in a chair. The three fixed their gazes on Yi Tian, awaiting his response that, "I understand your purpose here. However, the decision to deploy troops comes after careful consideration. With the Empire's population and talent on the rise, we must provide them with a platform to realize their ambitions." "Correct?" Yi Wudi interjected abruptly. "Stop. I have no interest in hearing platitudes. You might deceive those scholars, but do not attempt to convince me. The populace is content and secure. What sectors lack talent? Tianxing Prefecture, Lishan Prefecture, Renfeng Prefecture. Are there not enough officials?" He continued, "I believe you are merely wasting resources." These three prefectures were remnants of the Tianxing Empire, which had been defeated, leading the Lingxiao Empire to dispatch numerous individuals to take control. The Tianxing Empire had once flourished, boasting a large population, necessitating a significant administrative workforce. However, the empire later sought to reduce the existence of such cities and relocated a portion of the populace to other areas. Yi Tian blinked, slightly taken aback. "There are indeed plenty of officials there. As for your claim of wasting resources, the soldiers are my own. I did not recruit them from the empire, and I am covering the logistics myself. Where is the wastefulness in that?" At that moment, Yi Xiaotian remarked, "Your own." "Huh. You speak so lightly. Yes, the empire belongs to you, and I have no right to question it, but do not forget how Qingfeng Kingdom fell or how Dacian met its demise." Realizing that his father and two sons were completely unaware of the system's existence and the current size of his army, Yi Tian understood their misconceptions. They assumed the total military strength was merely around 54 million. And after accounting for forces stationed in various regions, only about 10 million were available for combat. What they did not know was that Yi Tian had purchased an additional 40 million, boosting his combat-ready forces from 10 million to 50 million. With such numbers, and each soldier possessing the strength of the Linghai realm, few forces within the entire Tianyuan continent could impede him. Indeed, those sacred lands had formidable experts capable of easily annihilating Yi Tian's army, yet the Lingxiao Empire also boasted its share of powerhouses, 5 at the peak of the Saint King realm and 2 at the peak of the Grand Saint realm. Along with Xiao Hong and others, Yi Tian confidently asserted that unless all forces from the Zhongtian realm united, they would not be sufficient to contend with him. "Father, grandfather, uncle, you are overthinking this." Yi Tian stepped out from behind his desk, pointing at the map of the Qingtian realm on the wall. "The empire commands an army of 90 million, with numerous experts at the Saint realm in the entire Qingtian realm. No force can halt the empire's iron cavalry. With such military strength and the academy nurturing so many talents, why should I refrain from engaging in war?" At that moment, Yi Wuhui questioned, "Wait, where does the empire possess 90 million troops? Are you planning to recruit soldiers?" "Not yet, but within 10 days, we will have them." That he had yet to allow the system to generate the troops he had previously purchased. He deliberately mentioned a 10-day time frame to ensure that the Moon Shadow Guards could first establish the teleportation arrays. After purchasing the arrays yesterday, Yi Tian had dispatched the Moon Shadow Guards with 2,447 of them at AS for the teleportation arrays in Chang'an City. Yi Tian had prepared 19 in total, leaving one within the palace specifically for the Moon Shadow Guards to rapidly relay orders. The remaining 18 arrays were all stationed outside the city. Previously, he had acquired an army composed entirely of 800,000 individuals at the Ningxin realm. Yi Tian intended to replace 300,000 of the Black Armored Army with them. Chang'an City, as the empire's epicenter, would utilize 800,000 Ningxin realm experts as its garrison. Chapter 68. The Elders and Characteristic Behavior. Yi Tian shocked at why Yi Wudi paused, slightly taken aback. "Where did you acquire such forces?" However, Yi Xiaotian suddenly recalled something from the days of the Dacian kingdom. Remembering Yi Tian's assertions, contemplating this, he inquired, "Do you truly possess such a vast army?" Yi Tian solemnly nodded. "Indeed, you need not worry about my affairs." Upon hearing this, Yi Wudi's anger flared. Worry. What is there to be at ease about? How many years have passed? Why has no one among Xiao Mei and the others become pregnant? Yi Tian, feeling exasperated, retorted, Father, perhaps you should consider finding someone yourself. What did you just say? Are you rebelling against the heavens? The old man sought a younger companion. Without waiting for Yi Wudi to lose his temper, Yi Xiaotian struck first, landing a sharp slap on the back of Yi Wudi's head. What are you fussing about? Tian'er is right. After all these years, you ought to find someone. Just look at Wu Huwei and Xueji, Dad. How can you say that? Yi Wudi's expression was one of melancholy as he dared not resist Yi Xiaotian. Puffing out his cheeks and glaring, retorted, Humph, I'll have a word with Nangong Tao. How many years has it been? Will you remain single for your entire life? If you were still an ordinary person, that would be one thing. But now, which of you does not possess a lifespan of 1,000 years? All the pressure lies on my grandson to carry on the family line. How immense is that burden? These words startled both Yi Wuhui and Yi Wudi. Previously, the old man had always urged Yi Tian, but today he had suddenly changed his stance that Yi Tian was equally bewildered, having prepared himself for criticism, only to find the conversation taking an unexpected turn. Father, what is this? Yi Wuhui questioned in confusion. Yi Xiaotian shot him a sharp glance and replied, I've come to my senses, and that is a problem. He then turned to Yi Wudi and commanded, Listen here, within 5 years, you must find someone, otherwise I will enforce the family law. With a pointed finger at Yi Tian and Yi Wuhui, he added, And you too. Having been married for so long, where is your progress? You must produce an heir within 10 years. But Dad, how can you say that? Tian'er is already married. What do you mean by finding another? Yi Wudi said awkwardly. When Tian'er's child is born, how would I have another? What would they call each other? That would be a mess. I don't care. How they address each other is your business. I only care about the outcome. After saying this, Yi Xiaotian looked at Yi Tian with a grin and said, Tian'er, if you're going to send troops in a battle, why not let me join? Even if I can't be a general. Just give me a leading position. The three of them were stunned, with Yi Tian particularly surprised that the old man's actions today were all aimed at joining the expedition. However, Yi Tian felt a bit conflicted. When he unified Qingyun Prefecture, he had already stated in the court that to be promoted, one must achieve merits. Civil officials needed achievements, and military generals required tangible military exploits. The earliest batch of individuals, such as Wang Zhan, Zhao Jian, and Jiang Waya, were now the 20 great marshals of the Ministry of War. The Yi family had never provided them any merits because they were part of the royal lineage. The empire belonged to the Yi family, making merits insignificant. Grandfather, you won the battle, but you have no military exploits. Are you certain? Yi Xiaotian paused in astonishment. What exploits do I need? I simply want to fight. I want to go too. No need for exploits. I want to go as well. Yi Tian glanced at the old man's smile, then at his father and uncle. All right, so you three have colluded. Are you sure? Absolutely. Only the three of them from the Yi family were not generated by the system. All other generals, and even soldiers, were under Yi Tian's command. Regardless of what a general wanted in terms of troop movements or actions, Yi Tian could see it all on his system panel. However, since these soldiers were flesh and blood, Yi Tian also felt the need to provide them with opportunities for promotion. Though Yi Xiaotian and his sons were part of the Ministry of War, the generals sent into battle were decided upon by the marshals of the ministry, and then approved by Yi Tian that if there had originally been only about 20 generals, they would have been confident of their chances. However, with the sudden emergence of over 200 yesterday, Yi Xiaotian felt they would need to take a backdoor approach. Otherwise, once the ministry discussed the matter, there would be no chance for the three of them. Given their identities, Wang Zhan and the others would absolutely not allow them to lead troops in a battle. Yi Tian understood this as well, but he only needed to send a sage to provide covert protection. However, to agree so easily would make him seem overly accommodating. He had to negotiate terms with them. Grandfather, Dad, Uncle, you are all part of the royal family. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand in a perilous position. Before Yi Tian could finish, the old man interrupted. Stop, speak. What are your conditions? Yi Wudi and Yi Wuhui had not spent much time at home, and thus had not been around Yi Tian much. However, the old man was well aware of his grandson's character. Suddenly interrupted, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. As long as you agree, Just no more pushing me about having offspring. What? No way. That's unacceptable. Change it. Yes, yes, you are the sole heir of the Yi family. If not you, then who? Exactly, absolutely not. Yi Tian stated firmly, you can urge uncle instead. And dad. Yi Wudi was momentarily speechless, pacing in the study. Yi Xiaotian earnestly remarked. Enough, enough. Tona, look at you. You're already 34. Still childless. How can I face our ancestors? Yi Tian raised his hand to stop the old man from continuing. Stop. Let us change it. You three must stick together. I'll grant you 200. 000 troops. If you're unwilling, then so be it. The three fathers and sons whispered among themselves. 200. 000. That seems a bit scarce. Yi Tian replied directly, if you think it's too little, then just stay at home and rest. To be honest, he cherished the current family bonds deeply that if they needed resources, Yi Tian would gladly provide them. However, leading troops in a battle carried inherent risks. North Mo Prefecture and Xingyan Prefecture were fundamentally different. There, the three great empires stood in a tripartite stalemate. Even though the three nations often clashed fiercely, they would not permit external forces to intervene to conquer North Mo Prefecture. One would have to simultaneously attack all three empires. Similarly, South Wilderness Prefecture had its unique challenges. Dominated by 7 sections, the 7 major sects were just as resistant to outside influence as North Mo. Thus, to conquer these two prefectures, one would need to strike with overwhelming force, annihilating their powerful sovereigns. However, there was a rule in Tianyuan continent that forbade sages from participating in wars. After all, the destructive power of sages was too great, leading to significant collateral damage among the innocent. Yet, the 7 sects of South Wilderness were different. They were not national forces. When faced with life-or-death situations, who would care about such rules? After an extensive duration, the 3 elders were finally persuaded to depart. It was only then that Yi Tian seated himself upon the dragon throne and began to examine the status of the teleportation array on the system panel. Chapter 69. Deploying Millions. Simultaneous assault. After an extensive duration, the 3 elders were finally persuaded to depart. It was only then that Yi Tian seated himself upon the dragon throne and began to examine the status of the teleportation array on the system panel. The teleportation array was, in fact, quite simple to set up, with the most crucial component being the array disk. The materials were intended for the creation of 2 portals, one for entry and the other for exit. Once the 2 portals were completed, it was merely a matter of embedding the array disk atop them. At that point, coordinates for other teleportation arrays could be programmed into the disk to travel to any desired location. One merely needed to set the coordinates. However, establishing the teleportation array alone was insufficient. It also required guardianship. Fortunately, each city was defended by a general and an army of 30 to 50,000 soldiers. By positioning the teleportation arrays near each military camp, the soldiers could serve as the overseers of these arrays. Each teleportation array was not of infinite use. Each activation consumed 1/10 of a low-grade spirit stone. This meant that a single low-grade spirit stone could power the array for 10 uses, a mid-grade stone for 100, and a high-grade stone for 1,000 AS for the top-grade spirit stones. Yi Tian was reluctant to expend them. Even though his current reserves amounted to several hundred million, he was unwilling to squander spirit stones on teleportation arrays. Upon reaching the Sage Realm, while practitioners generally did not absorb spiritual energy during their routine cultivation, a significant amount was required for breakthroughs. When Xiao Hong ascended to the Sage Realm, it cost Yi Tian 1,200 top-grade spirit stones. Although this might not seem excessive, it was essential to remember that many individuals were in need of spirit stones for their cultivation. Wu Fa, Wu Tian, Yi Xin, and the 5 of them, along with Wu Xinyue and her companions, Xiao Hong and Zhao Jun, now totaled 12 individuals requiring top-grade spirit stones that in the future, along with Shangwan Feihong and several hundred generals and ministers, would also necessitate a daily consumption of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of top-grade spirit stones for their breakthroughs. This scarcity of resources was why the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, despite controlling a vast territory, could boast only a handful of individuals above the sage rank. It was not due to their lack of talent, but rather the limited resources for cultivation. Upon obtaining the teleportation arrays, The Moon Shadow Guard began to establish them in every city and county. However, the territory of the Lingxiao Empire had already expanded to 36,800,000 kilometers, even with continuous flight. The time required for setting up the formations would span 2 to 3 days. This moment. Over 200 individuals were gathered in the military department's conference hall, each eager to lead their troops into battle. Wang Zhan was the first to speak. His Majesty has decreed an attack on Beima, but a mere 30 legions will suffice, each commanding 100,000 men. That I wish to command a legion. Zhao Jian interjected eagerly. The newly generated Song Tianla was immediately reluctant. Why should you? You've already become a marshal, yet you still want to compete with us? Exactly. We are all still commoners here. Absolutely not. In my opinion, each legion should consist of 500,000 soldiers, and we should dispatch 60 legions that don't spout nonsense. Why not revert to the previous arrangements? Each legion was composed of 200,000. Previously, each legion comprised 200,000 soldiers, but that was only for attacking a few small nations. According to information relayed by the Moon Shadow Guard, Beima Province, although home to only 3 nations, was comprised of empires, each with millions of mercenaries and formidable combat prowess. Therefore, for the Lingxiao Empire to assault Beima, it would require simultaneous attacks on all 3 nations, confronting an enemy force exceeding 30 million. This was the rationale behind the military department's decision to deploy 30 million troops. As the discussions grew increasingly heated, Yi Tian's voice resonated in their minds. There is no need for such complexity. The Moon Shadow Guard will cooperate with you. The Empire shall deploy 50 million troops to simultaneously assault both Beima and Nanhua. Upon hearing this, the generals were momentarily taken aback, while they held great confidence. They were not so overzealous as to attempt an assault on 2 provinces at once. Your Majesty, is this not overly perilous? We all know how many troops the Empire possesses, aside from the newly generated 40 million. The remaining 10 million have undergone years of training and cultivation. Thus, most have reached the Sky Sovereign Realm. However, the latter 40 million are primarily at the Spirit Sea Realm. An attack on Beima may be feasible, as the soldiers there are not particularly strong. Yet Nanhua is a different story. The 7 major sects are all cultivators with formidable strengths, each surpassing the previous Sword sect by several folds. The Sword sect's dominance in Qingyun province over the years was merely due to the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion maintaining a balance among these forces. There exists a significant disparity between sects and empires. An empire can engage in direct confrontations with troops, while sects may dispatch experts to eliminate the generals in the field. Not worry. I will dispatch individuals to deal with the sect's experts. Upon hearing this assurance from Yi Tian, the generals finally felt relieved. They then resumed their discussions. Ultimately, the military department adhered to the previous distribution of troops, each legion consisting of 200,000 soldiers. Additionally, there would be a military administration department composed of 5 legions. Each military administration department would appoint a marshal to oversee the coordination of 5 legions. The deployment of 30 million to Beima remained unchanged, while 20 million would be dispatched to Nanhua, of which 10 million would consist of seasoned veterans. Simultaneously, Yi Tian dispatched 100,000 Moon Shadow Guards to accompany them, tasked with undermining the enemy from within through assassination. This strategy was well suited for them, as the abilities granted to the Moon Shadow Guards by the system allowed them to conceal themselves within the void, remaining undetectable by any adversary below 2 major realms. As for the internal defenses of the Empire, there were 800,000 soldiers at the Condensed Spirit Realm stationed, with 3 to 5,000 in each city. Thus, there was little fear of any incursions. Even if there were, Yi Tian could procure sufficient troops within a short span. 3 days, swiftly past 40 million soldiers were directly generated by Yi Tian at the border, leaving only 10 million veterans and generals to traverse via the teleportation array. As the 30 million soldiers materialized at the border, the garrison at Xianyu City took notice. Similarly, merchants trading with Beima Province in Xianyu City also witnessed this spectacle. However, they found themselves perplexed as to why the Lingxiao Empire had suddenly decided to launch an assault on Beima. Some scouts, upon spotting the soldiers, hurriedly concealed themselves to relay this information back. Within Beima Province, the 3 nations were divided into the Songqing Empire, the Jingzhe Empire, and the Fengyue Empire. Chapter 70. The Stance of the Three Nations. The tormented monarch the nation closest to Qingyun province was, in fact, the Fengyue Empire. The other two empires were situated in the southeast and northwest, when the Lingxiao Empire gathered 30 million soldiers at the border. The three major empires were already apprised of the situation. As the oldest of the three, the Fengyue Empire had weathered thousands of years of trials, accumulating the strongest power among the three. Yet, the Chongqing and Jingzhe empires were by no means pushovers. Even the mightiest Fengyue Empire could not simultaneously obliterate the other two empires. Their prolonged conflicts were merely a result of power struggles among the upper echelons, vying for resources, populace, and military training. The emperor of the Fengyue Empire, the 157th ruler, Hu Yezha, was already 485 years old and had long since reached the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm. Within the court, Hu Yezha roared in anger. "Who will tell me what is happening with this Lingxiao Empire? Your Majesty, the Lingxiao Empire was merely a small nation in Qingyun province 20 years ago, known as the Qian. Following the rebellion of the Yi family, it took only 3 years before the minister could finish. Hu Yezha slapped him aside, sending him flying from the court with a powerful gust of wind. As a neighboring entity to the Lingxiao Empire, the Fengyue Empire was undoubtedly aware of the situation. They were well informed about the empire's strength, combat capabilities, and even the age of its emperor. Did he require anyone to elaborate further? I wish to hear about their rise to power. I wish to know why they are mobilizing their troops, who is leading them, and where they currently stand. This series of inquiries left the ministers and generals below in a state of confusion. They pondered how, just 2 years prior, the Lingxiao Empire had dispatched envoys to establish trade relations with the three nations of Beima province, only to suddenly decide to launch an offensive against them now. Indeed, this matter is not only beyond their comprehension, but even the civil and military officials of the Lingxiao Empire fail to grasp it. Nevertheless, despite this confusion, they remain resolute in executing Yi Tian's orders. Have you not noticed how the three members of the Yi family have been inspired to become warriors by Yi Tian? Hu Yezha observed the ministers, none of whom could articulate the rationale behind their actions, and could only shake his head in disappointment. Presently, they have no time to ponder the intentions of the Lingxiao Empire. Their focus is solely on how to engage in battle. The entire military strength of the Fengyue Empire totals over 30 million. Yet the number of combat-ready soldiers that can be mobilized is barely under 10 million, and after all, no nation is willing to maintain an army of several million on a permanent basis. The burden on an empire would be too great to bear. Similarly, the Chongqing Empire and the Jingzhe Empire are in a comparable situation. They claim to have between 20 to 30 million troops, but in reality, only 7 to 8 million can be deployed. If they were mobilize all their forces, it would have little immediate impact on the empire, provided they achieve victory, which would yield numerous benefits. However, a defeat would gradually diminish their control over other cities. Just as with the Lingxiao Empire, which boasts 2,448 cities, each fortified with approximately 10,000 officials and 30 to 50,000 station troops. This is all aimed at suppressing any potential unrest within the cities. And even in the absence of disturbances, precaution is paramount. Hu Yezha commenced the mobilization of troops in the court, hoping to ascertain if they could thwart the Lingxiao Empire's forces at the borders. As for defeating the Lingxiao Empire's army, they were not so arrogant as to believe that 8 million soldiers could triumph over 30 million that upon receiving news from scouts, Lu Qingyun, the ruler of the Chongqing Empire, initially found it hard to believe. For thousands of years, Beima province had been under the watchful eyes of rival forces, but each time, the three nations united in resistance, preventing any external invasion despite their internal conflicts. The ruler could not fathom that a mere small nation like Lingxiao would possess such audacity and instructed his scouts to continue gathering intelligence. Yes, initially, Hongzhi, the ruler of the Jingzhe Empire, also doubted that the recently stabilized Lingxiao Empire would dare to attack Beima. However, as reports continued to flood in, his heart was stirred by a tempest of confusion. How could it be that the newly stabilized Lingxiao Empire was able to mobilize 30 million soldiers for an assault? It was well understood that even the allied forces of the three nations would need considerable time to muster such numbers. Yet, mere moments after receiving news of the Lingxiao Empire's mobilization. He was informed that the enemy was nearly at the borders. Summoned the Grand Elders, he commanded. Yes, the eunuchs hastily notified the 5 Grand Elders of the Jingza Empire. Shortly thereafter, in the royal study, the 6 began deliberating. Your Majesty, the signs indicate that the Lingxiao Empire's response has been alarmingly swift. Should we notify the Longfeng Pavilion? Indeed, Your Majesty, I too believe it prudent to send a notification. Hong Zhe pondered, stroking his chin. Longfeng Pavilion must be informed, but with the Lingxiao Empire's forces already approaching, should our Jingza Empire dispatch reinforcements? Another elder chimed in. Sending troops is imperative, but how many would be appropriate? The 2 elders who had remained silent gazed intently at the map of Beima Province. Hong Zhe, noticing their silence, inquired, Elders Zhang and Li, what are your thoughts? Among the 5 Grand Elders, only Zhang and Li were remnants of the former court. Both renowned for their wisdom, asked the ruler. Hong Zhe often sought their counsel on various matters. Elder Zhang pointed to a location on the map. Your Majesty, observe here. Qingyan Province and Beima Province are separated only by a small sea. For an empire, the distinction between sea and land is negligible, especially given that the Lingxiao Empire's army comprises entirely of cultivators. Hong Zhe acknowledged this, yet he was acutely aware that on this side of the sea lay the coastal city of Linhai. A bustling hub, particularly after establishing trade with the Lingxiao Empire. He recalled that just a year prior, he and Lu Qingyan had pressured Hu Yizha to relinquish control of Linhai, which had even led to conflict. Linhai was home to a standing garrison of 300,000 troops, a force that would scarcely withstand an assault from 30 million for even a quarter of an hour. What then was Elder Zhang's intent in drawing his attention here? Noticing Hong Zhe's puzzled expression, Elder Li smiled and remarked, Your Majesty, this location serves as the gateway to Beima. Should the Lingxiao Empire wish to penetrate our territory, they must do so through here. He then gestured toward the flanks of Linhai. One side open to a vast expanse of sea, while the other was bordered by treacherous cliffs. Understanding dawned upon Hong Zhe, yet his brow furrowed once more. This was indeed a strategic location, but would Hu Yizha permit us to send troops? The 5 Grand Elders fell silent. Although the 3 nations were averse to external threats, they would not allow a massive army to traverse their heartland. Previously, incursions had come from the forces of Xishan Province, which lay at the borders of the Songqing and Jingza empires, and thus, the Fengyue Empire's support did not necessitate traversing their territory. However, to send reinforcements to the Fengyue Empire now, the most advantageous route would involve halting the Lingxiao Empire's troops outside Linhai. Yet, accessing Linhai would require passage through the 3 principal cities of the Fengyue Empire. This was a point the Fengyue Empire was unlikely to concede. Thus, a deadlock ensued. They wished to assist, but the Fengyue Empire feared for the safety of its capital. Conversely, should they refrain from providing support, the Lingxiao Empire's forces might advance unimpeded. With this thought, Hong Zhe continued examining the situation. Beyond Linhai lay Yaoyue City, and then Shude City, a series of 6 cities belonging to the Fengyue Empire. After Yaoguang City, they would reach the border between the Jingza Empire and the Fengyue Empire. An expansive hilly region known as Shan, devoid of cities for miles around. Elder Zhang, what do you think of luring the Lingxiao troops here? Hong Zhe suggested to the east of the Shan Hills. Beyond 3 cities lay the territory of the Songqing Empire, where he could allow those 3 cities to open their gates for the Songqing forces. This way, the 3 nations could unite to contain the Lingxiao Empire's army, at least managing to repel them. Elder Zhang, with a kind expression, regarded Hong Zhe. Your Majesty, you are too benevolent. You are willing to cede 3 cities, yet Yaoguang City is one of the 3 principal cities of the Fengyue Empire. Do you truly believe Hu Yizha would allow the Lingxiao Empire to seize it? At this juncture, Elder Zhang pointed to another section of the map that we might allow the Songqing Empire passage through these 3 cities. But what if they take the opportunity to occupy them? After hearing Elder Zhang's words, Hong Zhe felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Had it not been for his father retreating to cultivate, passing the throne to him prematurely, he might have made many foolish decisions. What then shall we do? Shall we stand idly by? The Jingza Empire, being the youngest of the three great empires, was the product of the efforts of their ancestors over several generations. To emerge as the third empire amidst the tensions between the two, Hongzhe's lineage was certainly not composed of inept individuals. Elderly chuckled and replied, "Your Majesty, the question is not whether we wish to assist. It now hinges on whether Hu Yizha is willing to allow us entry at this moment." Hongzhe came to a realization and hastily began relaying this information to Hu Yezha, hoping he would gain clarity on the situation and make a prudent choice. Meanwhile, on the side of the Changqing Empire, Lu Qingyun, after repeated confirmations from his scouts, finally accepted the undeniable truth that the Lingxiao Empire intended to launch an assault on Beima. However, he now faced the same dilemma as Hongzhe. The Changqing Empire was willing to send troops to assist. The crux of the matter lay in whether Hu Yezha would trust them enough to allow their forces to pass through the heart of the Fengyue Empire on the Fengyue side. Hu Yezha and his ministers had deliberated for a considerable time. During this period, he received messages from Lu Qingyun and Hongzhe, yet their concerns echoed in his mind. Hu Yezha too was apprehensive. If he permitted the armies of both nations to enter and join him against the Lingxiao Empire, victory would come at a steep price. They would likely lose at least 20 cities to the Changqing and Jingzhe empires once they returned. Conversely, if he refused their assistance and faced defeat, the Fengyue Empire itself would be at risk of annihilation. What should I choose, he pondered. The Chancellor, after a moment of contemplation, boldly stepped forward and suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps we should retreat the troops to Shan." Before Hu Yezha could respond, a nearby prince erupted in outrage. "Preposterous. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Are we to surrender 5 cities to the Lingxiao Empire so easily? I perceive treason in your counsel. The internal mobilization of troops requires time, and we have none to spare. The most prudent course of action is to obstruct the Lingxiao Empire's forces at the outskirts of Linhai City." This was a truth well understood, yet executing such a plan proved exceedingly challenging. Yi Tian had summoned 30 million troops directly to the border, with the generals arriving via transportation arrays at this very moment. While the three nations were still in discussion, the 30 million troops were already embarking, with the vanguard nearing landfall. The Fengyue Empire would require several hours at the very least to mobilize its forces to Linhai City. The three nations had grossly underestimated the might of the Lingxiao Empire's army. A mere 300,000 stationed in a city could hardly withstand an onslaught from 30 million. Enough? Now, assemble the troops from Yaoyu, Ting Shui, and the 6 cities, and fortify Linhai City for me. Wang Yunfei, I appoint you as general, leading 8 million troops of the empire at once. Remember, I entrust you with one imperative, to exert every effort in obstructing the Lingxiao Empire's forces. Yes, General Wang Yunfei acknowledged the command and departed at once. Hu Yezha then turned to Chancellor Ai Xueli, stating, "Chancellor, I need you to oversee the logistics and supply provisions. All resources of the empire may be mobilized." "Yes." Old Chancellor Ai bowed respectfully and could see the moment when the three nations had yet to unite. The military administration led by Wang Zhan had already landed. The Moonshadow Guards had long since gathered intelligence on Linhai City. And upon learning that only 300,000 troops were stationed there, Wang Zhan had no intention of waiting any longer and issued commands for a full assault with his million-strong army. 1,000 siege crossbows were promptly wheeled into position. Under the astonished and terrified gaze of the defending troops, a volley of 1,000 crossbow bolts soared towards Linhai City. Each bolt measured 10 meters in length with a 2-meter diameter. The previously sealed city gates were shattered under this barrage, leaving the city walls riddled with damage. Soldiers stationed atop the walls suffered devastating casualties from the assault. No one could withstand the onslaught of the crossbow bolts. Even the defending general, possessing the strength of the 4th stage of essence condensation, was sent flying, his fate uncertain. Wang Zhan stood upon a high platform, witnessing this scene unfold with a sense of shock. Initially, he had believed the siege crossbows were merely effective for breaching walls, not realizing they possessed capabilities to pierce armor and deliver devastating impacts. Observing the nearly ruined city walls, he signaled for the attack to commence. Chapter 72. News of victories arrives. The shooting sun set to Wang Zhan. The most crucial elements of warfare are intelligence and decisiveness, He firmly believed the Ling Shao Empire's movements were known to the three nations. Thus, to achieve swift success, they must capture Linhai City. Otherwise, when reinforcements arrived, the 30 million troops would exact a heavy toll to seize the city. As Wang Zhan initiated the offensive, Zhao Jian and the others gradually landed. The Fengyue Empire's reinforcements were still en route. 2 hours later, Wang Zhan, Zhao Jian, and several other generals stood atop the city walls, watching as the millions of approaching troops drew ever closer, smiles breaking across their faces. What had begun as a siege was now turning into a defense. It is fortunate for us that you, General Wang Zhan, are here. Had we arrived 2 hours later, the battle would not have been so easy. The generals chatted amiably atop the walls, while General Wang Yunfei's 8 million troops were still 5 hours away from Linhai City. Upon receiving news of the city's fall, the Grand General of the Fengyue Empire was taken aback. Since Hu Yezha had issued the order, he had been tirelessly mobilizing forces that he believed that as long as the 300,000 troops remained steadfast within the city, they could hold out for a time. At least until the reinforcements of 1 million from the 6 cities arrived. With 1 million troops on hand, and then the additional 8 million, they could endure for a while longer. However, to his astonishment, the siege was completed in merely 2 hours, while their own forces were still en route. News of Linhai City's fall quickly reached the palaces of the three nations. Yet, the thoughts of the three emperors diverged greatly. Hu Yezha was filled with sorrow, resenting the Ling Shao Empire's lack of martial ethics, as well as his own indecisiveness. In truth, the Fengyue Empire had been declining since its initial supremacy in Beima Prefecture. Through the rise of the Zhongqing Empire to the current tripartite standoff, it was evident that the Fengyue Empire was increasingly faltering, as each ruler's grip on the empire, along with their understanding of warfare and strategy, grew weaker. Perhaps due to the tripartite balance of power in Beima Prefecture, despite the frequent internal conflicts among the three nations, their soldiers' combat prowess had strengthened over the years. However, having not faced the threat of annihilation for thousands of years, the ministers and rulers had grown complacent. After all, previous foreign incursions had been easily repelled. Yet now, in this true war of national survival, their troop mobilization and control over the situation starkly revealed their inadequacies. At this moment, Hu Yezha, upon learning of Linhai City's fall, recognized the formidable strength of the Ling Shao Empire, which was beyond the capacity of the Fengyue Empire to resist. Chancellor Ai, issue a decree to conscript 30 million. I require those retired veterans. I intend to temper our empire's mettle against the Ling Shao Empire. Yes, I shall see to it immediately. Old Chancellor Ai proceeded without delay. He understood the gravity of the situation. As the saying goes, there are no perfect eggs beneath a fallen nest. The Ling Shao Empire's might necessitated the Fengyue Empire's utmost efforts to counter it. Standing aside, a prince spoke softly, "Your Majesty, should we not seek assistance from the Zhongqing and Jingzhe empires?" Hu Yezha's expression darkened. To be frank, he was loath to involve the other two empires. Yet confronted by the menacing advance of the Ling Shao Empire, he was acutely aware that the Fengyue Empire alone lacked the strength to halt their advance. The most prudent course of action would be to concede 6 cities, allowing the Zhongqing and Jingzhe empires to engage, ideally leading to mutual devastation with the Ling Shao Empire's forces. He would then summon the 30 million troops to reclaim the aftermath. Inform them to allow passage through the 6 cities of Yaoguang, that a similar battle report also reached Chang'an City. Moreover, as an observer from a third-party perspective, Yi Tian was among the first to receive this news. However, Yi Tian did not rush to celebrate. Regarding the direction of the war and decisions on the battlefield, he refrained from intervening. Previously, during the Hundred Flowers battlefield, his hasty command to launch an offensive had resulted in over 1 million casualties among the original 370,000 troops. It was crucial to remember that every soldier of the Ling Shao Empire was a practitioner of the Linghai realm. According to reason, their casualties should not exceed 500,000, even in the case of a large-scale war. Under the powerful command of generals like Wang Zhan, losses would not surpass 1 million, that although he later procured soldiers in a timely manner. This incident left Yi Tian with a twinge of guilt. He understood that these soldiers were generated by the system. Their mission was to sacrifice their lives in order to forge his ascent. However, from the very beginning, Yi Tian had resolved to entrust professional matters to professionals. After surveying the current situation of Wang Zhan and his cohort, his gaze shifted towards the system panel, where the conditions of Jiang Wui and the others were displayed. Jiang Wui and his generals commanded an army of 20 million. Advancing into the South Wilderness State, this formidable force entered the territory of South Wilderness. The nearest sect, the Sun-Shooting Sect, received the news. According to the intelligence relayed by the Moonshadow Guards, despite its name containing the character God, the Sun-Shooting Sect had no real connection to divinity. The strongest within the sect was merely an ancestor at the third level of the Saint Realm. Nevertheless, the Sun-Shooting Sect had resided in the South Wilderness for several tens of thousands of years, boasting more than 70,000 disciples. Among them, there were over 50,000 outer disciples, all below the Skyward Realm. Only those who reached the Skyward Realm could be considered inner disciples, yet even then, there were still over 20,000. If such strength was deemed insignificant, then the power of the Qingyan Sword Sect was even more inferior. In Yi Tian's view, had it not been for the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion exerting pressure from above, Qingyan State might have long been occupied by the forces of other states. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Sun-Shooting Sect, numerous elders and the Sectmaster convened to discuss how to respond to the army of the Lingxiao Empire. Sectmaster, since the Lingxiao Empire dares to act this way, it shows they do not regard the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion with any respect. In my opinion, we should directly inform the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion to suppress them. One elder suggested. Upon hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement, though a few dissenting voices remained. They believed that since the Lingxiao Empire had the audacity to attack them, they must possess sufficient confidence. Moreover, the dispatch of 20 million troops indicated that the Lingxiao Empire was intent on seizing the entirety of the South Wilderness State. The Grand Elder then spoke. Sectmaster, I propose we directly contact the other 6 sections. He had not witnessed the military might of the Lingxiao Empire, but the fact they dared to send troops against them suggested they were well informed about the local forces in the South Wilderness. If they were bold enough to attack, it meant they had formidable backing. Chapter 73. A chain reaction. The Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion takes action. The Sectmaster, a middle-aged man clad in azure robes named Shi Hongjian, replied, Let us first reach out to the 6 sects and then casually contact the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. However, since the Lingxiao Empire has the audacity to send troops, we should also assess their true strength. This is unwise, Sectmaster. The enemy's boldness signifies thorough preparation. You must not put yourself in danger. Shi Hongjian had just broken through to the first level of the Saint Realm, and his confidence had naturally swelled. He waved his hand dismissively. I understand. You may leave and inform the other forces. Yi Xiaodian and his 2 sons mingled among the crowd with an army of 200,000. Initially, they had intended to attack the North Mo region, as it was a battlefield for legions, and they hoped to glean some knowledge of military tactics from the generals. However, being redirected to the South Wilderness left them somewhat disheartened. After all, the sect's disciples could not compare to soldiers. When the battle commenced, it would not be high-level combat. Their role would merely be to seize territory in the military camp. Jiang Wui, Zhang Qishan, Su Feilong, and Lu Qianfeng gathered around a map, discussing strategies. The Sun-Shooting Sect's control over these cities is rather lax, Jiang Wui noted. Indeed, the garrisons in each city consist mainly of sect disciples. However, it was intriguing that a single sect could manage nearly 700 cities. Jiang Wui suddenly inquired, What does the report from the Moonshadow Guard say? Lu Qianfeng replied, The Sun-Shooting Sect has already reached out to other sects. However, the specifics of their alliance remain unknown to the Moonshadow Guards. Pausing momentarily, Lu Qianfeng added, I wonder if the experts dispatched by His Majesty have arrived. As soon as he spoke, the 4 ceased their discussion. They were not concerned about the enemy's numbers, but feared that the sect might act immorally and execute them directly. We are here. Suddenly, 5 figures emerged from within the space. Upon seeing them, Jiang Wui and the others were filled with delight. Greetings, esteemed commanders, they exclaimed. Zhang Qishan murmured, Does His Majesty hold them in such high regard? Based on the reports from the Moonshadow Guards, the strongest among the 7 sects were merely at the 5th or 6th level of the Saint Realm. Yet these 5 were all peak Saint Kings. Yi Xian smiled and said, "We are not here for the seven sects, but for other forces." Other forces? Jiang Wui and the others were taken aback. The deployment of 5 Peak Saint Kings indicated that the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion had intervened. However, Wu Fa had previously warned them, so why would they dare to target the Lingxiao Empire now? Su Feilong asked in astonishment, "Does the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion dare to act against us?" His Majesty's intentions are well known to all. Even if the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion does not overtly strike against us, will they not collude with other forces? Zhang Qishan questioned, perplexed. They have only just arrived in the South Wilderness State. How could the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion know so quickly? Seeing their confusion, Yi Ling began to explain, "You have yet to take action, but Wang Zhan and his forces have already attacked the city, which has been reported to the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, prompting them to take notice. The Qing-Tian domain comprises 15 states. When the Lingxiao Empire sent troops to North Mo, the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion received news swiftly. Initially, they did not take it seriously, but upon learning that the South Wilderness was also under attack, they directly dispatched several elders to contact the other 12 states' forces to collectively confront the Lingxiao Empire. This was precisely why Yi Tian had sent Yi Xian and the 5 others. Within the entire Qing-Tian domain, there were still 13 states, excluding the Liuyu state occupied by the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. The combined forces of the other 12 states boasted over 30 saints. This far surpassed the number of saints in the Lingxiao Empire. Originally, Yi Tian had intended to procure some saints, but Wu Xinyue and her companions, as well as Zhao Jun and Shengwan Feihong, were all in seclusion. Yi Tian had provided them with ample resources to seclude themselves on the 9th level of the Xianhuang Tower, believing it would not be long before they broke through to the Saint Realm. Consequently, Yi Tian decided against further purchases and instead sent Yi Xian and the 5 others. With their presence, even a first-level Great Saint would find it challenging to gain the upper hand. These insights were gathered by the Moonshadow Guards, and Yi Tian had come to understand the current predicament of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. The Qing-Tian domain had originally fallen under the jurisdiction of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. It was only after they consolidated their power that they could develop rapidly, allowing the ancestors within to gather resources to break through to the Great Saint Realm. Everything had been proceeding smoothly. Within the 15 states, various forces engaged in both open and covert struggles, yet they still showed deference to the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. However, the emergence of the Lingxiao Empire disrupted this balance. They first activated the Fortune Dynasty to coalesce the Golden Dragon, then sent a peak Great Saint to issue threats. If the Lingxiao Empire had merely operated within Qingyan State, it would have been manageable. The Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion could simply have chosen to abandon it. Yet now, after only 6 years of stability, the Lingxiao Empire began to mobilize again, attacking 2 states simultaneously. It was evident to all that the Lingxiao Empire harbored grand ambitions. And with the peak Great Saint still within the empire, the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion grew increasingly anxious. They could not afford to confront the Lingxiao Empire directly, but they could incite the forces of the other 12 states to attack it. Simultaneously, within the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, Long Xingtian furiously smashed several treasures, unleashing a tirade of wrath within the Great Hall. Where did this insignificant Lingxiao acquire so many soldiers? And where did they find such experts? The 16 elders and 16 hall masters dared not utter a word. After a while, as Long Xingtian's anger subsided somewhat, the Grand Elder finally spoke. The Lingxiao Empire's intentions likely extend to dominating the entire Qing-Tian domain. Upon hearing these words, a pall of sorrow descended upon all present. Ever since that fateful day when the great sage reached the pinnacle of power and shattered their sect's grand formation, the elders had harbored a vague understanding. The most formidable force in the Azure Sky domain was no longer their Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but rather the Lingxiao Empire. First, they clung to a glimmer of hope, dismissing the matter lightly. However, within a mere 6 years, the Lingxiao Empire had begun to make significant moves. Long Xingtian was acutely aware that they stood no chance against a great sage at the pinnacle of strength. A single visit from that formidable being could spell their utter destruction. Even the summoning of their ancestors would alter nothing in the face of such power. Yet, what options did they have at this juncture? to declare war directly on the Lingxiao Empire. Who could withstand the might of a great sage? If they were to gather their belongings and depart the Azure Sky Domain, where could they possibly go? The entirety of the Tianyuan continent was largely claimed territory. The relocation of a power such as theirs was simply unfeasible. Should they muster all their strength to relocate, they would invite attacks from other factions. Chapter 74. Seeking external aid. Overwhelmed by concerns after all, no faction dared to allow a group of powerful beings like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to approach them at that moment. Nie Tianxing suddenly spoke up. Pavilion Master, we are left with but two options Two options. What are they? Speak quickly. The others urged with curiosity, and even the Pavilion Master inclined his head in encouragement for him to continue. Nie Tianxing then articulated. The first option is to surrender. However, as soon as he uttered these words, a chorus of furious glares fell upon him. How dare you? They exclaimed. Nie Tianxing, what are you suggesting? Are you advocating for the betrayal of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? The elders and hall masters regarded him with ire, and even Long Xingtian's expression darkened. Yet he perceived the broader picture. He understood that facing the absolute power of the Lingxiao Empire, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had no hope of victory. Surrender appeared to be their only means of preserving their millennia-old legacy. Long Xingtian squinted slightly. What is the other option? Nie Tianxing clasped his hands and replied, Pavilion Master, from the moment that young emperor initiated the era of the Fortune Dynasty, it became evident that they must expand their territory. Currently, no faction within the Azure Sky Domain is capable of resisting them, not even an alliance. Aside from surrender, our only recourse is to seek external assistance. Is that truly your grand solution? Seeking aid. Who could we possibly enlist? The blissful sacred ground or the heavenly mountain sacred ground? They are on par with us in strength and cannot withstand a great sage at the pinnacle. At that moment, the second elder, struck by a sudden realization, inquired urgently, Tianxing, are you suggesting we seek the assistance of the forces from the Central Sky Domain? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. They had not overlooked the possibility of the Central Sky Domain's forces. But that was the Central Sky Domain. The Tianyuan continent consists of 5 domains, yet the combined strength of the other 4 pales in comparison to that of the Central Sky Domain. Not only is it the heart of the entire Tianyuan continent, but it is also the region with the densest spiritual energy and the most expansive geography. The area of the Central Sky Domain surpasses that of 2 of the other 4 domains combined. If the 4 domains are akin to rural areas, then the Central Sky Domain is the bustling city center, while the presence of Holy Realm experts is relatively scarce in the other domains. Within the Central Sky Domain, nearly every faction boasts at least one powerful figure of that caliber. However, even so, great sages at the pinnacle remain rare gems. Only the most elite factions can claim 1 or 2 of these extraordinary beings. But why would they extend their hand to assist the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? It is well understood that even among Holy Realm experts, enmity is typically avoided, let alone among those at the pinnacle of great sage power. Such individuals stand atop the world. As long as an emperor does not arise, they remain the strongest. No faction is inclined to offend another of comparable strength, especially not an empire like the Lingxiao Empire. Born from the desire for territorial expansion, this was precisely the unspoken truth that weighed heavily on the minds of the elders. The third elder murmured, what reason do those forces in the Central Sky Domain have to assist us? What could we possibly offer to entice a great sage at the pinnacle to act on our behalf? Though his voice was soft, every expert present, all above the celestial sovereign level, heard him clearly. This singular statement cast a shadow of silence over the assembly at that moment. The 6th elder suddenly interjected, if all else fails, then we shall surrender. That young emperor, desiring expansion for his empire, should be able to accommodate us. No, yet this suggestion was met with fierce glares. All present were capable elders and hall masters, accustomed to holding dominion over their respective territories. Before the emergence of the Lingxiao Empire, each elder had the authority to oversee and mobilize an entire region. They had long been accustomed to their elevated status. Even before the Pavilion Master or their ancestors, they required only a gesture of respect. However, the thought of being subjugated by an emperor was intolerable. Would they then bow and scrape? The very notion was insufferable, let alone the prospect of being subject to constant command and a myriad of legal constraints. At this moment, the first elder's eyes brightened as he turned to Nie Tianxing and asked, "The Lingxiao Empire is a fortune dynasty, correct?" Nie Tianxing nodded without hesitation. Indeed, he had witnessed the fortune golden dragon firsthand. Had it not been for Yi Tian's reservations at the time, he might have been directly eliminated after merging with the golden dragon. The first elder slapped his thigh and stood with excitement. Excellent. They are courting death. Upon hearing this, many were puzzled, yet a number began to grasp the implication. Yes, haha, this is the heavens conspiring against the Lingxiao. Pavilion Master Long Xingtian now understood the first elder's meaning. Throughout history, there have been instances when the Fortune dynasty emerged, even ruling the continent for hundreds of thousands of years. However, their tyrannical nature, coupled with the incompetence of subsequent emperors, led to internal strife and eventual downfall. Yet, despite these tumultuous events, ancient records indicate that the strength of the Fortune dynasty was largely attributed to the existence of the Fortune Golden Dragon. As long as the empire thrived and the Golden Dragon flourished, it could protect the empire for millennia. Even when internal chaos ensued, it took nearly a century for the dynasty to be extinguished. This serves as a testament to the Fortune dynasty's might. The Fortune Golden Dragon not only suppresses national fortune, but also merges with the emperor's essence, granting the emperor the ability to fight beyond their station. Even officials imbued with a fraction of the Golden Dragon's fortune can effortlessly crush their adversaries. Consequently, the existence of any Fortune dynasty was largely prohibited across the continent. Anyone daring to establish one would inevitably face suppression from other factions. This was precisely why, upon the Lingxiao Empire's re-establishment of the Fortune dynasty, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion dispatched Holy Realm experts to obliterate it. Yet at that time, Yi Tian's overwhelming strength had forced Nie Tianxing and others into retreat. Later, when they sought to challenge the Lingxiao Empire again, they were met with warnings from that great sage at the pinnacle. Previously, Long Xingtian believed the Lingxiao Empire would remain confined to Qingyun province. Thus he had paid it little heed. However, with Yi Tian's ambitions now laid bare, they were compelled to seek alliances with other forces to suppress it. The question remained, who could they send to the Central Sky Domain? The Central Sky Domain was not akin to the Azure Sky Domain. Its multitude of factions included several with great sages at the pinnacle. Would they be willing to assist in the eradication of the Lingxiao Empire? It is vital to consider that each great sage at the pinnacle possesses unique methods. Should one of them unleash their fury, even 2 or 3 experts of similar rank might not prevail. Even if they could, such a great sage would undoubtedly have the capacity to drag 1 or 2 down with them before their demise. Chapter 75. The coalition grows. Yi Tian's wrath. This implies that to obliterate the Lingxiao Empire, they would require at least 3 great sages at the pinnacle. However, within the Central Sky Domain, would those with such power be willing to intervene? If only 1 or 2 great realm experts were to respond, they could easily escape with numerous followers in essence, this battle necessitates the annihilation of great sages at the pinnacle, or else they would face a vehement and vengeful retaliation. The 6th elder, brimming with enthusiasm, proposed, "Why don't we relay all this information to the Central Sky Domain?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the others sparkled with intrigue. The Fortune dynasty had long been an eyesore to all factions, and it was plausible that many would be inclined to intervene against the Lingxiao Empire, especially those factions that cultivate based on willpower, akin to the White Tiger Temple of old, held a particular fondness for the Fortune dynasty. Thanks to the presence of the Fortune Golden Dragon, as long as there exists an individual capable of absorbing and refining the fortuitous Golden Dragon, such a person would undoubtedly traverse an unobstructed path to reach the pinnacle of the great sage. However, within the context of a dynasty founded on fortune, no one would dare to undertake such an endeavor. Discussions within the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion proceeded without rousing any external attention. Ultimately, it was Long Xingtian who rose to speak, regardless of the circumstances. The Lingxiao Empire resides within our Qingtian domain. While our actions may lead to its destruction, it would also result in self-inflicted harm, that I must report this to the ancestor, the dominant force in the Qingtian domain. The existence of the Ling Xiao Empire was a result of their own negligence at the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. Had they detected it sooner, the Ling Xiao might have remained a mere minor nation, incapable of achieving its current stature. The previous incident, where Wu Fa shattered their sect's grand formation, had already brought shame upon the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, leaving the ancestor too terrified to emerge. Should they now seek external assistance, those forces would undoubtedly discern their intentions and recognize their ancestor as a coward. Although Long Xingtian and his companions were filled with indignation, they were powerless, as only they knew that their ancestor was entrenched in a closed-door cultivation, completely oblivious to the external situation. Even if Wu Fa had come earlier, the ancestor's appearance would have been of little consequence, given that their ancestor was merely at the third level of the Great Sage realm, capable of only a few more exchanges against the pinnacle of the Great Sage. The internal affairs of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion remained unknown to the outside world, and even the Moonshadow Guards were unable to infiltrate, as the Pavilion Master Long Xingtian possessed the strength of the fifth level of the Saint King realm, with no current member able to penetrate his defenses unnoticed. After the discussions concluded, Long Xingtian also summoned the ancestor from seclusion, gaining his support. The 16 elders and 16 hall masters almost entirely mobilized, directing their efforts to various locations. The concealed Moonshadow Guards followed suit, eager to uncover the intentions of these individuals. The Grand Elder, accompanied by 2 hall masters, proceeded directly to the Zhongtian domain, visiting each force in succession. They divulged all matters concerning the Ling Xiao Empire, even exaggerating that the fortuitous Golden Dragon had reached a length of 100,000 meters. Initially, the Moonshadow Guards, hidden in the shadows, were unaware of these developments, but the news soon spread like wildfire. Upon learning of the Ling Xiao Empire's exposure, the Moonshadow Guards anxiously inquired about the Zhongtian domain's stance towards the Ling Xiao Empire, leaving them utterly astonished, hastily contacting Yi Tian. Since the expedition began, only a day had elapsed, and Yi Tian had commenced his own cultivation to as for the war. He felt detached, knowing that even if all forces in the Qingtian domain united, they would still be unable to contend with the current Ling Xiao Empire. His long-term cultivation of the Great Freedom Sutra had continuously tempered his soul. After over a decade of refinement, his soul had reached a state of perfection. Yet, Yi Tian found it somewhat perplexing that the chaotic Black Dragon, nourished daily with blood, showed no signs of hatching even after all these years. Just as Yi Tian prepared to begin his cultivation, he suddenly received an urgent report from the Moonshadow Guards, prompting him to open the system panel for review. Upon doing so, Yi Tian's expression darkened immediately. Damn it, cursed! He had accumulated considerable knowledge regarding the unique nature of the Fortuitous dynasty over the years. Even more than most, the Fortuitous Golden Dragon represented the collective fortune of all beings within an empire. Such a phenomenon not only has the capacity to suppress national fortune, but also enables the emperor to oversee the realm at will, allowing them to draw upon the Golden Dragon's power and elevate their combat capabilities. This was merely the surface. Receiving the Golden Dragon's acknowledgement would mean sharing in the national fortune, as the empire's population and number of strong individuals increased. So too would the national fortune, and the power drawn from the Golden Dragon would become even more formidable. To absorb and refine the Golden Dragon would essentially mean siphoning off half of an empire's living being's fortune and energy. This energy could enable an ordinary person to break through to the pinnacle of the Great Sage in the shortest time possible. Furthermore, with sufficient powerful fortune, one could breach the barriers to becoming an emperor without encountering any bottlenecks. What infuriated Yi Tian was that the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion had disclosed everything, enticing numerous forces within the Zhongtian domain. Previously, Yi Tian had dispatched the Moonshadow Guards to the Zhongtian domain, aware of its nature. Now, although the Ling Xiao Empire was strong, bolstered by the presence of 2 peak great sages, Wu Fa and Wu Tian, the forces of the Zhongtian domain, if united, could launch an offensive against the Ling Xiao Empire. This left Yi Tian feeling exceedingly vulnerable. Until now, he had always been the one to strike first. Now the entire continent sought to target him. This was an entirely different concept, leading Yi Tian to harbor resentment towards the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. Originally, Yi Tian intended to conquer the entire continent within 90 years, then utilize the system's fortune points to purchase beings beyond the immortals to fend off the so-called enemies from the two realms. However, the sudden actions of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion caught him off guard. The best course of action now was to retract all forces and deploy the Empire's most formidable experts to confront the threat. Yet, this would necessitate the acquisition of even more powerful beings, as the likes of Wu Fei and Wu Tian could not possibly thwart the combined might of the entire continent. He was uncertain how many peak great sages existed within the Zhongtian domain. He needed to possess several more than the allied forces at the very least to assign a pinnacle expert to protect the fortuitous Golden Dragon. Additionally, he had to remain vigilant against other forces that might infiltrate and sabotage the Empire from within. Everything must commence immediately, for one must understand that the might of a great sage is incomparable to that of a saint. Their destructive power could, in an instant, bring about the downfall of the entire Lingxiao Empire. Having contemplated all this, Yi Tian's ire towards the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion intensified. Chapter 76. 10 Great Sages. 3 Emperors. Yi Tian directly transmitted a message through the system panel to the two individuals. Wu Fei. Wu Tian, come to me at once. Wu Fei and Wu Tian soon appear before Yi Tian, their expressions puzzled upon seeing his grim demeanor. Your Majesty, what is it that you require of us? Yi Tian succinctly relayed the information brought back by the Moonshadow Guards, and then stated, one of you must venture to the Zhongtian domain and ascertain how many great sages are present, particularly the number of peak individuals. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Wu Fei and Wu Tian's expressions turned serious. Though they were unafraid of opponents within the same realm, the Lingxiao Empire had much to fear. Even a saint could easily wreak havoc upon the Empire's cities. Wu Tian promptly declared, Your Majesty, I shall go at once. Yi Tian, somewhat apprehensive, replied, Yes, go, but simply gather information on their numbers. Do not engage them. After Wu Tian vanished, Yi Tian turned to Wu Fei and instructed, Wu Fei, you shall remain in Chang'an City. I will activate the Tianfeng sealing Grand Array. Understood. Once he had arranged for the two, Yi Tian hurriedly accessed the system store. Previously, he had expended 100 million fortune points to acquire Wu Fei and Wu Tian, initially believing he would not need to make additional purchases. Having Wu Fei and Wu Tian had already elevated the Empire to one of the continent's top forces. To his surprise, he found himself needing to buy again so soon. This time, however, Yi Tian decided to invest significantly. The forces within the Zhongtian domain were known for their multitude of experts. Therefore, Yi Tian resolved to purchase beings of saint level and above. He had previously considered a gradual approach, as conquering so much territory without sufficient soldiers to garrison it would lead to a slow and cumbersome process. However, given that the enemy had come knocking at his door, Yi Tian was no longer inclined to prolong the conflict. Peak saint level? Purchase 100. Peak saint king level? Purchase 95. Peak great sage? Purchase 7. Emperor? Buy. Suddenly, Yi Tian hesitated. Torn over whether to procure an emperor-level expert, he had previously heard from the system that such beings would attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. System, if I buy an emperor-level expert, will it attract the attention of the heavenly Tao? Ding! Attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao poses no issue, but it will expedite the arrival of the other two realms. Yi Tian's mood, already soured further upon hearing the system's response, prompting him to shout, Damn! Are you toying with me? The other two realms have not only emperors but also immortals, and you do not intervene. Why should my purchasing an emperor hasten their arrival? Ding! The arrival of the two realms is not influenced by system operations. Please remain calm, host. How can you expect me to remain calm? Do you believe I would hesitate to abandon the empire and hide with my family in that small village, ignoring everything? Ding! Host, do not be agitated. From the moment you bound to this system, we have become a community. Even if you wish to evade now, it is not an option. Damn it, if it comes to it, I shall die. Do I fear death? Ding! Host, do you not wish to ascend to the pinnacle and glimpse that wondrous world? Do not attempt to cozy up to me or paint illusions. I simply wish to inquire if it is feasible for me to procure an emperor-level powerhouse. Ding! As long as the host possesses sufficient fortune value, they may purchase any item in the shop. However, beyond the pinnacle of the great sage, stop. I understand. There's no need for further ramblings. That why Etion interjected, casting a grim gaze upon the system's shop. At this moment, Etion's mood was somewhat dismal. Yet he was acutely aware of the reality. As an emperor, such feelings ought not to arise. However, he found it intolerable to adhere to the system's arrangements, even if those two worlds were not due to the system's influence. Etion would still harbor such beliefs. Indeed, now was not an opportune time to acquire an emperor-level expert. Their emergence would resonate throughout the continent, alerting all the formidable beings. Yet, given the current circumstances, Etion yearned to summon an emperor-level powerhouse directly. After all, having an emperor presiding over the Fortune dynasty would deter any coalition of other forces from daring to invade. In such a scenario, he could develop as he pleased. However, the generation of fortune value is not contingent upon how many adversaries he slays or threatens, but rather on the population, land area, and number of strong individuals. Once an emperor-level powerhouse is secured, these factors could flourish, and with the emperor's suppression, they could be compelled to merge into the Lingxiao Empire. This, however, would thrust Etion into the intricate machinations of other forces. At this moment, Etion began to waver, pondering whether to purchase an emperor-level powerhouse. Originally, his aspiration was to be a carefree prince, yet circumstance forced him into the role of an emperor. He had anticipated that becoming an emperor would grant him peace of mind. But the system informed him of formidable foes from two other worlds approaching. After repelling some enemies, would he then face adversaries from the celestial realm? When would this end? Damn it, he thought, he would go all out. Etion was weary of the constant sense of crisis. The unknown instills a certain fear, and he did not wish to wait for 90 years. Such a duration was far too long. He was only 31 years old and had yet to savor life, only to be thrust into perpetual conquest. This was a torment for Etion. He had envisioned a gradual expansion, but the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion had incited the entire continent against the Lingxiao Empire. Now he could only muster the strength to resist and initiate a grand purging. Indeed, Etion's intention to purchase an emperor was to execute a sweeping cleansing across the entire continent. Relying solely on the emperor's threat to compel their surrender might foster discontent among them. Yet he had no time to engage in their intricate schemes. Etion aimed to present them with two options: submit or perish. In the next moment, Etion decisively selected the option to purchase an emperor, simultaneously inquiring of the system. System, how much time will be advanced if I purchase an emperor? Ding. Purchasing one will advance time by 10 years. Damn. Etion had initially considered that if the time frame were not extensive, he might directly purchase the Divine Dragon Guards. After all, that comprised 10 emperors, and the price was relatively reasonable. Now, with the prospect of advancing time by 10 years for the purchase of a single emperor, he would need to calculate carefully. He had previously heard that the top-tier forces within the Zhongtian domain possessed keys to secret realms. Some factions even had their own small worlds. Such domains could only be established by emperor-level powerhouses, and they surely contained valuable treasures. Thus, it seemed imperative for him to acquire 3 emperor-level strongholds, one to oversee Chang'an City, another to dominate warfare, and a third to focus on plunder. Without delay, Etion clicked to purchase 3 emperors and simultaneously generated all the saint-level powerhouses. Chapter 77. The emergence of the emperor, shocking the world, just as Etion hesitated over the purchase of an emperor. The 4 foremost families in the Zhongtian domain received word from the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. An urgent meeting was convened, attended by all significant members of the families. The Huangfu family, a concealed lineage within the Zhongtian domain. Though one of the 4 great families, maintained an unusually low profile, with few aware of their existence. During this family meeting, before all members had arrived, news from their small world conveyed that they were not permitted to participate. This left the members of the Huangfu family perplexed. Yet they understood that only the ancestors and the most prodigious talents of the family could enter the small world, since they had already learned of the Fortune Golden Dragon's existence and were barred from participation. There must be a reason. The other 3 families, while not as enigmatic as the Huangfu, were each families that had produced emperors In fact, their strongest members were descendants of emperors. The Ji family occupied the 5 secret realms and boasted numerous strong individuals. With 7 at the Great Sage level and 3 reaching the pinnacle of the Great Sage, they were also recognized as the foremost among the 4 great families in the Zhongtian domain. The other 2 families were the Song family, renowned for their alchemy and artifact forging, and they were the wealthiest among the 4 great families. It was rumored that their lineage contained numerous treasures left behind by emperor-level powerhouses. And they even possessed 2 imperial weapons. This was something the other 3 families lacked. Each of them possessed merely 1 imperial weapon. The last family, the Shui family, was the weakest of the 4. Their history was comparatively shorter than that of the other 3 families. It was precisely for this reason that the Shui family displayed the most arrogance. Their emperor had departed the continent less than 100,000 years ago. During the time of that emperor, the Shui family was undoubtedly in its prime, overshadowing the entire Tianyuan continent, causing the other 3 families to retreat from the limelight. However, in the recent 100,000 years, following the departure of that emperor, their family had only recently begun to temper their ambitions. Yet, the Shui family's emperor had left too hastily, resulting in a dearth of top-tier experts. Were it not for the remnants of the emperor-level powerhouses, they might have fallen from the ranks of the elite forces. Upon hearing of the Fortune Golden Dragon's existence, the Shui family exhibited the greatest enthusiasm. This was due to the fact that the other 3 families each had more than 2 great sage-level powerhouses at their disposal. Whereas the Shui family possessed only 1, should they secure the Fortune Golden Dragon, it would undoubtedly enable the Shui family to gain another great sage-level powerhouse in a short span. This moment. Within the Shui family's conference hall, the head of the family, Shui Hnfing, sat with an air of confidence at the main seat, addressing the gathered family members. You all understand the significance of this mission for our Shui family. Our ancestors will also lend their assistance. The family head was interrupted by Shui T.O., the current second-in-command, who was also a strategic thinker for the Shui family. Based on the news relayed from the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, it seems that the forces of that so-called empire possess at least 1 great sage-level powerhouse. Should we not? Shui Hnfing responded. This time, the Wang family and Zhang family will also be taking action. Their ancestors will also intervene. The reason our 4 great families have maintained their exceptional standing is not merely due to the number of great sage-level powerhouses they command. If that were the case, there would still be at least 10 families within the Zhongtian domain possessing great sage-level powerhouses. Yet, these families can only be regarded as first-rate families, in comparison to our 4 great families. It is not just about strength or numbers, but, more importantly, lineage. Families that have produced emperors possess small worlds, imperial weapons, and emperor-level defensive formations, among other advantages. These attributes are simply unattainable for those first-rate families. Observing the history of the Tianyuan continent, one can find that numerous formidable emperors and powerful entities have emerged over time. Yet the 4 illustrious families have remained unchanged, following the Shui family's decision to take action. The Ji and Song families also moved in succession. However, the Shui family sought to seize the auspicious Golden Dragon, while the Ji and Song families aimed merely to observe the affairs of the Lingxiao Empire. Long ago, there existed an auspicious dynasty in the Tianyuan continent, but with its demise, the methods to condense the Golden Dragon of Fortune vanished into the annals of time. Each of these great powers from the central heavenly domain possesses the capability to cultivate a dynasty within their domains. Nevertheless, they have yet to comprehend the technique for condensing the Golden Dragon of Fortune. This ignorance is the primary reason for their excitement upon learning of the existence of a dynasty of fortune within the Qing Tian domain. Though they may not be able to compete with the Shui family, who wields imperial artifacts, they could potentially replicate the method if they were to uncover the secrets of the Golden Dragon's condensation. As the Shui, Wang, Zhang, and a total of 15 forces prepare to venture into the Qing Tian domain, Wu Fa took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the distribution of power in the central heavenly domain and made his way towards the Lingxiao Empire. However, among the forces he observed, the 4 great families were notably absent, as he was unable to access the small worlds. Simultaneously, the dominant powers from the Lejia, Lanming, and Xianan domains received this news and dispatched some of their members to the Qing Tian domain. Not with the intention of seizing the Golden Dragon, but simply to partake in the benefits. Yet before they could reach the Qing Tian domain, the sky underwent a sudden transformation. Thunderous roars echoed across the continent, resembling a battle hymn that stirred the blood and invigorated the spirit, as if the very essence of life was about to erupt. This celestial melody captivated all, filling them with a sense of enlightenment. Just as they were beginning to regain their composure from the shock, the sky transformed once more, and vibrant, multicolored auspicious clouds gathered, accompanied by the sounds of dragons and phoenixes. Powerful ethereal figures bowed towards a singular direction. As if offering their congratulations, the oppressive aura from these apparitions compelled everyone to bow in reverence. In the next moment, 3 golden lotus flowers appeared in the sky, gently descending toward a specific location. The spectacle in the heavens continued, yet the members of the Xue family were taken aback. While others may have been oblivious to the significance of these phenomena, as descendants of emperors, they understood all too well. Xue Hanfeng murmured in disbelief. No, impossible. How could this be? Did not our ancestor proclaim that the foundation of the Tianyuan had been severed, and the path to becoming an emperor was arduous? The expressions of his companions mirrored his incredulity. Many among them had encountered such visions in the family archives, but to witness it firsthand was an unprecedented experience. Yet this singular moment led them all to feel that a monumental change was imminent. In the small world of the Huangfu family, 15 elders abruptly opened their eyes and instantly appeared outside the small world. Upon witnessing the celestial phenomena, they were collectively astounded, with the leading elder trembling as he spoke. Celestial melodies grant blessings, dragons and phoenixes resonate. The emperor rejoices. Golden lotuses, just as he was about to elaborate. The sight of the 3 golden lotuses left him momentarily speechless. 3 Emperors. Chapter 78. Those who follow me flourish. Those who oppose me perish simultaneously. The Song and Ji families experienced a similar scene in that moment. They all understood that a significant transformation was at hand. The landscape of the entire Tianyuan continent was on the verge of being rewritten. Yet for the 4 great families, the implications of this change remained uncertain, whether it would prove to be a boon or a bane. The extraordinary events unfolding in the sky did not go unnoticed by the major powers. Even minor factions and ordinary citizens gazed upwards in awe. While people in other regions reacted with shock, fear, and astonishment, the citizens of Qingyun Prefecture were filled with joy, as if they had been struck by a deluge of wealth and fortune. Perhaps due to the 3 emperors being affiliated with the Lingxiao Empire, a gentle rain began to fall across the entire empire. The raindrops nourished the crops, hastening their growth. They invigorated the soldiers. Solidifying their strength, they revitalized the weary bodies of the common folk, and they even alleviated the ailments of the sick. The Lingxiao Empire erupted into a fervor, with many who felt the changes in their bodies eagerly calling their relatives and friends to share in the blessing of the rain. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the city of Chang'an. A magnificent golden dragon appeared in the sky, basking in the ethereal rain, its body radiating a soft golden glow. These golden specks of light infused themselves into the bodies of all within Chang'an, enhancing their innate qualities in the imperial palace. Over 200 individuals stood before Yitian. Their auras varied in strength, and the 3 foremost figures bore an aura so concealed that they seemed indistinguishable from ordinary mortals. Their features appeared shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering their appearances unclear. It felt as though a barrier surrounded them, suggesting that they existed in a realm apart from the rest, simply standing there. They caused even the 7 peaked great saints behind them to lower their heads in deference. We bow before your majesty. May your reign be eternal. The voices of the over 200 individuals resonated with a might that eclipsed even the mightiest of armies. Good, good, good. Ha! Yitan laughed joyously, raising his hand to support the gathered assembly. Simultaneously, he began to assess the attributes of this newfound entourage on his system panel. 3 Emperors, an elder, a woman, and a man. The elder's name was Shilong, at the pinnacle of emperor-level strength, practicing the dragon elephant suppression demon technique, wielding the imperial artifact, known as the Black Lin Diamond Ruler. The woman was named Huofeng. Also at the pinnacle of emperor-level strength, practicing the 9 transformations of nirvana, wielding the imperial artifact, known as the true Fire Phoenix Feather. The man was named Qianying, equally at the pinnacle of emperor-level strength. Practicing the Qianying illusory transformation technique, wielding the imperial artifact known as the Blue Sky Muni Drum. From the information on the system panel, it was evident that Shilong practiced demonic techniques, having engaged in significant bloodshed in his past. To transcend to the immortal realm, he must either validate his path through slaughter or atone for his sins. Perhaps by design, Shilong could gradually dissolve his burdens simply by remaining close to the golden dragon of fortune. He was suited to govern the empire, without the need to serve as the final line of defense for Ling Xiao. Huofeng was inherently a fire phoenix, a true powerhouse of the demon race. Among the three emperors, she was the strongest, likely due to her cultivation method, which allowed her to enhance her strength significantly through rebirth. Yitian. Huofeng was best suited for offensive combat, as her technique could erase negative influences upon her rebirth. Lastly, there was Qianying, capable of manifesting countless forms. With his current emperor-level strength, he could conjure 10 mid-level emperors or 100 early-level emperors. Each of his avatars could function as his true self, allowing for seamless transitions. That he excelled in group combat and could deploy his avatars to command various locations. Having contemplated these matters, Yi Tian declared, "Shilong, you shall govern Chang'an." "Yes, your majesty." Shilong's figure gradually faded from view. "Huofeng, you shall oversee the offensive." Yi Tian continued, "I desire all powers across the Tianyuan continent to submit to Ling." As he spoke, a glint of murderous intent shone in his eyes. Were it not for the existence of these factions, he would not have rushed to acquire such formidable allies. Yet, he never sought to assign blame to himself, believing firmly that the fault lay with others or the system. In Yi Tian's view, he was infallible. "This world, those who follow me shall flourish, while those who oppose me shall perish. Yes, my king." Huofeng gracefully bowed in her crimson attire before vanishing from sight. Yi Tian, unbothered by Huofeng's address, turned to Qianying and instructed, "I need you to visit those secret realms and small worlds." Though Yi Tian had never engaged with the secret realms of the Tianyuan continent, he was somewhat familiar with the small worlds. "Yes, your majesty." Qianying's form also dissipated from sight. The moment they appeared, the system had already provided them with information about their current environment. Yi Tian's intentions were clear to Qianying and the others. Just as Yi Tian prepared to make further arrangements for the other saints, Wu Tian appeared amidst the crowd, looking somewhat aggrieved. Recognizing the situation, Yi Tian understood that he had been dismissed by Shilong. At that instant, a voice called from outside, "Your Majesty, Wu Fa requests an audience." Previously, they roamed freely, a privilege granted by their unwavering loyalty to Yi Tian, who, in turn, chose to overlook their actions. However, such liberties are no longer permissible. With the increasing number of formidable experts surrounding Yi Tian, including those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, they must now adhere to a stricter code of conduct. "Please enter." "What brings you here?" "Your Majesty, there are 134 forces in the Zhongtian domain at or above the Saint level, among which 58 are at the Saint King level and 11 at the Great Saint level." Wu Fa's observations did not account for the four great families, as their peak combat power and talented members resided within a minor realm. With Wu Fa's great saint pinnacle strength, he could not perceive the existence of this minor realm, unless it lacked any formidable guardians. However, such a minor realm would have long been obliterated throughout history. Yi Tian nodded, "I understand. This represents the strongest powers on the entire Tianyuan continent. There are openly 11 great saints. The hidden forces must exceed this number. Had I not spent my fortune acquiring these powerful beings, it is conceivable that they could have breached our defenses. Nevertheless, at that time, I would have been compelled to procure stronger allies. I require you to venture into the Zhongtian domain alongside Huofeng and Qianying to eliminate all opposing forces on the Tianyuan continent." "Yes." Over 200 individuals bowed and departed. Yi Tian then regarded the map upon the wall. The previous deployment of 50 million troops to attack Beima and Nanhua must now be put on hold. Only after all forces on the Tianyuan continent submit to the empire will Yi Tian consider further arrangements. Chapter 79. Huofeng strikes, annihilating the incarnation beyond the Qing Tian domain. Shuihan Feng led a multitude of powerful beings, initially intent on launching a direct assault. Yet upon witnessing the spectacle above, hesitance began to creep in, and even Shui Hanfeng felt a flicker of retreat. This was due to the 3 golden lotuses descending upon Qingyun Prefecture within the Qing Tian domain. Before they could take action, a fiery crimson figure materialized before them in the void. This unexpected appearance startled all present, most of whom possessed saint-level strength. While many could tear through space, the sudden appearance of this fiery figure was clearly not a result of spatial distortion. Upon seeing the figure, Shui Hanfeng's pupils contracted as a realization dawned, prompting him to bow deeply. Shui Hanfeng pays respects to the emperor. The emperor, a gasp rippled through the crowd, yet upon observing Shui Hanfeng's demeanor, none dared to harbor doubts. They collectively bowed. We pay homage to the emperor. How long has it been? Nearly 100,000 years since an emperor graced the Tianyuan continent. The sudden appearance of this emperor left them bewildered. According to historical texts, emperors were supposed to exude an overwhelming presence, their every movement surrounded by laws. Yet the figure before them appeared utterly unremarkable, leading many to ponder the term false emperor. This suggested that a great saint at the pinnacle level had faltered during their breakthrough, lacking the complete arsenal of an emperor. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Tian was merely at the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm and could not withstand the oppressive aura of an emperor. Thus, the system had suppressed their presence upon its inception, explaining why no such pressure emanated from Huafeng. Sensing the crowd, Huafeng's eyes glimmered with cold light. Yet, wary of misidentifying her targets, she inquired, "Where do you intend to go? What is your purpose?" As Huafeng's demeanor shifted, a subtle pressure began to emanate from her. Before Shui Hanfeng could respond, someone urgently interjected, "We are preparing to head to the Lingxiao Empire to extract the fortune golden dragon." The moment the words left his lips, unease settled over the crowd. Indeed, the next instant, the crimson figure's aura erupted, and they felt as though a mountain bore down upon them. Even the 11 great saints could not help but change their expressions. Pinnacle Emperor, Shui Hanfeng's heart sank. If it were merely an early-stage emperor, their great saint pinnacle experts, employing the emperor's weapon, alongside the other 10 great saints, might have stood a chance of resistance. But against a pinnacle emperor, resistance was futile. You wretches! Huafeng did not even employ an emperor's weapon. With a mere wave of her hand, hundreds of red flames descended upon the gathered individuals. "No! Emperor, spare us! We acted under duress. Help! Please spare us, esteemed emperor!" As the flames touched them, they felt their flesh, souls, and even their comprehension of laws igniting in flames. In that moment, they truly grasped their disparity from the emperor. Shui family's patriarch, Shui Ding Tian, summoned a pitch-black shield, channeling all his spiritual energy into it, maximizing its formidable power. The space rippled slightly, and a faint black energy shield enveloped all members of the Shui family, successfully blocking the encroaching flames. Onlookers, both saints and great saints, began to curse the Shui family. "Shui Ding Tian, you old scoundrel, you have doomed us all. The Shui family is filled with selfish beasts. They dared not insult the emperor." Yet the current venture was spearheaded by the Shui family, and their disregard for others' lives incited a desire for the Shui family members to perish first. All the saints wielded saint-level weapons. Lacking an emperor's weapon, the small flames continued to burn their bodies, ensuring they wouldn't perish immediately. The Shui family huddled behind the shield, hoping to withstand the onslaught of the crimson figure. Yet Huafeng merely raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. She hadn't anticipated the presence of an emperor's weapon among them. However, even so, she was unfazed. She would dare to slay even a full emperor. "I tire of this charade." With those words, the small flames unleashed their full might at Huafeng's command. What initially possessed the power of a great saint pinnacle now surged to the mid-level of an emperor. Those without protective treasures, including great saints and saints, were obliterated in an instant. The Shui family members, trembling in terror behind the shield, cried out for mercy. "Esteemed emperor, spare us. We swear to leave and never return to the Qing Tian domain. Please, esteemed emperor, spare us. My family has an 800-year-old mother and a 30-year-old child." Shui Ding Tian's countenance darkened upon hearing the pleas of his kin. For countless years, the Shui family had reigned supreme, Yet now they found themselves in such a dire predicament. Nevertheless, he recognized the chasm between them and the emperor, realizing that their only hope for survival lay in begging for mercy. "Please, esteemed one, spare us. The Shui family also has an emperor. Are you not afraid that my family's emperor will return and instigate a war among the emperors?" Huafeng frowned slightly. "Do you dare to threaten me? Then prepare to die." In the next moment, hundreds of small flames ignited explosively, and cracks began to form on the black shield. With a resounding shatter, the shield disintegrated into fragments, leaving the Shui family members exposed to the flames. Simultaneously, from the shattered shield emerged a figure, gazing intently at Huafeng. "Fellow Taoist, why must you slay the descendants of the Shui family?" Huafeng, unperturbed, merely inquired with curiosity, "Oh, you have not perished? You still live?" "Humph. I am very much alive that if you annihilate my Shui family's descendants without providing an explanation, do you not fear my retribution?" Huafeng smiled sweetly. "Oh, do not think that merely because you are an incarnation, you are safe. Even if your true form were here, I would not hesitate to eliminate you." With a slight gesture of her right hand, the once burning flames coalesced into a colossal hand that seized the ethereal figure. "You dare!" The figure was taken aback, astonished that despite revealing its identity, the adversary would still dare to strike. However, Huafeng remained silent, opting instead to demonstrate her resolve. With a firm squeeze, the ethereal figure was reduced to a cascade of starlight, scattering into the heavens. What folly, threatening me, as a great emperor of the demon race. She had fought her way to the pinnacle and was no stranger to slaying ordinary emperors. Chapter 80. The Annihilation of the Shui Family. The Emperor's wrath. The task entrusted to me by His Majesty must now be fulfilled. As the fiery phoenix made a sweeping gesture with her hands, droplets of blood suddenly appeared at the location where the members of the Shui family had been consumed by flames. As each droplet fell into the phoenix's palms, her expression grew grave. She was about to invoke a particularly ruthless secret technique known as the Blood Seal Annihilation Method. This was a forbidden ritual capable of directly sealing a family's bloodline and, by harnessing their lineage, annihilating an entire clan. The Phoenix intended to use the bloodline power of Shui Ding Tian as a conduit to eradicate the entire Shui family. Such an act was a transgression against the heavens and had been prohibited throughout the annals of ancient history. For nearly 1,000,000 years, this technique had fallen into oblivion. Yet, it was a method ingrained in the Phoenix's lineage. Under ordinary circumstances, she would never resort to such measures. However, the presence of a living emperor within the Shui family compelled her to reconsider her approach. At the emperor level, one could wield many inscrutable powers, and the Phoenix was acutely aware of the possibility of a descent technique. If the Shui family's emperor so desired, he could directly manifest through the bloodline connection into one of his kin. Although this method came with numerous restrictions, if he did descend, he would possess strength ranging from 50 to 100% of his original power. The Phoenix was unperturbed by this. Her concern lay in the potential escape of a Shui family member and the emperor's subsequent descent to wreak havoc upon the Lingxiao Empire. After all, even as a peak emperor, it was impossible for her to monitor every city within the empire, especially given that the Lingxiao Empire was a dynasty of fortune. The death of too many citizens would adversely affect its destiny. Leaving the Phoenix no opportunity to spare her adversaries, as the blood within the Phoenix's grasp began to solidify, it gradually formed into a crimson crystal the size of a fist. Simultaneously, her other hand began to weave intricate seals, inscribing unknown runes upon the red crystal at that very moment. As the Shui family's experts perished outside and the imperial weapons were lost, Shui Dingshan, the patriarch and a formidable sage, activated the family's protective formation the instant the soul lamps of Shui Ding Tian and others extinguished. Inside the Shui family, anxiety reigned. Were it not for Shui Dingshan's firm hand, many would have already prepared to flee. After initiating the protective formation, Shui Dingshan also ushered several talented members into a small world. Sensing that a great calamity was looming over the Shui family, if they were to evade the emperor's pursuit, they would still need to guard against assault from other factions at this moment. Xue Dingshan could only hope that the emperor responsible for the massacre of all the Xue family's experts would show them mercy, as for revenge. That was a thought he dared not entertain. The ant, whose nest had been trampled by an elephant, only sought a swift escape, never daring to plot vengeance against the giant. Such was the mindset of Xue Dingshan and the other experts. Yet, while they harbored no desire for retaliation, the phoenix had no intention of granting them clemency. As the crimson crystal in her hands grew ever brighter, it began to reveal the entire journey of Xue Dingtian from birth to his ascension as a peak sage, as well as the whereabouts of the surviving members of the Xue family. Had the phoenix wished, she could have sealed the cultivation of every member of the Xue clan through this crystal. However, she chose not to do so. Instead, she unleashed her imperial might, causing the crystal to shatter violently. Simultaneously, within the Xue family estate, the bodies of all those bearing the Xue bloodline suddenly paused momentarily. Then, their forms began to slowly disintegrate, akin to sand flowing through an hourglass, gradually dissolving. No! How could this happen? Ancestor, I implore you, I refuse to accept this. Am I to perish? Cries of despair echoed throughout the Xue family. Even as Xue Dingshan stared in disbelief at his own dissolving body, powerless to intervene that moment, far beyond the Tianyuan continent, within a secluded realm, a man sat cross-legged atop a cliff, engaged in meditation. Ripples surrounded him, deterring any from gazing directly. Suddenly, blood erupted from the man's mouth, his complexion paling. Who dares? Who are you to employ such nefarious means to obliterate my Xue family? Yet, the vast emptiness offered no response. Only the echo of his voice reverberating back. The man, in a fit of rage, struck the air with a fist, but even the might of an emperor could not shatter the void. It merely compressed the air, creating a sonic boom. Heavenly Tao, reveal yourself. I demand to be released. He yearned to return to the Tianyuan continent, but found himself ensnared in this realm. Even with his peak emperor strength, escape remained elusive. He was none other than Xue Sha, the vanished emperor of the Xue family, known as the Bloodsha Emperor. No one had anticipated that he would find himself trapped within a secret domain. The reason the Phoenix's blood seal annihilation method had not affected this emperor was not solely due to his formidable cultivation, but, more critically, because the current members of the Xue family were several generations removed from him, lacking any peers among his contemporaries. Had this emperor possessed peers, or even direct descendants within the family, the bloodline would have served as a conduit for harm. Alas, while the emperor's bloodline was powerful enough to facilitate the unhindered cultivation of his descendants, transcending to the emperor level proved exceedingly arduous. Even a great sage's lifespan was merely around 100,000 years. By the time Xue Sha departed the Tianyuan continent, his offspring were already of considerable age. His departure was driven by a quest for breakthroughs and the pursuit of longevity elixirs. Regrettably, he had been absent for far too long, finding himself ensnared in this secret realm. Fortunately, the lifespan of an emperor extended to 1 million years. Ample time for him to squander. The demise of the Xue family went unnoticed by any external forces. Even the nearest factions merely observed the initiation of the protective formation, unable to perceive what transpired within. After dismissing her hand as if to rid it of any filth, the fiery phoenix appeared entirely unfazed, her expression betraying none of the recent silent slaughter she had executed upon one of the world's most dominant factions. Claiming the lives of tens of thousands her, it seemed but a trivial task. After casting a glance toward the direction of the Central Sky Domain, she set her course toward Liuyu Prefecture. Before her arrival, she had already grasped the root cause of the unfolding events. Were it not for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disseminating information, Yi Tian would not have acted so aggressively. On the other hand, Qianing manifested as hundreds of early-stage emperors, directly appearing within all the major powers of the Central Sky Domain. Upon witnessing the celestial phenomena, the Song, Ji, and Huangfu families hastily summoned all their members. As leading families, they were acutely aware of the implications of such occurrences. What shocked them further was the presence of 3 golden lotus flowers, indicative of 3 emperor-level experts. Once the 3 families discerned that the lotus flowers were descending upon Qingyun Prefecture, They understood that the situation was far from simple. Within the Central Sky Domain, having just learned of the existence of the Fortune Dynasty, the major factions had only recently begun to act due to the auspicious Golden Dragon. Yet now 3 emperors had emerged from that dynasty. This led many to perceive it as a trap, a ploy to hunt down sage-level experts. Chapter 81. The Might of the Song Family. The Annihilation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Within the Song family estate, unease permeated the air as many harbored trepidation regarding the emperor's stance toward their clan. However, the elder generation remained unperturbed, as an ancient lineage. They were aware from ancient texts that newly ascended emperors generally refrained from attacking established powers like theirs, often contenting themselves with merely plundering some resources from these families. As the wealthiest family on Tianyuan continent, the loss of some resources would hardly threaten the foundation of the Song family. The Song family had not activated their protective formation, for they remained uncertain of the 3 emperors' intentions. That in truth, they were aware that while the protective formation was indeed an imperial-level array, if an emperor truly wished to break through, it would merely require some time. Seated in the patriarch's position, Song Chang-gu presided over the assembly. While the family head stood attentively beside him, they had been deliberating on how to address the current crisis when, all of a sudden, a figure materialized within the grand hall, halting all conversation. Song Chang-gu was the first to respond. Having emerged from the small world to oversee matters, he had reached the peak of sage power. Song family, Song Chang-gu, greets the esteemed emperor. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Song family rose in unison, bowing to the figure. Qianning nodded subtly, clearly pleased with Song Chang-ji's demeanor. Is your Song family one of the 3 great families of the Central Sky Domain? One of the 3 great families? Song Chang-gu quickly grasped the situation. Undoubtedly, one of the families had met its demise. This revelation left him both astonished and filled with dread. The 4 prominent families had endured for an exceedingly long time, yet they still persisted in the present day. Throughout their existence, there had been other formidable emperors who sought to challenge them, even intending to eradicate the 4 families. However, for various reasons, none had dared to strike them down. Yet the individual before him appeared utterly unfazed by their presence, ready to enact violence without hesitation. Reflecting on this, Song Chang-gu adopted a more respectful demeanor. In response to your esteemed presence, we are indeed the Song family. I have come to inform you that His Majesty has decreed that all forces within the Tianyuan continent must either submit to the Lingxiao Empire or face annihilation. Prior to this, the Shui family has been entirely obliterated, and we hope you will make a wise choice. Although Song Chang-gu had anticipated the fall of the family, he had not expected it to be the Shui family. Though the Shui family was the weakest among the 4, their protective array, left untested for 100,000 years due to the departure of Emperor Shuai-Sha, had seemingly failed to shield them. How could they have been completely unaware of the Shui family's eradication? Was it the combined might of the 3 emperors of the Lingxiao Empire that brought about their downfall? As he pondered this, not only Song Chang-gu, but all members of the Song family felt a shiver of fear. Qianning, noticing their silence, did not hasten them. You have 3 days to deliberate. With that, Qianning vanished without a trace. Originally, Yi Tian intended for Qianning to seize all resources from these powerful factions directly, eliminating any who dared to resist. After all, in the eyes of Qianning and her companions, anyone who was not an ally was an enemy. Qianning was not one to show mercy to foes. Each individual who ascended to the realm of emperor was devoid of compassion. Such individuals had long since perished on the path of cultivation. However, as Yi Tian's anger subsided, he preferred to avoid excessive slaughter and thus allowed Qianning to first notify all factions, granting them 3 days to consider their options. After that, failure to submit would result in their demise. Ultimately, the Lingxiao Empire sought to establish a dynasty of fortune, necessitating not just a significant population, but also a wealth of skilled practitioners. The forces of the Zhongtian domain had many sage-level experts readily available, and incorporating them into the empire would enhance its fortunes, saving Yi Tian the effort of procuring powerful individuals beyond the sage realm. However, the Longfeng Pavilion would not be so fortunate as the instigators of the entire affair. Yi Tian had no intention of sparing them. As for the opinions of those who were aware of the situation, Yi Tian was indifferent. The saying goes, "He who wields a sharp weapon harbors a desire to kill." Even an ordinary individual, armed with a powerful weapon, could develop a thirst for bloodshed and treasure. As an emperor, possessing a formidable army and top-tier experts, Yi Tian had every right to pursue grand ambitions. Whether through invasion or slaughter, he paid no heed to external judgments of his actions. Furthermore, with the Moonshadow Guard spread across the realm, who would dare speak ill of him? History is often rewritten by the victors. Suddenly, a figure of a fire phoenix appeared above the Fire Phoenix Pavilion. Observing the structures below, which had activated their protective formations, the Fire Phoenix could sense the conditions of all within upon seeing a particular plaque. Her brows furrowed slightly. What a wretched force! How dare they name themselves after the dragon and phoenix, placing the dragon first? With that, the Fire Phoenix raised her delicate hand and brought it down. A seemingly simple gesture, yet to those inside the Longfeng Pavilion, it signified impending doom that a colossal hand, imbued with an overwhelming force, descended upon them. Heaven seeks to annihilate my Longfeng Pavilion, since he had ordered all elders to the Zhongtian domain to convey messages. He believed the Lingxiao Empire would soon face destruction. However, the sight in the sky compelled him to awaken the ancestral figure. Wishing to understand the situation, the ancestor, a powerful being of the third realm of the great sage, was only vaguely familiar with such phenomena from ancient texts, recognizing it as a manifestation of an emperor's breakthrough. Initially filled with envy, upon witnessing the Golden Lotus descend upon Qingyun Prefecture, he realized the gravity of the situation. He had clung to a sliver of hope, thinking perhaps it was merely a powerful emperor in secluded cultivation within Qingyun Prefecture. Yet the ominous feeling within him intensified, forcing him to order the activation of the protective array. However, upon seeing that descending hand, he understood that the Longfeng Pavilion was finished. In that moment, all within the Longfeng Pavilion beheld the colossal hand in the sky. They sought to flee, but their bodies would not obey. Even the recently emerged great sage of the third realm exhibited expressions of terror as they gazed at the approaching hand. In the next instant, a deafening roar echoed as the protective array failed to withstand the giant hand for even a second. Amidst the confusion, Long Xingtian seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of a woman clad in red standing in the void. Her beauty was unforgettable, a visage that would linger in one's memory. Alas, the very next moment, as the Longfeng Pavilion was reduced to dust by the resounding impact, Long Xingtian's consciousness was plunged into darkness. Chapter 82. The family submit, the sects anxious with the obliteration of the Longfeng Pavilion. It signified the incorporation of the entire Qingtian domain into the territory of the Lingxiao Empire. Qian Ying's avatar proceeded to all factions within the Zhongtian domain, delivering a 3-day ultimatum in the imperial palace of Chang'an. With the emergence of these emperors and sages, Yi Tian issued the final decree to all forces within the Qingtian domain. No nations or sects shall exist within the Tianyuan continent. However, Yi Tian permitted the formation of families, provided they adhered to the commands of the Lingxiao Empire. Concurrently, 10 peak great sages ventured to the Luojia domain, Lanming domain, and Xintian domain. To be frank, the Qingtian domain was the most barren region of the Tianyuan continent, with its strongest being the ancestor of the Longfeng Pavilion, a great sage of the third realm. In contrast, the other 3 domains boasted great sages of the 7th and 8th realms. Yet despite this, the population within Qingyun Prefecture was merely 300 million, often embroiled in conflicts, resulting in over 20 minor nations, each with an average population of just over 10 million, and standing armies exceeding 1 million. With the Tianqing Empire commanding millions, did they desire such a vast military? Not at all. The reason for maintaining such large armies was merely to vie for a fraction of territory or resources. However, with resources so limited and spread among 30 nations, how much remained? The crux of the matter was that those sects were leeching off the nations. Yi Tian's arrival directly addressed this issue. In his view, unifying the realm would place all forces under the control of the Lingxiao Empire. Even if families engaged in conflict, it would never escalate to the level of war. His emergence marked the end of prolonged strife, the conclusion of divine rule, and the dawn of a rising dynasty. As for how many lives were lost along the way, or how many were innocent, Yi Tian was utterly unconcerned with the present. His sole ambition was to unify the continent swiftly and then dedicate a period to profound cultivation. Since his birth, although many had perished due to his actions, he had never personally slain anyone. When he had condensed the Fortune Dragon, it was only through his fusion with the dragon that he could triumph over that long-phone pavilion elder, though it was merely a fleeting encounter. It allowed Yi Tian to clearly recognize his shortcomings. The Wuji's secret realm, which could hone one's combat will, and the Xinhuang Tower, which could hasten cultivation time, had yet to be entered even once. The decree of the Lingxiao Empire to unify the continent reached all factions. Many sects began to harbor different thoughts. For family factions, they were fully willing to comply, merely adding another power over them. They had experienced such situations before and were accustomed to it. As for those nations, especially the three powers of the southern wilderness, the imperial forces they previously battled were only marginally stronger than themselves. However, as time passed, news from the outside world gradually reached the three emperors. After much contemplation, they chose to dissolve their empires. This was an unavoidable decision. The Lingxiao Empire disregarded martial ethics, boasting not only three emperors but also hundreds of sages. Such strength rendered any hope of resistance futile. Even if they had managed to defeat the 30 million coalition forces, what then? Would Yi Tian, in a fit of rage, dispatch great sages or even emperors to annihilate their clans? After all, they were emperors. In the past 100,000 years of the Tianyuan continent, only one emperor had emerged. The closest was the emperor of the Shui family, who had vanished 100,000 years ago. If one considers those below the sage realm as mere ants, then what of great sages before an emperor? Were they not also ants in comparison? As time progresses, the disparity among the masters becomes not only a matter of strength, but also a gradual transformation in the essence of life itself. Once an individual transcends to the realm of a saint, they attain a lifespan of a millennium. With deeper comprehension of the rules, a saint king may extend their life to 5 millennia. And upon reaching the great saint level, one may live for 10 millennia. Each advancement through a minor realm can augment one's lifespan by another millennium. Thus, it follows that a peak great saint possesses a remarkable lifespan of 100,000 years. Furthermore, with the aid of unique techniques or rare elixirs, even imperial medicines, life may be further prolonged. The empires themselves are established by noble families, and to them, the state is merely a means of monopolizing power and resources. Presently, the Lingxiao Empire seeks to unify the continent, prompting the royal families of the three nations to consider becoming noble houses in turn. For them, this shift bears little consequence. Subjugation is preferable to annihilation. However, the sects harbor a different perspective. Many among them are not related by blood, but are bound by the gratitude of teachings received. Now that the Lingxiao Empire demands their dissolution, it pierces their very hearts. Within the Xintian domain, the idle Holy Land is embroiled in a fierce debate that a faction led by the Grand Elder seeks to disband the Holy Land, while another faction, spearheaded by the Holy Lord, insists on resisting to the bitter end in the eyes of Holy Lord Xiao Yuanshan. As long as their numbers are substantial, the emperor would not dare to act against them. In recent days, he has perused ancient texts and discovered that for a fortunate dynasty to thrive rapidly, it must possess a considerable population and a plethora of strong individuals. Xiao Yuanshan firmly believes that these emperors would not dare to commit the grave offense of exterminating them outright. The Grand Elder Lu Yinxian implores earnestly, "Holy Lord, please consent. The Holy Land has so many disciples. Can you bear to witness their inevitable reckoning?" Anger marred the once majestic visage of Xiao Yuanshan. "Humph. I shall never bow to that wretched empire. They think their three emperors make them formidable. The Zhongtian domain is rife with sects. Go ask the Tiangong sect if they would yield." The Tiangong sect stands as a formidable force within the Zhongtian domain, with its strength rivaling that of the four great families. Their failure to ascend to the pinnacle of power is merely due to a lack of an imperial artifact. Lu Yunxian retorts furiously, "Xiao Yuanshan, I have spoken to you with patience, Yet you refuse to listen. Ask the disciples of the Holy Land how many would wish to perish alongside it, if the odds were even. That would be one thing. But do you truly believe that the benevolence of the emperors extends this far? Do you think you can withstand a might of not just those 3 emperors, but even 10 peak great saints? Xiao Yuanshan fires back with a series of questions. What do you mean? Does the idle Holy Land lack great saints? Would our disciples flee in the face of danger? Is there not a shred of cohesion among us? The idle Holy Land is named idle precisely because they do not compete or contend. They have long been a dominant force within the Xintian domain, steadily progressing. Nevertheless, their strength surpasses that of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, albeit lacking peak great saints. Chapter 83. The Holy Land's choice and Yi Tian's ambition. Lu Yunxian, having lost the desire for further discussion, gestures dismissively. Humph. I shan't engage in this debate further. Summon the Supreme Elder to make the decision. Summon him, indeed. I do not believe our ancestor would agree to your dissolution of the Holy Land. Who among us would wish to become a traitor? With that, Xiao Yuanshan strides toward the secret chamber in the back mount. The elders and disciples nearby remain silent, their hearts yearning to remain within the Holy Land, not only for its tranquil existence and rich spiritual energy conducive to cultivation, but also due to the harmonious relations among the elders and disciples. However, in such a tense atmosphere, they dare not interject. Despite the Grand Elder's usual amiability, his strength is on par with that of the Holy Lord, both wielding the might of great saints. This is one of the reasons the Grand Elder dares to confront the Holy Lord directly, as both are disciples of the Supreme Elder and share a brotherly bond. Before long, a more formidable aura emanates from the back mountain, causing all present to hold their breath in silence, awaiting the Supreme Elder's decision. Should he resolve to resist, many among them might have to flee under the cover of night. Reports have already returned indicating that the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion was extinguished with a mere flick of a wrist, and the Xue family was entirely obliterated. It is said that even those hiding in the small world were ruthlessly slain, and now, passing by the Xue family, one can see the eerie silence from the protective array. Shortly thereafter, the Supreme Elder appears before the assembly, prompting a flurry of respectful bows. Disciple pays respects to the Master. We all pay respects to the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder Ouyang Qing, a venerable figure with hair and beard as white as snow, exudes an ethereal presence, yet an air of stubbornness lingers in his brows. In no need for formalities. I am already aware of the situation. Those who wish to leave may do so. Upon hearing these words, the elders and disciples cannot help but feel elated, though the Grand Elder Lu Yunxian trembles in shock. Master, will you not leave? The Supreme Elder Ouyang Qing smiles gently, surveying the crowd, causing the other elders and disciples to lower their heads in humility. He perceives that most among them are inclined to depart, with only a handful resolutely committed to staying and sharing the Holy Land's fate. I am old and weary. I have no desire to move again. Moreover, Ouyang Qing glances around the Grand Hall, the plaza, and the structures, his eyes filled with nostalgia. This is my route. How can I simply abandon it? Master, how can you be so foolish? Lu Yunxian chokes on his words. Is this not your route as well? We have devoted much of our lives to this place. The idle Holy Land is our home. Master, the Holy Land is your route, and it is ours too. If you were to establish another family elsewhere, we could still be together. At worst, we could seek an audience with the Emperor and request permission to establish a family within the Holy Land. Ouyang Qing smiles faintly. Foolish disciple, do you not understand what the Emperor desires? From the moment the celestial phenomena emerged, Ouyang Qing was aware that the continent was on the brink of transformation. Each time an emperor ascends, the entire landscape of the continent shifts. He has received ample information regarding the Lingxiao Empire, its age, and the number of emperors and saints it harbors. After all, this is not a secret, and Yi Tian has no intention of concealing it. Upon learning of the Emperor's decree, Ouyang Qing foresaw the impending outcome, the transformation of sex and of family powers. He had contemplated this as well. But would this truly suffice? A fortunate dynasty must first gather fortune to thrive. However, sects are equally places where fortune is cultivated. Each disciple admitted into a sect binds their fortune to it as long as they remain. As the number of disciples and elders increases, and their strength grows, so too does the sect's fortune. Though it may not coalesce into a golden dragon, it remains the foundation for the sect's enduring prosperity. And what of the noble families? Are they truly so secure? In Ouyang Qing's view, this is not the case. To genuinely unify the continent and establish an unparalleled fortunate dynasty, it is essential to eradicate those family powers. Have you not heard the saying? Dynasties flow like water, while noble families are as solid as iron. The noble families control many resources, and their offspring often emerge as the pinnacle of strength from birth. If this continues, the families will only grow stronger. Ouyang Qing is acutely aware of the methods employed by the emperor of the Lingxiao Empire to rise to power. The current noble families exist merely because he refrains from excessive bloodshed. Given enough time, he would undoubtedly eliminate all noble families. Therefore, rather than allow the sect to become a family awaiting eradication, it is better to die a glorious death in battle, as for directly dissolving the Holy Land. He has never entertained such thoughts. After all, were he the emperor with supreme power, he would not permit formidable experts to exist beyond imperial control. Upon hearing Ouyang Qing's insights, Lu Yunchuan's expression shifts dramatically. Previously, he had thought that establishing a family and perhaps agreeing to be governed by the Lingxiao Empire would suffice. As long as they remain alive, there would be hope. Yet, after hearing his master's words, he comprehends the gravity of the situation. They must either dissolve directly, register as imperial subjects of the Lingxiao Empire, disband the Holy Land, and become a family, gradually awaiting their fate, or choose to fight to the death alongside the Holy Land. Master, I understand. I shall not leave. Upon reaching this point, Lu Yunchuan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Perhaps it was the acceptance of his fate that granted him peace, or perhaps it was the comfort derived from being able to remain by his master's side during these final moments. As he uttered this sentiment, a subtle shift occurred within his state of being, leading him to believe that with a retreat of merely 10 days to half a month, he could directly transcend to the second heaven of the great sage. Ouyang Qing, sensing the transformation in Lu Yunchuan's mindset, felt a mix of consolation and sorrow. Foolish disciple, why must you go to such lengths? Xiao Yuanshan patted Lu Yunchuan on the shoulder, opening his mouth yet unsure of what to say next. Brother disciple, in Lu Yunchuan's case, such a decision indicated a significant resolution, one that had evidently influenced his mental state. Even if he and his master attempted to dissuade Lu Yunchuan now, their efforts would be in vain. Xiao Yuanshan glanced at the familiar elders and disciples, his eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 84. 3 days passed. The sacred land's demise, to label them as traitors, is to overlook their simple desire to survive. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, he waved his hand, saying, "You may depart. It is best you do not return." Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded within the Heavenly God sect. However, they did not disband outright, nor did they contemplate a desperate resistance. Instead, they chose to transform into a familial structure, hoping in this manner to preserve the essence of the Heavenly God sect. As time flowed, the 3 days decreed by Yi Tian swiftly elapsed. Qian Ying and Hua Feng departed from Chang'an City simultaneously, heading toward the strongholds of various factions. Due to not utilizing a clone, Hua Feng appeared directly in the nearest Xintian domain, with a sweep of her divine sense. She could perceive all the forces within the domain with clarity. Initially, she believed that within the span of 3 days, these sects would adhere to Yi Tian's expectations. However, upon discovering the situation at the carefree sacred land, her brow furrowed slightly. Interesting, in the next moment, Hua Feng's figure materialized above the carefree sacred land, observing the more than 1,000 individuals below, led by an elderly man, with mild astonishment. Logically, a sacred land that had stood for tens of thousands of years should possess a formidable protective formation. Yet this group not only failed to activate their protective array, but also exhibited a demeanor of fearless defiance. Curiously, Hua Feng inquired, "Are you not afraid of death?" Ouyang Qing, accompanied by 2 disciples and a multitude of unwilling disciples, lifted their gazes toward the figure in the sky at that moment. Sensing the pressure emanating from her, Ouyang Qing bowed respectfully. Ouyang Qing, along with the disciples of the sacred land, pays homage to the emperor. Observing this scene, Huafeng did not hasten to take action. Rather, she felt intrigue, interesting that in Huafeng's memory. She had been born within the Beast Domain, but as time transformed the Tianyuan continent, the Beast Domain ceased to exist. At her birth, there had been celestial phenomena. However, she was merely a small phoenix without any influential backing, facing a life filled with slaughter and flight from the moment she hatched. Various avian creatures sought to kill her to absorb her bloodline, while external beasts and demon clans desired her for her memories and inheritance. Her early life was steeped in violence and evasion, leaving her little room for emotional connections, a luxury she could scarcely afford. This ultimately meant that even until her failed ascent and subsequent demise, she had never truly experienced deep emotional bonds. Yet among these individuals, Huafeng perceived something distinctly different, a will that embraced death without hesitation. Such a sentiment was not particularly rare. Yet what surprised her was that this elderly man possessed peak great sage strength and a lifespan of 30 to 50,000 years, and still dared to confront her. Was he courting death, or did he seek to break through battle? Huafeng contemplated briefly and understood. Looking at the individuals behind the old man, they showed him great respect, but it was merely a reflection of their reverence for a peak powerhouse. In their eyes, each bore the indomitable spirit of facing death head-on, which was indeed remarkable. Huafeng gazed down at Ouyang Qing, her tone lofty. "Do you intend to strike at me?" Ouyang Qing slightly bowed. "Senior, since we have resolved to embrace death, we implore you to grant us this honor." From humble beginnings, he had risen through trials to become the first holy son of the sacred land, now elevated to the status of a supreme elder. Facing imminent death, he felt no fear. Even against an emperor-level powerhouse, he was willing to act, not to prove his own significance, but to show the emperor that any who dared threaten his roots would face his wrath. Huafeng rarely expressed admiration. "Well done. Very commendable. You may act. Let this emperor witness whether you possess the right to survive." Huafeng, the over 1,000 individuals of the carefree sacred land were quite intriguing. Should they satisfy her, she might plead with Tian to spare their lives. After all, for an emperor, there were precious few things that piqued their interest. Then let it be an offense. Having spoken, Ouyang Qing ignited half of his essence blood, and behind him, Lu Yunchuan, Xiao Yuanshan, and the other disciples of the sacred land followed suit. This had been their prior agreement. Even in death, they would die with dignity. After burning half of his essence blood, Ouyang Qing absorbed all the spiritual energy from his disciples, causing his aura to surge to the pseudo-emperor realm, even hinting at a potential breakthrough to true emperor status. However, this step proved exceedingly difficult. A person who had not transformed rules into laws could never become an emperor. Yet the spiritual energy within him already bore the semblance of early emperor strength. Huafeng suppressed her realm to early emperor status. Yet even then, she shook her head in disappointment. Only upon suppressing her realm to peak great sage did she deem it sufficient. However, to Ouyang Qing, this felt like a slight, igniting his fury. "Carefree sword technique, shatter for me." Ouyang Qing's entire being transformed into a long sword, emanating immense power as if to cleave the heavens asunder. The power of the rules entwined around the sword body, carrying the fury of thunder, and struck toward Huafeng. Yet, upon witnessing such an attack, Huafeng felt a twinge of disappointment. Ouyang Qing's master was likely merely a great sage, utterly unaware of emperor-level techniques. While the attack appeared formidable and its aura overwhelming, the power of rules remained just that. Power of rules. An incomplete rule could never contend with the might of laws. They were simply not of the same caliber. It was akin to holding a banana. No matter how fine the wrapping, it could not change its essence. Conversely, Huafeng wielded a genuine blade, forged from meteoric iron, sharp beyond compare. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Even if Huafeng suppressed her strength to peak great sage and refrained from using the power of laws, Ouyang Qing would still find himself outmatched, for her fire rules were innate to her being. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry echoed from behind Huafeng. A fiery red phoenix phantom emerged, and at the moment the colossal sword descended, the phoenix flapped its wings slightly, its ethereal claws manifesting as tangible as reality. Directly countering the sword's assault, The massive sword found itself unable to advance even a fraction further, while the essence blood within Ouyang Qing continued to ignite. Regrettably, the ethereal phoenix offered him no further opportunity to showcase his prowess. With a slight exertion of its claws, the colossal sword was effortlessly crushed. Ouyang Qing's figure was sent flying back, and 1,000+ individuals behind him fared no better, considering the bonds you share. I shall grant you the opportunity for reincarnation. In the next moment, the phoenix behind Huafeng flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of powerful red energy upon Ouyang Qing and his companions, severing their ties to life. However, Huafeng intentionally preserved a fragment of their souls, granting them a chance for rebirth. Chapter 85. The Return of Two Emperors. A desire to relocate the capital. The demise of the carefree sacred land was not the first of its kind. Across the Tianyuan continent, numerous factions fought valiantly to protect their homesteads. For these, both Huafeng and Qianing harbored no qualms about annihilating them. They regarded themselves not as lofty emperor-level beings, but rather as instruments of destruction. Currently, as Qianing hovered above the myriad sword sect, she beheld tens of thousands below, all displaying a spirit unyielding in the face of death. Originally, under such circumstances, Qianing would have mirrored Huafeng's inclination to grant them a chance at rebirth. However, a single remark from the old sect master of the Myriad Swords sect shifted. It was precisely this utterance that incited the wrath of Qianing. For the formidable emperors, each one is proud. Even regarded as the favored child of an era, they heed Yi Tian's command. This allegiance is instilled within them by the system's formidable power, embedding in their very souls the recognition of Yi Tian as their master. However, this does not grant others the liberty to insult the emperor at will, especially not one at the zenith of power. Seeking death, indeed, this avatar possessed merely the strength of an early emperor. Yet the might of the emperor remained palpable. Qianing extended a hand forward, and the body of the old sect master was instantly ensnared, rendered utterly immobile. Though he attempted to utter further curses, he was silenced in the next moment. Among the over 10,000 disciples below, many possessed abilities beyond the Void Realm, and upon witnessing their master being captured, their fury erupted. "Release my master! Release the old sect master!" Some of the more impassioned individuals hurled the most venomous insults imaginable. This provoked an unprecedented fury within Qianing, who merely waved his sleeve. The power of the laws surged forth, transforming all disciples that had just ascended into the sky into mere ashes. In that moment, the old sect master ceased his struggles, his eyes filled with despair. He had not anticipated that a single decision would doom the lives of so many. After executing this, Qianing cast a mocking gaze upon the old sect master. "Do you see? One must approach the powerful with reverence. What good is the impotent rage of the weak?" In Qianing's memory, many bore great fortunes, capable of turning peril into safety. Yet to achieve such feats, one must first possess immense fortune, a solid background, and a modicum of strength. This is a world that venerates martial prowess. Without strength, one must tread lightly, and O formidable being would tolerate the arrogance of the weak before them. You shall depart as well. With this proclamation, Qianing exerted a slight force, sending a thread of law's power forth to shatter the old sect master's vitality and soul. Following this, Qianing waved his sleeve again, unleashing a surge of gray energy that obliterated the entirety of the Wanjian sect. Across the continent, countless locations bore witness to the carnage unfolding at that moment. According to the surviving families and factions' estimations, this single day witnessed the annihilation of 30% of the continent's powerful beings. Many of these had been unwilling to submit to the Lingxiao Empire. Only those families could safely evade disaster that, of course, from their perspective, for Yi Tian, the land beneath the heavens is nothing but royal soil, and every inch of territory belongs to the sovereign. When Huafeng and Qianing returned to Chang'an City, merely a couple of hours had passed. Qianing brought back several maps and a plethora of treasures. The maps detailed the locations of secret realms guarded by the Ji family, comprising 5 such realms, alongside 3 additional ones sensed by Qianing through his formidable strength. Furthermore, there were treasures collected from various smaller worlds. All these treasures were those that Qianing deemed worthy from the Ji, Song, and Huangfu families. He took none that he found lacking to as for the Shui family small world. It was directly refined by Huafeng's immense magical power into a crystal no larger than a palm. For these emperor-level beings, creating a small world posed little challenge. The true difficulty lay in its internal configurations. The Shui family's small world contained everything, even forming a miniature ecological chain. Bringing this small world back was intended for future use by the Tongwang Pavilion Academy, which could later be developed into a training ground. Listening to the reports of the two, Yi Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. At the same time, he contemplated the idea of relocating the capital. The Tianyuan continent is not a circular expanse, but a complete landmass. At the edges of the continent lies an endless chaos, a realm only the great saints dare to traverse. However, to survive and move freely within it, only those of emperor-level strength possess such capability. Xiao Yangzi summoned the elder ministers of the Internal Affairs Bureau. Understood, Lu Xingyang responded from outside the door before departing. This response of understood had been learned from others previously. The individuals generated by the system exhibited a flaw. The initial batches had somewhat limited thinking, possibly due to system settings, rendering them only aware of internal matters within the empire. Fortunately, their learning abilities were quite robust. After signaling Huafeng and Xianying to withdraw, Yi Tian began to deliberate on the relocation of the capital. Previously, to establish the Fortune dynasty, he had placed the 9 tripods of fortune within Qingyun Prefecture. If he were to move to the Zhongtian domain, he was uncertain whether he could retrieve the 9 tripods. System, can the 9 tripods of fortune be redistributed? Ding, the host can relocate the capital and redistribute the positions of the 9 tripods. However, this will require a deduction of fortune value. Initially, upon hearing that he could redistribute the positions of the 9 tripods, Yi Tian felt a surge of joy, but then he inquired, why must it cost fortune value? Ding! The 9 tripods of fortune have already formed a formation. To redistribute them without harming the fortune, it is necessary to utilize fortune value for protection. Yi Tian was momentarily perplexed, questioning, what does that mean? Ding! The system initiated yet another round of explanation that, in simple terms, the current 9 tripods of fortune had established a connection with National Fortune and the Golden Dragon. If he were to shift the tripods and relocate the royal city, it would inevitably inflict some damage on the National Fortune and the Golden Dragon. After all the citizens of the Lingxiao Empire resided within Qingyun Prefecture. To relocate would imply abandoning the reverence of those 51 counties' populace. If the empire were to move, the citizens would experience a sense of loss, leading to a decline in their belief in the empire. This would, in turn, harm the National Fortune and the Golden Dragon. And only by expending fortune value could one remedy the situation. That Yi Tian found himself momentarily hesitant. He was reluctant to abandon Qingyun Prefecture, a foundation he had labored over for over a decade. He even felt an impulse to purchase a powerful figure of the Xianxian realm to directly employ immense magical power to transport the entire Qingyun Prefecture to the Zhongtian domain. Chapter 86. Yi Tian's Fantasies and the Preparation for Relocating the Capital. Regrettably, he recognized that this was not a realistic endeavor, as it was not yet the time to acquire a being of the 9th heaven. If he were to act on such an impulse and move Qingyun Prefecture, what then would become of this Xianxian powerhouse? Would he be expected to oversee the royal palace? That would be absurd. Such a being could sense every detail within the palace. Even without releasing their divine awareness, Yi Tian had no desire to be observed during private moments with his consorts. Furthermore, several factions had previously sent their family's daughters or former divine maidens to curry favor with him as the emperor, thus slightly increasing the population of his harem. After all, he was now the sovereign of the entire Tianyuan continent, and possessing several hundred consorts seemed quite reasonable, did it not? Moreover, even if the Xianxian experts refrained from cultivation, they would still consume resources due to the differing energies of the continent. After all, beings of the 9th heaven cultivate in the immortal realm, where the energy is known as immortal energy, a level above the spiritual energy of the Tianyuan continent. Additionally, the pressure exerted by Xianxian beings is far beyond that of emperors. Should Yi Tian acquire a Xianxian powerhouse, even a mere hint of their aura could lead to fatalities. Most importantly, Yi Tian was still at the peak of the celestial sovereign realm. He was uncertain whether the system could control such a powerful entity. If the system, based on his current strength, could not manage the Shinxian expert, he would be in dire straits. Although the likelihood of this was minimal, Yi Tian still felt the need for caution. All right, system, please inform me how much fortune value is required to safely relocate the capital. Ding! A total of 1 billion fortune value is needed. What? Yi Tian suddenly clutched his chest, feeling waves of pain wash over him. Previously, after purchasing Emperor and Great Saint-level beings, along with a plethora of teleportation formations, his fortune value had plummeted from over 3.5 billion to just over 2.1 billion in recent days. Due to the presence of these powerful beings, he had managed to establish preliminary control over the Qingtian domain, allowing his fortune value to rise back to 3.7 billion. Now, the system was informing him that relocating the royal city would cost 1 billion. That amount could buy 3 emperor-level beings. Yi Tian began to silently calculate. After a decade of development, the citizens of Qingyan Prefecture lived in peace, and their fortune had reached a peak of just over 3.5 billion if he were to uplift the entire continent. Ensuring each state reached the level of Qingyan Prefecture, it would be 15, 15, 15, 15, 20, multiplied by 3.5 billion. At this thought, Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. Glancing at the prices of peak immortal emperor-level beings in the system's marketplace, he realized that each one was merely 10 billion, meaning he could potentially acquire over 200 at that time. There would be no need to talk about repelling any interdimensional forces. Simply charging forward would suffice. When the time comes, he would ascend to the celestial realm alongside the Empire, and would that not grant him the freedom to act as he pleases? Yi Tian did not believe that the celestial realm boasted merely 20 celestial emperors. If that were the case, he could unify the celestial realm effortlessly. As he pondered this, drool nearly escaped his lips. However, at that moment, a remark from the system caused him to pause slightly. Ding! Host, refrain from indulging in fantasies. The purchase a being of the 9 realms of immortality. The host must first break through to the pinnacle of the great emperor level. What does that mean? Am I not even allowed to entertain a thought? With over 200 billion fortune points, I could acquire everything in your shop, yet I am unable to surpass the great emperor level. Ding! With the host as current strength, there is no permission to purchase beings or items of Earth immortal level or above. No worries, it will be soon. Yi Tian was utterly unconcerned, especially considering the impending accumulation of over 200 billion fortune points, which significantly improved his mood. Little did Yi Tian know that, as a mere auxiliary tool, the system would never allow him to exploit it to his advantage. At this moment, Yi Tian remained blissfully unaware, feeling as though he had gained a significant advantage. Fortunately, at that instant, Lu Xingyang reported from outside, interrupting Yi Tian's idle musings. Your Majesty, the 5 elders have arrived. Why? Yi Tian straightened himself, addressing the door. Yes. Let them in. Zhou Ye pays respects to your Majesty. Wang Yuan pays respects to your Majesty. Jiamu pays respects to your Majesty. Su Chang pays respects to your Majesty. Han Shu pays respects to your Majesty. These 5 elders were ancient sages, each endowed with the capabilities of a prime minister. Frequently, Yi Tian paid little attention to state affairs, leaving everything to these 5 elders. Owing to the system's generation, Yi Tian harbored great trust in them and granted them significant authority. Yi Tian gently gestured with his hands. Esteemed elders, please rise. Thank you, your Majesty. Yi Tian swiftly delved into the matter at hand. I have summoned you to discuss your opinions on relocating the imperial capital. Relocating the capital? The 5, led by Zhou Ye, exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with surprise. However, they quickly recalled the current state of the empire. Presently, no forces in the Tianyuan continent could impede the empire's advance. All had submitted to Ling Xiao. Given that Qingyan Prefecture was a peripheral area, it was indeed unsuitable for governance. The only viable option was to relocate the imperial capital to the central Tian domain. Yet the configuration of the central Tian domain would require adjustment. As the largest and central domain of the continent, it comprises 20 prefectures. However, due to its abundant spiritual energy and its position at the continent's heart. Various factions had long since established themselves there. Notably, Tianfeng Prefecture and Tianli Prefecture were previously occupied by forces led by the Huangfu and Ji families, while the Song and Shui families had claimed Tianli Prefecture. To relocate the imperial capital to the central Tian domain, it would be imperative to conquer these two prefectures or establish the capital between them. Upon grasping this, the five elders expressed their agreement. Seeing that the five elders concurred, Yi Tian felt delighted, though he had no intention of allowing others' opinions to sway him. Consequently, Yi Tian and the five elders deliberated extensively, covering everything from post-relocation construction to the arrangement and planning for the populace. The next day, at the entrance of the Qilin Hall in the royal palace, Yi Tian was flanked by numerous civil and military officials, including the three great emperors and other sages. Huofeng, Qianing, you two lead 100 sages to the new site and clear a large area. In truth, sending just one of them would suffice. For a great emperor, moving mountains and filling seas was trivial. Yi Tian had already planned a location, intending to relocate the entire Chang'an city. Understood, the two great emperors vanished in an instant, while the 100 sages took flight. Next, Yi Tian turned to Shangwan Feihong and inquired, Feihong, have the populace been pacified? Shangwan Feihong slightly bowed, replying to your majesty, they have been reassured that Yi Tian did not wish for the populace to panic with the impending relocation of the entire city. Once all arrangements were in place, Yi Tian initiated communication with the system. System, I shall expend 10 billion fortune points. I am relocating the capital. Chapter 87. The Tide of All Nations, Preparing for Seclusion. Ding. Fortune points successfully expended. In that instant, the entire Chang'an city was enveloped in a mysterious energy, while an additional surge of energy flowed into the silent stone dragon nearby. Yi Tian turned to the stone dragon and said, Old dragon, it is your turn to act. Yes, your majesty. As the guardian of the imperial city and a great emperor, the stone dragon was endowed with authority by Yi Tian and with the expenditure of 10 billion fortune points. The system granted it energy in the next moment. The stone dragon soared above the imperial city, gesturing in all directions that a sensation akin to an earthquake swept through, causing the citizens of Chang'an to feel uneasy. At that time, soldiers began to call out loudly, Everyone, do not be alarmed. His Majesty is preparing to relocate the capital to the central Tian domain, where the spiritual energy is denser, and it is the very heart of the continent. With the reassurance from the soldiers and assisting scholars, the populace quickly settled down. However, they soon erupted in waves of excitement. In just over a decade, the transformations of the Ling Shao Empire had been evident. From the initial separation of the inner and outer cities to their current state of abundance, all was due to the efforts of this sovereign. Many had already knelt on the ground, proclaiming loudly, Long live your majesty, eternal and boundless. Yet at that moment, Yi Tian remained oblivious to this scene, his gaze fixed upon the stone dragon in the sky, as the stone dragon summoned the system's enhancement. The 9 tripod of fortune soared back from various locations in the next moment, a golden dragon emerged from beneath the royal palace, spiraling through the sky. Observant individuals would notice that the once less than 100,000 meters long dragon had now grown to over 210,000 meters. Each scale was vividly lifelike, and the dragon's eyes reflected an expression of anticipation. The golden dragon of fortune seemed to sense what was to come, eagerly anticipating its accelerated growth upon arriving in the central Tian domain. The citizens of the city looked up at the golden dragon in the sky. Their initial reaction was not one of fear. Despite the dragon's immense size and formidable presence, what they felt was a sense of security and pride. They felt secure knowing that this dragon of fortune would not harm them, but rather protect them. They felt pride in living in this era, an era that witnessed history unfold. In the sky, the stone dragon, having retrieved the 9 tripod of fortune, began to raise its hands with great effort. In the next moment, the entire imperial city trembled slightly, as if it were about to break ground. Indeed, this was the case. When Yi Tian ascended the throne, Chang'an City had already transformed into a royal court with its walls, roads, and residences all generated by the system, integrated into the original foundation. it could be said that the entire Chang'an city was a mobile city. As the stone dragon slowly lifted its hands, the entire Chang'an city began to ascend gently from the ground. The soldiers on the city walls could clearly see the ground receding farther away. Soon, the entire Chang'an city soared into the sky, and the energy that had once clung to the city manifested at that moment, enveloping the entire Chang'an city as it swiftly flew towards the central Tian domain. The city ascended higher and faster, crossing over one city after another. Many cultivators, martial artists, and citizens within Qingyun Prefecture witnessed this astonishing scene that in just a quarter of an hour, Chang'an City hovered above Tianfeng Prefecture and Tianli Prefecture. Huafeng and Qianing had long been waiting here. Below them lay a vast plain they had cleared. Chang'an City descended gently, and as it touched the ground, it seamlessly connected with the earth. At that moment, the stone dragon once again summoned the 9 tripod of fortune, preparing to